Okay. After the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord said to Joshua, son of Nun, Moses' aide, Moses, my servant, is dead. Now then, you and all these people get ready to cross the Jordan River into the land I am about to give to them, to the Israelites. I will give you every place where you set your foot, as I promised Moses. Your territory will extend from the desert to Lebanon, and from the great river, the Euphrates, all the Hittite country, to the great sea on the west. No one will be able to stand up against you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will never leave you nor forsake you. Be strong and courageous, because you will lead these people to inherit the land I swore to their forefathers to give them. Be strong and very courageous. Be careful to obey all the law my servant Moses gave you. Do not turn from it to the right or to the left, that you may be successful wherever you go. Don't let this book of the law depart from your mouth. Meditate on it day and night, so that you may be careful to do everything written in it. Then you will be prosperous and successful. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be terrified. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. So Joshua ordered the officers of the people, go through the camp and tell the people, get your supplies ready. 3 days from now, you will cross the Jordan here to go in and take possession of the land the Lord your God is giving you for your own. But the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, Joshua said, remember the command that Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you. The Lord your God is giving you rest and has granted you this land. Your wives, your children, and your livestock may stay in the land that Moses gave you east of the Jordan. But all your fighting men, fully armed, must cross over ahead of your brothers. You are to help your brothers until the Lord gives them rest, and as he has done for you, and until they too have taken possession of the land that the Lord your God is giving them. After that, you may go back and occupy your own land, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you east of the Jordan toward the sunrise. Then they answered Joshua, whatever you have commanded us, we will do, and wherever you send us, we will go. Just as we fully obeyed Moses, so we will fully obey you. Only may the Lord your God be with you, as he was with Moses. Whoever rebels against your word and does not obey your words, whatever you may command them, will be put to death. Only be strong and courageous. Chapter 2. Then Joshua, son of Nun, secretly sent 2 spies from Shittim. Go look over the land, he said, especially Jericho. So they went and entered the house of a prostitute named Rahab and stayed there. The king of Jericho was told, look, some of the Israelites are tonight to spy out the land. So the king of Jericho sent this message to Rahab, bring out the men who came to you and entered your house, because they have come to spy out the whole land. But the woman had taken the 2 men and hidden them. She said, yes, the men came to me, but I did not know where they had come from. At dusk, when it was time to close the city gate, the men left. I don't know which way they went. Go after them quickly, you may catch up with them. But she had taken them up on the roof and hidden them under the stalks of flax she had laid out on the roof. So the men set out in pursuit of the spies on the road that leads to the fords of the Jordan. And as soon as the pursuers had gone out, the gate was shut. Before the spies lay down for the night, she went up on the roof and said to them, I know that the Lord has given you this land, and that a great fear of you has fallen on us, so that all who live in this country are melting in fear because of you. We have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea for you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to Sihon and Og, the 2 kings of the Amorites east of the Jordan, whom you completely destroyed. When we heard of it, our hearts melted, and everyone's courage failed because of you. For the Lord your God is God in heaven above and on the earth below. Now then, please swear to me by the Lord that you will show kindness to my family, because I have shown kindness to you. Give me a sure sign that you will spare the lives of my father and mother, my brothers and sisters, and all who belong to them, and that you will save us from death. Our lives for your lives, the men assured her. If you don't tell what we are doing, we will treat you kindly and faithfully when the Lord gives us the land. So she let them down by a rope through the window, for the house she lived in was part of the city wall. Now she had said to them, "Go to the hills so the pursuers will not find you. Hide yourselves there 3 days until they return, and then go on your way." The men said to her, "This oath you made us swear will not be binding on us unless we enter the land and you have tied the scarlet cord in the window through which you let us down, and unless you have brought your father and mother, your brothers, and all your family into your house. If anyone goes outside your house into the street, his blood will be on his own head. We will not be responsible. As for anyone who is in the house with you, his blood will be on our head if a hand is laid on him. But if you tell what we are doing, we will be released from the oath you made us swear." "Agreed," she replied. "Let it be as you say." So she sent them away, and they departed, and she tied the scarlet cord in the window. When they left, they went into the hills and stayed there 3 days, until the pursuers had searched all along the road and returned without finding them. Then the two men started back. They went down out of the hills, forded the river, and came to Joshua son of Nun, and told him everything that had happened to them. They said to Joshua that the Lord has surely given the whole land into our hands. All the people are melting in fear because of us. Chapter 3. Early in the morning, Joshua and all the Israelites set out from Shittim and went to the Jordan, where they camped before crossing over. After 3 days, the officers went throughout the camp, giving orders to the people. "When you see the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord your God and the priests who are Levites carrying it, you are to move out from your positions and follow it. Then you will know which way to go, since you have never been this way before. But keep a distance of about 1,000 yards between you and the ark. Do not go near it." Joshua told the people, "Consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do amazing things among you." Joshua said to the priests, "Take up the ark of the covenant and pass on ahead of the people." So they took it up and went ahead of them. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Today I will begin to exalt you in the eyes of all Israel, so they may know that I am with you as I was with Moses. Tell the priests who carry the Ark of the Covenant, when you reach the edge of the Jordan's waters, go and stand in the river." Joshua said to the Israelites, "Come here and listen to the words of the Lord your God. This is how you will know that the living God is among you, and that he will certainly drive out before you the Canaanites, Hittites, Hivites, Perizzites, Girgashites, Amorites, and Jebusites. See, the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and all the earth will go into the Jordan ahead of you. Now then, choose 12 men from the tribes of Israel, one from each tribe. And as soon as the priests who carry the ark of the Lord of all the earth, set foot in the Jordan, its waters flowing downstream will be cut off and stand up in a heap. So when the people broke camp to cross the Jordan, the priests carrying the ark of the covenant went ahead of them. Now the Jordan is at flood stage all during the harvest. Yet, as soon as the priests who carried the ark reached the Jordan and their feet touched the water's edge, the water from upstream stopped flowing. It piled up in a heap a great distance away at a town called Adam in the vicinity of Zarethan. While the water flowing down to the Sea of the Arabah, the Salt Sea, was completely cut off. So the people crossed over opposite Jericho. The priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, while all Israel passed by until the whole nation had completed the crossing on dry ground. Chapter 4. When the whole nation had finished crossing the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, "Choose 12 men from among the people, one from each tribe, and tell them to take up 12 stones from the middle of the Jordan, from right where the priests stood, and carry them over with you, and put them down at the place where you stay tonight." So Joshua called together the 12 men he had appointed from the Israelites, one from each tribe, and he said to them, "Go over before the ark of the Lord your God into the middle of the Jordan. Each of you is to take up a stone on his shoulder, according to the number of the tribes of the Israelites, to serve as a sign among you. In the future, when your children ask you, 'What do these stones mean?' tell them that the flow of the Jordan was cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord when it crossed over the Jordan. When it crossed over the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off. These stones are to be a memorial to the people of Israel forever." So the Israelites did as Joshua commanded them. They took 12 stones from the middle of the Jordan, according to the number of the tribes of the Israelites, as the Lord had told Joshua, and they carried them over with them to their camp, where they put them down. Joshua set up the 12 stones that had been in the middle of the Jordan at the spot where the priests who carried the ark of the covenant had stood, and they are there to this day. Now the priests who carried the ark remained standing in the middle of the Jordan until everything the Lord had commanded Joshua was done by the people, just as Moses had directed Joshua. The people hurried over, and as soon as all of them had crossed, the ark of the Lord and the priests came to the other side while the people watched. The men of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh crossed over, armed in front of the Israelites, as Moses had directed them. About 40,000, armed for battle, crossed over before the Lord on to the plains of Jericho for war. That day the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they revered him all the days of his life, just as they had revered Moses. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Command the priests carrying the ark of the testimony to come up out of the Jordan." So Joshua commanded the priests, "Come up out of the Jordan." And the priests came up out of the Jordan, carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord. No sooner had they set their feet on dry ground than the waters of the Jordan returned to their place and ran at flood stage as before. On the 10th day of the first month, the people went up from the Jordan and camped at Gilgal, on the eastern border of Jericho. And Joshua set up at Gilgal the 12 stones they had taken out of the Jordan. He said to the Israelites, "In the future, when your descendants ask their fathers, 'What do these stones mean?' tell them, 'Israel crossed the Jordan on dry ground.' For the Lord your God dried up the Jordan before you until you had crossed over. The Lord your God did to the Jordan just what he had done to the Red Sea when he dried it up before us until we had crossed over. He did this so that all the peoples of the earth might know that the hand of the Lord is powerful, and so that you might always fear the Lord your God." Chapter 5. Now when all the Amorite kings west of the Jordan and all the Canaanite kings along the coast heard how the Lord had dried up the Jordan before the Israelites until we had crossed over, their hearts melted, and they no longer had the courage to face the Israelites. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, "Make flint knives and circumcise the Israelites again." So Joshua made flint knives and circumcised the Israelites at Gibeah Haraloth. Now this is why he did so. All those who came out of Egypt, all the men of military age, died in the desert on the way after leaving Egypt. All the people that came out had been circumcised, but all the people born in the desert during the journey from Egypt had not. The Israelites had moved about in the desert 40 years until all the men who were of military age when they left Egypt had died, since they had not obeyed the Lord. For the Lord had sworn to them that they would not see the land that he had solemnly promised their fathers to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. So he raised up their sons in their place, and these were the ones Joshua circumcised. They were still uncircumcised because they had not been circumcised on the way. And after the whole nation had been circumcised, they remained there. They remained where they were in camp until they were healed. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Today I have rolled away the reproach of Egypt from you." So the place has been called Gilgal to this day. On the evening of the 14th day of the month, while camped at Gilgal on the plains of Jericho, the Israelites celebrated the Passover. The day after the Passover, that very day, they ate some of the produce of the land, unleavened bread and roasted grain. The manna stopped the day after they ate this food from the land. There was no longer any manna for the Israelites, but that year they ate of the produce of Canaan. Now, when Joshua was near Jericho, he looked up and saw a man standing in front of him with a drawn sword in his hand. Joshua went up to him and asked, "Are you for us or for our enemies?" "Neither," he replied, "but as commander of the army of the Lord, I have now come." Then Joshua fell face down onto the ground in reverence and asked him, "What message does my Lord have for his servant?" The commander of the Lord's army replied, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy." And Joshua did so. Chapter 6. Now Jericho was tightly shut up because the Israelites. No one went out and no one came in. When the Lord said to Joshua, "See, I have delivered Jericho into your hands along with its king and its fighting men. March around the city once with all the armed men. Do this for 6 days. Have 7 priests carry trumpets of ram's horns in front of the ark. On the 7th day, march around the city 7 times with the priests blowing the trumpets. When you hear them sound a long blast on the trumpets, have all the people give a loud shout. Then the wall of the city will collapse, and the people will go up, every man straight in." So Joshua son of Nun called the priests and said to them, "Take up the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and have 7 priests carrying trumpets in front of it." And he ordered the people, "Advance, march around the city with the armed guard going ahead of the ark of the Lord." When Joshua had spoken to the people, the 7 priests carrying the 7 trumpets before the Lord went forward, blowing their trumpets, and the ark of the Lord's covenant followed them. The armed guard marched ahead of the priests who blew the trumpets, and the rear guard followed the ark. All this time the trumpets were sounding, but Joshua had commanded the people, "Do not give a war cry, do not raise your voices, do not say a word until the day I tell you to shout. Then shout." So he had the ark of the Lord carried around the city, circling it once. Then the people returned to camp and spent the night there. Joshua got up early the next morning, and the priests took up the ark of the Lord. The 7 priests carrying the 7 trumpets went forward, marching before the ark of the Lord and blowing the trumpets. The armed men went ahead of them, and the rear guard followed the ark of the Lord, while the trumpets kept sounding. So on the 2nd day, they marched around the city once and returned to the camp. They did this for 6 days. On the 7th day, they got up at daybreak and marched around the city 7 times in the same manner, except that on that day they circled the city 7 times. The 7th time around, when the priest sounded the trumpet blast, Joshua commanded the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given you this city. The city and all that is in it are to be devoted to the Lord. Only Rahab the prostitute and all who are with her in her house shall be spared, because she hid the spies we sent. But keep away from the devoted things, so that you will not bring about your own destruction by taking any of them. Otherwise, you will make the camp of Israel liable to destruction and bring trouble on it." All the silver and gold and the articles of bronze and iron are sacred to the Lord and must go into his treasury. When the trumpet sounded, the people shouted, and at the sound of the trumpet, when the people gave a loud shout, the wall collapsed. So every man charged straight in, and they took the city. They devoted the city to the Lord and destroyed with the sword everything, every living thing in it, men and women, young and old, cattle, sheep, and donkeys. Joshua said to the two men who had spied out the land, "Go into the prostitute's house and bring her out, and all who belong to her, in accordance with your oath to her." So the young men who had done the spying went in and brought out Rahab, her father and mother and brothers, and all who belonged to her. They brought out her entire family and put them in a place outside the camp of Israel. Then they burned the whole city and everything in it. But they put the silver and gold and articles of bronze and iron into the treasury of the Lord's house. But Joshua spared Rahab, the prostitute, with her family and all who belonged to her, because she hid the men Joshua had sent as spies to Jericho. And she lives among the Israelites to this day. At that time, Joshua pronounced the solemn oath, "Cursed before the Lord is the man who undertakes to rebuild this city Jericho. At the cost of his firstborn son will he lay its foundations. At the cost of his youngest will he set up its gates." So the Lord was with Joshua, and his fame spread throughout the land. Chapter 7. But the Israelites acted unfaithfully in regard to the devoted things. Achan, son of Carmi, the son of Zimri, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took some of them. And so the Lord's anger burned against Israel. Now Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is near Beth Aven, to the east of Bethel, and told them, "Go up and spy out the region." So the men went up and spied out Ai. When they returned to Joshua, they said, "Not all the people will have to go up against Ai. Send 2,000 or 3,000 men to take it, and do not weary all the people, for only a few men are there." So about 3,000 men went up. But they were routed by the men of Ai, who killed about 36 of them. They chased the Israelites from the city gate as far as the stone quarries and struck them down on the slopes. At this, the hearts of the people melted and became like water. Then Joshua tore his clothes, fell face down on the ground before the ark of the Lord, remaining there till evening. The elders of Israel did the same and sprinkled dust on their heads. And Joshua said, "O sovereign Lord, why did you ever bring this people across the Jordan to deliver us into the hands of the Amorites to destroy us? If only we had been content to stay on the other side of the Jordan. O Lord, what can I say now that Israel has been routed by the enemy? The Canaanites and the other people of the country will hear about this, and they will surround us and wipe out our name from the earth. What then will you do? Will you do for your own great name?" The Lord said to Joshua, "Stand up. What are you doing down on your face? Israel has sinned. They have violated my covenant, which I commanded them to keep. They have taken some of the devoted things they have stolen. They have lied, and they have put them in their own possessions. That is why the Israelites cannot stand against their enemies. They turn their backs and run because they have been made liable to destruction. I will not be with you any more unless you destroy whatever among you is devoted to destruction. Go consecrate the people. Tell them, consecrate yourselves in preparation for tomorrow. For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. That which is devoted is among you, O Israel. You cannot stand against your enemies until you remove it. In the morning, present yourself tribe by tribe. The tribe that the Lord takes shall come forward, clan by clan. The clan that the Lord takes shall come forward, family by family, and the family that the Lord takes shall come forward, man by man. He who is caught with the devoted things shall be destroyed by fire, along with all that belongs to him. He has violated the covenant of the Lord and has done a disgraceful thing in Israel. Early the next morning, Joshua had Israel come forward, tribes by tribes, and Judah was taken. The clans of Judah came forward, and he took the Zerahites. He had the clan of the Zerahites come forward by families, and Zimri was taken. Joshua had his family come forward, man by man, and Achan, son of Carmi, the son of Zimri, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah was taken. Then Joshua said to Achan, "My son, give glory to the Lord, the God of Israel, and give him the praise. Tell me what you have done. Do not hide it from me." Achan replied, "It is true. I have sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel. This is what I have done. When I saw in the plunder a beautiful robe from Babylonia, 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold weighing 50 shekels, I coveted them and took them. They are hidden in the ground inside my tent, with the silver underneath." So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran to the tent, and there it was, hidden in his tent with the silver underneath. They took the things from the tent, brought them to Joshua and all the Israelites, and spread them out before the Lord. Then Joshua, together with all Israel, took Achan, son of Zerah, the silver, the robe, the gold wedge, his sons and daughters, his cattle, donkeys and sheep, his tent, and all that he had, to the valley of Achor. Joshua said, "Why have you brought this trouble on us? The Lord will bring trouble on you today." Then all Israel stoned him, and after they had stoned the rest, they burned them. Over Achan they heaped up a large pile of rocks, which remains to this day. Then the Lord turned from his fierce anger. Therefore, that place has been called the Valley of Achor ever since. Chapter 8. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. Take the whole army with you and go up and attack Ai. For I have delivered into your hands the king of Ai, his people, his city, and his land. You shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king, except that you may carry off the plunder and livestock for yourselves. Set an ambush behind the city." So Joshua and the whole army moved out to attack Ai. He chose 30,000 of his best fighting men and sent them out at night with these orders: "Listen carefully. You are to set an ambush behind the city. Don't go very far from it. All of you will be on alert. I and all those with me will advance on the city, and when the men come out against us, as they did before, we will flee from them. They will pursue us until we have lured them away from the city, for they will say, 'They are running away from us,' as they did before. So when we flee from them, you are to rise up from the ambush and take the city. The Lord your God will give it into your hand. When you have taken the city, set it on fire. Do what the Lord has commanded. See to it. You have my orders." Then Joshua sent them off, and they went to the place of the ambush and lay in wait between Bethel and Ai, to the west of Ai. But Joshua spent that night with the people. Early the next morning, Joshua mustered his men, and he and the leaders of Israel marched before them to Ai. The entire force that was with him marched up and approached the city and arrived in front of it. They set up camp north of Ai, with the valley between them and the city. Joshua had taken about 5,000 men and set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai, to the west of the city. They had the soldiers take up their positions, all those in the camp to the north of the city, and the ambush to the west of it. That night Joshua went into the valley. When the king of Ai saw this, he and all his men of the city hurried out early in the morning to meet Israel in battle at a certain place overlooking the Arabah. But he did not know that an ambush had been set against him behind the city. Joshua and all Israel let themselves be driven back before them, and they fled toward the desert. All the men of Ai were called to pursue them, and they pursued Joshua and were lured away from the city. Not a man remained in Ai or Bethel who did not go after Israel. They left the city open and went in pursuit of Israel. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Hold out toward Ai the javelin that is in your hand, for into your hand I will deliver the city." So Joshua held out his javelin toward Ai. As soon as he did this, the men in the ambush rose quickly from their position and rushed forward. They entered the city and captured it and quickly set it on fire. The men of Ai looked back and saw the smoke of the city rising against the sky, but they had no chance to escape in any direction, for the Israelites, who had been fleeing toward the desert, had turned back against their pursuers. For when Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city and that smoke was going up from the city, they turned around and attacked the men of Ai. The men of the ambush also came out of the city against them, so that they were caught in the middle with the Israelites on both sides. Israel cut them down, leaving them neither survivors nor fugitives. But they took the king of Ai alive and brought him to Joshua. When Israel had finished killing all the men of Ai in the fields and in the desert where they had chased them, and when every one of them had been put to the sword, all the Israelites returned to Ai and killed those who were in it. 12,000 men and women fell that day, all the people of Ai. For Joshua did not draw back the hand that held out his javelin until he had destroyed all who lived in Ai. But Israel did carry off for themselves the livestock and plunder of the city, as the Lord had instructed Joshua. So Joshua burned Ai and made it a permanent heap of ruins, a desolate place to this day. He hung the king of Ai on a tree and left him there until evening. At sunset, Joshua ordered them to take his body from the tree and throw it down at the entrance of the city gate, and they raised a large pile of rocks over it, which remains to this day. And Joshua built on Mount Ebal the altar to the Lord, the God of Israel. As Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded the Israelites, he built it according to what is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones on which no iron tool has been used. On it they offered to the Lord burnt offerings and sacrificed fellowship offerings. There, in the presence of the Israelites, Joshua copied on the stones the law of Moses, which he had written. All Israel, aliens and citizens alike, with their elders, officials, and judges, were standing on both sides of the ark of the covenant of the Lord, facing those who carried it. The priests who were Levites, half of the people stood in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had formerly commanded when he gave instructions to bless the people of Israel. Afterward, Joshua read all the words of the law, the blessings and the curses, just as it is written in the book of the law. There was not a word of all that Moses had commanded that Joshua did not read to the whole assembly of Israel, including the women and children and the aliens who lived among them. Chapter 9. Now when all the kings west of the Jordan heard about these things, those in the hill country, in the western foothills, and along the entire coast of the Great Sea as far as Lebanon, the kings of the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, they came together to make war against Joshua and Israel. However, when the people of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, they resorted to a ruse. They went as a delegation whose donkeys were loaded with worn-out sacks and old wineskins cracked and mended. The men put worn and patched sandals on their feet and worn-out old clothes. All the bread of their food supply was dry and moldy. Then they went to Joshua in the camp at Gilgal and said to him and the men of Israel, "We have come from a distant country. Make a treaty with us." The men of Israel said to the Hivites, "But perhaps you live near us. How can we make a treaty with you?" "We are your servants," they said to Joshua. But Joshua asked, "Who are you and where do you come from?" They answered, "Your servants have come from a very distant country because of the fame of the Lord your God, for we have heard reports of him, all that he did in Egypt, and all that he did to the two kings of the Amorites east of the Jordan, Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who reigned in Ashtaroth. And our elders and all those living in our country said to us, 'Take provisions for your journey, go and meet them and say to them, we are your servants, make a treaty with us.' This bread of ours was warm when we packed it at home on the day we left to come to you, but now see how dry and moldy it is. And these wineskins that we filled were new, but see how cracked they are, and our clothes and sandals are worn out by the very long journey." The men of Israel sampled their provisions, but did not inquire of the Lord. Then Joshua made a treaty of peace with them and let them live, and the leader of the assembly ratified it by oath. 3 days after they had made the treaty with the Gibeonites, the Israelites heard that they were neighbors living near them. So the Israelites set out, and on the 3rd day came to their cities, Gibeon, Kephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath-jearim. But the Israelites did not attack them, because the leaders of the assembly had sworn an oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. The whole assembly grumbled against the leaders. But all the leaders answered, "We have given them our oath by the Lord, the God of Israel. We cannot touch them now. This is what we will do to them. We will let them live so that wrath will not fall on us for breaking the oath we swore to them." They continued, "Let them live, but let them be woodcutters and wood carriers for the entire community." So the leaders' promise to them was kept. Then Joshua summoned the Gibeonites and said, "Why did you deceive us by saying we live a long way from you, while actually you live near us? You are now under a curse. You will never cease to serve as woodcutters and wood carriers for the house of my God." They answered Joshua, "Your servants were clearly told how the Lord your God had commanded his servant Moses to give you the whole land and to wipe out all its inhabitants from before you. So we feared for our lives because of you, and that is why we did this. We are now in your hands. Do to us whatever seems good and right to you." So Joshua saved them from the Israelites, and they did not kill them. That day he made the Gibeonites woodcutters and water carriers for the community and for the altar of the Lord at the place the Lord would choose. And that is what they are to this day. Chapter 10. Now Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, heard that Joshua had taken Ai and totally destroyed it, doing to Ai and its king as he had done to Jericho and its king, and that the people of Gibeon had made a treaty of peace with Israel and were living near them. He and his people were very much alarmed at this because Gibeon was an important city, like one of the royal cities. It was larger than Ai, and all its men were good fighters. So Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, appealed to Hoham, king of Hebron, Piram, king of Jarmuth, Japhia, king of Lachish, and Debir, king of Eglon. "Come up and help me attack Gibeon," he said, "because it has made peace with Joshua and the Israelites." Then the 5 kings of the Amorites, the kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon, joined forces. They moved up with all their troops and took up position against Gibeon and attacked it. The Gibeonites then sent word to Joshua in the camp at Gilgal, "Do not abandon your servants. Come up to us quickly and save us. Help us, because all the Amorite kings from the hill country have joined forces against us." So Joshua marched up from Gilgal with his entire army, including all the best fighting men. The Lord said to Joshua, Do not be afraid of them. I have given them into your hand. Not one of them will be able to withstand you." After an all-night march from Gilgal, Joshua took them by surprise. The Lord threw them into confusion before Israel, who defeated them in a great victory at Gibeon. Israel pursued them along the road going up to Beth Horon and cut them down all the way to Azekah and Makkedah. As they fled before Israel on the road down from Beth Horon to Azekah, the Lord hurled large hailstones down on them from the sky, and more of them died from the hailstones than were killed by the swords of the Israelites. On the day the Lord gave the Amorites over to Israel, Joshua said to the Lord in the presence of Israel, "O sun, stand still over Gibeon. O moon, over the valley of Ajalon." So the sun stood still and the moon stopped till the nation avenged itself on its enemies, as it is written in the book of Jashar. The sun stopped in the middle of the sky and delayed going down about a full day. There has never been a day like it before or since, a day when the Lord listened to a man. Surely the Lord was fighting for Israel. Then Joshua returned with all Israel to the camp at Gilgal. Now the 5 kings had fled and hidden in the cave of Makkedah. When Joshua was told that the 5 kings had been found hiding in the cave at Makkedah, he said, "Roll large rocks up to the mouth of the cave and post some men there to guard it. But don't stop. Pursue your enemies, attack them from the rear, and don't let them reach their cities, for the Lord your God has given them into your hand." So Joshua and the Israelites destroyed them completely, almost to a man. But the few who were left reached their fortified cities. The whole army then returned safely to Joshua in the camp at Makkedah, and no one uttered a word against Israelites. Joshua said, "Open the mouth of the cave and bring those 5 kings out to me." So they brought the 5 kings out of the cave, the kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon. When they had brought these kings to Joshua, he summoned all the men of Israel and said to the army commanders who had come with him, "Come here and put your feet on the necks of these kings." So they came forward and placed their feet on their necks. Joshua said to them, "Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, be strong and courageous. This is what the Lord will do to all the enemies you are going to fight." Then Joshua struck and killed the kings and hung them on 5 trees, and they were left hanging on the trees until evening. At sunset, Joshua gave the order, and they took them down from the trees and threw them into the cave where they had been hiding. At the mouth of the cave, they placed large rocks, which are there to this day. That day, Joshua took Makkedah. He put the city and its king to the sword and totally destroyed everyone in it. He left no survivors, and he did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua and all Israel with him moved on from Makkedah to Libnah and attacked it. The Lord also gave that city and its king into Israel's hand. The city and everyone in it Joshua put to the sword. He left no survivors there. He did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua and all Israel with him moved on from Libnah to Lachish. He took up positions against it and attacked it. The Lord handed Lachish over to Israel, and Joshua took it on the 2nd day, the city and everyone in it, and he put it to the sword just as he had done it to Libnah. Meanwhile, Horam, king of Gezer, had come up to help Lachish, but Joshua defeated him and his army until no survivors were left. Then Joshua and all Israel with him moved on from Lachish to Eglon, and they took up positions against it and attacked it. They captured it, and the same day they put it to the sword and totally destroyed everyone in it, just as they had done to Lachish. Then Joshua and all Israel with him went up from Eglon to Hebron and attacked it. They took the city and put it to the sword together with its king, its villages, and everyone in it. They left no survivors. Just as at Eglon, they totally destroyed it and everyone in it. Then Joshua and all Israel with him turned around and attacked Debir. They took the city, its king, and its villages, and put them to the sword. Everyone in it they totally destroyed. They left no survivors. They did to Debir and its kings as they had done to Libnah and its king and to Hebron. So Joshua subdued the whole region, including the hill country, the Negev, the western foothills, and the mountain slopes, together with all their kings. He left no survivors. He totally destroyed all who breathed, just as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded. Joshua subdued them from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza, and from the whole region of Goshen to Gibeon. All these kings and their lands Joshua conquered in one campaign, because the Lord, the God of Israel, fought for Israel. Then Joshua returned with all Israel to the camp at Gilgal. Chapter 11. When Jabin, king of Hazor, heard of this, he sent word to Jobab, king of Madon, to the kings of Shimron and Akshaph, and to the northern kings who were in the mountains, in the Arabah south of Kinnereth, to the western foothills, and in Naphoth Dor on the west, to the Canaanites in the east and west, to the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, and Jebusites in the hill country, and to the Hivites below Hermon in the region of Mizpah. They came out with all their troops and a large number of horses and chariots, a huge army, as numerous as the sand on the seashore. All these kings joined forces and made camp together at the waters of Merom to fight against Israel. The Lord said to Joshua, "Do not be afraid of them, because by this time tomorrow I will hand all of them over to Israel, slain. You are to hamstring their horses and burn their chariots." So Joshua and his whole army came against them suddenly at the waters of Merom and attacked them, and the Lord gave them into the hand of Israel. They defeated them and pursued them all the way to Greater Sidon, to Misrephoth Maim, and to the valley of Mizpah on the east, until no survivors were left. Joshua did to them as the Lord had directed. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots. At that time Joshua turned back and had captured Hazor and put his king to the sword. Hazor had been the head of all these kingdoms. Everyone in it they put to the sword. They totally destroyed them, not sparing anything that breathed. He burned up Hazor itself. Joshua took all these royal cities and their kings and put them to the sword. He totally destroyed them, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded. Yet Israel did not burn any of the cities built on their mounds, except Hazor, which Joshua burned. The Israelites carried off for themselves all the plunder and livestock of these cities, but all the people they put to the sword until they completely destroyed them, not sparing any one that breathed. As the Lord commanded his servant Moses, so Moses commanded Joshua, and Joshua did it. He left nothing undone of all that the Lord commanded Moses. So Joshua took this entire land and the hill country, all the Negev, the whole region of Goshen, the western foothills, the Arabah, and the mountains of Israel, with their foothills, from Mount Halak, which rises towards Seir, to Baal Gad in the valley of Lebanon, below Mount Hermon. He captured all their kings and struck them down, putting them to death. Joshua waged war against all these kings for a long time, except for the Hivites living in Gibeon. Not one city made a treaty of peace with the Israelites, who took them all in battle. For it was the Lord himself who hardened their hearts to wage war against Israel, so that he might destroy them totally, exterminating them without mercy, as the Lord had commanded Moses. At that time Joshua went and destroyed the Anakites from the hill country, from Hebron, Debir, Anab, from all the hill country of Judah, and from all the hill country of Israel. Joshua totally destroyed them and their towns. No Anakites were left in Israel. in Israelite territory. Only Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod did any. Only in Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod did any survive. So Joshua took the entire land, just as the Lord had directed Moses, and he gave it as an inheritance to Israel according to their tribal divisions. Then the land had rest from war. Joshua 12. These are the kings of the land whom the Israelites had defeated, and whose territory they took over east of the Jordan, from the Arnon Gorge to Mount Hermon, including all the eastern side of the Arabah. Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon. He ruled from the Aror on the rim of the Arnon Gorge, from the middle of the gorge to the Jabbok River, which is the border of the Ammonites. This included half of Gilead. He also ruled over the eastern Arabah, from the Sea of Kinnereth to the Sea of the Arabah, the Salt Sea, to Beth Jeshimoth, and then southward below the slopes of Pisgah, and the territory of Og, king of Bashan, one of the last of the Rephaites, who reigned in Ashtaroth and Edrei. He ruled over Mount Hermon, Salakah, and all the Bashan to the border of the people of Gesher and Makkah, and half of Gilead to the border of Sihon, king of Heshbon. Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the Israelites conquered them. And Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave their land to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh to be their possession. These are the kings of the land that Joshua and the Israelites conquered on the west side of the Jordan, from Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon to Mount Halak, which rises toward Seir. Their lands Joshua gave them as an inheritance to the tribes of Israel, according to their tribal divisions: the hill country, the western foothills, the Arabah, the mountain slopes, the desert, and the Negev, the lands of the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. The king of Jericho, the king of Ai near Bethel, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Jericho, one, the king of Ai near Bethel, one, the king of Jerusalem, one, the king of Hebron, one, the king of Jarmuth, one, the king of Lachish, one, the king of Eglon, one, the king of Gezer, one, the king of Debir, one, the king of Gader, one, the king of Hormah, one, the king of Arad, one, the king of Libnah, one, the king of Adullam, one, the king of Makkedah, one, the king of Bethel, one, the king of Tappuah, one, the king of Hepher, one, the king of Aphek, one, the king of Laksharon, one, the king of Madon, one, the king of Hazor, one, the king of Shimron, Meron, one, the king of Akshaph, one, the king of Tanakh, one, the king of Megiddo, one, the king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Jokneam in Carmel, 1. The king of Dor in Naphoth Dor, 1. The king of Goyim in Gilgal, 1. The king of Tirzah, 31 kings, 31 kings in all. Chapter 13. When Joshua was old and well advanced in years, the Lord said to him, "You are very old, and there are still very large areas of land to be taken over. This is the land that remains, all the regions of the Philistines and the Girgashites, or Geshurites, from the Shihor River to the east of Egypt to the territory of Ekron on the north. All of it counted as Canaanite, the territory of the 5 Philistine rulers in Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gath, and Ekron, that of the Avites. From the south, all the land of the Canaanites from Ara of the Sidonians as far as Aphek, the region of the Amorites, the area of the Gabalites, and all Lebanon to the east, from Gal-Gad below Mount Hermon to Lebo Hamath. As for the inhabitants of the mountain regions from Lebanon to Mishrephoth Maim, that is, all the Sidonians, I myself will drive them out before the Israelites. Be sure to allocate this land to Israel for an inheritance, as I have instructed you, and divide it as an inheritance among the 9 tribes and half tribe of Manasseh. Division of the land east of the Jordan. The other half of Manasseh, the Reubenites and the Gadites, had received the inheritance that Moses had given them east of the Jordan, as he, the servant of the Lord, had assigned it to them. It extended from Auror on the rim of the Arnon Gorge, and from the town in the middle of the gorge, and included the whole plateau of Medeba as far as Dibon, and all of the towns of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who ruled in Heshbon, out to the border of the Ammonites. It all included Gilead, the territory of the people of Geshur, and Makkah, all of Mount Hermon, and all Bashan as far as Salakah. That is, the whole kingdom of Og in Bashan, who had reigned in Ashtoreth and Edrei, and had survived as one of the last of the Rephaites. Moses had defeated them and taken over their land, but the Israelites did not drive out the people of Geshur and Makkah. So they continued to live among the Israelites to this day. But to the tribe of Levi, he gave no inheritance, since the offerings made by fire to the Lord, the God of Israel, are their inheritance, as he promised them. This is what Moses had given to the tribe of Reuben, clan by clan. The territory from Auror on the rim of the Arnon Gorge, from the town in the middle of the gorge, and the whole plateau past Medeba to Heshbon and all its towns on the plateau, including Dibon, Bamoth Baal, Beth Baal, Maon, Jahaz, Kedemoth, Mephath, Kiriathaim, Simma, Zerath Shahar on the hill in the valley, Beth Peor on the slopes of Pisgah, and Beth Jeshimoth, all the towns on the plateau, and the entire realm of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who ruled at Heshbon. Moses had defeated them, and the Midianite chiefs, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reva, princes allied with Sihon, who lived in that country. In addition to those slain in battle, the Israelites had put the sword to Balaam, son of Beor, who practiced divination. The boundary of the Reubenites was the bank of the Jordan. These towns and their villages were the inheritance of the Reubenites, clan by clan. This is what Moses had given to the tribe of Gad, clan by clan. The territory of Jazer, all the towns of Gilead, and half the Ammonite country as far as Auror near Rabbah, and from Heshbon to Ramath, Mizpah, and Betonim, and from Mahanaim to the territory of Debir, and In the valley, Beth Haram, Beth Nimrah, Sukkoth, and Zaphon, with the rest of the realm of Sihon, king of Heshbon. The east side of the Jordan, the territory up to the end of the Sea of Kinnereth. These towns and their villages were the inheritance of the Gadites, clan by clan. And this is what Moses had given to the half tribe of Manasseh, that is, half the family of the descendants of Manasseh, clan by clan. The territory extended from Mahanaim, and including all of Bashan, the entire realm of Og, king of Bashan, all the settlements of Jair in Bashan, 60 towns, half of Gilead, and Asheroth and Edrei, the royal cities of Og in Bashan. This was for the descendants of Machir, son of Manasseh, for half of the sons of Machir, clan by clan. And this is the inheritance Moses had given them when he was in the plains of Moab, across the Jordan, east of Jericho. But to the tribe of Levi, Moses had given no inheritance. The Lord, the God of Israel, is their inheritance, and as he promised them. Chapter 14. Now these are the areas the Israelites received as an inheritance in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest, Joshua son of Nun, and the heads of the tribal clans of Israel allotted to them. Their inheritances were assigned by lot to the 9.5 tribes as the Lord had commanded through Moses. Moses had granted the 2.5 tribes their inheritance east of the Jordan, but had not granted the Levites an inheritance among the rest, for the sons of Joseph had become 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim. The Levites received no share of the land, but only 2 towns to live in, with pasture lands for their flocks and herds. So the Israelites divided the land just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Now the men of Judah approached Joshua at Gilgal, and Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and the Kenizzite said to him, "You know what the Lord had said to Moses, the man of God, at Kadesh Barnea about you and me. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to explore the land, and I brought him back a report according to my convictions. But my brothers who went up with me made the hearts of the people melt with fear. I, however, followed the Lord my God wholeheartedly. So on that day Moses swore to me, the land on which your feet have walked, you will be your inheritance and that of your children forever, because you have followed the Lord my God wholeheartedly. Now then, just as the Lord promised, he has kept me alive for 45 years since the time he said this to Moses, while Israel moved about in the desert. So here I am today, 85 years old. I'm still as strong today as the day Moses sent me out. I'm just as vigorous to go out to battle now as I was then. Now give me this hill country, that the Lord promised me that day. You yourself heard then that the Anakites were there, and the cities were large and fortified, but the Lord helping me, I will drive them out, just as he said." Then Joshua blessed Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and gave him Hebron as his inheritance. So Hebron has belonged to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, ever since, because he followed the Lord, the God of Israel, wholeheartedly. Hebron used to be called Kiriath Arba, after Arba, who was the greatest man among the Anakites. Then the land had rest from war.
Joshua chapter 15. So this was the lot of the tribe of the children of Judah, according to their families. The border of Edom in the wilderness of Sin southward was the extreme southern boundaries. In their southern border began at the shore of the Salt Sea from the bay that faces southward. Then it went out to the southern side at the ascent of the Akraben, passed along to Zen, ascended on the south side of the Kadesh Barnea, passed along to the Heshron, went up to the Adar, and went around to Karka. From there it passed toward Asmon and went out to the brook of Egypt and the border ended of the sea. This shall be your southern border. The east border was the Salt Sea as far as the mouth of the Jordan. And the border on the northern quarter began at the bay of the sea at the mouth of the Jordan. The border went up to Beth Hogla and fast north of the Beth Araba, and the border went up to the stone of Buhan and the son of Reuben. Then the border went up toward Deber from the valley of Achor, and it turned northward and toward Gilgal, which is before the ascent of Adummim, which is on the south side of the valley. The border continued toward the water of En Sheme and ended at En Rogel. And the border went up by the valley of the son of Hinnom to the southern slope of the Jebusite city, which is Jerusalem. The border went up to the top in the mountain that lies before the valley in the Hinnom westward, which is the end of the valley of Ephraim northward. Then the border went around from the top of the hill to the fountain of the water of Nephtoah and extended to the cities of Mount Ephron. And the border went around to the Balaa, which is Kirja Yarim. Then the border turned westward from the Baala to Mount Seir, passed along to the side of Mount Jira. On the north, which is Shisalon, went down to the Beth Shema and passed on to Timnah. And the border went to the side of Ekron northward, and the border went around to Shekron, passed along to the Mount Balaa and extended to Chabnel. And the border ended at the sea. The west border was the coastline of the Great Sea. This is the boundary of the children of Judah all around according to their families. Now to Caleb and the son of Jephunneh, he gave a share among the children of Judah, according to the commandment of the Lord to Joshua, namely Kirjah Arba, which is Hebron. Arba was the father of Anak. Caleb drove out the three sons of Anak from there, Shishai, Ahimam, and Talmaiah, the children of Anak. Then he went up to the inhabitants of the Deber. Formerly the name of the Deber was Kirjath Sepher. And Caleb said, "He who attacks Kirjath Sepher and take it, to him I will give Achan, Aksa, my daughter, as wife." So Othniel, the son of Kenaz and the brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave him Aksa, his daughter, as a wife. Now it was so, when she came to him, that she persuaded him to ask her father for a plea. So she dismounted from her donkey, and Caleb said to her, "What do you wish?" She answered, "Give me a blessing, since you have given me a land. In the south, give me also spring of water." So he gave her the upper spring and the lower spring. This was the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Judah, according to their families. The cities at the limits of the tribe and the children of Judah toward the border of Edom. In the south were Kabzel, Eder, and Jaguar. Kena, Dimona, Ada, Kadesh, Hazor, Itnan, Zeb, Telem, Bialot, Azor, Hadata, Keriot, Heshron, which is Hazor, Amam, Shema, Molada, Azar, Gada, Heshmon, Betpele, Hazarswal, Beersheba, Bisjuthia, Baala, Ejim, Izem, Eltolad, Oshel, Horma, Siklag, Madama, Sansana, Liboat, Shilhem, Ain, and Ramon. All the cities are 29 with their villages. In the lowland, Ishtaol, Zora, Ashna, Zanoah, and Ganim, Tapoa, Inam, Jarmut, Adolam, Zukob, Asika, Sharim, Adithim, Gidara, and Gidoratim. 14 cities with their villages: Senan, Hadashah, Migdal-Gad, Dilan, Mispa, Joktel, Laish, Bosca, Eglon, Gabon, Lahmath, Kitles, Gedera, Bet, Dagon, Naaman, and Makeda. 16 cities with their villages: Libna, Ether, Ashan, Jephthah, Ashna, Nezeb, Kaila, Akseb, and Maresa. 9 cities with their villages: Ekron with its town and villages. From Ekron to the sea, all that lay near Ashdod with their villages. Ashdod with its town and village, Gaza with its town and village as far as the brook of Egypt in the Great Sea with its coastline. And in the mountain country, Shamer, Jatir, Zoko, Dana, Kirja, Shana, which is Diber, Ana, Ishtemo, Anem, Goshem, Holon, and Gelo, 11 cities with their village. Arab, Duma, Ishan, Jano, Vet, Tafoa, Apika, Humta, Kirja, Arba, which is Hebron, and Zor, 9 cities with their villages. Maon, Carmel, Zeb, Juta, Jezreel, Jokdem, Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah. 10 cities with their villages: Halul, Bitsor, Gedor, Maarat, Bet, Anot, and Eltico. 6 cities with their villages: Kerja Baal, which is Kerjat Jarim, and Rabbah, 2 cities with their villages. In the wilderness, Bet Araba, Medin, Sakaka, Nebzan, the city of Saul. And in Gedi, 6 cities with their villages. As for the Jebusite and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the children of Judah could not drive them out, but the Jebusites dwelled with the children of Judah at Jerusalem to this day. Joshua chapter 16. Then Lot fell to the children of Joseph from the Jordan by Jericho to the water of Jericho on the east to the wilderness that goes up from the Jericho through the mountains to Bethel. Then went out from Bethel to Luz, passed along to the border of the Achites at Ataroth, and went down westward to the boundary in Japhlet as far as the boundary of the lower Beth Horon to Jezer. it is ended at the sea. So the children of Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim took their inheritance. The border of the children of Ephraim, according to their families, with this. The border of their inheritance in the east side was Adar as far as Afar Bet Horon. And the border went toward to the sea in the north side of Meta. Then the border went around eastward to Tana, Shiloh, and passed by it on the east of Janoah. Then it went down from Janoah to Ataro and Naara, reached to Jericho, and come out at the Jordan. The border went out from Tappuah westward to the brook Kana and ended at the sea. This was the inheritance of the tribe of children of Ephraim, according to their families. The separate city for the children of Ephraim were among the inheritance of the children of Manasseh, all the cities and their villages. And they did not drive out the Canaanites who dwelt in the Gezer, but the Canaanites dwell among the Ephraimites to this day and have become forced laborers. Joshua chapter 17. There was also a lot for the tribe of Manasseh, for he was the firstborn of Joseph, namely for Machir, the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, because he was a man of war. Therefore, he was given Gilead and Bashan, and there was a lot for the rest of the children of Manasseh, according to their families, for the children of Abijah, and the children of Helek, and the children of Asriel, and the children of Shechem, and the children of Hefer, and the children of Shemidah. These were the male children of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, according to their families. But Zelophehad, the son of Hefer, and the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, and the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters, and these are the names of his daughter: Mahala, Noah, Hogla, Milcah, and Tersa. And they come near before Eleazar the priest, and before Joshua the son of Nun, and before the rulers, saying, The Lord commanded Moses to give us an inheritance among our brothers. Therefore, according to the commandments of the Lord, and he gave them an inheritance among their fathers and brothers. 10 share fell to Manasseh beside the land of Gilead and Bashan, which were on the other side of the Jordan. Because the daughter of Manasseh received the inheritance among his sons, and the rest of the Manasseh sons had the land of Gilead. And the territory of Manasseh was from Asher to Mikmetah, the lies east of Shechem, and the border went along south to the inhabitants of En Tappuah. Manasseh had the land of Tappuah, but Tappuah on the border of Manasseh belongs to the children of Ephraim. And the border descended to the brook Kana, southward to the brook. This city of Ephraim are among the city of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh was the north side of the brook and ended at the sea. Southward it was Ephraim, northward it was Manasseh, and the sea was its border. Manasseh territory was adjoining Asher on the north and Issachar on the east. And in Issachar and Asher, Manasseh had Beth Shean and its town, Ibleam and its town, the inhabitants of Dor, in its town, and inhabitants of Endor, in its town, and inhabitants of Taana, in its town, in the inhabitants of Megiddo, in its town, 3 hilly regions. Yet the children of Manasseh could not drive out the inhabitants of those cities, but the Canaanites were determined to dwell in the land. And it's happened when the children of Israel grow strong and they put the Canaanites to forced labor and did not utterly drive them out. Then the children of Joseph spoke to Joshua, saying, Why have you given us only one lot and one share to inherit, since we are the great people, inasmuch as the Lord has blessed us until now? So Joshua answered them, If you are a great people, then go up to the forest country and clear a place for yourself there in the land of the Perizzites and the giants, since the mountain of Ephraim are too confined for you. But the children of Joseph said, The mountains country is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites who dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron, both those who are of Bashan and its town, and those who are the valley of Jezreel. And Joshua spoke to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, saying, You are a great people and have great power. You shall not have only one lot, but the mountains country shall be yours. Although it is wooded, you shall cut down, and as farthest extent shall be yours. For you shall drive out the Canaanites through there, have their iron chariot and this and are strong. Joshua chapter 18. Now the whole congregation of the children of Israel assembled together to Shiloh and set up the tabernacle of meeting there. And the land was subdued before them. But there remained among the children of Israel 7 tribes which had not yet received their inheritance. Then Joshua said to the children of Israel, How long will you neglect to go and possess the land which the Lord God for your father has given you? Pick out from among you 3 men of each tribe, and I will send them. They shall rise and go through the land, survey according to their inheritance, and come back to me. And they shall divide it into 7 parts. Judah shall remain in their territory on the south, and the house of Joseph and shall remain in their territory on the north. You shall therefore survey the land in 7 parts and bring the survey here to me, that I may cast lots for you here before the Lord our God. But the Levites have no part among you, for the priesthood of the Lord is their inheritance, and Gad, Reuben, and half of the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan on the east, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave them. Then the men arose to go away, and Joshua charged those who went to survey the land, saying, Go, walk through the land and survey it, and come back to me, and I will make cast lots for you here before the Lord in Shiloh. So the men went past through the land and wrote the surveys in the book of 7 parts by city. They came to Joshua at the camp in Shiloh. Then Joshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before the Lord. And there Joshua divided the land to the children of Israel according to their division. Now the lot of the tribe of the children of Benjamin come up according to their families and the territory of their lots. Come out between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. Their border on the north side began at the Jordan, and the border went up to side to Jericho on the north, and went up through the mountains westward, and ended in the wilderness of Bethaven. The border went over from there towards Los, to the side of Los, which is Bethel, southward, and the border of descended to Ataro, Adarner and hill that lies on the south side of lower Beth Horon. Then the border extended around to the west side to the south from the hill that lies before Beth Horon southward and ended at Kirja Baal, which is Kirjat Harim, a city of children of Judah. This was the west side. The south side began at the end of the Kirjat Harim at the border extended on the west and went out to the spring of the waters of Neptoah. Then the border came down to the end of mountain and lies before the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is the valley of the Rephaim. On the north descended to the valley of Hinnom. To the side of the Jebusite city on the south of descended to the Enrogel. And it went around from the north, went out in Shemesh and extended toward Gelilot, which is before the ascent of Adomim, and descended to the stone of Buhan, the son of Reuben. Then it passed along toward the north side of the Arabah and went down to Arabah. And the border passed along to the north side of Beth Hogla. Then the border ended to the north bay of the Salt Sea. At the south end of the Jordan, this was the southern boundaries. The Jordan was its border in the east side. This was the inheritance of the children of Benjamin, according to its boundaries all around, according to their families. Now the city of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, according to their families, were Jericho, Beth Hogla, Emek, and Keshes. Beth Araba, Zimarim, Bethel, Abim, Para, Ophrah, Shifar, Hamoni, Ophni, and Gaba, 12 cities with their villages. Gibeon, Ramah, Beerot, Mizpah, Shipera, Moza. Rechem, Erfel, Tarala, Shelah, Elef, Jivos, which is Jerusalem, Jiba, and Kirjat, 14 cities with their villages. This was the inheritance of the children of Benjamin, according to their families. Joshua chapter 19. The second lot came out to the Simeon for the tribe of the children of Simeon according to their families and their inheritance was within inheritance of the children of Judah. They had their inheritance Beersheba, Sheba, Molada, Hazar, Joal, Bala, Isrim, Elolad, Bethol, Horma, Siklag, Beth Makabo, Hazar, Zuza, Beth Liboa, and Sharuben, 13 cities and their villages. En Remo, Ether, and Ashan, 4 cities, their villages, and all the villages that were all around this city as far as Bahala, Ber, Ramah, or the south. This was the inheritance of the tribe of children of Simeon according to their families. The inheritance of the children of Simeon was included in the share of the children of Judah. For the share of the children of Judah was too much for them. Therefore, the children of Simeon had their inheritance within the inheritance of the people, that people. The third lot came out for the children of Zebulun, according to their families, and the border their inheritance was as far as Sarid. Their border went toward the west, and to Marala went to Dabashet and extended along the brook that is east of Joknea. Then from Zared it went eastward toward the sunrise along the border of Chrisloth, Tabor, and went out toward Debarah by passing Japhia, and from there it passed along the east of Gath Heper toward Et Gazen and extended to Rimmon, which border on Nea. Then the border went around on the north side of the Hanaton, and it ended to the valley of Jipal El, included were Katab, Nahalal, Shimnon, Idala, and Bethlehem. 12 cities were their villages. This was the inheritance of the children of Zebulun according to their families, the cities with their villages. The fourth lot come out the Issachar for the children of Issachar according to their families. And their territories went to Jezreel and included Shisholo, Shunem, Haprem, Shion, Anahara, Rabet, Kishon, Abish, Reme, and Ganim, Enhada, and Bethphazeh. And the border reached to Tabor, Shahazima, and Beth Shemesh. Their border ended at the Jordan. 16 cities with their villages. This was the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Ashakar, according to their families in the city, their villages. The fifth lot came out from the tribe of children of Asher, according to their families, in their territory included Helka, Hale, Beten, Akapa, Alamelech, Amad, and Michal, is reached to Mount Carmel, westward along the brook Shihor, Libnah. It turned toward the sunrise to Beth Dagon, and it reached in Zebulun in the valley of Jephthahel. Then northward beyond Beth Emek and Neiel, bypassing Kabul, which was on the left, including Hebron, Rehob, Hammon, and Cana as far as Greater Sidon. And the border turned to Ramah and to the fortified city of Tyre. Then the border turned to Huza and ended at the sea by the region of Ashem. Also, Oma, Aphik, and Rehob were included, 22 cities, their villages. This was the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Asher according to their families. This city were their villages. The sixth lot come out to the children of Naphtali, for the children of Naphtali according to their families. And their border began to the Helep, enclosing the territory from the Terebed tree in Sahanenim, Adame, Nekeb, and Jabnel, as far as Lakom. It ended in the Jordan. From Helep, the border extended westward as Asnot Tabor, and went out from there toward Hukok. It adjoined Zebulun on the south side and Asher and the west side, and ended off at Judah by the Jordan toward the sunrise. And the fortified cities are Zidem, Zer, Hamat, Raka, Shinere, Adama, Rama, Azor, Kedis, Edrei, and Hazor. Aaron, Migdal, El, Horem, Bet Anna, and Bet Shime, 19 cities with their villages. This was the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, according to their families, the city, their villages. The seventh lot come out from the tribe of the children of Dan, according to their families. In the territory of their inheritance was Sora, Estaol, Elshemise, Shahalabim, Ajalon, Jirla, Elon, Timna, Ekron, Eltike, Jiviton, Baalat, Jihod, Bene, Berak, Gat, Remnon. Me Charcon and Rakon with the region near Joppa. And the border of the children of Dan went beyond this because the children of Dan went up to fight Leshem and took it, and they struck it with the edge of the swords, took possession of it, and dwelt it. They called Leshem Dan after the name of Dan their father. This is the inheritance of the tribe of Israel, done according to their families. This city with their villages. When they had made end of dividing the land and inheritance according to their border, the children of Israel gave an inheritance among them to Joshua the son of Nun. According to the word of the Lord, they gave him the city which asked for Timnah, Zerah, and the mountains of Ephraim, and he built the city it dwelt in. These were the inheritance with Eleazar, the priest, Joshua the son of Nun, and head of the father of the tribes of the children of Israel, divided as an inheritance by lot and Shiloh before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. So they made an end of dividing the country. Joshua chapter 20. The Lord also spoke to Joshua, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, Appoint for yourselves cities of refuge, of which I spoke to you through Moses, that the slayer who kills a person accidentally or unintentionally may flee there, and they shall be your refuge from the avenger of blood. And when he flee to one of those cities and stand at the entrance of the gate of the city and declares his case in the hearing of the elders of the city, they shall take him into the city as one of them and give him a place that he may dwell among them. Then if the avenger of the blood pursue him, they shall not deliver the slayer into his hand, because he struck his neighbor unintentionally, but he did not hate him beforehand. And he shall dwell in the city until the stand before the congregation for judgment, and until the death of the one who is high priest. In those days, then the slayer may return, and he come to his own city and his own house, to the city from which he fled. So they appointed Kedesh in Galilee, in the mountains of Naphtali, Shechem in the mountains of Ephraim, and the Kirjah, Arba, which is Hebron, in the mountains of Judah. And on the other side of the Jordan, by Jericho, eastward by the assigned Bezer and the wilderness on the plain, from the tribe of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead from the tribe of Gad, in Golan in the Bashan from the tribe of Manasseh. These were the cities appointed all the children of Israel, and for the stranger who dwelt among them, that whoever killed a person accidentally might flee there and not die by the hand of the avenger of blood until he stood before the congregation. Joshua chapter 21. Then the heads of the father house of the Levites came near to Eleazar the priest, to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the father house of the tribes of the children of Israel. And they spoke to them as at Shiloh on the land of Canaan, saying, The Lord commanded through Moses to give us city to dwell in, with their common lands for our livestock. So the children of Israel gave to the Levites from their inheritance at the commandments of the Lord this city in their common lands. Now the lot come out from the families of the Kohathites, and the children of Aaron and the priests who were of the Levites had 13 cities by lot from the tribe of Judah, from the tribe of Simeon, and from the tribe of Benjamin. And the rest of the children of Kohath had 10 cities by lot from the families of the tribe of Ephraim, from the tribe of Dan, and from the half tribe of Manasseh. And the children of Gershon had 13 cities by lot, and from the family of the tribe of Issachar. From the tribe of Asher, from the tribe of Naphtali, and from the half tribe of Manasseh and Bashan. The children of Merari, according to their families, had 12 cities from the tribe of Reuben, and the tribe of Gad from the tribe of Zebulun. And the children of Israel gave this city with their common lands by lot, and Levites to the Lord had commandment by the hand of Moses. So they gave from the tribe of the children of Judah and from the tribe of the children of Simeon this city which are designated by name, which were for the children of Aaron, one of the family of Kahutites, who were the children of Levi, for the lot was there first. And they gave them Kirjath Arba. Arba was the father of Anak, which is Hebron, the mountain of Judah, which is the common land of surrounding it. But the fields of the city and its villages they gave to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, as his possession. Thus to the children of Aaron and the priests they gave Hebron, which is common land, a city of refuge for the slayer. Libnah, which is common land. Chater, with its common land. Istimoa, which is common land. Holon, which is common land. Diver, which is common land. And with its common land. Juttah, which is common land, and Beth Shemesh, which is common land, and 9 cities from these 2 tribes. And from the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon, which is common land, Giva, which is common land. Anato, which is common land, and Almon, which is common land, 4 cities. All the cities of the children of Aaron and priests were 13 cities with their common lands. And the families of the children of Kohath and the Levites and the rest of the children of Kohath, even they had the city of their lot from their tribe of Ephraim. For they gave them Shechem, which is common land in the mountains of Ephraim, a city of refuge for the slayer. Gezer with the common land, Kibzaim with its common land, and Beth Horon with its common land, 4 cities. And from the tribe of Dan, Eltike, its common land, Gibeton with its common land. Ajalon, which is common land, and Gad Remno with its common land, 4 cities. And from the half tribe of Manasseh, Tanak with its common land, and Gad Rimmon with its common land, 2 cities. All of the 10 cities with their common lands were for the rest of the families of the children of Kohath. Also to the children of the Gershon of the family of the Levites from Golan, the Bashan with its common land, a city of refuge from the slayer, and Istera, which is common land, 2 cities. And from the tribe of Issachar, Jarmuth with its common land, and En-Ganim with its common land, 4 cities. And from the tribe of Asher, Michal with its common land, and Abdon with its common land, Helka with its common land, and Rehob with its common land, and 4 cities. And from the tribe of Naphtali, Kedes and Galilee. with its common land, a city of refuge for the slayer, Hamoth Dor, with its common land, and Kartan, with its common land, 3 cities. All the city of the Geshonites, according to their families, were 13 cities, with their common lands, and to the families of the children of Merari, the rest of the Levites from the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneah, with its common land, Karta with its common land, Dimna with its common land, and Nahalal with its common land, 4 cities. And from the tribe of Reuben, Bezer with its common land, Jahaz with its common land, Kedemot with its common land, and Mepha with its common land, 4 cities. And from the tribe of Gad, Ramoth and Gilead with its common land, a city of refuge for the slayer. Mehanim with its common land, Hesbon with its common land, and Jazer with its common land, 4 cities in all. So, all the cities for the children of Merari, according to their families, the rest of the families of Levites, were by their lot 12 cities. All the cities of Levites within the possession of the children of Israel were 48 cities with their common lands. 41 of the city had its common land surrounding it. Thus were all this city. So the Lord gave to Israel all the land of which he had sworn to give their fathers, and they took possession of it and dwelt in it. The Lord gave them rest all around, according to all that he had sworn to their fathers, and not a man of all their enemies stood against them. The Lord delivered all their enemies into their hand. Not a word failed. Any good things which is the Lord had spoken to the house of Israel, all come to pass. Joshua chapter 22. Then Joshua called the Reubenites, the Gadites, and half of the tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have kept all the Moses, the servant of the Lord, command you, and have obeyed my voice in all that I command you. You have not left your brethren these many days, up to this day, but have kept the charge of the commandment of the Lord your God. And now the Lord your God has given rest to your brethren, as he promised them. Now therefore return and go to your tent and to the land of your possession, which Moses and the servant of the Lord gave you on the other side of the Jordan. But take careful heed to do the commandments of the law which Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his way, to keep his commandment, to hold fast to him, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. So Joshua blessed them and sent them away, and they went their tent. Now to half the tribe of Manasseh, Moses had given a position in Bashan, but to the other half of Joshua gave a position among their brethren. On these sides of the Jordan, westward, and ended when Joshua sent them away to their tents, he blessed them, and spoke to them, saying, Return with much riches to your tent, with very much livestock, with silver, with gold, with bronze, with iron, and with very much clothing. Divide the spoil of your enemies with your brethren. So the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and half of the tribe of Manasseh returned and departed from the children of Israel at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan, to go to the country of Gilead, to the land of their possession, which they had obtained according to the word of the Lord by the hand of Moses. And when they come to the region of Jordan, which is in the land of Canaan, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad in the half of the tribe of Manasseh built an altar there by the Jordan, a great impressive altar. Now the children of Israel heard someone say, Behold, the children of Reuben, the children of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh have built an altar on the frontier of the land of Canaan in the region of the Jordan, on the children of Israel's side. And when the children of Israel heard of it, the whole congregation of the family of Israel gathered together at the Shiloh to go to war against them. When the children of Israel sent Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, and the priest of children of Reuben to the children of Gad, and half of the tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead, and with him 10 rulers, one ruler each from the sheep house of every tribe of Israel, and each one was the head of the house of his father among the division of Israel. Then they come to the children of Reuben, to the children of Gad, and the half of the tribe of Manasseh to the land of Gilead. And they spoke with them, saying, Thus say the whole congregation of the Lord, what trickery is this, that you have committed against the God of Israel to turn away this day from following the Lord, in that you have built for yourselves an altar, that you might rebel this day against the Lord. Is the iniquity of Peor not enough for us, from which we are not cleansed till this day? Although there was a plague in the congregation of the Lord, but that you must turn away this day from the following of the Lord. And it shall be, if you rebel today against the Lord, that tomorrow he will be angry with the whole congregation of Israel. Nevertheless, of the land of your possession is unclean, then cross over to the land of possession of the Lord, where the Lord tabernacle stand, and take possession among us, but do not rebel against the Lord, nor rebel against us, building yourself as an altar beside the altar of the Lord our God. Did not Achan, the son of Sarah, commit a trespass in the accursed thing, and wrath fell on all the congregation of Israel? And that man did not perish alone in his iniquity. Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh answered and said to the beads of division of Israel, The Lord God of gods, the Lord God of gods, he knows, and he leads Israel itself know. If it is in rebellion, or if it's rich trickery against the Lord, do not save us this day. If we have built ourselves as an altar to turn from the following the Lord, or if to offer on its burnt offering or grain offerings, or if to offer peace offering on it, let the Lord himself require an account. But in fact, we have done it for fear, for a reason, saying, In time to come, your descendant may speak to our descendants, saying, What have you to do with the Lord God of Israel? For the Lord has made the Jordan a border between you and us. You children of Reuben and the children of Gad, you have no part in the Lord. Your descendants would make our descendants cease fearing the Lord. Therefore, we said, Let us now prepare and build ourselves an altar, nor for burnt offering, nor for sacrifice, but that it may be a witness between you and us in our generation after us, that we may perform in service of the Lord before him with our burnt offering, with our sacrifice, and with our peace offering, and that descendants may not say to our descendants in time to come, You have no part in the Lord. Therefore, we said that it will be when they say this to us, to our congregation, in time to come, that we may say, here is the replica of the altar of the Lord, which our father made through not for burnt offering nor for sacrifice, but it was a witness between you and us. Far be it from us that we should rebel against the Lord and turn from the following the Lord this day to build an altar to for burnt offering, for offering, for grain offering, or from sacrifice beside the altar of the Lord's our God, which is before his tabernacle. Now, when Phinehas and the priests and the rulers of the congregation and heads of the division of Israel who were with him heard the words of the children of Reuben, the children of Gad, and the children of Manasseh spoke, it pleased them. Then Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, said to the children of Reuben, the children of Gad, and the children of Manasseh, this day they perceive that the Lord is among us, because you have not committed this trickery against the Lord. Now you have delivered the children of Israel out of the hand of the Lord. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, and the priesthood rulers returned to the children of Reuben and the children of Gad with the land of Gilead, to the land of Canaan, to the children of Israel, and brought back word to them. So the thing pleased, and the children of Israel and the children of Israel blessed God. Blessed God. They spoke no more going against them in battle to destroy in the land where the children of Israel, Reuben and Gad dwell. The children of Reuben and the children of Gad called the altar witness, for it is a witness between us the Lord. Now it came to pass a long time after the Lord had given rest to Israel from all their enemies round about, that Joshua was old, advanced in age. And Joshua called for all the Israel, for their elders, for their heads, for their judges, and for their officer, and said to them, I am old, advanced in age. You have seen all the Lord your God has done to all this nation, because you, for the Lord your God is he who has fought for me. See, I have divided to you by lot this nation, and remain to the inheritance for your tribe from the Jordan, with all the nation that I have cut off as far as the great sea westward. And the Lord your God will expel them from before you, drive them from your sight. So you shall possess their land, as the Lord your God promised you. Therefore, be very courageous to keep and to do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, lest you turn aside from it to right hand or to the left. Unless you are go among this nation, these who are main in among you. You shall not make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause anyone to swear by them. You shall not serve them, nor bow down to them. But you shall hold fast to the Lord your God, as you have done to this day. For the Lord has driven out from before you great and strong nation, but as for you, no one has been able to stand against you to this day. One man of you shall chase 1,000 for the Lord your God. He is who fights for you, and he promised you. Therefore, take careful heed to yourself that you have the Lord your God, or else, if indeed you do back and cling to the remnant of this nation, this does remain among you, and make marriage with them, and go it to them, they to you. Now, for certain that the Lord your God will no longer drive out this nation from before you, but they shall be snare and traps to you, and scourge on your side and thorn in your eyes, until perish from this good land, which is the Lord your God has given you. Go into the way of all the earth, and you know all in all your hearts, in all your souls, that no one thing has failed of all the good things which the Lord your God spoke concerning you, in all have come to pass for you. Not one word of them has failed. Therefore, it shall come to pass that as all the good things have come upon you, which the Lord your God promised you, so the Lord will bring upon you all harmful things until he has destroy you from this good land which the Lord God has given you. When you have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which is the commandment, you have gone and served other gods and bowed down to them, when the anger of the Lord will turn against you, and you shall be perished quickly from the good land which has given you. Joshua chapter 24. Then Joshua gathered all the tribe of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel, for their heads, for their judges, and for their officers, and they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said to all the people, "Thus says the Lord God of Israel, your father is including Terah, the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, dwelt in the other side of the river in old times, and there served other gods. Then I took your father Abraham from the other side of the river, lead him through out all the land of Canaan, and multiply his descendants, and gave him Isaac. To Isaac I gave Jacob, and Esau to Esau I gave the mountains of Seir to pass by, but Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. Also I sent Moses and Aaron, and I plucked Egypt according to what I did among them. Afterward I brought you out. Then I brought your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the sea, and Egyptians pursued your fathers with chariot and horsemen to the Red Sea. So they carried out to the Lord, and he put darkness between you and the Egyptian, brought the sea upon them, and covered them. And your eyes saw what I did in Egypt. Then you dwelt in the wilderness a long time. And I brought you into the land of the Amorites, who dwelt in the other side of the Jordan, and they front with you. But I gave them into your hand, that you might possess their land, and I destroy from them from before you. Then Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose to make war against Israel, and sent the cold Balaam, the son of Bor, to curse you. But I would not listen to Balaam. Therefore, he continued to bless you, so I delivered you out of his hand. Then you went over the Jordan and come to Jericho, and the men of Jericho fought against you, also the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and Hittites, the Gergasite, and the Hivites, and the Jebusite, but I delivered them into your hand. I sent the hornet before you, which drove them out from before you, also the two kings of Amorites, but not with your sword or with your bow. bow. I have given you a land for which you did not labor, and cities which you did not build, and you dwell in them. You eat of the vineyards and olive groves which you did not plant. Now therefore fear the Lord, serve him in sincerity in the truth, and put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the river, and in Egypt serve the Lord. And if it seems evil to serve the Lord, choose for yourself this day whom you will serve, whether the gods which your father served that were on the other side, or in the river, or the gods of Amorites in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. So the people answered and said, far be it from us that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. For the Lord our God is who brought us and our fathers up out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, who did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way that we went all along the people, through whom we passed. And the Lord drove out from before us all the people, including the Amorites, who dwelt in the land. We also will serve the Lord, for he is our God. But Joshua said to the people, you cannot serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgression nor your sin. If you forsake the Lord and serve foreign gods, then he will turn and you harm and consume you. After he has done you good. And the people said to Joshua, no, but we will serve the Lord. So Joshua said to the people, you are witness against yourself that you have chosen the Lord for yourself to serve him. And they said, we are witness. Now therefore, he said, put away the foreign gods which are among you, and incline your heart to the Lord God of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, the Lord our God we will serve, and his voice we will obey. So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day, and made from them to statute and ordinance in Shechem. Then Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law. God, he took a large stone and set up there under the oak of that was the sanctuary of the Lord. And Joshua said to all the people, behold, this stone shall be a witness to us, for it has heard all the words of the Lord which he spoke to us. It shall other therefore a witness to you, lest you deny your God, depart each of his own inheritance. Now it come to pass after these things, that Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord God, died being 110 years old. And they buried him within the border of his inheritance up to Timnah Zerah, which is the mountains of Ephraim on the north side of Mount Gash. Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua, who had known all the works of the Lord which he had done for Israel. The bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel had brought up out of Egypt, they buried at Shechem in the plot of the ground, which Jacob had brought from the son of Hamor and the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of children, in which had become an inheritance of the children of Jacob. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, died. They buried him in a hill belonging to the Phinehas, his son, which was given to him in the mountain of Ephraim.
Juge, chapitre 1, chapter 1. Après la mort de Josué, les Israélites consultèrent l'Éternel en disant: Qui de nous montera le premier contre les Cananéens pour les attaquer? L'Éternel répondit: C'est Juda qui montera. Voici, j'ai livré le pays entre ses mains. Juda dit alors à son frère Siméon: Monte avec moi dans le pays qui m'est attribué par tirage au sort et nous combattrons les Cananéens. J'irai aussi avec toi dans celui qui t'est attribué. Et Siméon l'accompagna. Les hommes de Juda montèrent, et l'Éternel livra les Cananéens et les Phéréziens entre leurs mains. Ils bâtirent 10 000 hommes à Bézek. Ils y trouvèrent le roi Adoni-Bézek et l'attaquèrent, et ils battirent les Cananéens et les Phéréziens. Adoni-Bézek prit la fuite, mais ils le poursuivirent et le capturèrent, puis ils lui coupèrent les pouces des mains et des pieds. Adoni-Bézek dit: Il y avait 70 rois aux pouces des mains et des pieds coupés sous ma table. Dieu me rend ce que j'ai fait. On l'emmena à Jérusalem et il y mourut. Les Judéens attaquèrent Jérusalem et s'en emparèrent. Ils la frappèrent du tranchant de l'épée et mirent le feu à la ville. Ils descendirent ensuite pour combattre les Cananéens qui habitaient la montagne, la région du sud et la plaine. Ils marchèrent contre les Cananéens qui habitaient à Hébron, appelée autrefois Kirjat Arba, et bâtirent Séchaï, Ahiman et Talmaï. De là, ils marchèrent contre les habitants de Débir, qui s'appelait autrefois Kirjat Séfer. Caleb dit: Je donnerai ma fille Aksa pour femme à celui qui battra Kirjat Séfer et qui la prendra. Othniel, fils de Kénaz, le frère cadet de Caleb, s'en empara. Caleb lui donna alors sa fille Aksa pour femme. Dès son arrivée chez Othniel, elle le persuada de demander un champ à son père. Elle descendit de son âne et Caleb lui dit: Qu'as-tu? Elle lui répondit: Fais-moi un cadeau. En effet, tu m'as donné une terre située au sud, donne-moi aussi des sources d'eau. Et Caleb lui donna les sources supérieures et les sources inférieures. Les fils du Kénian, du beau-père de Moïse, montèrent avec les Judéens de la ville des palmiers jusque dans le désert de Juda, au sud d'Arad, et ils vinrent habiter parmi le peuple. Juda se mit en marche avec son frère Siméon, et ils battirent les Cananéens qui habitaient à Tséphat. Ils vouèrent la ville à la destruction, et on l'appela Horma. Juda s'empara encore de Gaza, d'Ascalon et d'Écron, chacune avec son territoire. L'Éternel fut avec Juda, qui se rendit maître de la montagne, mais il ne put chasser les habitants de la plaine parce qu'ils avaient des chars en fer. On donna Hébron à Caleb, comme l'avait dit Moïse, et il en chassa les 3 descendants d'Anak. Les Benjaminites ne chassèrent pas les Jébusiens qui habitaient à Jérusalem, et ceux-ci ont habité jusqu'à aujourd'hui dans Jérusalem avec les Benjaminites. La famille de Joseph monta aussi contre Béthel, et l'Éternel fut avec eux. La famille de Joseph fit explorer Béthel, qui s'appelait autrefois Luz. Les guetteurs virent un homme sortir de la ville et lui dirent: Montre-nous par où nous pourrons entrer dans la ville et nous te ferons grâce. Il leur montra par où ils pourraient entrer dans la ville. Ils frappèrent alors la ville du tranchant de l'épée, mais ils laissèrent partir cet homme et toute sa famille. Cet homme se rendit dans le pays des Hittites, il y construisit une ville et l'appela Luz, nom qu'elle a porté jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Manassé ne chassa pas les habitants de Beth-Shean, Tanak, Dor, Gibléam, Megiddo et des villes qui en dépendaient. Les Cananéens voulurent rester dans ce pays. Lorsqu'Israël fut assez fort, il soumit les Cananéens à des corvées, mais il ne les chassa pas. Éphraïm ne chassa pas les Cananéens qui habitaient à Gézer, et ceux-ci habitèrent au milieu d'Éphraïm à Gézer. Zabulon ne chassa pas les habitants de Kitron, ni ceux de Nahalol. Les Cananéens habitèrent au milieu de Zabulon, mais ils furent soumis à des corvées. Aser ne chassa pas les habitants d'Akko, ni ceux de Sidon, d'Ashlal, d'Akzib, de Helba, d'Afik et de Rehob. Les Assérites habitèrent au milieu des Cananéens qui étaient installés dans le pays, car ils ne chassèrent pas. Nephtali ne chassa pas les habitants de Beth-Shemesh, ni ceux de Beth-Anath. Il habita au milieu des Cananéens, qui étaient installés dans le pays, mais les habitants de Beth-Shemesh et de Beth-Anat furent soumis à des corvées. Les Amoréens repoussèrent les Danites dans la montagne, ils ne les laissèrent pas descendre dans la plaine. Les Amoréens voulurent rester à Ar-Hérès, à Ajalon et à Chalbim, mais la famille de Joseph domina sur eux et ils furent soumis à des corvées. Le territoire des Amoréens partait de la montée d'Akrabim, de Séla, et couvrait le territoire situé au-dessus. Chapitre 2, Chapter 2. Un envoyé de l'Éternel monta de Gilgal à Bokim et dit: Je vous ai fait sortir d'Égypte et je vous ai emmenés dans le pays que j'avais juré à vos ancêtres de vous donner. J'ai dit: jamais je ne romprai mon alliance avec vous. Quant à vous, vous ne conclurez pas d'alliance avec les habitants de ce pays, vous démolirez leurs autels. Mais vous ne m'avez pas obéi. Pourquoi avez-vous fait cela? J'ai dit alors: je ne chasserai pas les habitants de ce pays devant vous. Au contraire, ils resteront à vos côtés et leurs dieux seront un piège pour vous. Lorsque l'envoyé de l'Éternel eut dit ces paroles à tous les Israélites, le peuple se mit à pleurer tout haut. Ils appelèrent cet endroit Bokim, et ils y offrirent des sacrifices à l'Éternel. Josué renvoya le peuple, et les Israélites se rendirent chacun dans le territoire qu'il avait reçu en héritage pour prendre possession du pays. Le peuple servit l'Éternel pendant toute la vie de Josué et pendant toute la vie des anciens qui lui survécurent et qui avaient vu toutes les grandes choses que l'Éternel avait faites en faveur d'Israël. Josué, fils de Nun, serviteur de l'Éternel, mourut à l'âge de 110 ans. On l'ensevelit dans le territoire qui lui avait été attribué, à Timnath-Hérès, dans la région montagneuse d'Éphraïm, au nord du mont Gaash. Toute cette génération alla rejoindre ses ancêtres, et après elle surgit une autre génération qui ne connaissait pas l'Éternel ni ce qu'il avait fait en faveur d'Israël. Les Israélites firent alors ce qui déplaît à l'Éternel et servirent les Baals. Ils abandonnèrent l'Éternel, le Dieu de leurs ancêtres, celui qui les avait fait sortir d'Égypte, et ils suivirent d'autres dieux pris parmi les dieux des peuples qui les entouraient. Ils se prosternèrent devant eux et irritèrent ainsi l'Éternel. Ils abandonnèrent l'Éternel et servirent Baal et les Astartés. La colère de l'Éternel s'enflamma contre Israël. Il les livra entre les mains de pillards qui les dépouillèrent. Il les vendit aux ennemis qui les environnaient, de sorte qu'ils ne purent plus résister à leurs ennemis. Partout où ils allaient, la main de l'Éternel était contre eux pour leur faire du mal, comme l'Éternel l'avait dit, comme l'Éternel leur avait juré. Ils se trouvèrent ainsi dans une grande détresse. L'Éternel fit surgir des juges afin qu'ils les délivrent de ceux qui les dépouillaient. Mais ils n'écoutèrent même pas leurs juges, car ils se prostituèrent à d'autres dieux en se prosternant devant eux. Ils se détournèrent bien vite de la voie qu'avaient suivie leurs ancêtres, et ils n'obéirent pas comme eux au commandement de l'Éternel. Lorsque l'Éternel faisait surgir pour eux des juges, il était avec le juge, il les délivrait de leurs ennemis pendant toute la vie du juge. En effet, il avait pitié des gémissements qu'ils poussaient à cause de leurs oppresseurs et de leurs persécuteurs. Mais à la mort du juge, ils se corrompaient de nouveau plus que leurs ancêtres en suivant d'autres dieux pour les servir et se prosterner devant eux. Ils persistaient dans les mêmes agissements et la même conduite, le même endurcissement. Alors la colère de l'Éternel s'enflamma contre Israël, et il dit: Puisque les membres de cette nation ont violé mon alliance, celle que j'avais prescrite à leurs ancêtres, et puisqu'ils ne m'ont pas obéi, je ne chasserai plus devant eux aucune des nations que Josué n'avait pas encore pu chasser à sa mort. En effet, à travers elles, je mettrai les Israélites à l'épreuve pour savoir s'ils imiteront l'exemple de leurs ancêtres et veilleront ou non à suivre la voie de l'Éternel. Ainsi l'Éternel laissa tranquilles les nations qu'il n'avait pas livrées entre les mains de Josué. Il ne s'empressa pas de les chasser. Chapitre 3, Chapter 3. Voici les nations que l'Éternel laissa tranquilles pour mettre à travers elles les Israélites à l'épreuve, tous ceux qui n'avaient pas connu les guerres de conquête de Canaan. Il voulait seulement que les générations des Israélites, ceux qui ne l'avaient pas connu auparavant, connaissent et apprennent la guerre. Ces nations étaient les suivantes: les 5 princes des Philistins, tous les Cananéens, les Sidoniens et les Héviens qui habitaient la région montagneuse du Liban, depuis le mont Baal-Hermon jusqu'à l'entrée de Hamath. Elles servirent à mettre les Israélites à l'épreuve afin que l'Éternel sache s'ils obéiraient au commandement qu'il avait prescrit à leurs ancêtres par l'intermédiaire de Moïse. Les Israélites habitèrent au milieu des Cananéens, des Hittites, des Amoréens, des Phéréziens, des Héviens et des Jébusiens. Ils prirent leurs filles pour femmes, ils donnèrent leurs propres filles à leurs fils, et ils servirent leur Dieu. Les Israélites firent ce qui déplaît à l'Éternel, ils oublièrent l'Éternel et servirent les Baals et les idoles. La colère de l'Éternel s'enflamma alors contre Israël, et il les vendit à Cushan-Rishathaïm, le roi de Mésopotamie, de sorte qu'ils lui furent soumis pendant 8 ans. Les Israélites crièrent à l'Éternel, et l'Éternel fit surgir pour eux un libérateur qui les délivra. C'était Othniel, fils de Kénaz, le frère cadet de Caleb. L'Esprit de l'Éternel reposa sur lui. Il devint juge en Israël et partit en guerre. L'Éternel livra entre ses mains Cushan-Rishathaïm, le roi de Mésopotamie, et il exerça une puissante domination sur Cushan-Rishathaïm. Le pays fut en paix pendant 40 ans, puis Othniel, fils de Kénaz, mourut. Les Israélites firent encore ce qui déplaît à l'Éternel, et l'Éternel donna de la force à Églon, le roi de Moab, contre Israël. Cela arriva parce qu'ils avaient fait ce qui déplaît à l'Éternel. Églon rallia les Ammonites et les Amalécites et se mit en marche. Il battit Israël et ils s'emparèrent de la ville des palmiers. Les Israélites furent pendant 18 ans soumis à Églon, le roi de Moab. Les Israélites crièrent à l'Éternel et l'Éternel fit surgir pour eux un libérateur. C'était Éhoud, fils de Guéra, un benjaminite qui était gaucher. Les Israélites envoyèrent par son intermédiaire un cadeau à Églon, le roi de Moab. Éhoud se fabriqua une épée à 2 tranchants, longue de 50 centimètres, et il la mit à sa ceinture sous ses vêtements, le long de sa cuisse droite. Il offrit le cadeau à Églon, roi de Moab. Or, Églon était un homme très gros. Lorsqu'il eut fini d'offrir le cadeau, Éhoud renvoya les gens qui l'avaient apporté. Il revint lui-même sur ses pas, depuis les statues qui se trouvaient près de Gilgal, et il dit: « Roi, j'ai un message secret à te dire. » Le roi réclama du calme, et tous ceux qui étaient à ses côtés sortirent. Éhoud s'approcha de lui alors qu'il était assis seul dans sa chambre d'été, et dit: « J'ai un message de Dieu pour toi. » Églon se leva de son siège. Alors Éhoud avança la main gauche, tira l'épée de son côté droit et la lui enfonça dans le ventre. La poignée elle-même pénétra après la lame et la graisse se referma autour de la lame. En effet, il ne retira pas l'épée du ventre d'Églon, puis il sortit par derrière. Éhoud sortit donc par le portique, ferma sur lui les portes de la chambre à l'étage et tira le verrou. Quand il fut sorti, les serviteurs du roi vinrent regarder. Les portes de la chambre étaient verrouillées. Ils se dirent: « Le roi fait sans doute ses besoins dans la chambre d'été. » Ils attendirent longtemps. Comme le roi n'ouvrait toujours pas les portes de la chambre, ils prirent la clé et l'ouvrirent. Leur maître était mort, étendu par terre. Pendant qu'ils prenaient ainsi du retard, Éhoud s'était enfui, avait dépassé les statues et se sauvait à Séïra. Dès son arrivée, il sonna de la trompette dans la région montagneuse d'Éphraïm. Les Israélites descendirent avec lui de la montagne, et il se mit à leur tête. Il leur dit: « Suivez-moi, car l'Éternel a livré les Moabites, vos ennemis, entre vos mains. » Ils descendirent à sa suite, s'emparèrent des gués du Jourdain qui se trouvent en face de Moab, et n'y laissèrent passer personne. Ils battirent à cette occasion environ 10 000 Moabites, tous robustes, tous vaillants. il n'y eut aucun rescapé. Ce jour-là, Moab subit la domination d'Israël et le pays fut en paix pendant 80 ans. Après Éhoud, il y eut Shamgar, fils d'Anath. Il bâtit 600 Philistins avec un aiguillon à bœuf. Lui aussi fut un libérateur d'Israël. Chapitre 4, Chapter 4. Les Israélites firent encore ce qui déplaît à l'Éternel après la mort d'Éhoud. L'Éternel les vendit alors à Jabin, le roi de Canaan, qui régnait à Hatzor. Le chef de son armée était Sisera et habitait à Haroset-Goïm. Les Israélites crièrent à l'Éternel, car Jabin avait 900 chars de fer et les opprimait avec violence depuis 20 ans. À cette époque, Déborah, une prophétesse mariée à un certain Lapidote, était juge en Israël. Elle siégeait sous le palmier de Déborah, entre Rama et Béthel, dans la région montagneuse d'Éphraïm, et les Israélites montaient vers elle pour être jugés. Elle fit appeler Barak, fils d'Abinoam, originaire de Kédesh-Nephtali. Elle lui dit: L'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël, t'a donné l'ordre suivant. Vas-y, prends la direction du mont Tabor, en emmenant 10 000 hommes des tribus de Nephtali et de Zabulon. J'attirerai vers toi au torrent du Kison Sisera, le chef de l'armée de Jabin, avec ses chars et ses troupes, et je le livrerai entre tes mains. Barak dit à Déborah: Si tu viens avec moi, je partirai, mais si tu ne viens pas avec moi, je ne partirai pas. Elle répondit: J'irai donc avec toi, mais tu n'auras aucune gloire sur la voie où tu t'engages, car c'est entre les mains d'une femme que l'Éternel livrera Sisera. Déborah se leva et se rendit avec Barak à Kédesh. Barak convoqua les tribus de Zabulon et Nephtali à Kédesh. 10 000 hommes marchèrent à sa suite, et Déborah partit avec lui. Héber, le Kénian, s'était séparé des autres Kénians qui descendaient de Hobab, le beau-frère de Moïse, et il s'était rendu jusqu'aux chênes de Tsanaïm, près de Kédesh, pour y dresser sa tente. On informa Sisera que Barak, fils d'Abinoam, avait pris la direction du mont Tabor. Et depuis Haroshet-Goïm, Sisera rassembla vers le torrent du Kison tous ses chars, 900 chars en fer et tout le peuple qui était avec lui. Alors Déborah dit à Barak: Lève-toi, car voici le jour où l'Éternel livre Sisera entre tes mains. L'Éternel ne marche-t-il pas devant toi? Barak descendit du mont Tabor avec 10 000 hommes à sa suite. L'Éternel mit en déroute Sisera, tous ses chars et tout le camp, et les livra à l'épée de Barak. Sisera descendit de son char et s'enfuit à pied. Barak poursuivit les chars et l'armée jusqu'à Haroshet-Goïm. Toute l'armée de Sisera tomba sous le tranchant de l'épée, sans qu'il en reste un seul homme. Toujours à pied, Sisera se réfugia dans la tente de Jaël, la femme de Héber le Kénéan. En effet, il y avait paix entre Jabin, le roi de Hatzor, et la famille de Héber le Kénéan. Jaël sortit à la rencontre de Sisera et lui dit: Entre, mon seigneur, entre chez moi, n'aie pas peur. Il entra chez elle dans la tente, et elle le cacha sous une couverture. Il lui dit: Donne-moi, je t'en prie, un peu d'eau à boire, car j'ai soif. Elle ouvrit l'outre du lait, lui donna à boire et le couvrit. Il lui dit encore: Tiens-toi à l'entrée de la tente, et si l'on vient te demander: Y a-t-il quelqu'un ici? Tu répondras: Non. Jaël, la femme de Héber, s'empara d'un pieu de la tente, prit un marteau, s'approcha de lui doucement et lui enfonça le pieu dans la tempe. Il pénétra jusqu'en terre. Sisera se trouvait alors dans un état de sommeil profond, car il était accablé de fatigue, et il mourut. Voici que survint Barak, qui était à la poursuite de Sisera. Jaël sortit à sa rencontre et lui dit: Viens, je vais te montrer l'homme que tu cherches. Il entra chez elle et vit Sisera étendu mort, le pieu dans la tempe. Ce jour-là, Dieu humilia Jabin, le roi de Canaan, devant les Israélites. La pression des Israélites se fit de plus en plus lourde contre Jabin, le roi de Canaan, jusqu'à son extermination. Chapitre 5. Chapter 5. Ce jour-là, Déborah chanta le cantique que voici avec Barak, fils d'Abinoam. Des chefs se sont mis à la tête du peuple en Israël, et le peuple s'est montré prêt à combattre. Bénissez-en l'Éternel. Roi, écoutez, prince, prêtez l'oreille. Je chanterai, oui, je chanterai en l'honneur de l'Éternel. Je chanterai en l'honneur de l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël. Éternel, quand tu es sorti de Séhir, quand tu t'es avancé, venant des champs d'Édom, la terre a tremblé, le ciel a ruisselé, les nuages ont déversé leur eau. Les montagnes se sont liquéfiées devant l'Éternel, le Sinaï a tremblé devant l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël. À l'époque de Shamgar, fils d'Anath, à l'époque de Jaël, les routes étaient abandonnées et ceux qui voyageaient prenaient des chemins détournés. Les chefs étaient sans force en Israël, sans force. Quand je me suis levée, moi, Déborah, quand je me suis levée comme une mère en Israël. Le peuple avait choisi de nouveaux dieux, alors la guerre était aux portes. On ne voyait ni bouclier ni lance pour 40 000 hommes en Israël. Mon cœur est avec les chefs d'Israël, avec ceux du peuple qui se sont montrés prêts à combattre. Bénissez l'Éternel. Vous qui montez de blanches ânesses, vous qui avez pour siège des tapis, et vous qui marchez sur les routes, chantez, que de leur voix, du milieu des abreuvoirs, les porteurs d'eau célèbrent les bienfaits de l'Éternel, les bienfaits de son chef en Israël. Alors le peuple de l'Éternel est descendu vers les portes. Réveille-toi, réveille-toi, Déborah. Réveille-toi, réveille-toi, dis un cantique. Lève-toi, Barak. Emmène tes prisonniers, fils d'Abinoam. Alors un reste du peuple a triomphé des puissants. L'Éternel m'a donné la victoire sur les héros. D'Éphraïm sont arrivés les habitants d'Amalek. À ta suite a marché Benjamin comme membre de ta troupe. De Makir sont venus des chefs et de Zabulon des commandants. Les princes d'Issachar ont accompagné Déborah et Issachar a suivi Barak. Il a été envoyé sur ses pas dans la vallée. Mais près des ruisseaux de Ruben, grandes ont été les délibérations du cœur. Pourquoi es-tu resté au milieu des étables à écouter le bêlement des troupeaux? Près des ruisseaux de Ruben, grandes ont été les délibérations du cœur. Galad, de l'autre côté du Jourdain, n'a pas quitté sa demeure. Pourquoi Dan est-il resté sur les bateaux? Aser s'est assis sur le rivage de la mer et s'est reposé dans ses ports. Mais Zabulon est un peuple qui a affronté la mort, et Nephtali de même, sur les hauteurs des champs. Les rois sont venus, ils ont combattu. Alors les rois de Canaan ont combattu à Tahanak, vers les eaux de Megiddo. Ils n'ont remporté ni butin ni argent. Du haut du ciel, on a combattu. Depuis leur parcours, les étoiles ont combattu contre Sisera. Le torrent du Kison les a entraînés, le torrent des temps anciens, le torrent du Kison. Mon âme, va de l'avant, sois forte. Alors les sabots des chevaux ont retenti dans la course précipitée de leurs guerriers. Maudissez Méroz, dit l'ange de l'Éternel. Maudissez ses habitants, car ils ne sont pas venus au secours de l'Éternel parmi les hommes vaillants. Que Jaël, la femme de Héber le Kénéan, soit bénie parmi les femmes, qu'elle soit bénie parmi les femmes qui habitent sous les tentes. Il a demandé de l'eau, elle a donné du lait. Dans la coupe d'honneur, elle a présenté du lait caillé. D'une main, elle a pris le pieu et de l'autre le marteau des ouvriers. Elle a frappé Sisera, lui a fendu la tête, fracassé et transpercé la tempe. Au pied de Jaël, il s'est affaissé, il est tombé, il s'est couché. À ses pieds, il s'est affaissé, il est tombé. Là même où il s'est affaissé, il est tombé sans vie. Par la fenêtre, à travers le treillis, la mère de Sisera regarde et s'écrie: pourquoi son char tarde-t-il à venir? Pourquoi ses chars vont-ils si lentement? Les plus sages parmi ces femmes lui répondent, et elle se répète à elle-même: n'est-ce pas parce qu'ils trouvent du butin? N'est-ce pas parce qu'ils se le partagent? Une jeune fille, 2 jeunes filles par homme, du butin en vêtements de couleur pour Sisera, du butin en vêtements de couleur brodés, un vêtement de couleur, 2 vêtements brodés pour le cou du vainqueur? Que tous tes ennemis disparaissent ainsi, Éternel. Ceux qui l'aiment sont pareils au soleil quand il paraît dans toute sa force. Le pays fut en paix pendant 40 ans. Chapitre 6. Chapter 6. Les Israélites firent ce qui déplaît à l'Éternel, et l'Éternel les livra entre les mains de Madian pendant 7 ans. La domination des Madianites fut puissante contre Israël. Pour leur échapper, les Israélites se retiraient dans les ravins des montagnes, dans les grottes et sur les rochers fortifiés. Quand Israël avait semé, les Madianites montaient avec Amalek et les nomades de l'Est et marchaient contre lui. Ils campaient en face de lui, détruisaient les produits du pays jusque vers Gaza et ne laissaient en Israël ni vivres, ni brebis, ni bœufs, ni ânes. En effet, ils montaient avec leurs troupeaux et leurs tentes, arrivant comme un essaim de sauterelles. Il était impossible de les compter, eux et leurs chameaux, et ils venaient dans le pays pour le dévaster. Israël fut plongé dans une grande misère à cause de Madian, et les Israélites crièrent à l'Éternel. Lorsque les Israélites crièrent à l'Éternel au sujet de Madian, l'Éternel leur envoya un prophète. Il leur dit: Voici ce que dit l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël. Je vous ai fait sortir d'Égypte et quitter la maison d'esclavage. Je vous ai délivré de la domination des Égyptiens et de tous ceux qui vous opprimaient. Je les ai chassés devant vous et je vous ai donné leur pays. Je vous ai dit: Je suis l'Éternel, votre Dieu. Vous ne craindrez pas les dieux des Amoréens, même si vous habitez dans leur pays. Mais vous ne m'avez pas écouté. Puis l'ange de l'Éternel vint, et il s'assit sous le térébinthe d'Ophra, qui appartenait à Joas, membre de la famille d'Abiézer. Son fils Gédéon battait du blé au pressoir pour le mettre à l'abri des Madianites. L'ange de l'Éternel lui apparut et lui dit: L'Éternel est avec toi, vaillant héros. Gédéon lui dit: Ah mon Seigneur, si l'Éternel est avec nous, pourquoi tout cela nous est-il arrivé? Où sont tous ces actes merveilleux, ceux que nos pères nous racontent quand ils disent: L'Éternel ne nous a-t-il pas fait sortir d'Égypte? Maintenant l'Éternel nous abandonne et nous livre entre les mains de Madian. L'Éternel se tourna vers lui et dit: Va avec la force que tu as et délivre Israël de l'oppression de Madian. N'est-ce pas moi qui t'envoie? Gédéon lui dit: Ah mon Seigneur, avec quoi délivrerai-je Israël? Mon clan est le plus faible de Manassé et je suis le plus petit dans la famille de mon père. L'Éternel répondit: Mais je serai avec toi, et tu battras les Madianites comme s'il s'agissait d'un seul homme. Gédéon lui dit: Si j'ai trouvé grâce à tes yeux, donne-moi un signe pour montrer que c'est bien toi qui me parles. Ne t'éloigne pas d'ici jusqu'à ce que je revienne auprès de toi, que j'apporte mon offrande et que je la dépose devant toi. Et l'Éternel dit: Je resterai jusqu'à ce que tu reviennes. Gédéon entra chez lui, prépara un chevreau et fit des pains sans levain avec 22 litres de farine. Il mit la viande dans un panier et le jus dans un pot, les lui apporta sous le térébinthe et les présenta. L'ange de Dieu lui dit: Prends la viande et les pains sans levain, pose-les sur ce rocher et verse le jus par-dessus. C'est ce que fit Gédéon. L'ange de l'Éternel avança le bâton qu'il avait à la main et en toucha la viande et les pains sans levain. Alors un feu s'éleva du rocher, un feu qui brûla la viande et les pains sans levain. Puis l'ange de l'Éternel disparut de la vue de Gédéon. Comprenant que c'était l'ange de l'Éternel, Gédéon s'exclama: Malheur à moi, Seigneur Éternel, car j'ai vu l'ange de l'Éternel face à face. Et l'Éternel lui dit: Reste en paix, n'aie pas peur, tu ne mourras pas. Gédéon construisit là un autel à l'Éternel, et il l'appela l'Éternel paix. Il existe aujourd'hui encore à Ophra, qui appartenait à la famille d'Abiézer. Au cours de la même nuit, l'Éternel dit à Gédéon: Prends le jeune taureau de ton père, ainsi qu'un deuxième taureau de 7 ans. Démolis l'autel de Baal qui appartient à ton père et abat le poteau sacré qui se trouve dessus. Tu construiras ensuite et tu disposeras sur le haut de ce rocher un autel consacré à l'Éternel ton Dieu. Tu prendras le deuxième taureau et tu l'offriras en holocauste en utilisant le bois de l'idole que tu auras abattu. » Gédéon prit 10 de ses serviteurs et fit ce que l'Éternel avait dit. Toutefois, comme il avait peur de la famille de son père et des habitants de la ville, il l'accomplit de nuit et non de jour. Lorsque les habitants de la ville se levèrent de bon matin, ils constatèrent que l'autel de Baal avait été démoli, le poteau sacré placé dessus abattu, et le deuxième taureau offert en holocauste sur le nouvel autel qui avait été construit. Ils se dirent l'un à l'autre, « Qui a fait cela ?» Et ils s'informèrent et firent des recherches. On leur dit, « C'est Gédéon, fils de Joas, qui a fait cela. » Alors les habitants de la ville dirent à Joas, « Fais sortir ton fils de chez toi et qu'il meure, car il a démoli l'autel de Baal et abattu le poteau sacré qui se trouvait dessus. » Joas répondit à tous ceux qui se présentèrent à lui, « Est-ce à vous de défendre Baal? Est-ce à vous de venir à son secours? Toute personne qui défendra Baal mourra avant le matin. Si Baal est un dieu, qu'il se défende lui-même, puisqu'on a démoli son autel. » Ce jour-là, on donna à Gédéon le nom de Jérub-Baal, en disant que Baal se défende contre lui, puisqu'il a démoli son autel. Tous les Madianites, les Amalécites et les nomades de l'Est se rassemblèrent. Ils passèrent le Jourdain et campèrent dans la vallée de Jizréel. Gédéon fut revêtu de l'Esprit de l'Éternel. Il sonna de la trompette et la famille d'Abiézer fut convoquée pour marcher à sa suite. Il envoya des messagers dans tout Manassé, qui fut aussi convoqué pour marcher à sa suite. Il envoya des messagers dans les tribus d'Asser, de Zabulon et de Nephtali, qui montèrent à leur rencontre. Gédéon dit à Dieu, « Si tu veux délivrer Israël par mon intermédiaire, comme tu l'as dit, je vais mettre une peau de mouton avec sa laine dans l'aire de battage. Si la peau seule se couvre de rosée et que tout le terrain reste sec, je saurai que tu délivreras Israël par mon intermédiaire, comme tu l'as dit. » Et cela se passa ainsi. Le lendemain, il se leva de bonne heure, pressa la peau du mouton et en fit sortir la rosée. Elle donna une coupe pleine d'eau. Gédéon dit à Dieu, « Que ta colère ne s'enflamme pas contre moi, et je ne parlerai plus que cette fois. Je voudrais seulement faire encore une épreuve avec la peau de mouton, que la peau seule reste sèche et que tout le terrain se couvre de rosée. » Et Dieu agit ainsi cette nuit-là. La peau de mouton seule resta sèche et tout le terrain se couvrit de rosée. Chapitre 7, Chapter 7. Jérub-Baal, c'est-à-dire Gédéon, et tout le peuple qui était avec lui, se levèrent de bon matin et installèrent leur camp près de la source de Harod. Le camp de Madian se trouvait au nord de Gédéon vers la colline de Morée, dans la vallée. L'Éternel dit à Gédéon, « Le peuple que tu as avec toi est trop nombreux pour que je livre Madian entre ses mains. Il pourrait en tirer gloire à mes dépens et dire, c'est ma main qui m'a délivré. Proclame donc le message suivant aux oreilles du peuple. Que celui qui a peur et tremble retourne chez lui et quitte la région montagneuse de Galade. » Il y eut 22 000 hommes du peuple qui retournèrent chez eux, et il en resta 10 000. L'Éternel dit à Gédéon, « Le peuple est encore trop nombreux. Fais-les descendre au bord de l'eau, et là je ferai pour toi un tri parmi eux. Celui à propos duquel je te dirai que celui-ci aille avec toi, ira avec toi, et celui à propos duquel je te dirai que celui-ci n'aille pas avec toi, n'ira pas avec toi. » Gédéon fit descendre le peuple au bord de l'eau, et l'Éternel dit à Gédéon, « Tous ceux qui laperont l'eau avec la langue comme le ferait un chien, tu les sépareras de tous ceux qui se mettront à genoux pour boire. » Ceux qui lapèrent l'eau en la portant à la bouche avec leurs mains furent au nombre de 300, et tout le reste du peuple se mit à genoux pour boire. L'Éternel dit alors à Gédéon, « C'est par les 300 hommes qui ont lapé l'eau que je vous sauverai et que je livrerai Madian entre tes mains. Que tout le reste du peuple reparte. chacun chez soi. On prit les provisions et les trompettes du peuple, puis Gédéon renvoya tous les hommes d'Israël chez eux, en gardant seulement les 300 hommes. Le camp de Madian se trouvait au-dessous de lui, dans la vallée. L'Éternel dit à Gédéon pendant la nuit, « Lève-toi, descends au camp des Madianites, car je l'ai livré entre tes mains. Si tu as peur d'y descendre, vas-y avec ton serviteur Pourra. Tu écouteras ce qu'ils diront, et après cela, tes mains seront fortifiées. Descends donc au camp. » Gédéon descendit avec son serviteur jusqu'aux avant-postes du camp. Les Madianites, les Amalécites et tous les nomades de l'Est étaient dispersés dans la vallée comme un essaim de sauterelles, et leurs chameaux étaient innombrables comme le sable qui est au bord de la mer. Lorsque Gédéon arriva, un homme était en train de raconter un rêve à son camarade. Il disait, « J'ai fait un rêve. J'y voyais un gâteau de pain d'orge roulé dans le champ de Madian. Il est venu heurter la tente et elle est tombée. Il l'a retournée sans dessus-dessous, elle a été démolie. » Son camarade répondit, « Ce n'est rien d'autre que l'épée de Gédéon, fils de Joas l'Israélite. Dieu a livré entre ses mains Madian et tout le camp. » Lorsque Gédéon eut entendu le récit du rêve et son explication, il se prosterna, revint au camp d'Israël et dit, « Levez-vous, car l'Éternel a livré le camp de Madian entre vos mains. » Il répartit les 300 hommes en 3 groupes et leur remit à tous des trompettes, ainsi que des cruches vides, avec des torches dans les cruches. Il leur dit, « Vous me regarderez et vous ferez comme moi. Dès que je serai arrivé aux abords du camp, vous ferez ce que je ferai. Quand je sonnerai de la trompette, ainsi que tous ceux qui seront avec moi, vous sonnerez aussi de la trompette tout autour du camp, et vous direz, pour l'Éternel et pour Gédéon. » Gédéon et les 100 hommes qui l'accompagnaient arrivèrent aux abords du camp peu avant minuit, alors qu'on venait de remplacer les gardes. Ils sonnèrent de la trompette et brisèrent les cruches qu'ils avaient à la main. Les 3 groupes sonnèrent de la trompette et brisèrent les cruches. Prenant de la main gauche les torches et de la main droite les trompettes dont ils devaient sonner, ils s'écrièrent, « À vos épées pour l'Éternel et pour Gédéon », tout en restant chacun à sa place autour du camp. Le camp tout entier se mit à courir, à pousser des cris, à prendre la fuite. Les 300 hommes sonnèrent une nouvelle fois de la trompette, et dans tout le camp, l'Éternel fit en sorte que les hommes tournent l'épée les uns contre les autres. Les hommes du camp s'enfuirent jusqu'à Beth-Shitta, vers Tserera, et jusqu'aux abords d'Abel-Méhola, près de Tabat. Les hommes d'Israël, les hommes des tribus de Nephtali, d'Asser et de tout Manassé se rassemblèrent et poursuivirent les Madianites. Gédéon envoya des messagers dans toute la région montagneuse d'Éphraïm pour dire, « Descendez à la rencontre des Madianites et coupez-leur le passage de l'eau jusqu'à Beth-Bara, tout le long du Jourdain. » Tous les hommes d'Éphraïm se rassemblèrent et ils s'emparèrent des gués du Jourdain jusqu'à Beth-Bara. Ils capturèrent 2 chefs de Madian appelés Horeb et Zéb. Ils tuèrent Horeb au rocher d'Horeb et Zéb au pressoir de Zéb. Ils poursuivirent les Madianites et ils apportèrent la tête d'Horeb et de Zéb à Gédéon de l'autre côté du Jourdain. Alexandre, tu m'entends? Non.
Judges 8. And the men of Ephraim said to him, "What is this that you want to do, so that you would not call us when you went to fight against Midian?" And they rebuked him strongly and came close to using violence. And he responded to them, "But what could I have done that would be so great as what you have done? Is not one bunch of grapes of Ephraim better than the vintages of Abiezer? The Lord has delivered into your hands the leaders of Midian, Oreb, and Zeeb. What could I have done that would be so great as what you have done?" And when he had said this, the spirit which was swelling up against him was quieted. And when Gideon had arrived at the Jordan, he crossed over it with the 300 men who were with him. And they were so weary that they were unable to pursue those who were fleeing. And he said to the men of Succoth, "I beg you, give bread to the people who are with me, for they are greatly weakened, so that we may be able to pursue Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian." The leaders of Succoth answered, "Perhaps the palms of the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna are in your hand, and for this reason you request that we give bread to your army." And he said to them, "So then, when the Lord will have delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my hands, I will thresh your flesh with the thorns and briars of the desert. And going up from there, he arrived at Penuel, and he spoke to the men of that place similarly. They also answered him, just as the men of Succoth had answered. And so he said to them also, when I will have returned as a victor in peace, I will destroy this tower. Now Zebah and Zalmunna were resting with their entire army, for 15,000 men were left out of all the troops of the eastern people, and 120,000 warriors that drew the sword had been cut down. And Gideon ascended by ways of those who were dwelling in tents to the eastern part of Nobah and Jogbeah, and he struck the camp of the enemies who were confident, were suspecting nothing adverse. And Zebah and Zalmunna fled, and Gideon pursued and overtook them, sending their entire army into confusion. And returning from the war before sunrise, he took a boy from among the men of Succoth, and he asked him the names of the leaders and elders of Succoth, and he described 77 men. And he went to Succoth, and he said to them, Behold Zebah and Zalmunna, for whom you rebuked me, saying, Perhaps the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna are in your hands, and for this reason you request that we give bread to men who are languishing and weakened. Therefore he took the elders of the city, and using the thorns and briars of the desert, he threshed them with ease, and he cut the men of Succoth to pieces. He also overturned the tower of Penuel, and he killed the men of the city. And he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, What kind of men were those whom you killed at Tabor? They responded, They were like you, and one of them was like the son of a king. And he answered them, They were my brothers, the sons of my mother, and the Lord lives if you had preserved them. I would not kill you. And he said to Jether, his firstborn son, Rise up and put them to death. But he did not draw his sword, for he was afraid, being still a boy. And Zebah and Zalmunna said, You should rise up and rush against us, for the strength of a man is in accord with his age. Gideon rose up, and he killed Zebah and Zalmunna. And he took the ornaments and studs with which the necks of the royal camels are usually adorned. And all the men of Israel said to Gideon, You should rule over us, and your son, and your son's son, for you freed us from the hand of Midian. And he said to them, I will not rule over you, neither shall my son rule over you. Instead the Lord shall rule over you. And he said to them, I petition one request from you. Give me the earrings from your spoils, for the Ishmaelites were accustomed to wearing gold earrings. They responded, We are very willing to give them, and spreading a cloak on the ground, they cast upon it the earrings from the spoils. And the weight of the earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, aside from the ornaments and necklaces and purple garments which the kings of Midian were accustomed to use, and aside from the gold chains on the camels. And Gideon made an ephod from these, and he kept it in his city Ophrah. And all of Israel committed fornication with it, and it became a ruin to Gideon and to all his house. But Midian was humbled before the sons of Israel. Neither were they able any longer to lift up their necks. But the land rested for 40 years while Gideon presided. And so Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went and lived in his own house. And he had 72 sons who went forth from his own thigh, for he had many wives. But his concubine, whom he had in Shechem, bore him a son named Abimelech. And Gideon the son of Joash died in a good old age, and he was buried in the sepulchre of his father at Ophrah of the family of Ezri. But after Gideon died, the sons of Israel turned away, and they committed fornication with the Baals. And they struck a covenant with Baal, so that he would be their God. And they did not remember the Lord their God, who rescued them from the hands of all their enemies on all sides. Neither did they show mercy to the house of Jerubbaal Gideon, in accord with the good that he had done for Israel. Judges 9. Now Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem, to his maternal brothers, and he spoke to them and to all the relatives of the house of his maternal grandfather, saying, Speak to all the men of Shechem, which is better for you that 70 men, all the sons of Jerubbaal, should rule over you, or that one man should rule over you. And consider also that I am your bone and your flesh. And his maternal brother spoke about him to all the men of Shechem, all these words, and they inclined their hearts after Abimelech, saying, He is our brother. And they gave to him the weight of 70 silver coins from the shrine of Baal-berith. With this he hired for himself indigent and wandering men, and they followed him. And he went to his father's house in Ophrah, and he killed his brothers, the sons of Jerubbaal, 70 men upon one stone. And there remained only Joatham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, and he was in hiding. Then all the men of Shechem gathered together, and all the families of the city of Millo, and they went and appointed Abimelech as king, beside the oak that stood at Shechem. When this had been reported to Jotham, he went and stood at the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifting up his voice he cried out and said, Listen to me, men of Shechem, so that God may listen to you. The trees went to anoint a king over themselves, and they said to the olive tree, Reign over us. And it responded, How could I abandon my fatness, which both gods and men make use of, and depart to be promoted among the trees? And the trees said to the fig tree, Come and accept royal power over us. And it responded to them, How could I abandon my sweetness, my very sweet fruits, and depart to be promoted among the other trees? And the trees said to the vine, Come and reign over us. And it responded to them, How could I abandon my wine, which gives joy to God and the men, and be promoted among the other trees? And all the trees said to the bramble, Come and reign over us. And it responded to them, If truly you would appoint me as king, come and rest under my shadow. But if you are not willing, let fire go forth from the bramble, and let it devour the cedars of Lebanon. So now, if you are upright and without sin in appointing Abimelech as a king over you, and if you have acted well with Jerubbaal and with his house, and if you have repaid in turn the benefits of him who fought on your behalf, and who gave his life to danger so that he might rescue you from the hand of Midian, though you now have risen up against my father's house, and have killed his sons, 70 men upon one stone, and have appointed Abimelech, the son of his handmaid, as a king over the inhabitants of Shechem, since he is your brother. If therefore you are upright and have acted without fault with Jerubbaal and his house, then you should rejoice on this day in Abimelech, and he should rejoice in you. But if you have acted perversely, may fire go forth from him, and consume the inhabitants of Shechem, in the town of Millo, and may a fire go forth from the men of Shechem, from the town of Millo, and devour Abimelech. And when he had said these things, he fled and went away to Beer, and he lived in that place out of fear of Abimelech and his brother. And so Abimelech reigned over Israel for 3 years. And the Lord put a very grievous spirit between Abimelech and the inhabitants of Shechem, who began to detest him, and to place blame for the crime of the killing of the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and for the shedding of their blood upon Abimelech, their brother, and upon the rest of the leaders of the Shechemites, who assisted him. And they stationed an ambush against him at the summit of the mountains, and while they were waiting for his arrival, they committed robberies, taking spoils from those passing by. And this was reported to Abimelech. Now Gal, the son of Ebed, went with his brothers and crossed over to Shechem, and the inhabitants of Shechem, uplifted by his arrival, departed into the fields, laying waste to the vineyards and trampling the grapes. And while singing and dancing, they entered into the shrine of their God, and while feasting and drinking, they cursed Abimelech. And Gal, the son of Ebed, cried out, Who is Abimelech? What is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal, who has appointed Zebul, his servant, as ruler over the men of Hamor, the father of Shechem? Why then should we serve him? I wish that someone would set this people under my hand, so that I might take away Abimelech from their midst. And it was told to Abimelech, Gather the multitude of an army and approach. For Zebul, the ruler of the city, upon the hearing of words of Gal, the son of Ebed, became very angry. And he sent messengers secretly to Abimelech, saying, Behold, Gal, the son of Ebed, has arrived at Shechem with his brothers, and he has set the city against you. And so rise up in the night with the people who are with you, and lie hidden in the field. And at first light in the morning, as the sun is rising, rush upon the city, and when he goes out against you with his people, do to him what you are able to do. And so Abimelech rose up with all his army by night, and he set ambushes near Shechem in 4 places. And Gal, the son of Ebed, went out, and he stood at the entrance to the gate of the city. Then Abimelech rose up, and all the army with him from place of the ambush. And when Gal had seen the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, a multitude is descending from the mountains. And he responded to him, You are seeing the shadows of the mountains, as if they were heads of men, and so you are being deceived by error. Again Gal said, Behold, a people is descending from the middle of the land, and one company is arriving by the way that looks towards the oak. And Zebul said to him, Where is your mouth now, with which you said, Who is Abimelech, that we should serve him? Is this not the people that you were despising? Go out and fight against him. Therefore Gal went out, with the people of Shechem watching, and he fought against Abimelech, who pursued him fleeing, and drove him into the city, and many were cut down on his side, even to the gate of the city. And Abimelech made camp at Arumah. But Zebul expelled Gal and his companions from the city, and he would not permit them to remain in it. Therefore, on the following day, the people departed into the field, and when this had been reported to Abimelech, he took his army and divided it into 3 companies, and he placed ambushes in the fields. And seeing that the people had departed from the city, he rose up and rushed upon them, along with his company, assaulting and besieging the city. But the 2 other companies pursued the enemy scattered in the fields. Now Abimelech assaulted the city all that day, And he seized it, and he killed its inhabitants, and he destroyed it so much so that he scattered salt in it. And when those living in the tower of Shechem heard about this, they entered the temple of their god Berith, where they had formed a covenant with him. And was because of this that the place had taken its name, and was greatly fortified. Abimelech, also hearing that the men of the tower of Shechem had joined together, ascended to Mount Zalmon with all his people, and taking an axe, he cut down the branch of the tree, and laying it on his shoulder and carrying it, he said to his companions, "What you see me do, you must do equally quickly." And so eagerly cutting down branches from the trees, they followed their leader, and surrounding the fortified place, they set it on fire. And so it happened that by smoke and fire 1,000 persons died, men and women together, the occupants of the tower of Shechem. Then Abimelech set out from there, arrived at the town of Thebes, which he surrounded and besieged with his army. Now there was in the midst of the city a high tower to which men and women were fleeing together, with all the leaders of the city having very strongly sealed the gate. They were standing on the roof of the tower to defend themselves. And Abimelech, drawing near the tower, fought valiantly, and approaching the gate, he strove to set it on fire. And behold, one woman, throwing a fragment of a millstone from above, struck the head of Abimelech and broke his skull. And he quickly called to his armor-bearer and said to him, "Draw your sword and strike me, otherwise it may be said that I was slain by a woman." And doing as he was ordered, he killed him. And when he was dead, all those of Israel who were with him returned to their homes. And so did God repay the evil that Abimelech had done against his father by killing his 70 brothers. The Shechemites also were given the retribution for what they had done, and the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, fell upon them. Judges 10. After Abimelech, a leader rose up in Israel, Tola, the son of Puah, the maternal uncle of Abimelech, a man of Issachar, who lived in Shamir on Mount Ephraim. And he judged Israel for 23 years. And he died and was buried at Shamir. After him succeeded Jair, a Gileadite, who judged Israel for 22 years, having 30 sons, sitting upon 30 young donkeys, and who were leaders of 30 cities, which from his name were called Havoth-Jair, that is, the towns of Jair, even to the present day, in land of Gilead. And Jair died, and he was buried in the place which is called Kamam. But the sons of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, joining new sins to old, and they served idols, the Baals and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria and Sidon, and of Moab and the sons of Ammon, and the Philistines, and they abandoned the Lord, and they did not worship him. And the Lord, becoming angry against them, delivered them into the hands of the Philistines and the sons of Ammon. And they were afflicted and vehemently oppressed for 18 years, all who were living beyond the Jordan in the land of Amorite, which is in Gilead, to such a great extent that the sons of Ammon, crossing over the Jordan, laid waste to Judah and Benjamin and Ephraim, and Israel was exceedingly afflicted. And crying out to the Lord, they said, "We have sinned against you, for we have forsaken the Lord our God, and we have served the Baals." And the Lord said to him, "Did not the Egyptians and the Amorites and the sons of Ammon and the Philistines, and also the Sidonians and Amalek and Canaan, oppress you, and so you cried out to me, and I rescued you from their hand. And yet you have forsaken me, and you have worshipped foreign gods. For this reason I will not continue to free you anymore. Go and call upon the gods whom you have chosen. Let them free you in the time of anguish. And the sons of Israel said to the Lord, We have sinned. You may repay us in whatever way pleases you, yet free us now. And saying these things, they cast out all the idols of the foreign gods from their regions, and they served the Lord God, and he was touched by their miseries. And the son of Ammon, shouting out together, pitched their tents in Gilead. And the sons of Israel gathered together against them, and they made camp at Mizpah. And the leaders of Gilead said to one another, Whoever among us will be the first to begin to contend against the son of Ammon, he shall be the leader of the people of Gilead. Judges 11. At that time there was a Gileadite, Jephthah, a very strong man and a fighter, the son of a kept woman, and he was born of Gilead. Now Gilead had a wife, from whom he received sons, and they, after growing up, cast out Jephthah, saying, You cannot inherit in the house of our father, because you were born of another mother. And so, fleeing and avoiding them, he lived in the land of Tob. And the men who were indigent and robbers joined with him, and they followed him as their leader. In those days the son of Ammon fought against Israel. And being steadfastly attacked, the elders of Gilead traveled so that they might obtain for their assistant Jephthah from the land of Tob. And they said to him, Come and be our leader, and fight against the sons of Ammon. But he answered them, Are you not the ones who hated me, and who cast me out of my father's house? And yet now you come to me, compelled by necessity. And the leaders of Gilead said to Jephthah, But it is due to this necessity that we have approached you now, so that you may set out with us and fight against the sons of Ammon, and be commander of all who live in Gilead. Jephthah also said to them, If you have come to me so that I may fight for you against the sons of Ammon, and if the Lord will deliver them into my hands, will I truly be your leader? They answered him, The Lord who hears these things is himself the mediator, and the witness that we shall do what we have promised. And so Jephthah went with the leaders of Gilead, and all the people made him their leader. And Jephthah spoke all his words in the sight of the Lord as at Mizpah. And he sent messengers to the king of the son of Ammon, who said on his behalf, What is there between you and me, that you would approach against me, so that you may lay waste to my land? And he responded them, It is because Israel took my land when he ascended from Egypt, from the parts of Arnon, as far as the Jabbok and the Jordan. Now therefore restore these to me with peace. And Jephthah again commissioned them, and he ordered them to say to the king of Ammon, Jephthah says this, Israel did not take the land of Moab, nor the land of the sons of Ammon. But when they ascended together from Egypt, he walked through the desert as far as the Red Sea, and he went into Kadesh. And he sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, Permit me to pass through your land. But he was not willing to agree to his petition. Likewise he sent to the king of Moab, who also refused to offer him passage. And so he delayed in Kadesh, and he circled around the side of the land of Edom and the land of Moab. And he arrived opposite the eastern region of the land of Moab. And he made camp across the Arnon, but he was not willing to enter the borders of Moab. Of course, Arnon is the border of the land of Moab. And so Israel sent messengers to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who was living at Heshbon. They said to him, "Permit me to cross through your land as far as the river." But he too, despising the words of Israel, would not permit him to cross through his border. Instead, he, gathering an innumerable multitude, he went out against him at Jahaz, and he resisted strongly. But the Lord delivered him with his entire army into the hands of Israel, and he struck him down, and he possessed all the land of the Amorite, the inhabitant of that region. With all its part, from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok, and from the wilderness even to the Jordan. Therefore it was the Lord, the God of Israel, who overthrew the Amorites by means of his people Israel fighting against them. And now you wish to possess his land. Are not the things that your God Chemosh possesses owed to you by right? And so what the Lord our God has obtained by victory falls to us as a possession. Or are you perhaps better than Balak the son of Zippor, the king of Moab? Or are you able to explain what his argument was against Israel, and why he fought against him? And though he has lived in Heshbon, in its villages, in Aroer, in its villages, and in all the cities near the Jordan for 300 years, why have you, for such a long time, put forward nothing about this claim? Therefore I am not sinning against you, but you are doing evil against me, by declaring an unjust war against me. May the Lord be the judge and the arbiter this day between Israel and the sons of Ammon. But the king of the sons of Ammon was not willing to agree to the words of Jephthah that he commissioned by the messengers. Therefore the Spirit of the Lord rested upon Jephthah, and circling around Gilead and Manasseh, and also Mizpah of Gilead, and crossing from there to the sons of Ammon, he made a vow to the Lord, saying, "If you will deliver the sons of Ammon into my hand, whoever will be the first to depart from the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the sons of Ammon, the same will I offer as holocaust to the Lord." And Jephthah crossed to the sons of Ammon, so that he might fight against them. And the Lord delivered them into his hands, and he struck them down from Arah as far as the entrance to Minnith, 20 cities, and as far as Abba, which is covered with vineyards, in an exceedingly great slaughter. And the sons of Ammon were humbled by the sons of Israel. But when Jephthah returned to Mizpah, to his own house, his only daughter met him with timbrels and dances, for he had no other children. And upon seeing her he tore his garments, and he said, "Alas, my daughter, you have cheated me, and you and yourself have been cheated, for I opened my mouth to the Lord, and I can do nothing else." And she answered him, "My father, if you have opened your mouth to the Lord, do to me whatever you have promised, since victory is being granted to you, as well as vengeance against your enemies." And she said to her father, "Grant to me this one thing which I request. Permit me that I may wander the hillsides for 2 months, and that I may mourn my virginity with my companions." And he answered her, "Go." And he released her for 2 months. And when she had departed with her friends and companions, she wept over her virginity in the hillsides. And when the 2 months expired, she returned to her father, and he did to her just as he had vowed, though she knew no man. From this the custom grew up in Israel, and the practice has been preserved, such that after each year passes, the daughters of Israel convene as one, and they lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite for 4 days. Judges 12. And behold, a sedition rose up in Ephraim. Then while passing by toward the north, they said to Jephthah, when you were going to fight against the sons of Ammon, why were you unwilling to summon us, so that we might go with you? Therefore we will burn down your house. And he answered them, I and my people were in a great conflict against the sons of Ammon, and I called you so that you might offer assistance to me, and you were not willing to do so. And discerning this, I put my life in my own hands, and I crossed to the sons of Ammon, and the Lord delivered them into my hands. What am I guilty of, that you would rise up in battle against me? And so, calling to himself all the men of Gilead, he fought against Ephraim. And the men of Gilead struck down Ephraim, because he had said, Gilead is a fugitive from Ephraim, and he lives in the midst of Ephraim and Manasseh. The Gileadites occupied the fords of Jordan, along with Ephraim was to return. And when anyone from the number of Ephraim had arrived, fleeing and had said, I beg that you permit me to pass, the Gileadites would say to him, could you be an Ephraimite? And if he said, I am not, they would ask him, then say, Shibboleth, which is translated as ear of grain. But he would answer, Sibboleth, not being able to express the word from an ear of grain in the same letters. And immediately apprehending him, they would cut his throat at the same crossing point of the Jordan. And in that time Ephraim 42,000 fell. And so Jephthah the Gileadite judged Israel for 6 years, and he died, and he was buried in his city in Gilead. After him Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons, and the same number of daughters, whom he sent away to be given to husbands. And he accepted wives for his sons of the same number, bringing them into his house. And he judged Israel for 7 years. And he died, and he was buried in Bethlehem. And after him succeeded Elon a Zebulunite, and he judged Israel for 10 years. And he died, and was buried in Zebulun. And after him Abdon the son of Hillel, a Pirathonite, judged Israel, and he had 40 sons, and from them 30 grandsons, all riding upon 70 young donkeys. And he judged Israel for 8 years. And he died, and he was buried at Pirathon in the land of Ephraim on the mount of Amalek. Judges 13. And again the sons of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. Now there was a certain man from Zorah, and of the stock of Dan, whose name was Manoah, having a barren wife. And an angel of the Lord appeared to her, and he said, You are barren and without children, but you shall conceive and bear a son. Therefore take care that you do not drink wine or drink strong drink, neither shall you eat anything unclean. For you shall conceive and bear a son, whose head no razor shall touch, for he shall be a Nazarite of God, from his infancy and from his mother's womb, and he shall begin to free Israel from the hand of the Philistines. And when she had gone to her husband, she said to him, A man of God came to me, having the countenance of an angel, exceedingly terrible. And when I had inquired of him whom he was, and where he was from, and what name he was called, he was not willing to tell me. But he responded, Behold, you shall conceive and bear a son. Take care that you do not drink wine or strong drink, and you shall not consume anything unclean. For the boy shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy, and from his mother's womb, even until the day of his death. And so Manoah prayed to the Lord and said, I beg you, Lord, that the man of God whom you sent may come again and may teach us what we ought to do about the boy who is to be born. And the Lord heeded the prayer of Manoah, and the angel of the Lord appeared again to his wife sitting in a field. But her husband Manoah was not with her, and when she had seen the angel, she hurried and ran to her husband. And she reported to him, saying, Behold, the man appeared to me whom I had seen before. And he rose up and followed his wife. And going to the man, he said to him, Are you the one who spoke to my wife? And he responded, I am. And Manoah said to him, When will your word be fulfilled? And what do you want the boy to do? Or from what should he keep himself? And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Concerning all the things about which I have spoken to your wife, she herself should abstain, and let her eat nothing from the vine. She may not drink wine or strong drink. You may consume nothing unclean, and let her observe and keep what I have instructed to her. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, I beg you to agree to my petition, and let us prepare a kid from the goats. And the angel answered him, Even if you compel me, I will not eat from your bread. But if you are willing to offer a holocaust, offer it to the Lord. And Manoah did not know that he was an angel of the Lord. And he said to him, What is your name, so that if your word is fulfilled, we may honor you? And he answered him, Why do you ask my name, which is a wonder? And so Manoah took a kid from the goats and libations, and he placed them upon the rock as an offering to the Lord who accomplishes his wonders. Then he and his wife watched, and when the flame of the altar ascended to heaven, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame. And when Manoah and his wife had seen this, they fell prone on the ground. And the angel of the Lord no longer appeared to them. And immediately Manoah understood him to be an angel of the Lord. And he said to his wife, We shall certainly die, since we have seen God. And his wife answered him, If the Lord wished to kill us, he would not have accepted the holocaust and the libations from our hands. He would not have revealed all these things to us, nor would he have told us the things that are in the future. And so she bore a son, and she called his name Samson. And the boy grew up, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to be with him in the camp of Dan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. Judges 14. Then Samson descended to Timnah, and seeing there a woman from the daughters of the Philistines, he went up and he told his father and his mother, saying, I saw a woman in Timnah from the daughters of the Philistines. I ask that you take her to me as wife. And his father and his mother said to him, Is there not a woman among the daughters of your brothers, or among all my people, so that you would be willing to take a wife from the Philistines, who are uncircumcised? And Samson said to his father, Take this woman to me, for she has pleased my eyes. Now his parents did not know that the matter was done by the Lord, and that he sought an occasion against the Philistines, for at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. And so Samson descended with his father and mother to Timnah. And when they had arrived at the vineyards of the town, he saw a young lion, savage and roaring, and it met him. Then the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon Samson, and he tore apart the lion, like a young goat being torn into pieces, having nothing at all in his hand. And he was not willing to reveal this to his father and mother. And he went down and spoke to the woman who had pleased his eyes. And after some days returning to marry her, he turned aside so that he might see the carcass of the lion. And behold, there was a swarm of bees in the mouth of the lion, with a honeycomb. And when he had taken it to his hands, he ate it along the way. And arriving to his father and mother, he gave them a portion, and they also ate it. Yet he was not willing to reveal to them that he had taken the honey from the body of the lion. And so his father went down to the woman, and he made a feast for his son Samson, for so the young men were accustomed to do. When the citizens of that place had seen him, they presented to him 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said to them, I will propose to you a problem, which if you can solve it for me within the 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 shirts and the same number of tunics. But if you are not able to solve it, you shall give me 30 shirts and the same number of tunics. And they answered him, propose the problem so that we may hear it. And he said to them, food went forth from that which eats, and sweetness went forth from that which is strong. And they were unable to solve the proposition for 3 days. When the 7th day had arrived, they said to the wife of Samson, coax your husband and persuade him to reveal to you what the proposition means. But if you are not willing to do so, we will burn you and your father's house. Or have you called us to the wedding in order to despoil us? And she shed tears before Samson, and she complained, saying, you hate me and you do not love me. That is why you do not want to explain to me the problem which you have proposed to the sons of the people. But he responded, I was not willing to reveal it to my father and mother, and so how can I reveal it to you? Therefore she wept before him during the 7 days of the feast. And at length, on the 7th day, since she had been troubling him, he explained it. And immediately she revealed it to her countrymen. And they on the 7th day, before the sun declined, said to him, what is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? He said to them, if you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have uncovered my proposition. And so the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon him, and he descended to Ashkelon. In that place he struck down 30 men, and taking away their garments, he gave them to those who had solved the problem. And being exceedingly angry, he went up to his father's house. Then his wife took as her husband one of his friends and wedding companions. Judges 15. Then after some time, when the days of the wheat harvest were near, Samson arrived, intending to visit his wife, and he brought her a kid from the goats. When he wanted to enter her bedroom as usual, her father prohibited him, saying, I thought that you would hate her, and therefore I gave her to your friend. But she has a sister who is younger and more beautiful than she is, and she may be a wife for you instead of her. And Samson answered him, from this day there shall be no guilt for me against the Philistines, for I will do harm to you all. And he went out and caught 300 foxes, and he joined them tail to tail, and he tied torches between the tails, and setting these on fire, he released them, so that they might rush from place to place. And immediately they went to the grain fields of the Philistines, setting these on fire, both the grain that was already bound for carrying, and what was still standing on the stalk. They were completely burned up, so much so that the flame also consumed even the vineyards and the olive groves. And the Philistines said, who has done this thing? And it was said, Samson, the son-in-law of Timnite, because he took away his wife and gave her to another. He has done these things. And the Philistines went up and burned the woman as well as her father. And Samson said to them, even though you have done this, I will still fulfill vengeance against you, and then I will be quieted. And he struck them with a tremendous slaughter, so much so that out of astonishment they laid the calf of the leg upon the thigh, and descending he lived in a cave of the rock at Etam. And so the Philistines, ascending to the land of Judah, made camp at the place which was later called Lehi, that is jawbone, where the army spread out. And some of the tribe of Judah said to them, why have you ascended against us? And they responded, we have come to bind Samson, and to repay him for what he has done to us. Then 3,000 men of Judah descended to the cave of the rock at Etam. They said to Samson, do you not know that the Philistines rule over us? Why would you want to do this? And he said to them, as they have done to me, so I have done to them. And they said to him, we have come to bind you and to deliver you into the hands of the Philistines. And Samson said to them, swear and promise to me that you will not kill me. And they said, we will not kill you, but we will deliver you tied. And they bound him with 2 new cords, and they took him from the rock at Etam. And when he had arrived at the place of the jawbone, the Philistines, shouting out aloud, had met him. The Spirit of the Lord rushed upon him, and just as flax is usually consumed by a hint of fire, so were the ties with which he was bound and broken released. And finding a jawbone, which was laying there, that is the jawbone of a donkey, snatching it up, he put to death 1,000 men with it. And he said, with the jawbone of donkey, with the jaw of the colt of donkey, I have destroyed them and I have struck them down, 1,000 men. And when he had completed these words, singing, he threw the jawbone from his hand, and called the name of that place Ramath Lehi, which is translated as the elevation of the jawbone. And being very thirsty, he cried out to the Lord, and he said, you have given to the hand of your servant this very great salvation and victory. But see that I am dying of thirst, and so I will fall into the hands of the uncircumcised. And the Lord opened a large tooth in the jawbone of the donkey, and water went out from it. And having drank it, his spirit was revived, and recovered his strength. For this reason the name of that place was called the spring, called forth from the jawbone. And even to the present day, and he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines for 20 years. Judges 16. He also went into Gaza, and there he saw a harlot woman, and he entered to her. And when the Philistines had heard of this, and had become well known among them, that Samson had entered the city, they surrounded him, placing guards at the gate of the city. And there they were keeping watch all night in silence, so that in the morning they might kill him as he was going out. But Samson slept until the middle of the night, and rising up from there, he took both doors from the gate, with their posts and bars, and laying them upon his shoulder, he carried them to the top of the hill that looks towards Hebron. After these things he loved a woman who was living in the valley of Sarek, and she was called Delilah. The leaders of the Philistines went to her, and they said, deceive him and learn from him wherein lies his great strength, and how we might be able to overcome him, and to impose restraints on him. And if you will do this, each one of us will give you 1,100 silver coins. Therefore Delilah said to Samson, tell me, I beg you, wherein lies your very great strength, and with what might you be bound, so that you could not break free? And Samson answered her, If I will be bound with 7 cords made of sinews not yet dry but still damp, I will be weak like other men. The princes of the Philistines brought to her 7 cords such as he had described, and she bound him with these. And so those in hiding in ambush with her in the bedroom were expecting the end of the matter. And she cried out to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." And he broke the cords as one would break a thread of flax, twisted for cutting and singed by fire. And so it was not known wherein lay his strength. And Delilah said to him, "Behold, you have mocked me, and you have spoken a falsehood. But at least now tell me with what you may be bound." And he answered her, "If I will be bound with new cords which had never been used, I will be weak and like other men." Again Delilah tied him with these, and he cried out, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson, for an ambush has been prepared in the bedroom." But he broke the bindings like filaments of a web. And Delilah spoke to him again, "How long will you deceive me and tell me falsehood? Reveal with what you ought to be bound." And Samson responded to her, "If you weave the 7 locks of my head with a loom, and if you tie these around a spike and fix it to the ground, I will be weak." And when Delilah had done this, she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." And arising from sleep, he withdrew the spike with the hairs and the weaving. And Delilah said to him, "How can you say that you love me when your soul is not with me? You have lied to me on 3 occasions. You are not willing to reveal wherein lies your very great strength." And when she had been very troublesome to him, and over many days had continually stayed nearby, giving him no time to rest, his soul was faint, and he was weary even unto the death. Then, disclosing the truth of the matter, he said to her, "Iron has never been drawn across my head, for I am a Nazarite, that is, I have been consecrated to God from my mother's womb. If my head will be shaven, my strength will depart from me, and I will be faint and will be like other men." Then, seeing he had confessed to his whole soul, she sent to the leaders of the Philistines and ordered, "Come just once more, for now he has opened his heart to me." And they went up, taking with them the money that they had promised. But she made him sleep upon her knees, and he reclined his head upon her bosom. And she called a barber, and he shaved his 7 locks of hair. And she began to push him away, and to repel him from herself, for immediately his strength departed from him. And she said, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." And awaking from sleep, he said in his mind, "I will break away and shake myself free," just as I did before, for he did not know that the Lord had withdrawn from him. And when the Philistines had seized him, they immediately plucked out his eyes, and they led him bound in chains to Gaza, and enclosing him in a prison, they made him work a millstone. Now his hair began to grow back. The leaders of the Philistines convened as one, so that they might offer great sacrifices to Dagon their god. They feasted, saying, "Our God has delivered our enemy Samson into our hands." Then too the people, seeing this, praised their God, and they said the same. "Our God has delivered our adversary into our hands, the one who destroyed our land, who killed very many." And rejoicing in their celebration, having now taken food, they instructed that Samson be called, and that he be mocked before them. And having been brought from prison, he was mocked before them. They caused him to stand between 2 pillars. And he said to the boy who was guiding his steps, "Permit me to touch the tillers, which support the entire house, and to lean against them, so that I may rest a little." Now the house was full of men and women, and all the leaders of the Philistines were there, as well as about 3,000 persons of both sexes on the roof and in the upper level of the houses, who were watching Samson being mocked. Then calling upon the Lord, he said, O Lord God, remember me, and restore to me now my former strength, O my God, so that I may avenge myself against my enemies, and so that I may receive one vengeance for the deprivation of my 2 eyes. And taking hold of both the pillars on which the house rested, and holding one with his right hand and the other with his left, he said, May my life die with the Philistines. And when he had shaken the pillars strongly, the house fell upon all the leaders and the rest of the multitude who were there, and he killed many more in his death than he had killed before in his life. Then his brother and all his relatives going down took his body, and they buried it between Zorah and Eshtaol, the burying place of his father Manoah, and he judged Israel for 20 years. Judges 17. In that time there was a certain man from Mount Ephraim named Micah, and he said to his mother, The 1,100 silver coins which you had separated for yourself and about which you had sworn in my hearing. Behold, I have them, and they are with me. And she answered him, My son has been blessed by the Lord. Therefore he restored them to his mother, and she said to him, I have consecrated and vowed this silver to the Lord, so that my son would receive it from my hand, and would make a molten idol and a graven image. Now I deliver it to you. And when he restored these to his mother, she took 200 of the silver coins, and she gave them to the silversmith, so that he might make from them a molten idol and a graven image, and was in the house of Micah. And he also separated in it a little shrine for the god. And he made an ephod and teraphim, that is a priestly garment, and idols. And he filled the hand of one of his sons, and he became his priest. And in those days there was no king in Israel. Instead, each one did what seemed right to himself. Also there was another young man from Bethlehem of Judah, one of his relatives, and he himself was a Levite, and he was living there. Then departing from the city of Bethlehem, he wished to sojourn wherever he would find it beneficial to himself. And when he had arrived at Mount Ephraim, while making the journey, he also turned aside for a little while to the house of Micah. And he was asked by him where he came from, and he responded, I am a Levite from Bethlehem of Judah, and I am traveling so that I may live where I am able, if I perceive it to be useful to me. And Micah said, Stay with me, and you shall be able you shall be to me like a parent and a priest, and I will give to you each year 10 silver coins, and a double layered garment, and whatever provisions are necessary. He agreed, and he stayed with the man, and he was to him like one of his sons. And Micah filled his hand, and he had the young man with him as his priest, saying, Now I know that the God will be good to me, since I have a priest from the stock of the Levites. Judges 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and the tribe of Dan sought a possession for themselves, so that they might live in it, for even to that day they had not received their lot among other tribes. Therefore the sons of Dan sent 5 very strong men of their stock and family from Zorah and Eshtaol, so that they might explore the land and diligently inspect it. And they said to him, "Go and consider the land." And after traveling they arrived at Mount Ephraim. They entered into the house of Micah. There they rested. And they recognized the speech of the youth, who was a Levite. And while making use of an inn with him, they said to him, "Who brought you here? What are you doing here? For what reason did you come here?" And he answered them, "Micah has offered me one thing and another, and he has paid me wages so that I may be his priest." Then they begged him to consult the Lord, so that they might be able to know whether the journey they undertook would be prosperous, and whether the matter would have success. And he responded to them, "Go in peace. The Lord looks with favor on your path, and on the journey that you have undertaken." And so the 5 men going on arrived at Laish, and they saw the people living in it without any fear, according to the customs of the Sidonians, secure and peaceful, having hardly anyone to oppose them, and with great wealth, and living separately far from Sidon and from all men. And they returned to their brothers at Zorah and Eshtaol, who questioned them as to what they had done. And they responded, "Rise up, let us ascend to them, for we have seen that the land is very wealthy and fruitful. Do not delay, do not refrain. Let us go out and possess it. There will be no difficulty. We shall enter into those who dwell securely in a very wide region, and the Lord will deliver this place to us, a place in which there is no lack of anything that grows upon the earth." And so those the kindred of Dan set out, that is 600 men from Zorah and Eshtaol, girded with the weapons of warfare. And going up, they stayed at Kiriath Jearim of Judah, and so the place from that time received the name of Camp of Dan, and it is behind the back of Kiriath Jearim. And from there they crossed over to Mount Ephraim, and when they arrived at the house of Micah, the 5 men who before had been sent to consider the land of Laish, said to the rest of their brothers, "You know that in these houses there's an ephod and teraphim, and a molten idol and a graven image. Consider what it may please you to do." And when they had turned aside a little, they entered the house of the Levite youth, who was in the house of Micah, and they greeted him with peaceful words. Now the 600 men, who were all armed, were standing before the door. But those who had entered the house of the youth strove to take away the graven image, and the ephod and the teraphim, and the molten idol. But the priest was standing in front of the door, with the 600 very strong men waiting not far away. And those who had entered took away the graven image, the ephod and the teraphim, and the molten idol. And the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" And they responded to him, "Be silent, place your finger over your mouth, and come with us, so that we may have you as a father as well as a priest. For which is better for you, to be priest in the house of one man, or in one tribe and a family in Israel?" And when he heard this, he agreed to their words, and he took the ephod and the idols and the graven image, and he set out with them. And while traveling, they also sent the children, the cattle, and all that was valuable to go ahead of them. And when they were far from the house of Micah, the men who were living in the house of Micah, crying out together, followed them. And they began to shout behind their backs. When they had looked back, they said to Micah, "What do you want? Why are you crying out?" And he responded, "You have taken away my gods, which I made for myself and the priest, and all that I have. And do you say, what is it that you want?" The sons of Dan said to him, "Take care that you no longer speak to us, otherwise men with a mind for violence may overwhelm you, and you yourself would perish with all your house." And so they continued on their journey that they had began. But Micah, seeing that they were stronger than he was, returned to his house. Now the 600 men took the priest and the things we stated above, and they went to Laish, to a people quiet and secure, and they struck them down with the edge of the sword, and they burned the city with fire. For no one at all sent reinforcements, because they lived far away from Sidon, and they had no association or business with any man. Now the city was situated in the region of Rehob, and building it up again, they lived in it, calling the name of the city Dan, according to the name of their father who had been born of Israel, though before it was called Laish. They established for themselves the graven images, and Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, with his sons, were priests in the tribe of Dan, even unto the day of the captivity. The idol of Micah remained with them during the entire time that the house of God was in Shiloh. In those days there was no king in Israel. Judges 19. There was a certain man, a Levite, living beside Mount Ephraim, who took a wife from Bethlehem of Judah. She left him, and she returned to the house of her father in Bethlehem, and she stayed with him for 4 months. And her husband followed her, wishing to be reconciled with her, and to speak kindly to her, and to lead her back with him. And he had with him a servant and 2 donkeys. And she received him, and brought him to the house of her father. And when his father-in-law had heard about this, and had seen him, he met him with joy. And he embraced the man, and the son-in-law stayed in the house of his father-in-law for 3 days, eating and drinking with him in a friendly manner. But on the 4th day, arising in the night, he intended to set out. But his father-in-law took hold of him and said to him, "First taste the bread, and strengthen your stomach, and then you shall set out." They sat down together, and they ate and drank. The father of the young woman said to his son-in-law, "I ask you to remain here today, so that we may rejoice together." But getting up, he intended to begin to set out. But nevertheless his father-in-law pressed him resolutely, made him remain with him. But when morning came, the Levite was preparing for his journey, and his father-in-law said to him again, "I beg you to take a little food, and to be strengthened till the daylight increases. After that you set out." Therefore they ate together. The young man got up so that he might travel with his wife and servant. His father-in-law spoke to him again, "Consider that the daylight is declining and approaches toward evening. Remain with me also today and spend the day in gladness, and tomorrow you shall set out so that you may go to your own house." His son-in-law was not willing to agree to his words. Instead, he immediately continued on, and he arrived opposite Jebus, which by another name is called Jerusalem, leading with him 2 donkeys carrying burdens and his maid. Now they were near Jebus, but day was turning into night. The servant said to his lord, "Come, I beg you, let us turn aside to the side of the Jebusites, so that we may find lodging in it." His lord responded to him, "I will not enter into the town of the foreign people who are not of the sons of Israel. Instead, I will cross over as far as Gibeah." And when I will have arrived there, we will lodge in that place, or at least in the city of Ramah. Therefore they passed by Jebus and continued on. They undertook the journey, but the sun went down on them, and they were near Gibeah, which is the northern part of Benjamin. And so they diverted so that they might lodge there. And when they had entered, they were sitting in the streets of the city, for no one was willing to give them hospitality. And behold, they saw an old man returning from the field from his work in the evening. And he was also from Ephraim, and he was living as a stranger in Gibeah, for the men of that region were of the sons of Benjamin. And the old man, lifting the eye, saw that the man sitting with his bundles in the street of the city, and said to him, Where have you come from? And where are you going? And he answered them, We set out from Bethlehem of Judah, and we are traveling to our own place, which is beside Mount Ephraim. From there we went to Bethlehem, and now we go to the house of God. But no one is willing to receive us under his roof. We have straw and hay as fodder for the donkeys, and we have bread and wine for the use of myself. And for your handmaid and the servant who is with me, we lack nothing except lodging. And the old man responded to him, Peace be with you, I will provide all that is necessary. Only I beg you, do not stay in the street. And he led him into his house, and he gave fodder to his donkeys. And after they had washed their feet, he received them with a banquet. And while they were feasting and were refreshing their bodies with food and drink, and after the labor of the journey, the men of that city, sons of Belial, came and surrounded the old man. The old man's house. They began to knock at the door, calling out to the Lord of the house, saying, Bring out the man who entered your house, so that we may abuse him. The old man went out to them, and he said, Brothers, do not choose to do this evil, for this man has entered by my hospitality. And you must cease from this senselessness. I have a virgin daughter, and this man has a maid. I will lead them out to you, so that you may debase them and may satisfy your lust. Only I beg you, do not commit this crime against the nature of the man. But they were not willing to agree to his words. So the man, discerning this, led out his maid to them, and he delivered her to their sexual abuse. And when they had abused her for the entire night, they released her in the morning. But the woman, as darkness was receding, came to the door of the house where her lord was staying. There she fell down. And when morning came, the man arose, and he opened the door so that he might complete the journey that he had begun. And behold, his maid was lying before the door with her hands reaching out to the threshold. And he, thinking that she was resting, said to her, Get up and let us walk. But since she gave no response, realizing that she had died, he took her up and he laid her on his donkey, and he returned to his house. When he arrived, he took up a sword, and he cut into pieces the dead body of his wife, with her bones into 12 parts. And he sent the pieces into all the parts of Israel. And when each one had seen this, they were crying out together, Never has such a thing been done in Israel from the days that our fathers ascended from Egypt, even to the present time. Let a sentence be brought. Let us decide in common what ought to be done. Judges 20. And so the sons of Israel went out like one man from Dan to Beersheba, with the land of Gilead, and they gathered together before the Lord at Mizpah. And all the chiefs of the people and every tribe of Israel convened as an assembly of the people of God, 400,000 foot soldiers for battle. But it was not hidden from the sons of Benjamin that the sons of Israel had ascended to Mizpah. And the Levite, the husband of the woman who was killed, being questioned as to how so great a crime had been perpetrated, responded, I went to Gibeah of Benjamin with my wife, and I deferred to that place. And behold, the men of that city at night surrounded the house in which I was staying, intending to kill me. And they abused my wife with such an incredible fury of lust that in the end she died. And taking her up, I cut her into pieces and sent the parts of all the borders into all the borders of your possession, for never before was such a nefarious crime, and so great a sin committed in Israel. You are all present here, O sons of Israel, discern what you ought to do. And all the people standing responded as if with the word of one man, We shall not return to our own house, to our own tents, nor shall we enter into his own house. But this shall we do in common against Gibeah. We shall select 10 men out of 100 from all the tribes of Israel, and 100 out of 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000, so that they may transport supplies for the army, so that we will be able to fight against Gibeah of Benjamin, and to repay it for its crimes as it deserves. And all of Israel convened against the city like one man, with one mind and one counsel. And they sent messengers to the entire tribe of Benjamin, who said, Why has so great a wickedness been found among you? Deliver the men of the Gibeah who have perpetrated this deplorable act, so that they may die, and so that the evil may be taken away from Israel. And they were not willing to listen to the commands of the brothers, the sons of Israel. Instead, out of all the cities that were their lot, they convened at Gibeah so that they might bring them assistance, so that they might contend against the entire people of Israel. And there were found from Benjamin 25,000 who drew the sword, aside from the inhabitants of Gibeah, who were 700 very strong men, fighting with the left hand as well as with the right, casting stones from a sling so accurately that they were able to strike even a hair, and the path of the stone would by no means miss to either side. Then too among the men of Israel, apart from the sons of Benjamin, there were found 400,000 who drew the sword and who were prepared for battle. And they rose up and went to the house of God, that is, to Shiloh. They consulted God, and they said, Who shall be in our army the first to contend against the sons of Benjamin? And the Lord responded to them, Let Judah be your leader. And immediately the sons of Israel, rising up in the morning, made camp near Gibeah. And setting out from there to fight against Benjamin, they began to assault the city. The sons of Benjamin, departing from Gibeah, slew 22,000 men from the sons of Israel on that day. Again, the sons of Israel, trusting in both strength and number, set their troops in order in the same place where they had contended before. But first they also went up and wept before the Lord even until night. And they consulted him and said, Should I continue to go forth so as to contend against the sons of Benjamin, my brothers, or not? And he responded to them, Ascend against them and undertake to struggle. And when the sons of Israel had continued to do battle against the sons of Benjamin the next day, the sons of Benjamin burst forth from the gates of Gibeah. Meeting them, they made such a frenzied slaughter against them that they struck down 18,000 men who drew the sword. As a result, all the sons of Israel went to the house of God, and sitting down, they wept before the Lord. And they fasted that day until the evening, and they offered to him holocausts. the victims of peace offerings. And they inquired about their state. At that time, the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord was in that place, and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was the first ruler of the house. And so they consulted the Lord, and they said, should we continue to go forth in battle against the sons of Benjamin, our brothers, or should we cease? And the Lord said to them, ascend, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hands. And the sons of Israel stationed ambushes around the city of Gibeah, and they brought out their army against Benjamin a third time, just as they had done in the first and second times. But the sons of Benjamin again burst forth boldly from the city. Since the enemies were fleeing, they pursued them a long way, so that they might wound or kill some of them, just as they had done in the first and second days. And they turned their backs again along two paths, one bringing them to Bethel, the other towards Gibeah. They struck down upon 30 men, for they thought they were falling back as they had done before. But instead, skillfully feigning flight, they undertook a plan to draw them away from the city, and by seemed to flee to lead them along the about stated paths. And so all the sons of Israel, rising up from their position, set their troops in order in the place which is called Baltamar. Likewise, the ambushes that encircled the city began little by little to reveal themselves, and to advance upon the western part of the city. Moreover, another 10,000 men from all of Israel were provoking a conflict with the inhabitants of the city, and the war grew heavy against the sons of Benjamin. And they did not realize that on all sides of them death was imminent. The Lord struck them down in the sight of the sons of Israel. They put to death on that day 25,000 of them, along with 100 men, all warriors and those who drew the sword. But the sons of Benjamin, when they had seen themselves to be weaker, began to flee. The sons of Israel, discerning this, gave them room to flee, so that they might arrive at the ambushes that were prepared, which they had positioned near the city. And after they had risen up suddenly from hiding, and those of Benjamin had turned their backs to those who cut them down, they entered the city, and they struck it with the edge of the sword. Now the sons of Israel had given a sign to those whom they had stationed in ambushes, so that after they had seized the city they would light a fire. And by the smoke ascending on high, they would show that the city was captured. And the sons of Israel discerned the sign during the battle, for the sons of Benjamin had thought that they had fled. They pursued them forcibly, cutting down 30 men from their army. And they saw something like a pillar of smoke ascending from the city. Likewise Benjamin, looking back, discerned that the city was captured, for the flames were being carried on high. And those who before had pretended to flee turned their faces, withstood them more strongly. And when the sons of Benjamin had seen this, they turned their backs in flight. And they began to go towards the way of the desert, with the adversary pursuing them to that place also. Moreover, those who had set fire to the city also met them, and so it happened that they were cut down on both sides of the enemy. Nor was there need of respite for the dying. They were killed and struck down on either side of the city of Gibeah. Now those who were put to death In the same robust place were 18,000 men, all very robust fighters. And when those who remained of Benjamin had seen this, they fled in the wilderness. And they were traveling towards the rock which is called Rimmon. In that flight, also among those who were scattering in the different directions, they slew 5,000 men. And though they scattered all the more, they continued to pursue them, and they put to death another 2,000. And so it happened that all those who were slain from Benjamin in various places were 25,000 fighters, very willing to go to war. And so there remained from the entire number of Benjamin 600 men, who were able to escape and to flee into the wilderness. And they settled at the rock of Rimmon for 4 months. But the son of Israel, returning, had struck with the sword, and all that remained of the city, from men even to cattle, and all the cities and the villages of Benjamin were consumed with devouring flames. Alex? Alex? Judges 21. The sons of Israel had taken an oath at Mizpah, and they said, "None of us shall give his daughters as wife to the sons of Benjamin." And they all went to the house of God at Shiloh, and sitting in his sight until evening, they lifted up their voice, and they began to weep with great wailing, saying, "Why, O Lord God of Israel, has this evil happened among your people, so that this day one tribe would be taken away from us?" Then rising at first light on the next day, they built an altar, and they offered holocaust and victims of peace offerings there, and they said, "Who out of all the tribes of Israel did not attend with the army of the Lord?" For they had bound themselves with great oath when they were at Mizpah, that whoever was not present would be slain. And the sons of Israel, having been led to repentance of their brother Benjamin, began to say, "One tribe has been taken away from Israel. From where shall we receive wives? For we have all sworn in common that we will not give for we have all sworn in common that we will not give our daughters to them." For this reason they said, "Who is there out of all the tribes of Israel that did not ascend to the Lord at Mizpah?" And behold, the inhabitants of Jabesh and Gilead were found not to have been among that army. Likewise, in the time when they had been at Shiloh, not one of them was found to be there. And so they sent 10,000 very robust men, and they instructed them, saying, "Go and strike down the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead with the edges of the sword, including their wives and little ones, and this shall be what you ought to do. Every one of the male gender, as well as all the women who have known men, shall be put to death, but the virgins you shall reserve." And 400 virgins who had not known the bed of a man were found from Jabesh Gilead, and they brought them to the camp at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, and they sent messengers to the sons of Benjamin, who were at the rock of Rimmon, and they instructed them so that they would receive them in peace. And the sons of Benjamin went at that time, and wives were given to them from the daughters of Jabesh Gilead, but others were not found, whom they might give in a similar manner. And all of Israel was very saddened, and they did penance for destroying one tribe out of Israel. And those greater by birth said, What shall we do with the remainder, those who have not received wives? For all the females of Benjamin have been cut down, and we must take great care and make provision with a very great diligence, so that one tribe may not be wiped away from Israel. As for our own daughters, we are not able to give them, being bound by an oath and a curse, when we said, Accursed is he who will give any of his daughters to Benjamin his wife. And they took counts, and they said, Behold, there is a yearly solemnity of the Lord at Shiloh, which is situated in the north city of Bethel, and on the eastern side of the way that one takes from Bethel to Shechem, and to the south of the town of Lebanon. And they instructed the sons of Benjamin, and they said, Go and hide in the vineyards, and when you will have seen the daughters of Shiloh being led out to dance, according to custom, go forth suddenly from the vineyards, and let each one seize one wife from among them, and travel into the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers and brothers arrive, and they begin to complain against you and to argue, we will say to them, Take pity on them, for they have not seized them by right of war or conquest. Instead, begging to receive them, you did not give them, and so the sin was on your part. And the sons of Benjamin did just as they had been ordered, according to their number, and they seized for themselves one wife each, out of those who were led out of dancing. And they went out into their own possession, and they built up their cities, and they lived in them. And the sons of Israel also returned according to their tribes, and the families to their tents. In those days there was no king in Israel. Instead, each one did what seemed right to himself.
Ruth, chapitre 1. Du temps des juges, il y eut une famine dans le pays. Un homme de Bethléem, de Juda, partit avec sa femme et ses 2 fils pour faire un séjour dans le pays de Moab. Le nom de cet homme était Élimélec. Celui de sa femme Naomi et ses 2 fils s'appelaient Machlon et Kiljon. Ils étaient Éphrasiens de Bethléem de Juda. Arrivés au pays de Moab, ils y fixèrent leur demeure. Élimélec, mari de Naomi, mourut et elle resta avec ses 2 fils. Ils prirent des femmes moabites dont l'une se nommait Orpa et l'autre Ruth, et ils habitèrent là environ 10 ans. Machlon et Kijlon moururent aussi tous les 2, et Naomi resta privée de ses 2 fils et de son mari. Puis elle se leva, elle et ses belles-filles, afin de quitter le pays de Moab, car elle apprit au pays de Moab que l'Éternel avait visité son peuple et lui avait donné du pain. Elle sortit du lieu qu'elle habitait, accompagnée de ses 2 belles-filles, et elle se mit en route pour retourner dans le pays de Juda. Naomi dit alors à ses 2 belles-filles, Allez, retournez chacune à la maison de sa mère. Que l'Éternel use de bonté envers vous, comme vous l'avez fait envers ceux qui sont morts et envers moi. Que l'Éternel vous fasse trouver à chacune du repos dans la maison d'un mari. Et elle les baisa. Elles élevèrent la voix et pleurèrent. Et elles lui dirent, non, nous irons avec toi vers ton peuple. Naomi dit, retournez mes filles, pourquoi viendriez-vous avec moi? Ai-je encore dans mon sein des fils qui puissent devenir vos maris? Retournez mes filles, allez, je suis trop vieille pour me remarier. Et quand je dirai, j'ai de l'espérance, quand cette nuit même je serai avec un mari et que j'enfanterai des fils, attendriez-vous pour cela qu'ils eussent grandi? Refuseriez-vous pour cela de vous marier? Non, mes filles, car à cause de vous, je suis dans une grande affliction de ce que la main de l'Éternel s'est étendue contre moi. Et elles élevèrent la voix et pleurèrent encore. Orpa baisa sa belle-mère, mais Ruth s'attacha à elle. Naomi dit à Ruth, voici ta belle-sœur est retournée vers son peuple et vers ses dieux. Retourne comme ta belle-sœur. Ruth répondit, ne me presse pas de te laisser, de retourner loin de toi. Où tu iras, j'irai. Et où tu demeureras, je demeurerai. Ton peuple sera mon peuple et ton Dieu sera mon Dieu. Où tu mourras, je mourrai, et j'y serai enterré. Que l'Éternel me traite dans toute sa rigueur si autre chose que la mort vient à me séparer de toi. Naomi, la voyant décidée à aller avec elle, cessa ses instances. Elles firent ensemble le voyage jusqu'à leur arrivée à Bethléem. Et lorsqu'elles entrèrent dans Bethléem, toute la ville fut émue à cause d'elles, et les femmes disaient, est-ce là Naomi? Elle leur dit, ne m'appelez pas Naomi, appelez-moi Mara, car le Tout-Puissant m'a rempli d'amertume. J'étais dans l'abondance à mon départ, et l'Éternel me ramène les mains vides. Pourquoi m'appelleriez-vous Naomi, après que l'Éternel s'est prononcé contre moi et que le Tout-Puissant m'a affligée? Ainsi revinrent du pays de Moab Naomi et sa belle-fille Ruth, la Moabite. Elles arrivèrent à Bethléem au commencement de la moisson des orges. Ruth, chapitre 2. Naomi avait un parent de son mari. C'était un homme puissant et riche de la famille d'Élimélec et qui se nommait Boaz. Ruth la Moabite dit à Naomi, laisse-moi, je te prie, aller glaner des épis dans le champ de celui aux yeux duquel je trouverai grâce. Elle lui répondit, va ma fille. Elle alla glaner dans un champ, derrière les moissonneurs, et il se trouva par hasard que la pièce de terre appartenait à Boaz, qui était de la famille d'Élimélec. Et voici Boaz vint de Bethléem, et il dit au moissonneur que l'Éternel soit avec vous. Ils lui répondirent, que l'Éternel te bénisse. Et Boaz dit à son serviteur chargé de surveiller les moissonneurs, à qui est cette jeune femme? Le serviteur chargé de surveiller les moissonneurs répondit, c'est une jeune femme moabite qui est revenue avec Naomi du pays de Moab. Elle a dit, permettez-moi de glaner et de ramasser des épis entre les gerbes derrière les moissonneurs. Et depuis ce matin qu'elle est venue, elle a été debout jusqu'à présent et ne s'est reposée qu'un moment dans la maison. Boaz dit à Ruth, écoute ma fille, ne va pas glaner dans un autre champ, ne t'éloigne pas d'ici et reste avec mes servantes. Regarde où l'on moissonne dans le champ et va après elle. J'ai défendu à mes serviteurs de te toucher. Et quand tu auras soif, tu iras au vase et tu boiras de ce que les serviteurs auront puisé. Alors elle tomba sur sa face et se prosterna contre terre, et elle lui dit, comment ai-je trouvé grâce à tes yeux pour que tu t'intéresses à moi qui suis une étrangère? Boaz lui répondit, on m'a rapporté tout ce que tu as fait pour ta belle-mère depuis la mort de ton mari, et comment tu as quitté ton père et ta mère et le pays de ta naissance pour aller vers un peuple que tu ne connaissais point auparavant. Que l'Éternel te rende ce que tu as fait et que ta récompense soit entière de la part de l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël, sous les ailes duquel tu es venu te réfugier. Et elle dit, oh, que je trouve grâce à tes yeux, mon Seigneur, car tu m'as consolée et tu as parlé au cœur de ta servante. Et pourtant, je ne suis pas, moi, comme l'une de tes servantes. Au moment du repas, Boaz dit à Ruth, approche, mange du pain et trempe ton morceau dans le vinaigre. Elle s'assit à côté des moissonneurs. On lui donna du grain rôti. Elle mangea et se rassasia, et elle garda le reste. Puis elle se leva pour glaner. Boaz donna cet ordre à ses serviteurs, qu'elle glane aussi entre les gerbes et ne l'inquiétez pas. Et même vous ôterez pour elle des gerbes quelques épis, que vous la laisserez glaner sans lui faire de reproche. Elle glana dans le champ jusqu'au soir, et elle bâtit ce qu'elle avait glané. Il y eut environ un épha d'orge. Elle l'emporta et rentra dans la ville, et sa belle-mère vit ce qu'elle avait glané. Elle sortit aussi les restes de son repas et les lui donna. Sa belle-mère lui dit, où as-tu glané aujourd'hui et où as-tu travaillé? Béni soit celui qui s'est intéressé à toi. Et Ruth fit connaître à sa belle-mère chez qui elle avait travaillé. L'homme chez qui j'ai travaillé aujourd'hui, dit-elle, s'appelle Boaz. Naomi dit à sa belle-fille, oh, qu'il soit béni de l'Éternel, qui se montre miséricordieux pour les vivants comme il le fut pour ceux qui sont morts. Cet homme est notre parent, lui dit encore Naomi. Il est de ceux qui ont sur nous droit de rachat. Ruth la Moabite ajouta, il m'a dit aussi, reste avec mes serviteurs jusqu'à ce qu'ils aient achevé toute ma moisson. Et Naomi dit à Ruth, sa belle-fille, il est bon, ma fille, que tu sortes avec ses servantes et qu'on ne te rencontre pas dans un autre champ. Elle resta donc avec les servantes de Boaz pour glaner jusqu'à la fin de la moisson des orges et de la moisson du froment, et elle demeurait avec sa belle-mère. Ruth, chapitre 3. Naomi, sa belle-mère, lui dit, ma fille, je voudrais assurer ton repos afin que tu fusses heureuse. Et maintenant, Boaz, avec les servantes duquel tu as été, n'est-il pas notre parent? Voici, il doit vanner cette nuit les orges qui sont dans l'air. Lave-toi et oins-toi, puis remets tes habits et descends à l'air. Tu ne te feras pas connaître à lui jusqu'à ce qu'il ait achevé de manger et de boire. Et quand il ira se coucher, observe le lieu où il se couche. Ensuite, va, découvre ses pieds et couche-toi. Et il te dira lui-même ce que tu as à faire. Elle lui répondit, je ferai tout ce que tu as dit. Elle descendit à l'air et fit tout ce qu'avait ordonné sa belle-mère. Boaz mangea et but, et son cœur était joyeux. Il alla se coucher à l'extrémité d'un tas de gerbes. Ruth vint alors tout doucement, découvrit ses pieds et se coucha. Au milieu de la nuit, cet homme eut une frayeur. Il se pencha et voici une femme était couchée à ses pieds. Il dit, qui es-tu? Elle répondit, je suis Ruth, ta servante. Étends ton aile sur ta servante, car tu as droit de rachat. Et il dit, sois bénie de l'Éternel, ma fille. Ce dernier trait témoigne encore plus en ta faveur que le premier, car tu n'as pas recherché des jeunes gens pauvres ou riches. Maintenant, ma fille, ne crains point. Je ferai pour toi tout ce que tu diras, car toute la porte de mon peuple sait que tu es une femme vertueuse. Il est bien vrai que j'ai droit de rachat, mais il en existe un autre plus proche que moi. Passe ici la nuit, et demain, s'il veut user envers toi du droit de rachat, à la bonne heure, qu'il le fasse. Mais s'il ne lui plaît pas d'en user envers toi, j'en userai moi, l'Éternel est vivant. Reste couché jusqu'au matin. Elle resta couchée à ses pieds jusqu'au matin, et elle se leva avant qu'on pût se reconnaître l'un l'autre. Boaz dit, qu'on ne sache pas qu'une femme est entrée dans l'air. Et il ajouta, donne le manteau qui est sur toi et tiens-le. Elle le tint, et il mesura 10 mesures d'orge qu'il chargea sur elle, puis il rentra dans la ville. Ruth revint auprès de sa belle-mère, et Naomi dit, est-ce toi, ma fille? Ruth lui raconta tout ce que cet homme avait fait pour elle. Elle dit, il m'a donné ces 6 mesures d'orge en disant, tu ne retourneras pas à vide vers ta belle-mère. Et Naomi dit, sois tranquille, ma fille, jusqu'à ce que tu saches comment finira la chose, car cet homme ne se donnera point de repos qu'il n'ait terminé cette affaire aujourd'hui. Amen. Ruth, chapitre 4. Boaz monta à la porte et s'y arrêta. Or, voici celui qui avait droit de rachat, et dont Boaz avait parlé vint à passer. Boaz lui dit, approche, reste ici, toi un tel. Et il s'approcha et s'arrêta. Boaz prit alors 10 hommes parmi les anciens de la ville et il dit, asseyez-vous ici. Et ils s'assirent. Puis il dit à celui qui avait le droit de rachat, Naomi, revenue du pays de Moab, a vendu la pièce de terre qui appartenait à notre frère Élimélec. J'ai cru devoir t'en informer et te dire, acquiers-la en présence des habitants et en présence des anciens de mon peuple. Si tu veux racheter, rachète. Si tu ne veux pas, déclare-le-moi afin que je le sache. car il n'y a personne avant toi qui ait le droit de rachat, et je l'ai après toi. Et il répondit, je rachèterai. Boaz dit, le jour où tu acquerras le champ de la main de Naomi, tu l'acquerras en même temps de Ruth, la Moabite, femme du défunt, pour relever le nom du défunt dans son héritage. Et celui qui avait le droit de rachat répondit, je ne puis pas racheter pour mon compte, crainte de détruire mon héritage. Prends pour toi mon droit de rachat, car je ne puis pas racheter. Autrefois, en Israël, pour valider une affaire quelconque relative à un rachat ou à un échange, l'un ôtait son soulier et le donnait à l'autre. Cela servait de témoignage en Israël. Celui qui avait le droit de rachat dit donc à Boaz, acquiert pour ton compte, et il ôta son soulier. Alors Boaz dit aux anciens et à tout le peuple, vous êtes témoins aujourd'hui que j'ai acquis de la main de Naomi tout ce qui appartenait à Elimelech, à Kiljon et à Maclon, et que je me suis également acquis pour femme Ruth la Moabite, femme de Maclon, pour relever le nom du défunt dans son héritage, et afin que le nom du défunt ne soit point retranché d'entre ses frères et de la porte de son lieu. Vous en êtes témoins aujourd'hui. Tout le peuple qui était à la porte et les anciens dirent, nous en sommes témoins. Que l'Éternel rende la femme qui entre dans ta maison semblable à Rachel et à Léa, qui toutes les deux ont bâti la maison d'Israël. Manifeste ta force dans Ephrata et fais-toi un nom dans Bethléem. Puisse la postérité que l'Éternel te donnera par cette jeune femme rendre ta maison semblable à la maison de Péré, qui fut enfantée à Juda par Tamar. Boaz prit Ruth, qui devint sa femme, et il alla vers elle. L'Éternel permit à Ruth de concevoir, et elle enfanta un fils. Les femmes dirent à Naomi, béni soit l'Éternel qui ne t'a point laissé manquer aujourd'hui d'un homme ayant droit de rachat, et dont le nom sera célébré en Israël. Cet enfant restaurera ton âme, et sera le soutien de ta vieillesse, car ta belle-fille qui t'aime l'a enfanté, elle qui vaut mieux pour toi que 7 fils. Naomi prit l'enfant et le mit sur son sein, et elle fut sa garde. Les voisines lui donnèrent un nom en disant, un fils est né à Naomi, et elles l'appelèrent Obed. Ce fut le père d'Isaïe, père de David. Voici la postérité de Péretz. Péretz engendra Étron. Étron engendra Ram. Ram engendra Aminadab. Aminadab engendra Nashcon. Nashcon engendra Salmon. Salmon engendra Boaz. Boaz engendra Obed. Obed engendra Isaïe. Et Isaïe engendra David. Amen.
First Samuel, there was a certain man from Ramah of Zophim, on Mount Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. And he had 2 wives. The name of one was Hannah, and the name of the second was Peninnah. And Peninnah had sons, but Hannah did not have children. And this man went up from the city on the established days, so that he might adore and sacrifice the Lord to the Lord of hosts at Shiloh. Now the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, priests of the Lord, were in that place. Then the day arrived, and Elkanah emulated, and he gave portions to his wife Peninnah, and to all her sons and daughters. But to Hannah he gave one portion with sorrow, for he loved Hannah, but the Lord had closed her womb. And her rival afflicted her and vehemently distressed her to a great extent, for she rebuked her that the Lord had closed her womb. And she did so every year when the time returned for them to ascend to the temple of the Lord. And she provoked her in this way, and so she wept and did not take food. Therefore her husband Elkanah said to her, Hannah, why are you weeping? And why do you not eat? And for what reason do you afflict your heart? Am I not better to you than 10 sons? And so after she ate and drank at Shiloh, Hannah rose up, and Eli the priest was sitting on the seat before the door of the temple of the Lord. And since Hannah was bitter in soul, she prayed to the Lord, weeping greatly. And she made a vow, saying, O Lord of hosts, if in looking with favor you will see the affliction of your servant and will remember me, and will not forget your handmaid, and if you will give to your servant a male child, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall pass over his head. Then it happened that while she multiplied prayers for the Lord, Eli observed her mouth, for Hannah was speaking in her heart, and only her lips moved, and her voice was barely heard. Therefore Eli considered her to be drunk, and so he said to her, How long will you be inebriated? You should take only a little wine, but instead you are drenched. Responding, Hannah said, By no means, my lord, for I am an exceedingly unhappy woman, and I drank neither wine, nor anything that can inebriate. Instead, I have poured out my soul in the sight of the Lord. You should not repute your handmaid as one of the daughters of Belial, for I have been speaking from the abundance of my sorrow and grief, even until now. Then Eli said to her, Go in peace. May the God of Israel grant to you your petition which you may have begged of him. And she said, I wish that your handmaid may find grace in your eyes. And the woman went on her way, and she ate, and her countenance was no longer changed for the worse. And they rose up in the morning, and they worshipped the Lord. And they returned and arrived at their own house at Ramah. Then Elkanah knew his wife Hannah, and the Lord remembered her. And it happened that in the course of days Hannah conceived and bore a son. And she called his name Samuel, because she had requested him from the Lord. Now her husband Elkanah ascended with his entire house, so that he might immolate to the Lord a solemn sacrifice with his vow. But Hannah did not go up, for she said to her husband, I will not go until the infant has been weaned, until I may lead him so that he may appear before the sight of the Lord, and he may remain always there. And her husband Elkanah said to her, Do what seems good to you and stay until you wean him. And I pray that the Lord may fulfill his word. Therefore the woman remained at home, and she breastfed her son until she withdrew him from milk. And after she had weaned him, she brought him with her along with 3 calves and 3 measures of flour and a small bottle of wine, and she led him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh. But the boy was still a young child. And they immolated a calf, and they presented the boy to Eli. And Hannah said, I beg you, my lord, as your soul lives, my lord, I am that woman who stood before you here praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord granted to me my petition, which I asked of him. Because of this I have also lent him to the Lord for all the days when he shall be lent to the Lord. And they adored the Lord in that place. And Hannah prayed, and she said, 1 Samuel 2nd chapter. My heart exults in the Lord, my horn is exalted in my God. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies, for I have rejoiced in your salvation. Nothing is holy as the Lord is, for there is no other beside you. Nothing is strong as our God is strong. Do not continue speaking of great things, boasting. Let what is old depart from your mouth, for the Lord is the God of knowledge, and thoughts are prepared for him. And the bow of the powerful has been overwhelmed, and the weak have been girded with strength. Those who before were filled have hired themselves out for bread, and the starving have been filled, so that the barren have given birth to many. But she who had borne many sons has become unable. The Lord brings death, and he gives life. He leads away to death, and he brings back again. The Lord impoverishes, and he enriches. He humbles, and he lifts up. He raises up the indigent from the dust, and he lifts up the poor from filth, so that they may sit with princes and take hold of a throne of glory. For the changes of the earth belong to the Lord, and he has placed the globe upon them. He will preserve the feet of his holy ones, and their impious will be silence and darkness. For no one will prevail by his own strength. The adversaries of the Lord will dread him, and over them he will thunder in the heavens. The Lord will judge the parts of the earth, and he will give dominion to his king, and he will lift up the horn of his Christ. And Elkanah went away to Ramah to his house. But the boy was minister in the sight of the Lord before the face of Eli the priest. But the sons of Eli were sons of Belial, not knowing the Lord, nor the priestly officer for the people. So no matter who had immolated a victim, the servant of the priest would arrive, while the flesh was still cooking, and he would take a 3-pronged hook in his hand, and put it into the vessel, into the cauldron, into the cooking pot, or into the pan, and all that the hook lifted up the priest took for himself. So they did to all of Israel who arrived at Shiloh. In addition, before they burned the fat, the servant of the priest would arrive, and he would say to the one who was immolating, "Give me the flesh so that I may boil it for the priest, for I will not accept cooked meat from you but raw." And the one who was immolating would say to him, "First allow the fat to be burned today, according to custom, and then take for yourself whatever your soul desires." But in response he would say to him, "By no means, for you will give it to me now, otherwise I will take it by force." Therefore the sin of the servants was exceedingly great before the Lord, for they drew men away from the sacrifice of the Lord. But Samuel was ministering before the face of the Lord. He was a youth girded with linen ephod, and his mother fashioned a little tunic for him, which she brought to him on the appointed days, ascending with her husband so that he might immolate the solemn sacrifice. And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife, and he said to him, "May the Lord repay to you offspring. May the Lord repay to you offspring from this woman on behalf of the loan that you offered to the Lord." They went away to their own place. Then the Lord visited Hannah, and she conceived and bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the youth Samuel was magnified with the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and he heard all that his sons were doing to all of Israel, and how they were sleeping with the women who were waiting at the door of the tabernacle. And he said to them, "Why are you doing these kind of things, very wicked things, that I have heard from all these people? My sons, do not be willing, for it is no good report that I am hearing, so that you would cause the people of the Lord to transgress. If a man has sinned against a man, God may be able to be appeased for him. But if a man has sinned against the Lord, who will pray for him?" But they did not listen to the voice of their father, that the Lord was willing to kill them. But the youth Samuel advanced and grew up, and he was pleasing to the Lord as well as to the men. Then a man of God went to Eli, and he said to him, "Thus says the Lord, Was I not revealed openly to the house of your father when they were in Egypt in the house of Pharaoh? And I had chose him out of all the tribes of Israel for myself as a priest, so that he might ascend to my altar and burn incense to me, wear their ephod before me. And I gave to the house of your father all the sacrifices of the son of Israel. Why have you kicked away my victims and my gifts, which I instructed to be offered in the temple? Why have you given more honor to your sons than to me, so that you eat the first fruits of every sacrifice of my people Israel? Because of this, the Lord God of Israel says, I have spoken clearly so that your house and the house of your father may minister in my sight even forever. But now the Lord says, may this be far from me. Instead, whoever will have glorified me, I will glorify him. But whoever despises me, they will be despised. Behold, the days are arriving when I will cut off your arm, the arm of the house of your father, so that there will not be an old man in your house, and you will see your rival in the temple amid all the prosperity of Israel, and there will not be an old man in your house for all days. Yet truly I will not entirely take away a man of you from my altar, but such that your eyes may fail, and your soul may melt away, and a great part of your house may die out, as it pertains to the state of men. But this will be a sign to you, which will happen to your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas. On one day they both will die, and I will raise up for myself a faithful priest. He will act in accord with my heart and soul, and I will build a faithful house for him, and he will walk before my Christ for all days. Then this will be in the future that whoever will have remained in your house, he will approach so that he may pray on his behalf. And he will offer a coin of silver and a twist of bread. And he will say, permit me, I beg you, one part of the priestly office, so that I may eat a mouthful of bread. Samuel 3, 1 Samuel 3. Now the boy Samuel was ministering to the Lord before Eli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no manifest vision. Then it happened that on a certain day Eli was lying on his place, and his eyes had dimmed so that he was unable to see. And so to prevent the lamp of God from going out, Samuel was sleeping in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. And the Lord called Samuel. And responding, he said, Here I am. And he ran to Eli, and he said, Here I am, for you called me. And he said, I did not call. Return and sleep. And he went away, and he slept. And again the Lord continued to call to Samuel. And rising up, Samuel went to Eli, and he said, Here I am, for you called me. And he responded, I did not call you, my son. Return and sleep. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, and the word of the Lord had not been revealed to him. And the Lord continued, and he called to Samuel still a third time. And rising up, he went to Eli. And he said, Here I am, for you called me. Then Eli understood that the Lord had called the boy. He said to Samuel, Go to sleep, and if he calls to you from now on, you will say, Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening. Therefore Samuel went away, and he slept in his place. And the Lord came and stood, and he called, just as he had called the other time, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening. And the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I am accomplishing a word in Israel. Whoever will hear about it, both his ears will ring. In that day I will raise up against Eli all the things that I have spoken over his house. I will begin and I will finish, for I have foretold to him that I will judge his house unto eternity, because of iniquity, for he had not known that his sons acted shamefully, and he did not chastise them. For this reason I have sworn to the house of Eli that the iniquity of his house will not be expiated with victims or with gifts, even forever. Then Samuel slept until morning, and he opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel was afraid to tell the vision to Eli. Then Eli called Samuel, and he said, Samuel, my son. And responding, he said, I'm here. And he questioned him, What is the word the Lord has spoken to you? I beg that you may not conceal it from me. May God do these things to you, and may he add these other things. If you hide from me one word out of all the things that were told to you. And so Samuel revealed to him all the words, and he did not hide them from him. And he responded, He is the Lord, may he do what is good in his own eyes. And Samuel grew up, and the Lord was with him, and not one of his words fell to the ground. And all of Israel, from Dan even to Beersheba, knew Samuel to be a faithful prophet of the Lord. The Lord continued to appear in Shiloh, for the Lord had revealed himself to Samuel at Shiloh, according to the word of the Lord. And the word about Samuel went forth to all of Israel. And it happened that in those days the Philistines assembled to fight, and Israel went out to meet the Philistines in battle. And he made camp beside the stone of assistance. But the Philistines went to Aphek, and they positioned their troops against Israel. Then when the conflict began, Israel turned his back to the Philistines. They were cut down in that conflict in various places in the fields, about 4,000 men. And the people returned to the camp. Those greater by both of Israel said, Why has the Lord struck us today before the Philistines? Let us bring to ourselves the ark of the covenant of the Lord from Shiloh. Let it enter into our midst, so that it may save us from the hands of enemy. Therefore the people sent to Shiloh. They brought from there the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts sitting upon the cherubim. The two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were with the ark of the covenant. And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord had arrived in the camp, all of Israel shouted with great clamor, and the land resounded. And the Philistines heard the voice of the clamor, and they said, What is this voice of a great clamor in the camp of the Hebrews? And they realized the ark of the Lord had arrived at the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, saying, God has entered the camp, and they groaned, saying, Woe to us, for there was no such great exultation yesterday or the day before. Woe to us, who will save us from the hand of these sublime gods? These are the gods who struck Egypt with the plagues in the desert. Be strengthened and be manly, O Philistines, otherwise you may serve the Hebrews, as they also have served you. Be strengthened and wage war. Therefore the Philistines fought, and Israel was cut down, and each one fled to his own tent. An exceedingly great slaughter occurred. 30,000 foot soldiers from Israel fell. The ark of God was captured. Also the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, died. Now a man of Benjamin, rushing from the troops, arrived at Shiloh on the same day, with his clothing torn and with his head sprinkled with dust. And when he arrived, Eli was sitting on a seat opposite the way, gazing out, for his heart was fearful on behalf of the ark of God. Then after this man entered the city, announced the entire city wailed. And Eli heard the sound of the outcry, and he said, What is this sound, this tumult? The man hurried, and he went and announced it to Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes had dimmed, so that he was not able to see. And he said to Eli, I am the one who came from the battle. It is I who fled from the troops today. And he said to him, What has happened, my son? And responding, the man reported and said, Israel has fled before the Philistines, and a great ruin has happened to the people. Moreover, your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, also have died, and the ark of God has been captured. And when he had named the ark of God, he fell from the seat backwards toward the door, and having broken his neck, he died. For he was an old man of great age, and he judged Israel for 40 years. Now his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was pregnant, and her delivery was near. And upon hearing the news that the ark of God had been captured, that her father-in-law and her husband had died, she bent down and went into labor, for her pains rushed upon her suddenly. Then when she was near death, those who were standing around her said to her, "You should not be afraid, for you have given birth to a son." But she did not respond to them, and she did not notice them. And she called the boy Ichabod, saying, "The glory of Israel has been taken away, because the ark of God was captured, because of her father-in-law and her husband." And she said, "The glory has been taken away from Israel, because the ark of God has been captured." Samuel 5. Then the Philistines took the ark of God, and they transported it from the stone of assistance into Ashdod. And the Philistines took the ark of God and carried it into the temple of Dagon. And they stationed it beside Dagon. When the Ashdobites had risen up at first light on the next day, behold, Dagon was lying on the ground before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon, and they set him again in his place. And again on the next day, rising up in the morning, they found Dagon lying on his face upon the ground before the ark of the Lord. But the head of Dagon and both palms of his hands had been cut off upon the threshold. Moreover, only the trunk of Dagon remained in its place. For this reason the priests of Dagon, all who enter in his temple, do not tread upon the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod, even to this day. Now the hand of the Lord weighed heavily upon the Ashdodites, and he destroyed them, and he struck Ashdod and its borders and the inner parts of the buttocks, and the villages and fields in the midst of that region. Mice rose up and burst forth. This caused a great tumult unto death in the cities. Then the men of Ashdod, seeing this kind of plague, said, "The ark of the God of Israel shall not remain with us, for this hand is harsh over us and over Dagon our God." And sending, they gathered together all the princes of the Philistines to them, and they said, "What shall we do about the ark of the God of Israel?" And the Gathites responded, "Let the ark of the God of Israel be led around." They led the ark of the God of Israel around. As they were carrying it around, the hand of the Lord fell upon every single city with an exceedingly great slaughter. And he struck down the men of each and every city, from the small even to the great, and the cysts were festering at their buttocks. And the Gathites took counsel, and they made for themselves seat covers from pelts. Therefore they sent the ark of God into Ekron. And when the ark of God had arrived at Ekron, the Ekronites cried out, saying, "They have brought the ark of the God of Israel to us, so that it may kill us and our people." So they sent and gathered together all the princes of the Philistines. They said, "Release the ark of God of Israel and return it to its only place. Let it not kill us with our own people." For the fear of death fell upon every single city, and the hand of God was very heavy. Also the men who did not die were being afflicted in the inner part of the buttocks, and the wailing of each city was ascending to heaven. Now the ark of the Lord was in the region of the Philistines for 7 months. And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, saying, "What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Reveal to us in what manner we should send it back to its place." And they said, "If you send back the ark of the God of Israel, do not choose to release it empty. Instead, repay to him what you owe because of sin. and then you will be cured, and you will know why his hand did not withdraw from you. And they said, What is it that we ought to repay to him because of transgression? And they responded, In accordance with the number of provinces of Philistines, you shall fashion 5 gold cysts and 5 gold mice. For the same plague has been upon all of you and your princes. And you shall fashion a likeness of your cysts and a likeness of the mice, which have destroyed the land. And so shall you give glory to the God of Israel, so that perhaps he may lift off his hand from you and from your gods and from your land. Why have you hardened your hearts just as Egypt and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? After he was struck, did he not then release them? And they went away. Now therefore fashion and take a new cart, with 2 carts, the cows that have given birth, but on which no yoke has been imposed, and yoke them to the cart, but retain their calves at home. And you shall take the ark of the Lord, and you shall place it upon the cart, with the articles of gold that you have paid to him on behalf of transgression. You shall place these in a little box at its side, and release it so that it may go. And you shall watch, and if indeed it ascends by the way of his own parts towards Beth Shemesh, then he has done this great evil to us. But if not, then we shall know that it is by no means his hand that has touched us, but instead it happened by chance. Therefore they did it in this way, and taking 2 cows that were feeding calves, they yoked them to the cart, and they enclosed their calves at home. And they placed the ark of God upon the cart, with a little box that held the gold mice in the likeness of the cysts. But the cows went directly along the way that leads to Beth Shemesh, and they advanced only in one direction, lowing as they went. And they did not turn either side, did not turn aside to the right nor to the left. Moreover, the prince of the Philistines followed them as far as the borders of Beth Shemesh. And now the Beth Shemets were harvesting wheat in the valley and lifting up their eyes. And they saw the ark, and they were glad when they had seen it. The cart went to the field of Joshua, a Beth Shemeshite, and stood still there. Now in that place was a great stone. So they cut up the wood of the cart, and they placed the cows upon it as a holocaust to the Lord. But the Levites took down the ark of God, and the little box that was at its side, in which were the articles of gold. They placed them upon the great stone. Then the men of Beth Shemesh offered holocausts and immolated victims on that day to the Lord. The 5 princes of the Philistines saw, and they returned to Ekron on the same day. Now these are the gold cysts, which the Philistines repaid to the Lord for transgression. For Ashdod 1, for Gaza 1, for Ashkelon 1, for Gath 1, for Ekron 1. And there were gold mice according to the number of the cities of the Philistines of the 5 provinces, from the fortified city to the village that was without a wall, even to the great stone upon which they placed the ark of the Lord, which was at last in that day in the field of Joshua the Beth Shemeshite. Then he struck down some of the men of the Beth Shemesh, because they had seen the ark of the Lord, and he struck down some of the people, 70 men and 50,000 common people. The people lamented because the Lord had struck people with a great slaughter. The men of Beth Shemesh said, Who will be able to stand in the sight of the Lord, this holy God, and who will ascend to him from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath Jearim, saying, The Philistines have returned. The ark of the Lord, descend and lead it back to you. Then the men of Kiriath Jearim arrived, and they led away the ark of the Lord, and they brought it to the house of Abinadab in Gibeah. Then they sanctified Eleazar his son, so that he might care for the ark of the Lord. And it happened that from that day the ark of the Lord remained in Kiriath Jearim. The days were multiplied, for it was now the 20th year, and all the house of Israel rested, following the Lord. Then Samuel spoke to the entire house of Israel, saying, If you would return to the Lord with your whole heart, take away the strange gods from among you, the Baals and Ashtaroth, and prepare your hearts for the Lord, and serve him alone, and he will rescue you from the hand of the Philistines. Therefore the sons of Israel took away the Baals and Ashtaroth, and they served the Lord alone. And Samuel said, Gather all of Israel at Mizpah, so that I may pray for you to the Lord. And they convened at Mizpah, and they drew water, and they poured it out in the sight of the Lord. And on that day they fasted, and in that place they said, We have sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the sons of Israel at Mizpah. The Philistines heard that the sons of Israel had gathered together at Mizpah. The princes of the Philistines ascended against Israel. And when the sons of Israel had heard this, they were afraid because of the Philistines. And they said to Samuel, May you not cease to cry out to the Lord our God on our behalf, so that he may save us from the hand of the Philistines. Then Samuel took one suckling lamb, and he offered it whole as a holocaust to the Lord. And Samuel cried out to the Lord on behalf of Israel, and the Lord heeded him. Then it happened that while Samuel was offering the holocaust, the Philistines began the battle against Israel. But the Lord thundered with a great crash on that day over the Philistines, and he terrified them. They were cut down before the face of Israel. And the men of Israel, departing from Mizpah, pursued the Philistines and struck them down as far as the place which was below Pethkar. Then Samuel took a single stone, he placed it between Mizpah and Shen, and he called the name of this place the stone of assistance. And he said, For in this place the Lord gave assistance to us. And the Philistines were humbled, and they longer drew near, so that they might enter the border of Israel. And so the land of the Lord was over the Philistines during all the days of Israel, the days of Samuel. And the cities that the Philistines had taken away from Israel was restored to Israel, from Ekron as far as Gath, from their borders, and he freed Israel from the hand of the Philistines. There was peace between Israel and the Amorites, and Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life, and he went each year traveling around to Bethel, and to Gilgal, and to Mizpah, and he judged Israel in the above stated place, and he returned to Ramah, for his house was there, and he judged Israel there. And then he built an altar to the house of the Lord. Samuel 8. And it happened that when Samuel had become old, he appointed his sons as judges of Israel. Now the name of his firstborn son was Joel, and the name of the second was Abijah, judges at Beersheba. But his sons did not walk in his ways. Instead they turned aside, pursuing avarice, and they accepted bribes, and they preferred judgment. Therefore all those great by birth of Israel, having gathered together, went to Samuel at Ramah. And they said to him, Behold, you are elderly, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Appoint for us a king so that he may judge us, just as all the nations have. The word was displeasing in the eyes of Israel, for they had said, Give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed to the Lord. Then the Lord said to Samuel, Listen to the voice of the people and all that they are saying to you, for they have not rejected you, but me, lest I reign over them, in accord with all their works which they have done from the day when I led them away from Egypt, even to this day, just as they have forsaken me and served foreign gods, so now they also do to you. Now therefore hear their voice, yet truly testify to them and foretell to them the rights of the king who will reign over them. And so Samuel told all the words of the Lord to the people who had petitioned a king from him. He said, This will be the right of the king, who will have authority over you. He will take your sons and place them in his chariots, and he will make them his horsemen and his runners before his four-horse chariots, and he will appoint them to be his tribunes and centurions, and the ploughman of his fields, and the harvester of the grain, and the maker of his weapons and chariots. Likewise your daughters he will take for himself, as makers of ointments, as cooks and bakers. And he will make your fields and your vineyards and your best olive groves, and he will give them to his servants. Moreover, he will take 1/10 of your grain, and of the results of your vineyards, so that he may give to the eunuchs and his servants. And then too he will take your servants and handmaids and your best young men and your donkeys, and he will set them to his work. And he will take 1/10 of your flocks, and you will be his servants. And you will cry out in that day from the face of the king, whom you have chosen for yourselves. And the Lord will not heed you in that day, for you requested a king for yourselves. But the people were not willing to listen to the voice of Samuel. Instead they said, By no means, for there shall be a king over us, and we shall be just like all the Gentiles. And our king will judge us, and he will go out before us, and he will fight our wars for us. And Samuel heard all the words of the people, and he spoke them to the ears of the Lord. Then the Lord said to Samuel, Listen to their voice and appoint a king over them. And Samuel said to the men of Israel, Let each one go to his own city. First Samuel 9. Now there was a man of Benjamin whose name was Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zerah, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, the son of a man of Benjamin, strong and robust. And he had a son called Saul, an elect and good man. There was not a man among the sons of Israel better than he was, for he stood head and shoulders above all the people. Now the donkeys of Kish, the father of Saul, had become lost. Kish said to his son Saul, Take with you one of the servants, and rising up, go out and seek the donkeys. And when they had passed through Mount Ephraim, and through the land of Shalisha, and had not found them, they crossed also through the land of Shalim, and were not there. Through the land of Benjamin, and they found nothing. When they had arrived at the land of Ziph, Saul said to the servant who was with him, Come and let us return, otherwise perhaps my father may forget the donkeys and become anxious over us. And he said to him, Behold, there is a man of God in this city, a noble man. All that he says happens without fail. Now therefore let us go there, for perhaps he may tell us about our ways, because of which we have arrived. And Saul said to his servants, Behold, let us go, but will we bring to the man of God? The bread in our sacks has run out, and we have no small gift that we might give to the man of God, nor anything at all. The servant again responded to Saul, and he said, Behold, there is found in my hand a coin of the fourth part of a stater. Let us give it to the man, so that he may reveal to us our way. In the past, in Israel, anyone going to consult God would speak in this way, come and let us go to the seer, for one who is called prophet. Today, in the past times, was called. And Saul said to his servant, Your word is very good, come and let us go. They went to the city where the man of God was. As they were ascending the slope to the city, they found some young women going out to draw water. And they said to them, Is the seer here? And responding, they said to him, He is, behold, he is ahead of you. Hurry now, for he came into the city today, said Jack. Sacrifice on the high place. On entering the city, you should find him immediately before he ascends to the high place for the meal. The people will not eat until he has arrived, for he blessed the victim, and thereafter those who were called will eat. Now therefore go up, for you will find him today. And they ascended into the city, and they were walking in the midst of the city. Samuel appeared, advancing to them, so that he might ascend to the high place. Now the Lord had revealed to the ear of Samuel one day before Saul had arrived, saying, Tomorrow at the same hour that is now, I will send to you a man from the land of Benjamin, and you shall anoint him to be the leader of my people Israel. And he will save my people from the hand of the Philistines, for I have looked with favor upon the people, because their outcry has reached me. And when Samuel had caught sight of Saul, the Lord said to him, Behold the man about whom I spoke to you. This one shall rule over my people. Then Saul drew near to Samuel at the middle of the gate, and he said, Tell me, I beg you, where is the house of the seer? And Samuel responded to Saul, saying, I am the seer. Ascend before me to the high place, so that you may eat with me today. And I will send you away in the morning, and I shall reveal to you everything that is in your heart. And concerning the donkeys which were lost the day before yesterday, you should not be anxious, for they have been found. And all the best things of Israel, for whom should they be? Will they not be for you, for your father's house? And responding, Saul said, I am not a son of Benjamin, the least of the tribe, and are not my kindred the least among all the families from the tribe of Benjamin? So then why would you speak to this word to me? So Samuel, taking Saul and his servant, brought them into the dining room, and he gave them a place at the head of those who had been invited, for there were about 30 men. And Samuel said to the cook, Present the portion that I gave to you, and which I instructed you to set apart beside you. Then the cook lifted up the shoulder and placed it before Saul. And Samuel said, Behold what remains. Set it before you and eat, for it was preserved for you intentionally when I called the people. And Saul ate, and with Samuel on that day. And they descended from the high place into town, and he spoke with Samuel in the upper room, and he set out a bed for Samuel in the upper room, and he slept. And when they had risen in the morning, and it now began to be light, Samuel called to Saul in the upper room, saying, Rise up, so that I may send you on. And Saul rose, and they both departed, that is to say, he and Samuel. And as they were descending to the very limit of the city, Samuel said to Saul, Tell the servant to go ahead of us and to continue on. But as for you, stay here a little while so that I may reveal the word of the Lord to you. Then Samuel took a little vial of oil and poured it on his head, and he kissed him and said, Behold, the Lord has anointed you as the first ruler of his inheritance, and you shall free his people from the hands of their enemies, who are all around them. And this shall be a sign for you that God has anointed you as a ruler. When you will have departed from me this day, you will find 2 men beside the sepulchre of Rachel, the parts of Benjamin to the south. They will say to you, The donkeys have been found, which you had been seeking as you travelled. And your father, forgetting about the donkeys, has been anxious for you. And he says, What shall I do about my son? And when you will have departed from there, and will have travelled farther, and will have arrived at the oak of Tabor, in that place 3 men who are going up to God at Bethel will find you. One will be bringing 3 young goats, and another 3 loaves of bread. Another will be carrying a bottle of wine. And when they have greeted you, they will give you 2 loaves, and you shall accept these from their hand. After these things you shall arrive at the hill of God, where the garrison of the Philistines is. And when you have entered the city there, you will meet a company of prophets depending from the high place with psaltery, and a timbrel, and a pipe, and a harp before them, and they will be prophesying. The Spirit of the Lord will spring upon you, and you shall prophesy with them, and you shall be changed into another man. Therefore, when these things will have happened to you, do whatever your hand will find, for the Lord is with you. And you shall descend before into Gilgal, for I will descend to you, so that you may offer an oblation, and may immolate victims of peace. For 7 days you shall wait until I come to you and reveal to you what you should do. And so when he turned his shoulder, so that he might go away from Samuel, God changed him into another heart. And all these signs occurred on that day. And they arrived at the above stated hill, and behold, a group of prophets met him. And the Spirit of the Lord leapt within him, and he prophesied in their midst. Then all those who had known him yesterday and the day before, seeing that he was with the prophets, that he was prophesying, said to one another, What is this thing that has happened to the son of Kish? Could Saul, along with also be among the prophets? And one would respond to the other, saying, And who is their father? Because this returned to the proverb. Could Saul, along with, be among? Then he ceased to prophesy, and he went to the high place. The uncle of Saul said to him and to his servant, Where did you go? And they responded, To seek the donkeys. But when we did not find them, we went to Samuel. And his uncle said to him, Tell me what Samuel said to you. And Saul said to his uncle, He told us that the donkeys would be found, but the word about the kingdom which Samuel had spoken to him, he did not reveal to him. And Samuel called the people together to the Lord at Mizpah, and he said to the sons of Israel, Thus says the Lord of God of Israel, I led Israel away from Egypt, and I rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians, and from the hand of all the kings who were afflicting you. But today you have rejected your God, who alone saved you from all your evils and tribulations. And you have said, By no means, instead appoint a king over us. Now therefore stand in the sight of the Lord, by your tribes, by your families. And Samuel brought near all the tribes of Israel, and the lot fell upon the tribe of Benjamin. And he brought near to the tribe of Benjamin with its families, and the lot fell upon the family of Matri. Then went Saul the son of Kish. Therefore they sought him, but he was not found. And after these things they consulted the Lord as to whether he would soon arrive there. And the Lord responded, Behold, he is hidden at home. And so they ran and brought him there. And he stood in the midst of the people, and he was taller than the entire people from the shoulders upwards. Samuel said to all the people, Certainly you see the one with whom the Lord had chosen, that there is not anyone like him among all the people. And all the people cried out and said, Long live the king. Then Samuel spoke to the people the law of the king of the kingdom, and he wrote in a book. He stored it in the sight of the Lord. And Samuel dismissed all the people, each one of his own. And then Samuel went away to his own house at Gibeah, and a portion of the army whose hearts had been touched by God went away with him. Yet the sons of Belial said, How could this one be able to save us? And they despised him. And they brought him no presents, but he pretended not to hear them. Samuel 11. And about a month afterward it happened that Nahash the Ammonite ascended and began to fight against Jabesh Gilead. And all the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, Consider a pact with us, and we will serve you. Nahash the Ammonite responded to them, With this will I strike a pact with you, if I may pluck out all your right eyes and set you as a disgrace against all of Israel. And the elders of Jabesh said to him, Grant us 7 days that we may send messengers to all the borders of Israel. And if there is no one who may defend us, we will go out to you. Therefore the messengers arrived at Gibeah of Saul. They spoke these words in the hearing of the people, and all the people lifted up their voice and wept. And behold, Saul arrived following oxen from the field, and he said, What has happened to the people that they would weep? And they explained to him the words of the men from Jabesh. The Spirit of the Lord rose up within Saul when he heard these words, and his fury was enraged exceedingly. And taking both the oxen, he cut them into pieces, and sent them into all the borders of Israel by the hands of messengers, saying, Whoever will not go out and follow Saul and Samuel, so shall it be unto his oxen. Therefore the fear of the Lord entered the people, and they went out like one. And he took a census of them at Bezek. There were 300,000 the sons of Israel. There were 30,000 of the men of Judah. They said to the messengers who had arrived, So shall you say to the men who are of Jabesh Gilead, Tomorrow when the sun will be hot, you shall have salvation. Therefore the messengers went and announced to the men of Jabesh, who became joyful. They said, In the morning we will go out to you, and you may do whatever you please with us. And it happened that when the next day had arrived, Saul arranged the people into 3 parts. And he entered the middle of the camp at the early morning hour, and he struck down the Ammonites until the day grew hot. Then the remainder were dispersed, so much so that not even 2 of them were left together. And the people said to Samuel, Who is the one who said, Should Saul reign over us? Present the men, and we will put them to death. And Samuel said, No one shall be killed on this day, for today the Lord has accomplished salvation in Israel. Then Samuel said to the people, Come and let us go to Gilgal, and let us free there. And all the people traveled to Gilgal, And there they met Saul king in the middle of them. And all the people traveled to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king in the sight of the Lord at Gilgal. They were immolated victims of peace before the Lord, and there Saul and the men of Israel rejoiced exceedingly. Then Samuel said to all of Israel, Behold, I have listened to your voice, according to all that you have said to me, and I have appointed a king over you. Now the king advanced before you, but I am old and have grey hair. Moreover, my sins are with you. And so, having conversed before you from my youth, even until this day, behold, I am here, speaking about me before the Lord and before his Christ, as to whether I have taken anyone's ox or donkey, or whether I have falsely accused anyone, or whether I have oppressed anyone, or whether I have accepted a bribe from the hand of anyone. And I will repudiate the same this day, and I will restore it to you. And they said, You have not falsely accused, nor oppressed, nor have you taken anything from the hand of anyone. And he said to them, The Lord is a witness against you, as Christ is a witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand. And they said, He is the witness. And Samuel said to the people, It is the Lord who appointed Moses and Aaron, and who led our fathers away from the land of Egypt. Now therefore stand, so that I may contend in judgment against you before the Lord about all the mercies of the Lord which he has given to you and to your fathers, and how Jacob entered Egypt, and your fathers cried out to the Lord. And the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, and he led your fathers away from Egypt, and he transferred them to this place. But they forgot the Lord their God, and so he delivered them into the hand of Sisera, master of the army of Hazor, into the hand of the Philistines, into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against them. But afterward they cried out to the Lord. They said, We have sinned because we have forsaken the Lord, and we have served the Baals and Ashtaroth. Now therefore rescue us from the hand of our enemies, and we will serve you. And the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Bedan and Jephthah and Samuel, and he rescued you from the hand of your enemies all around, and you lived in confidence. Then seeing that Nahash, the king of the sons of Ammon, had arrived against you, you said to me, By no means instead of a king. Instead, a king shall reign over us, even though the Lord your God was reigning over you. Now, therefore, your king is present, whom you chose and requested. Behold, the Lord has given you a king. If you will fear the Lord and serve him, and listen to his voice and not provoke the mouth of the Lord, then both you and the king who rules over you will be following the Lord your God. But if you will not listen to the voice of the Lord, but instead you provoke his words, then the hand of the Lord will be over you and your fathers. Therefore stand now and see this great thing, which the Lord will accomplish in your sight. It's not the harvest of the wheat today. I will call upon the Lord, and he will send thunder and rain, and you will know and see that you have done a great evil in the sight of the Lord by petitioning for a king over you. And Samuel cried out to the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain on that day. And all the people feared the Lord and Samuel exceedingly. And all the people said to Samuel, Pray on behalf of your servants to the Lord your God, so that you may not die, for we have added to all our sins this evil that we would petition for a king. Then Samuel said to the people, Do not be afraid, you have done all this evil. Yet truly do not choose to withdraw from the back of the Lord, Instead, serve the Lord with all your heart, and do not choose to turn aside after vanities, which will never benefit you nor rescue you, since they are empty. And the Lord will not abandon his people because of his great name, for the Lord has sworn to make you his people. So then far be it from me, this sin against the Lord, that I would cease to pray for. And so I will teach you the good and the upright way. Therefore fear the Lord and serve him in truth and from your whole heart. For you have seen the great works that he has done among you. But if you persevere in the wilderness, in the wickedness, both you and your king will perish together. When he began to, 1 Samuel 13, when he began to reign, Samuel was the son of one year, and he reigned over Israel for 2 years. And Saul chose for himself 3,000 men of Israel, and 2,000 were with Saul at Michmash, and at Mount Bethel. Then 1,000 were with Jonathan at Gibeah of Benjamin, but the remainder of the people he sent back, each one to his own tent. And Jonathan struck the garrison of the Philistines, which was in Gibeah. And when the Philistines had heard about it, Saul sounded the trumpet over all the land, saying, "Let the Hebrews know." Let the Hebrews listen. And all of Israel heard this report, that Saul had struck the garrisons of the Philistines. And Israel raised himself up against the Philistines. Then the people cried out to Saul at Gilgal, and the Philistines gathered to do battle against Israel, 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and the remainder of the common people, who were very many, like the sand that is on the shore of the sea. And ascending, they encamped at Michmash, toward the east of Beth-aven. And when the men of Israel had seen themselves to be in narrow positions, they hid themselves in the caves. And in out-of-the-way places, and in rocks and in hollows. For the people were distressed. Then some of the Hebrews crossed over the Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead, and while Saul was still at Gilgal, the entire people who followed him were terrified. But he waited for 7 days in accord with what was agreed with Samuel. But Samuel did not arrive at Gilgal, for the people were scattered away from him. Therefore Samuel said, "Bring me the holocaust and the peace offerings." And he offered the holocaust. When he had completed the offering of the holocaust, behold, Samuel arrived, and Saul went out to meet him, so that he might greet him. And Samuel said to him, "What have you done?" Saul responded, "Since I saw that the people were scattering away from you, and you had not arrived at the agreed upon days, and yet the Philistines had gathered together at Michmash. I said, now the Philistines will descend to me at Gilgal, and I have not appeased the face of the Lord. Compelled by necessity, I offered the holocaust. And Samuel said to Saul, "You have acted foolishly, for you have not kept the commandments of the Lord your God, which he instructed to you. And if you had not acted in this way, the Lord would here and now have preserved your kingdom over Israel. But by no means shall your kingdom rise up any more. The Lord has sought for himself." The Lord has sought for himself a man according to his own heart, and him the Lord has instructed to be the leader of his people, because you have not kept what the Lord has instructed. Then Samuel rose up and ascended from Gilgal to Gibeah of Benjamin. The remainder of the people ascended after Saul to meet the people who were fighting against them, going from Gilgal into Gibeah to the hills of Benjamin. And Saul took the census of the people who had been with him, and sought took a census of the people who had been found to be with him, about 600 men. And Saul and his son Jonathan and the people who had been found to be with him were at Gibeah of Benjamin, but the Philistines had settled in at Michmash. And 3 companies went out from the camp of the Philistines in order to plunder. One company was travelling towards the way of Ophrah, to the land of Shuah. Then another returned along the way of Beth-horon, but the third turned itself to the way of the border, overhanging the valley of Zeboim, opposite to the desert. Now there was no worker of iron to be found in all of Israel, for the Philistines had been cautious lest perhaps the Hebrews might take swords or spears. Therefore all of Israel descended to the Philistines, so that they each man could sharpen his plowshare or pickaxe or hatchet or hoe, for their plow blades and pickaxes and pitchforks and axes had become blunt, and even the handles need to be repaired. When the day of the battle had arrived, there was found neither sword nor spear in the hand of the entire people who were with Saul and Jonathan, except for Saul and his son Jonathan. Then the army of the Philistines went out in order to go across Michmash. And it happened that, 1 Samuel 14, and it happened that on a certain day Jonathan, the son of Saul, said to the youth who bore his armor, "Come and let us go to the garrison of the Philistines, which is across from that place." But he did not reveal this to his father. Moreover, Saul was staying in the furthermost part of Gibeah, below the pomegranate tree that was at Migron. The people with him were about 600 men. And Ahijah, the son of Ahitub, the brother of Ichabod, the son of Phinehas, who had been born of Eli, the priest of the Lord Shalom, or the ephod, but the people did not know where Jonathan had gone. Now there were between their ascents along with Jonathan, strove to cross to the garrison Philistines, rocks projecting from both sides, and in the manner of teeth, boulders breaking out from one side and the other. The name of one was Shining, and the name of the other was Thorny. One boulder projected towards the north, opposite Michmash, and the other towards the south, opposite Gibeah. Then Jonathan said to the youth who bore his armor, "Come, let us go across to the garrison of these uncircumcised, and perhaps the Lord may act on our behalf, for it is not difficult for the Lord to save either by many or by few." And his armor-bearer said to him, "Do all that is pleasing to your soul. Go wherever you wish, and I will be with you whenever you will choose." And Jonathan said, "Behold, we will cross over to these men, and when we will be seen by them, if they have spoken to us in this way, stay until we come to you. Let us And Jonathan said, Behold, we will cross over to these men, and we will be seen by them. And if they spoke unto us in this day until we come to you, let us stand still in our place and not ascend to them. But if they will say, Ascend to us, let us ascend. For the Lord has delivered them into our hands. This will be the sign to us. And so both of them appeared before the garrison of the Philistines. The Philistines said, See, the Hebrews have come out from the holes in which they had been hiding. And the men of the garrison spoke to Jonathan, to his armor-bearer, and they said, Ascend to us, and we will show you something. And Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, Let us ascend, follow me, for the Lord has delivered them into the hands of Israel. Then Jonathan ascended, crawling on his hands and feet, and his armor-bearer after him. And then some fell before Jonathan, others his armor-bearer killed as he was following him. And the first slaughter was made when Jonathan and his armor-bearer struck down about 20 of the men, in the midst of an area of land that the first slaughter was made when Jonathan struck down about 20 of the men in the midst of an area of land that a yoke of oxen would usually plough in a day. And a miracle occurred in the camp out in the fields, and all the people of the garrison who had gone out in order to plunder were stupefied. And the earth trembled, and happened as a miracle from God. The watchmen of Saul, who were at Gibeah of Benjamin, looked out, and behold, a multitude was thrown down and dispersed this way and that. And Saul said to the people who were with him, Inquire and see who has gone out from us. And when they had inquired, it was found that Jonathan and his armor-bearer were not present. And Saul said to Ahijah, Bring the ark of God, for the of God was in that day with the sons of Israel in that place. And while Saul spoke to the priest, there arose a great tumult in the camp of the forest. It was increasing little by little, was being heard more clearly, and Saul said to the priest, Withdraw your hand. Then Saul and all the people who were with him cried together, and they went to the place of the conflict, and behold, each one's sword had been turned against his neighbor. There was a very great slaughter. Moreover, the Hebrews who had been with the Philistines yesterday and the day before, and who had sent with them to camp, turned back so that they might be with those of Israel who were with Saul and Jonathan. Likewise, all the Israelites who had hidden themselves on Mount Ephraim, hearing that the Philistines had fled, joined together with their own in the battle, and there were with Saul about 10,000 men. And the Lord saved Israel on that day, but the fight continued as far as Beth-aven. And the men of Israel joined together on that day, and Saul made the people swear, saying, Cursed the man who will eat bread. Until evening, until I am not avenged of my enemies. And the entire people did not consume bread. And all the common people went to the forest, in which there was honey on the surface of the field. So the people entered the forest, and there was appeared flowing honey, but no one drew his hand near his mouth, for the people were afraid of the oath. But Jonathan had not heard that his father had bound the people to an oath, so he extended the top of the staff that he was holding in their hands. Bound the people to the oath, and so extended the top of the staff that he was holding in his hand, and he dipped it into a honeycomb, and he turned his hand to his mouth, and his eyes were bright. And in response, one of the people said, Your fathers bound the people by an oath, saying that cursed be the man who will eat any bread this day, for the people faint. And Jonathan said, My father has troubled the land. You have seen for them yourselves that my eyes were brightened because I tasted a little of his honey. How much more so if the people had eaten from the plunder that they find with their enemies? Would not a great slaughter have been accomplished among the Philistines? Therefore on that day they struck down the Philistines from Michmash as far as Aijalon. But the people were exceedingly wearied, and turned the spoils. They took sheep and oxen and calves, and they slew them on the ground. And the people ate with blood. Then they reported to Saul, saying that the people had sinned against the Lord, eating his blood. He said, You have transgressed. Roll a great stone to me, and hear now. And Saul said, Disperse yourselves among the common people, and tell each one of them to bring to me his ox and his ram, and to slay them upon this stone, and to eat, so that you will not sin against the Lord and eat the blood. And so each one of them, out of all the people, brought his ox by his own hand throughout the night. They slew them there. Then Saul built an altar to the Lord. So it was then that he first began to build an altar to the Lord. Saul said, Let us fall upon the Philistines by night, and lay waste to them even unto the morning light, and let us leave behind a man among them. And the people said, Do all that seems good in your eyes. And the priest let us draw near to God in this place. And Saul consulted the Lord. Shall I pursue the Philistines? Will you deliver them into the hands of Israel? And he did not respond to him on that day. And Saul said, Bring here every single leader of the people. We shall know, see by whom the sin was committed this day. And the Lord lives, as the Lord lives, who is the Saviour of Israel, even if it were done by my son Jonathan without retraction, he shall die. This no one. He said to all, In this no one among the people contradicted him. And he said to all of Israel, Separate yourself on one side, and I, with my son Jonathan, will be on the other side. The people responded, So do what seems good to you in your eyes. And Saul said to the Lord, the God of Israel, O Lord, God of Israel, grant a sign. Why is it that you will not respond to your servant this day? If this iniquity is in me or in my son Jonathan, grant an indication. Or if this iniquity is in your people, grant a sanctification. And Jonathan and Saul were discovered, but the people were released. And Saul said, Cast lots between myself and Jonathan my son. And Jonathan was caught. Then Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what you have done. And Jonathan revealed to him and said, Truly I tasted a little honey with the top of the staff that was in my hand, and behold, I shall die. And Saul said, May God do these things to me, may he add these other things, for you shall surely die, Jonathan. And the people said to Saul, Why should Jonathan have to die, who has accomplished this great salvation in Israel? This is wrong. As the Lord lives, not one hair of his head shall fall to the ground, for he has wrought with God this day. Therefore the people freed Jonathan so that he would not die. And Saul withdrew and did not pursue the Philistines. The Philistines went away to their own places. And Saul and his kingdom, having been confirmed over Israel, was fighting against all the enemies on all sides, against Moab and the sons of Ammon, and Edom, and the kings of Zobah and the Philistines. And wherever he turned himself, he was successful. And gathering together an army, he struck Amalek, and he rescued Israel from the hand of those who would lay waste to them. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan, and Ishvi, and Malchi-Shushah. As for the names of his daughters, the name of the firstborn daughter was Merab, and the name of the younger one was Michal. And the name of the wife of Saul was Ahinoam, the daughter of Ahimaaz. And the name of the first ruler of the military was Abner. The name of Ner, the first cousin of Saul. For Kish was the father of Saul, and Ner was the father of Abner, and the son of Abiel. Now there was a powerful war against the Philistines during all the days of Saul. So whomever Saul had seen to be a strong man and fit for the battle, he joined him to himself. And Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me so that I would anoint you as king." 1 Samuel 15. And Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me so that I would anoint you as king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the voice of the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I have taken account of all that Amalek has done to Israel, how he stood against him in the way when he ascended from Egypt. Now therefore go and strike Amalek, and demolish all that is his. You shall not spare him, and you shall not covet anything out of things that are his. Instead, kill from man even to woman, and little ones as well as infants, oxen, sheep, camel, and donkey." And so Saul instructed the people, and he numbered them like lambs, 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 men of Judah. And when Saul had arrived at the city of Amalek, he placed ambushes at the torrent. And Saul said to the Kenite, "Go away, withdraw, and descend from Amalek. Otherwise we'll include you with him, for you showed mercy to all the sons of Israel when they ascended from Egypt." So the Kenite withdrew from the midst of Amalek. And Saul struck down Amalek from Havilah, even until you arrive at Shur, which is the opposite region of Egypt. And he apprehended Agag, the king of Amalek, alive, but all the common people he put to death with the edge of the sword. And Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the flocks of the sheep and of the herds, and the garments, the rams, and all that was beautiful, and they were not willing to destroy them. Yet truly whatever was vile or worthless, these they demolished. Then the word of the Lord came to Samuel, saying, "It displeased me that I have appointed Saul as king, for he has forsaken me, has not fulfilled the words of my words." And Samuel was greatly saddened. He cried out to the Lord all night long. And when Samuel had risen while it was still dark, so that he might go to Saul in the morning, it was reported to Samuel that Saul had arrived at Carmel, that he had erected for himself a triumphant arch. And while returning, it continued on and descended to Gilgal. Therefore Samuel went to Saul, and Saul was offering a holocaust to the Lord from the best of the spoils which he had brought from Amalek. When Samuel had gone to Saul, Saul said to him, "You are blessed of the Lord. I have fulfilled the word of the Lord." And Samuel said, "Then what is this voice of the flocks which resounds in my ears, and of the herds which I am hearing?" And Saul said, "They have brought these from from Amalek, and from the people spared the best of the sheep and of the herd, so that they may be emulated to the Lord your God. Yet truly the remainder we have slain. Then Samuel said to Saul, Permit me, and I will reveal to you what the Lord has said to me this night. And then he said to him, Speak. And Samuel said, Was it not when you were little in your own eyes that you were made the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed you as king over Israel. And the Lord sent you on the way, and he said, Go and put to death the sinners of Amalek, and you shall fight against them even unto the utter annihilation. Why then did you not listen to the voice of the Lord? Instead you turned to the spoils, and you did evil in the eyes of the Lord. And Saul said to Samuel, On the contrary, I did listen to the voice of the Lord, and I walked in the way along which the Lord sent me. And I led back Agag the king of Amalek, and I put to death Amalek. But the people took some of the spoils, sheep and oxen, as the first fruits of those things that were slain, to immolate to the Lord their God at Gilgal. And Samuel said, Does the Lord want holocausts and victims, and not said that the voice of the Lord should be obeyed? For obedience is better than sacrifice, and to heed is greater than to offer the fat of the rams. Therefore it is like the sin of paganism to rebel, and it is like the crime of idolatry to refuse to obey. For this reason, therefore, because you have rejected the word of the Lord has also rejected you from being king. And Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the word of the Lord, and your words by fearing the people and obeying their voice. But now I beg you to bear my sin, and to return with me, so that I may adore the Lord. And Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with you, for you have rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord has rejected you from being king of Israel. And Samuel turned away so that he might depart. But Saul took hold of the edge of his cloak, and it tore. And Samuel said to him, The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel away from this day, and he has delivered to your neighbor, who is better than you are. Moreover, the one who triumphs within Israel will not spare, and he will not be moved to repentance, for he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned, but now honor me before the elders of my people, before Israel, and return with me, so that I may adore the Lord your God. Therefore Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul adored the Lord. And Samuel said, Bring near to me Agag the king of Amalek. And Agag, very fat and trembling, was presented to him. And Agag said, Does bitter death separate in this manner? And Samuel said, Just as your sores caused women to be without their children, so will your mother be without her children among women. And Samuel cut him into pieces before the Lord at Gilgal. Then Samuel went away to Ramah, but Saul ascended to his house at Gibeah. And Samuel did not see Saul any more until the day of his death. Yet truly Samuel mourned for Saul, because the Lord regretted he had appointed him as king of Israel. And the Lord said to 1 Samuel 16, And the Lord said to Samuel, How long will you mourn for Saul, though I have rejected him, so that he would not reign over Israel? Fill your horn with oil, and approach, so that I may send you to Jesse of Bethlehem, for I have provided king from among his sons for myself. And Samuel said, How shall I go? For Saul will hear of it, and he will put me to death. And the Lord said, You shall take by your hand a calf from the herd, and you shall say, I have arrived in order to immolate immolate to the Lord. And you shall call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will reveal to you what you should do, and you shall anoint whomever I will indicate to you. Therefore Samuel did just as the Lord told him, and he went to Bethlehem, and the elders of the city wondered, and meeting him they said, Is your arrival peaceful? And he said, It is peaceful. I have arrived in order to immolate to the Lord. Be sanctified and come with me to the sacrifice. Then he sanctified Jesse and his sons, and he called them to the sacrifice. And when they entered, he saw Eliab, and he said, Could he be the Christ in the sight of the Lord? The Lord said to Samuel, You should not look with favor on his face, nor on the height of his stature, for I have rejected him. Neither do I judge the appearance of a man, for the man sees those things that are apparent, but the Lord beholds the heart. And Jesse called Abinadab, and he brought him before Samuel, and he said, Neither has the Lord chosen this one. Then Jesse brought Shammah, he said about him, and the Lord has not chosen this one. And so Jesse brought his 7 sons before Samuel. Samuel said to Jesse, The Lord has not chosen any of these. And Samuel said to Jesse, Could the sons now be completed? But he responded, There still remains a little one, he pastures the sheep. And Samuel said to Jesse, Send and bring him, for we shall not recline to eat until he arrives here. Therefore he sent and brought him. And now he was ruddy and beautiful to behold, with a stately face. The Lord rises up. Therefore he sent and brought him. Now he was ruddy and beautiful to behold, with a stately face, and the Lord said, Rise up, anoint him, for it is he. Therefore Samuel took the horn of oil, and he anointed him in the midst of his brothers. The Spirit of the Lord was guiding David from that day and thereafter. And Samuel rose up, and he went away to Ramah. But the Spirit of the Lord withdrew from Saul, and a wicked spirit from the Lord disturbed him. The servants of the Lord of Saul said to him, Behold, an evil spirit from God disturbs you. May our Lord order and our servants, and your servants who are before you, will seek a man skillful in playing a stringed instrument, so that when this evil spirit from the Lord assails you, he may play with his hand, and you may bear it more easily. And Saul said to his servants, Then provide for me someone who can play well, and bring him to me. And one of the servants responding said, Behold, I have seen the son of Jesse of Bethlehem, a skillful player and very strong and robust, a man fit for war, and prudent in words, a handsome man, and the Lord is with him. Therefore Saul sent messengers to Jesse, saying, Send to me your son David, who is in the pastures. And so Jesse took a donkey laden with bread and a bottle of wine, and a kid from one of the goats, and he sent them by the hands of his son David to Saul. And David went to Saul and stood before him, and he loved him exceedingly, and he made him his armor-bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, Let David remain before my sight, for he has found favor in my eyes. And Saul said, saying, Let David remain before my sight, for he has found favor in my eyes. And so whenever the evil spirit from the Lord assailed Saul, David took up his string instrument, and he struck it with his hand, And Saul was refreshed and uplifted, for the evil spirit withdrew from him. Now the Philistines, gathering their troops from battle, assembled at Socoh of Judah, and they made camp between Socoh and Azekah, within the borders of Dan. But Saul and his sons, and the sons of Israel, having gathered together, went to the valley of Terebinth, and they positioned the army so as to fight against the Philistines. And the Philistines were standing on a mount on the one side, and Israel was standing on a mount on the other side. There was a valley between them. And there went out from the camp of the Philistines a man of illegitimate birth, named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a palm, and a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was clothed with a breastplate of scales. Moreover, the weight of his breastplate was 5,000 shekels of brass. And he had plates of brass on his lower legs, and a small shield of brass covering his shoulder. Now the shaft of his spear was like the beam used by a weaver, and the iron of his spear held 600 shekels of iron, and his armor went before him. And standing still, he cried out on the battle lines of Israel, and he said to them, "Why have you arrived? Be prepared for battle. Am I not a Philistine? Are you not the servants of Saul? Choose one man from among you, and let him descend to battle alone. If he is able to fight with me and to strike me down, we will be your servants. But if I will prevail over him and strike him down, you will be the servants, and you will serve us." The Philistine was saying, "I have reproached the troops of Israel today. Present a man to me and let him undertake a fight against me." And Saul and the Israelites, hearing these words of the Philistine in this manner, were stupefied and exceedingly afraid. Now David was the son of an Ephrathite man, the one mentioned above from Bethlehem of Judah. His name was Jesse. He had 8 sons, and during the days of Saul he was an elderly man and of great age among men. Now his 3 eldest sons followed Saul into battle. The names of his 3 sons who went to the battle were Eliab the firstborn, and the second Abinadab, and the third Shammah. But David was the youngest, and therefore when the 3 eldest had followed Saul, David went away from Saul, and he returned so that he might pasture the flock of his father at Bethlehem. Truly the Philistine advanced morning and evening, and he stood forth for 40 days. Now Jesse said to his son David, "Take for your brothers an ephah of cooked grain and these 10 loaves, and hurry to camp to your brothers. And you shall carry these 10 little cheeses to the tribune, and visit your brothers to see if they're doing well, and learn with whom they have been stationed." But they were in the valley of Terebinth, with Saul and all the sons of Israel fighting against the Philistines. And so David rose up in the morning, and he went, and he commended the flock to the caretaker, and he went and away burdened, just as Jesse had instructed him. And he went to the place of the battle line, and to the army which in going out to fight was shouting in conflict. For Israel had positioned their troops, but the Philistines also had prepared themselves against them. Then, leaving the items that he had brought under the hand of the keeper of baggage, David ran to the place of conflict. He was asking if all was going well with his brothers. While he was still speaking with them, there appeared the man of spurious descent, whose name was Goliath the Philistine of Gath, ascending from the camp of Philistines, and he was speaking these same words which David heard. Then all the Israelites, when they had seen the man, fled from his face, fearing him greatly. And someone of Israel said, "Have you seen this man who has risen up? For he ascended in order to reproach Israel. Therefore the man who will strike him down, the king, will enrich with great wealth, and will give him his daughter, and will cause his father's house to be free of tribute in Israel." And David spoke to the men who were standing with him, saying, What will be given to the man who will have struck down this Philistine, and who will have taken away the disgrace from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should reproach the soldiers of the living God? Then the people repeated to him the same words, saying, These things shall be given to the man who will have struck him down. Now when Eliab, his eldest brother, had heard this, as he was speaking with others, he became angry against David, and he said, Why did you come here, and why did you leave behind those few sheep in the wilderness? I know your pride and the wickedness of your heart, that you have come down, so that you might see the battle. And David said, What have I done? Is there any word against me? And he turned away from him a little toward another, and he asked the same question. The people responded as before. Now the words that David had spoken were heard and reported to the sight of Saul. When he had been led to Saul, he said to him, Let no one lose heart over him. I, your servant, shall go and fight against the Philistine. And Saul said to David, You are not able to withstand the Philistine, nor to fight against him, for you are a boy, but he has been a warrior from his boyhood. And David said to Saul, Your servant was pasturing the flock of his father, and there approached a lion or a bear, and took a ram from the midst of the flock. And I pursued after them, and I struck them, and I rescued from their mouth. And they rose up against me, and I caught them by the throat, and I strangled and killed them. For I, your servant, have killed both lion and bear, and so this uncircumcised Philistine too will be like one of them. Now I will go and take away the reproach of the people. For who is this uncircumcised Philistine who has dared to curse the army of the living God? And David said, The Lord, who rescued me from the hand of the lion and the hand of the bear, he himself will free me from the hand of this Philistine. Then Saul said to David, Go, and may the Lord be with you. And Saul, clothed with his garments, and he placed a helmet of brass upon his head, and he clothed him with a breastplate. Then David, having girded his sword over his armor, began to see if he could walk in the armor. But he was not accustomed to it. And David said to Saul, I cannot move about this way, for I am not used to it. And he put them aside. And he took up his staff, which he held always in his hands, and he chose for himself 5 very smooth stones from the torrent. And he put them into the shepherd's bag that he had with him. And he took up a sling in his hand, and he went out against the Philistine. And the Philistine advancing went and drew near against David, and his armor bearer was before him. And when the Philistine had seen and considered David, he despised him, for he was a youth ruddy and of handsome appearance. And the Philistine said to David, Am I a dog that you approached against me with a staff? And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. He said to David, Come to me, and I will give you flesh to the your flesh to the birds of the air, and to the beasts of the earth. But David said to the Philistine, You approach me with sword and spear and shield, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, which you have reproached. Today the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will strike you down, and I will take your head from you, and today I will give the carcass of the camp of the Philistines to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the earth, so that all may know that God is with Israel. And so this entire assembly will know that the Lord does not save the sword, nor by the spear. For this is his war, and he will deliver you into our hands. Then when the Philistine had risen up and was approaching and was drawing near against David, David hurried and ran to the fight against the Philistine. And he put his hand into his bag and took out one stone. Swinging it around, he cast it with a sling and struck the Philistine on the forehead. And the stone became embedded into his forehead, and he felt his face upon the ground. And David prevailed against the Philistine with a sling and a stone, and he struck and killed the Philistine. But since David held no sword in his hand, he ran, stood over the Philistine, and took his sword, and withdrew it from the sheath. And he killed him, and cut off his head. Then the Philistines, seeing their strongest man was dead, fled away. And the men of Israel and Judah, rising up, shouted and pursued after the Philistines, even until they arrived at the valley, and as far as the gates of Ekron. And many wounded among the Philistines fell on the way of Shaaraim, and as far as Gath, as far as Ekron. The sons of Israel, returning after they had pursued the Philistines, invaded their camp. Then David, taking up the head of the Philistine, brought it to Israel. Yet truly he placed his armor in his own tent. Now at the time that Saul had seen David going out against the Philistines, he said to Abner, the leader of the military, "From what stock is this youth?" Descended Abner, and Abner said, "As your soul lives, O king, I do not know." And the king said, "You shall inquire as to whose son this boy may be." And when David returned after the Philistine had been struck down, Abner took him and brought him before Saul, having the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, "Young man, from what ancestry are you?" And David said, "I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem." Saul said to him, "Young man, from what ancestry are you?" And David said, "I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem." 1 Samuel 18. And it happened that when he had completed speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan adhered to the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him like his own soul. And Saul took him that day, and would not permit him to return to his father's house. Then David and Jonathan formed a pact, for he loved him like his own soul. And Jonathan took off the coat that he was wearing, and he gave it to David with the rest of his garments, even to his sword and bow, and even his belt. And also David went out to do everything whatsoever that Saul sent him to do, and he conducted himself prudently. And Saul set him over men of war, and he was acceptable in the eyes of the entire people, most of all in the sight of the servants of Saul. Now when David returned after he had struck down the Philistine, the women went out from all the cities of Israel, leading the singing and dancing, rejoicing with timbrels and bells, so as to meet King Saul. And the women sang as they played, saying, "Saul has struck down 1,000, and David 10,000. Then Saul became exceedingly angry, and this word was displeasing in his eyes, and he said, "They have given David 10,000, to me they have given only 1,000. What is left for him except the kingdom itself?" Therefore Saul did not regard David with a good eye from that day and thereafter. Then on the next day the evil spirit from God assailed Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of his house. And David played with his hand, just as at every other time, and Saul held a lance in his hand. And he threw it, thinking he would be able to fix David to the wall. And David stepped aside twice from before his face. And Saul feared David because the Lord was with him, but he had withdrawn from Saul. Therefore Saul sent him away from himself, and he made him tribune over 1,000 men. And he entered and departed in the sight of the people. Also David acted prudently in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. And so Saul saw that he was exceedingly prudent, and he began to be wary of him. But all of Israel and Judah loved David, for he entered and departed before them. And Saul said to David, "Behold my elder daughter, Merab, I will give her to you as a wife. Only be a valiant man and fight the wars of the Lord." Now Saul was considering within himself, saying, "Let not my hand be upon him." but let the hands of the Philistines be upon him. Then David said to Saul, Who am I, and what is my life, and what is my father's kinship within Israel, that I should be the son-in-law of the king? Then it happened that at that time when Merab, the daughter of Saul, was to be given to David, she was given to Adriel the Meholathat as wife. Now Michal, the other daughter of Saul, loved David, and this was reported to Saul, and it pleased him. And Saul said, I will give her to him so that she may be a stumbling block to him, and so that the hand of the Philistines may be upon him. And Saul said to David, In 2 things you shall be my son-in-law today. And Saul commanded his servants to speak to David privately, saying, Behold, you are pleasing to the king, and all his servants love you. Now therefore be the son-in-law of the king. And the servants of Saul spoke to all these words to the ears of David. And David said, Does it seem a small matter to you to be the son-in-law of the king? I am but a poor and unimportant man. And the servants reported to Saul, saying, David has spoken this manner. Then Saul said, speaking this way to David, The king does not have need of any dowry, but only 100 foreskins from Philistine men, so that he may be vindicated from the enemies of the king. So did Saul think to deliver David to the hands of the Philistines. And when his servants had repeated to David the words that Saul had spoken, the word was pleasing in the eyes of David, so that he would become son-in-law of the king. And after a few days, David, rising up, went with the men who were under him, and he struck down 200 men of the Philistines. And he brought their foreskins, and he counted them out for the king, so that he might be his son-in-law. And so Saul gave to him his daughter Michal as wife. And Saul saw and understood that the Lord was with David. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, loved him, and Saul began to fear David all the more. And Saul became the enemy of David every day. And the leaders of the Philistines departed, and from the beginning of their departure David conducted himself more prudently than all the servants of Saul, and his name became exceedingly celebrated. 1 Samuel 19. Now Saul spoke to his son Jonathan and to all his servants so that they would kill David. But Jonathan the son of Saul loved David very much. And Jonathan revealed to David, saying, Saul my father is seeking to kill you. Because of this I asked you to take care of yourself in the morning, and you should conceal yourself and remain in hiding. Then I, going out, will be standing beside my father in the field where you will be. And I will speak out about you to my father, and whatever I see I will report to you. Then Jonathan spoke good things about David to his father Saul. And he said to him, You should not sin, O king, against your servant David, for he has not sinned against you, and his works toward you are very good. And he took his life in his own hand and struck down the Philistine. And the Lord wrought a great salvation for all of Israel. You saw it and you rejoiced. Why then would you sin against innocent blood by killing David, who is without guilt? And when Saul heard this, being pleased by the voice of Jonathan, he swore, And the Lord lives, as the Lord lives, he shall not be killed. And so Jonathan called David, and he revealed to him all of these words. And Jonathan led in David to Saul. He was before him just as he had been yesterday and the day before. Then the war was stirred up again, and David went out and fought against the Philistines. And he struck them down with a great slaughter, and they fled from his face. And the evil spirit from the Lord came to Saul, and he was sitting in his house holding a lance, and David was playing music with his hand. And Saul attempted to fix David to the wall with a lance, but David turned aside from the face of Saul, and the lance failed to wound him, and became fixed in the wall. And David fled, and so he was saved that night. Therefore Saul sent his guards to David's house, so that they might watch for him, so that he might be killed in the morning. And after Michal, his wife, had reported this to David, saying, "Unless you save yourself this night, tomorrow you will die," she lowered him down through a window. Then he fled and went away, and he was saved. Then Michal took a statue and placed it on the bed, and she placed the pelt of goat for the hair at its head, and she covered it with clothes. And Saul sent attendants to seize David, and it was answered that he was sick. And again Saul sent messengers to David, saying, "Bring him to me on the bed, so that he may be killed." And when the messengers had arrived, they found a likeness on the bed, with a goat pelt at its head. And Saul said to Michal, "Why have you deceived me this way and released my enemy, so that he may flee?" And Michal responded to Saul, "Because he said to me, 'Release me, otherwise I will kill you.'" Now David was saved by fleeing, and he went to Samuel in Ramah, and he reported to him all that Saul had done to him. And he and Samuel went away and stayed at Naioth. Then it was reported to Saul by some, saying, "Behold, David is at Naioth in Ramah." Therefore Saul sent officers to seize David. And when they had seen a company of prophets prophesying, with Samuel presiding over them, the Spirit of the Lord also came to them, and they also began to prophesy. And when this was reported to Saul, he sent other messengers, but they also prophesied. And again Saul sent messengers the third time, and they also prophesied. And Saul, being exceedingly angry, also went to Ramah himself. And he went as far as the great cistern which is in Socoh. And he inquired and said, "In which place are Samuel and David?" And it was told to him, "Behold, they are at Naioth in Ramah." And he went to Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of the Lord came to him also. And he continued on walking and prophesying until he arrived at Naioth in Ramah. And he also took off his garments, and he prophesied with the others before Samuel. And he fell down naked throughout that day and night. From this too is derived the proverb, "Could Saul also be among the prophets?" Then David fled from Naioth, which is in Ramah, and went and said before Jonathan, "What have I done? What is my iniquity? Or what is my sin against your father, so that he would seek my life?" And he said to him, "May this not be. You shall not die, for my father will not do anything great or small without first revealing it to me. Therefore has my father concealed this word solely from me? By no means shall this be." And he swore again to David, and David said, "Your father certainly knows that I have found favor in your sight, and so he will say, 'Let Jonathan not know this, lest he be saddened.' And so truly as the Lord lives and your soul lives, there is only one step, if I may say it, separating me from death." And Jonathan said to David, "Whatever your soul will tell me, I will do for you." Then David said to Jonathan, "Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I am accustomed to sit in a seat beside the king to eat. Therefore permit me that I may be hidden in the field until the evening of the third day. If your father looking around will seek me, you shall respond to him, 'David asked me if he may hurry to Bethlehem, his own city, for there are solemn sacrifices in that place for all of his tribe together.' And if he will say, 'It is well,' then your servant will have peace. But if he will be angry, know that his malice has reached its height. Therefore show mercy to your servant, for you have brought me, your servant, into covenant of the Lord with you. But if there is any iniquity in me, you will kill me, and you shall not lead me in to your father." And Jonathan said, "May this be far from you, for certainly if ever I realized that any wickedness was determined by my father against you, I would not be able to do anything other than report it to you." And David responded to Jonathan, "Who will repeat it to me, if your father may perhaps answer you harshly about me?" And Jonathan said to David, "Come and let us go out to the field." And when they both had gone out to the field, Jonathan said before David, O Lord, God of Israel, if I will discover decision by my father tomorrow or the day after, and if there will be anything good concerning David, and yet I do not immediately send to you, make known to you, may the Lord do these things to Jonathan, may add these other things. But if my father will have persevered in malice against you, I will reveal it to your ear, and I will send you away, so that you may go in peace, and so that the Lord may be with you, just as he was with my father. And if I live, you shall show the mercy of the Lord to me. Yet truly, if I die, you shall not take away your mercy from my house, even forever, when the Lord will have rooted out the enemies of David, each day and every one of them from the earth. May he take Jonathan from his house, and may the Lord require it from the hands of the enemies of David. Therefore Jonathan formed a covenant with the house of David, and the Lord required from the hands of the enemies. And Jonathan continued to swear to David because he loved him, for he loved him like his own soul. And Jonathan said to him, Tomorrow is the new moon, and you will be sought, for your seat will be empty until the day after tomorrow. Therefore you shall descend quickly, and you shall go to the place where you have to be hidden, on a day when it is lawful to work, and you shall remain beside the stone that is called Ezel. And I will shoot 3 arrows near it, and I will cast them as if I were practicing for myself toward a mark. Also I will send a boy, saying to him, Go and bring the arrows to me. And if I will say to the boy, Behold the arrows before you take them up, you shall approach before me, because there is peace for you, and there's nothing evil as the Lord lives. But if I will have spoken to the boy in this way, Behold the arrows are away from you, then you shall go away in peace, for the Lord has released me. Now but the word that you and I have spoken, may the Lord be between you and me, even forever. Therefore David was hidden in the field, and the new moon came, and the king sat down to eat bread. And when the king had sat down on his chair, according to custom, which was beside the wall, Jonathan rose up, and Abner sat beside Saul. And David's place appeared empty, and Saul did not say anything on that day, for he was thinking that perhaps something happened to him, so that he meant not clean or not purified. And when the second day after the new moon had begun to dawn, David's place again appeared empty, and Saul said to Jonathan, his son, Why has the son of Jesse not arrived to eat, neither yesterday nor today? And Jonathan responded to Saul, He petitioned me earnestly that he might go to Bethlehem. He said, Permit me, for there is a solemn sacrifice in the city. One of my brothers has summoned me. Now therefore, if I have found favor in your eyes, I will go quickly, and I will see my brothers. For this reason he has not come to the table of the king. Then Saul, becoming angry against Jonathan, said to him, You, son of a woman, wantonly seizing a man, could I be ignorant that you love the son of Jesse, to your own shame and to the shame of your disgraceful mother? For all the days that the son of Jesse moves upon earth, neither you nor your kingdom will be secure. And so send and bring him to me here now, for he is a son of death. Then Jonathan, answering his father Saul, said, Why should he die? What has he done? And Saul picked up a lance so that he might strike him. And Jonathan understood that it had been decided by his father David be put to death. Therefore Jonathan rose up from the table in a rage of anger, and he did not eat on the second day after the new moon, for he was saddened over David because his father had confounded him. And when the morning had begun to dawn, Jonathan went into the field according to the agreement with David, and a young boy was with him. He said to his boy, Go and bring to me the arrows that I shoot. And when the boy had run, he shot another arrow away from the boy. So that boy went to the place of the arrow which Jonathan shot. And Jonathan cried out from behind the back of the boy and said, Behold, the arrow is there. The arrow is there, further away from you. And Jonathan cried out again from behind the back of the boy, saying, Go quickly, do not stand still. Then Jonathan's boy collected the arrows, and he put them to his lord. And he did not understand at all what was happening, for only Jonathan and David knew the matter. Then Jonathan gave his weapons to the boy and said to him, Go and carry them into the city. And when the city had gone away, David rose up from his place, which turned toward the south, and falling prone on the ground, he reverenced 3 times, and kissing one another, they wept together, but David more so. Then Jonathan said to David, Go in peace. Let us both keep all that we have ever sworn in the name of the Lord, saying, May the Lord be between me and you, and therefore between my offspring and your offspring, even forever. And David rose up and went away. But Jonathan entered into the city. 1 Samuel 21. Then David went into Nob to the priest Ahimelech, and Ahimelech was astonished that David had arrived. And he said to him, Why are you alone, and no one is with you? And David said to the priest Ahimelech, The king has instructed me a word, that he said, Let no one know the matter about which you have been sent by me, and what type of instructions I have given to you. For I have also summoned servants to one and another place. Now therefore, if you have anything at hand, even 5 loaves of bread, or whatever you may find, give it to me. And the priest responding to David said to him, I have no common bread at hand, but only holy bread. Are the young men clean, especially from women? And David responded to the priest and said to him, Indeed, as concerns being with women, we have abstained since yesterday and the day before when we departed, and so the vessels of the young men have been holy. And although this journey has been defiled, it would also be sanctified today as concerns the vessels. Therefore the priest gave to him sanctified bread, for there was no bread there, but only the bread of the presence, which had been taken away before the face of the Lord, so that fresh loaves might be set up. Now a certain man among the servants of Saul was there on that day, inside the tabernacle of the Lord, and his name was Doeg, an Edomite, the most powerful among the shepherds of Saul. Then David said to Ahimelech, Do you have here at hand a spear or a sword? For I did not take my own sword or my own weapons with me, for the word of the king was urgent. And the priest said, Behold, here is the sword of Goliath, the Philistine, whom you struck down in the valley of Terebinth. It is wrapped up in a cloak behind the ephod. If you wish to take this, take it, for there is nothing else here except this. And David said, There is nothing else like this, so give it to me. And so David rose up, and he fled on that day from the face of Saul. And he went to Achish, the king of Gath. The servants of Achish, when they had seen David, said to him, Is this not David, the king of the land? Were they not singing about him while dancing, saying, Saul struck down 1,000, David 10,000? Then David took these words to his heart, and he became exceedingly afraid before the face of Achish, the king of Gath. And he altered his mouth before them, and he slipped down between their hands, and he stumbled against the doors of the gate, and his spit flowed down his beard. And Achish said to his servants, You saw that the man is insane. Why did you bring him to me? Or do we have need of those who are mad, so that you would bring this one to behave madly in my presence? How did this man get into my house? Also this one. Also this one. She's going to. No.
Chapter 25. 1 Samuel, chapitre 25. Samuel mourut. Tout Israël se rassembla pour le pleurer et on l'enterra chez lui à Rama. Quant à David, il se leva et descendit au désert de Paran. Il y avait à Maon un homme très riche qui possédait des biens à Carmel. Il avait 3000 brebis et 1000 chèvres, et il se trouvait à Carmel pour la tonte de ses brebis. Le nom de cet homme était Nabal et sa femme s'appelait Abigaël. C'était une femme pleine de bon sens et très belle, tandis que son mari était dur et méchant dans sa manière d'agir. Il descendait de Caleb. Alors qu'il était au désert, David apprit que Nabal tondait ses brebis. Il envoya 10 jeunes gens vers lui en leur ordonnant « Montez à Carmel et allez trouver Nabal. Vous le saluerez en mon nom et lui direz « Longue vie à toi, que la paix soit avec toi, avec ta famille et avec tout ce qui t'appartient. Maintenant, j'ai appris que tu as chez toi les tondeurs. Or, lorsque tes bergers étaient avec nous, nous ne leur avons fait aucun mal et rien ne leur a été volé durant tout le temps où ils étaient avec nous à Carmel. Demande-le à tes serviteurs et ils te le confirmeront. Que ces jeunes gens trouvent donc grâce à tes yeux, puisque nous venons dans un jour de joie. Donne donc à tes serviteurs et à ton fils David ce que tu as sous la main. » Lorsque les hommes de David furent arrivés, ils répétèrent toutes ces paroles à Nabal au nom de David, puis ils se turent. Nabal répondit aux serviteurs de David. « Qui est David et qui est le fils d'Isaïe ? Il y a aujourd'hui beaucoup de serviteurs qui s'échappent de chez leur maître. Et je devrais prendre mon pain, mon eau, mon bétail que j'ai tué pour mes tondeurs, pour les donner à des gens qui sortent je ne sais où, je ne sais d'où. » Les hommes de David rebroussèrent chemin, ils repartirent et répétèrent à leur arrivée toutes ces paroles à David. Alors David dit à ses hommes, « Que chacun de vous prenne son épée. » Et ils prirent chacun leur épée. David aussi prit la sienne, et environ 400 hommes montèrent à sa suite, tandis que 200 restaient près du matériel. Un des serviteurs de Nabal vint dire à Abigaël, la femme de Nabal, « David a envoyé du désert des messagers pour saluer notre maître, et celui-ci les a traités avec dureté. Pourtant, ces hommes se sont montrés très bons pour nous. Ils ne nous ont fait aucun mal, et rien ne nous a été volé durant tout le temps où nous avons été avec eux, lorsque nous étions dans les champs. Ils nous ont nui et nuit et jour servi de protection durant tout le temps où nous avons été avec eux pour garder les troupeaux. Maintenant, sache et vois ce que tu as à faire, car la perte de notre maître et de toute sa famille est décidée. Lui-même est si méchant que nous n'osons pas lui parler. » Abigail prit aussitôt 200 pains, 2 outres de vin, 5 brebis toutes préparées, 5 mesures de grains rôtis, 100 gâteaux aux raisins secs et 200 aux figues sèches. Elle chargea tout cela sur des ânes et dit à ses serviteurs, « Passez devant moi, je vais vous suivre. » Elle ne dit rien à Nabal, son mari. Montée sur un âne, elle descendit, cachée par la montagne. David et ses hommes descendaient en face d'elle de sorte qu'elle les rencontra. David avait dit, « C'est bien inutilement que j'ai gardé tout ce que cet homme a dans le désert et que rien de tout ce qu'il possède n'a été volé. Il m'a rendu le mal pour le bien. Que Dieu traite son serviteur David avec la plus grande sévérité si je laisse en vie jusqu'au matin un seul homme parmi tous ceux qui appartiennent à Nabal. » Lorsque Abigail aperçut David, elle descendit rapidement de l'âne, tomba sur son visage devant lui et se prosterna contre terre. Puis, se jetant à ses pieds, elle dit, « C'est ma faute, mon Seigneur. Permets à ta servante de te parler et écoute ses paroles. Que mon Seigneur ne prête pas attention à ce méchant homme, à Nabal, car il porte bien son nom. Il s'appelle Nabal et il y a chez lui de la folie. Quant à moi, ta servante, je n'ai pas vu les hommes que toi, mon Seigneur, tu avais envoyés. Maintenant, mon Seigneur, aussi vrai que l'Éternel est vivant et que ton âme est vivante, c'est l'Éternel qui t'a empêché de verser le sang et qui a retenu ta main. Que tes ennemis, que ceux qui veulent du mal à mon Seigneur, soient pareils à Nabal. Accepte ce cadeau que moi, ta servante, je t'apporte, à toi, mon Seigneur, et qu'il soit distribué aux hommes qui marchent à la suite de mon Seigneur. Pardonne la faute de ta servante. En effet, l'Éternel accordera à mon Seigneur une maison stable, car mon Seigneur soutient les guerres de l'Éternel et on ne trouvera jamais rien de mauvais chez toi. Si quelqu'un se dresse pour te poursuivre et en veut à ta vie, ton âme, mon Seigneur, sera bien gardée avec les vivants auprès de l'Éternel, ton Dieu. En revanche, il enverra au loin, comme avec une fronde, l'âme de tes ennemis. Lorsque l'Éternel aura fait à mon Seigneur tout le bien qu'il t'a annoncé, et qu'il t'aura établi chef sur Israël, mon Seigneur n'aura ni remords, ni trouble dans son cœur, pour avoir versé le sang inutilement et pour s'être vengé lui-même. Et lorsque l'Éternel aura fait du bien à mon Seigneur, souviens-toi de ta servante. David dit à Abigail, béni soit l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël qui t'a envoyé aujourd'hui à ma rencontre. Béni soit ton bon sens et béni sois-tu, toi qui m'as empêché aujourd'hui de verser le sang et qui as retenu ma main. Mais l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël, qui m'a empêché de te faire du mal, est vivant. Si tu ne t'étais pas dépêché de venir à ma rencontre, il ne serait pas resté un seul homme à Nabal d'ici le matin. David prit ce qu'Abigaël lui avait apporté et lui dit, monte en paix chez toi, tu vois, je t'ai écouté et je t'ai bien accueilli. Abigaël arriva vers Nabal alors qu'il faisait un festin digne d'un roi dans sa maison. Il avait le cœur joyeux et il était complètement ivre. Elle ne lui dit pas un seul mot jusqu'au matin. Mais le matin, l'ivresse de Nabal s'était dissipée et sa femme lui raconta ce qui s'était passé. Le cœur de Nabal reçut un coup mortel et il devint aussi inerte qu'une pierre. Environ 10 jours après, l'Éternel frappa Nabal et il mourut. David apprit que Nabal était mort et il dit, béni soit l'Éternel. Il a défendu ma cause dans l'affront que m'a fait Nabal et il a empêché son serviteur de faire le mal. L'Éternel a fait retomber la méchanceté de Nabal sur sa tête. David envoya proposer à Abigail de devenir sa femme. Les serviteurs de David arrivèrent chez Abigail à Carmel. Ils lui dirent, David nous a envoyés vers toi parce qu'il désire te prendre pour femme. Elle se leva, se prosterna le visage contre terre et dit, voici, moi, ta servante, je serai une esclave pour laver les pieds des serviteurs de mon Seigneur. Abigail partit immédiatement, montée sur un âne et accompagnée de 5 jeunes filles. Elle suivit les messagers de David et devint ainsi sa femme. David avait aussi épousé Akinoam de Jizréel, et toutes les deux furent ses femmes. Saül avait donné sa fille Michal, la femme de David, à Palti de Galim, fils de Laïch. Chapitre 26. Les Iphiens allèrent trouver Saül à Gibéa et dirent, David n'est-il pas caché sur la colline de Hakila, en face du désert? Saül se leva et descendit au désert de Ziph, avec 3000 hommes choisis dans l'élite d'Israël, pour chercher David dans le désert de Ziph. Il installa son camp sur la colline de Hakila en face du désert près du chemin. David était dans le désert. Quand il s'aperçut que Saül marchait à sa poursuite dans le désert, il envoya des espions et sut ainsi avec certitude que Saül était arrivé. Alors David se leva, vint à l'endroit où Saül campait et vit la place où il couchait en compagnie d'Abner, fils de Ner et chef de son armée. Saül couchait au milieu du camp et le peuple campait autour de lui. David prit la parole et s'adressa à Achimélec, le Hittite, et à Abishai, fils de Tserouja et frère de Joab. Il leur dit, qui veut descendre avec moi dans le camp vers Saül? Abishai répondit, moi, je descendrai avec toi. David et Abichaï se rendirent de nuit vers la troupe. Saül était couché et dormait au milieu du camp, et sa lance était fichée en terre près de sa tête. Abner et le reste de la troupe étaient couchés autour de lui. Abichaï dit à David, Dieu livre aujourd'hui ton ennemi entre tes mains. Laisse-moi donc le frapper avec ma lance. Je le clouerai à terre d'un seul coup, je n'aurai pas à m'y reprendre 2 fois. Mais David dit à Abichaï, ne le supprime pas. En effet, qui pourrait impunément porter la main contre celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction? David ajouta, l'Éternel est vivant, c'est à l'Éternel seul de le frapper, soit que son jour soit venu et qu'il meure, soit qu'il descende sur un champ de bataille et qu'il y soit supprimé. Certes, par l'Éternel, je ne me risquerai pas à porter la main contre celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction. Prends seulement la lance qui est près de sa tête, ainsi que la cruche d'eau, et allons-nous-en. David prit donc la lance et la cruche d'eau qui étaient près de la tête de Saül, et ils s'en allèrent. Personne ne les vit, et il ne s'aperçut de rien, et personne ne se réveilla. Ils dormaient tous d'un profond sommeil, parce que l'Éternel les y avait plongés. Ok, ok, donc de 22 jusqu'à 25 alors. Hein? Parce que je viens de lire le 25. Ok, 22 à 31, c'est parti. T'en prie. Chers téléspectateurs, veuillez nous excuser pour cette petite interruption. 1 Samuel 22, chapitre 22, chapter 22. David partit de là et se sauva dans la grotte d'Adullam. Ses frères et toute sa famille l'apprirent et ils descendirent vers lui. Tous ceux qui se trouvaient dans la détresse, qui avaient des dettes ou qui étaient mécontents se rassemblèrent autour de lui, et il devint leur chef. Ainsi, ce furent environ 400 hommes qui se joignirent à lui. De là, David se rendit à Mitzpé, dans le pays de Moab. Il dit au roi de Moab, « Permets donc à mon père et à ma mère de se retirer chez vous jusqu'à ce que je sache ce que Dieu fera de moi. » Il les conduisit vers le roi de Moab, et ils restèrent avec lui tout le temps que David fut dans sa forteresse. Le prophète Gad dit à David, « Ne reste pas dans la forteresse, va-t'en et retourne sur le territoire de Juda. » David s'en alla et se rendit dans la forêt de Héret. Saül apprit que l'on avait des renseignements sur David et sur ses hommes. Il siégeait alors sous un tamaris, à Gibéa, sur la colline. Il avait sa lance à la main, et tous ses serviteurs se tenaient près de lui. Saül dit aux serviteurs qui se tenaient près de lui, « Écoutez, Benjaminites, le fils d'Isaïe vous donnera-t-il à tous des champs et des vignes? Fera-t-il de vous tous des chefs de milliers et de centaines? Sinon, pourquoi avez-vous tous conspiré contre moi? Pourquoi n'y a-t-il personne qui m'informe de l'alliance conclue par mon fils avec le fils d'Isaïe? Pourquoi n'y a-t-il aucun de vous qui s'inquiète pour moi et qui m'avertisse que mon fils a soulevé mon serviteur contre moi, afin qu'il me dresse des embuscades comme il le fait aujourd'hui? » Doeg l'Édomite, qui figurait aussi parmi les serviteurs de Saül, répondit, « J'ai vu le fils d'Isaïe venir à Nob vers Achimélec, fils d'Achitoub. Achimélec a consulté l'Éternel pour lui, et lui a donné des vivres, et lui a remis l'épée de Goliath, le Philistin. Le roi envoya chercher le prêtre Achimélec, fils d'Achitub, et toute sa famille, les prêtres qui se trouvaient à Nob. Ils se rendirent tous vers le roi. Saül dit, « Écoute, fils d'Achitub. » Il répondit, « Oui, mon seigneur. » Saül lui dit, « Pourquoi avez-vous conspiré contre moi, le fils d'Isaïe et toi? Pourquoi lui as-tu donné du pain et une épée, et pourquoi as-tu consulté Dieu pour lui? Ainsi, il s'attaque à moi et me dresse des embuscades, comme il le fait aujourd'hui. » Achimélec répondit au roi, « Parmi tous tes serviteurs, lequel est aussi fidèle que David? Il est le gendre du roi, il est dévoué à tes ordres et honoré dans ta maison. Est-ce aujourd'hui que j'ai commencé à consulter Dieu pour lui? Certainement pas. Que le roi ne fasse pas reposer de responsabilité sur moi, ni sur qui que ce soit dans ma famille, car moi, ton serviteur, je ne sais absolument rien de cette affaire. » Le roi rétorqua, « Tu mourras, Achimélec, ainsi que toute ta famille. » Puis il ordonna aux gardes qui se tenaient près de lui, « Tournez-vous et mettez à mort les prêtres de l'Éternel, car ils sont de mèche avec David. » Ils savaient bien qu'il était en fuite et ils ne m'ont pas averti. Mais les serviteurs du roi ne voulurent pas avancer la main pour frapper les prêtres de l'Éternel. Alors le roi dit à Doeg, « Tourne-toi et frappe les prêtres. » Doeg, l'édomite, se tourna, et ce fut lui qui frappa les prêtres. Il fit mourir ce jour-là 85 hommes qui portaient l'éphod de lin. Saül frappa encore du tranchant de l'épée Nob, la ville de ses prêtres. Hommes et femmes, enfants et bébés, bœufs, ânes et brebis, tous tombèrent sous le tranchant de l'épée. Un fils d'Achimélec et petit-fils d'Achitub put s'échapper. Son nom était Abiathar. Il s'enfuit vers David et lui rapporta que Saül avait tué les prêtres de l'Éternel. David dit à Abiathar, « Je savais bien l'autre jour que Doeg l'édomite, qui se trouvait là, ne manquerait pas d'informer Saül. C'est moi qui suis responsable de la mort de tous les membres de ta famille. Reste avec moi, n'aie pas peur, car celui qui en voudra à ta vie en voudra à la mienne. Près de moi, tu seras en sécurité. » Chapter 23, chapitre 23. On vint dire à David, « Les Philistins ont attaqué Keïla et pillent les aires de battage. » David consulta l'Éternel en disant, « Dois-je y aller? Est-ce que je battrai ces Philistins? » L'Éternel lui répondit, « Vas-y, tu battras les Philistins et tu délivreras Keïla. » Mais les hommes de David lui dirent, « Nous vivons dans la peur ici même en Juda. Que se passera-t-il si nous allons à Keïla pour combattre les troupes des Philistins? » David consulta de nouveau l'Éternel, et l'Éternel lui répondit, « Lève-toi, descends à Keïla, car je livre les Philistins entre tes mains. » David alla donc avec ses hommes à Keïla, et il se battit contre les Philistins. Il emmena leur bétail et leur infligea une grande défaite. C'est ainsi que David délivra les habitants de Keïla. Lorsque Abiathar, le fils d'Achimélec, s'était réfugié auprès de David à Keïla, il avait apporté l'éphod avec lui. Saül fut informé de l'arrivée de David à Keïla et il se dit, « Dieu le livre entre mes mains, car il est venu s'enfermer dans une ville munie de portes et de verrous. » Saül convoqua donc tout le peuple à la guerre afin de descendre à Keïla et d'assiéger David et ses hommes. David eut connaissance du mauvais projet de Saül contre lui. Il dit au prêtre Abiathar, « Apporte l'éphod. » Puis David dit, « Éternel, Dieu d'Israël, moi ton serviteur, j'apprends que Saül veut venir à Keïla pour détruire cette ville à cause de moi. Les habitants de Keïla me livreront-ils entre ses mains? Saül descendra-t-il conformément à ce que ton serviteur a appris? Éternel, Dieu d'Israël, veuille le révéler à ton serviteur. » L'Éternel répondit, « Il descendra. » David répéta, « Les habitants de Keïla me livreront-ils ainsi que mes hommes entre les mains de Saül? » Et l'Éternel répondit, « Ils te livreront entre ses mains. » Alors David se leva avec ses hommes, au nombre d'environ 600. Ils sortirent de Keïla et s'en allèrent où ils purent. Informé que David s'était sauvé de Keïla, Saül renonça à son expédition. David habita dans le désert, dans des endroits escarpés, et il resta sur la montagne, dans le désert de Ziph. Saül le cherchait toujours, mais Dieu ne le livra pas entre ses mains. Voyant que Saül partait en campagne pour attenter à sa vie, David restait dans le désert de Ziph, dans la forêt. Ce fut alors que Jonathan, fils de Saül, se leva pour aller trouver David dans la forêt. Il fortifia sa confiance en Dieu et lui dit: « N'aie pas peur, car mon père Saül ne parviendra pas à t'attraper. Tu régneras sur Israël, et moi je serai ton bras droit. Mon père Saül le sait bien aussi. » Ils firent tous deux alliance devant l'Éternel. David resta dans la forêt, et Jonathan retourna chez lui. Les Ziphiens montèrent vers Saül à Gibéa et dirent: « David n'est-il pas caché chez nous dans des endroits escarpés dans la forêt, sur la colline de Aquila qui se trouve au sud du désert? Descends donc, roi, si c'est ce que tu désires. C'est à nous qu'il reviendra de le livrer entre les mains du roi. » Saül dit: « Que l'Éternel vous bénisse pour avoir eu pitié de moi. Allez donc prendre encore des informations pour bien examiner et savoir où il se tient et qui l'y a vu, car il est très rusé à ce qu'on m'a dit. Voyez et reconnaissez tous les endroits où il se cache, puis revenez vers moi avec des renseignements certains, et je partirai avec vous. S'il est dans le pays, je le chercherai parmi tous les milliers de Juda. » Ils se levèrent donc et retournèrent à Ziph avant Saül. David et ses hommes se trouvaient dans le désert de Maon, dans la plaine située au sud de ce désert. Saül partit avec ses hommes à la recherche de David. On en informa David, qui descendit dans un endroit rocheux dans le désert de Maon. L'ayant appris, Saül poursuivit David au désert de Maon. Saül marchait d'un côté de la montagne, David et ses hommes de l'autre côté. David se dépêchait pour échapper à Saül. Cependant, déjà Saül et ses hommes l'encerclaient, ainsi que les siens, pour s'emparer d'eux, lorsqu'un messager vint dire à Saül: « Viens vite, car les Philistins ont lancé une attaque contre le pays. » Saül cessa de poursuivre David et repartit pour aller combattre les Philistins. C'est pourquoi l'on appela cet endroit Séla Amaklekot. Chapter 24, chapitre 24. De là, David monta les falaises d'En-Gedi, où il habita. Lorsque Saül fut de retour, après avoir poursuivi les Philistins, on vint lui dire: « David est dans le désert d'En-Gedi. » Saül prit 3000 hommes d'élite, choisis sur tout Israël, et il alla à la recherche de David et de ses hommes jusque dans les rochers des bouquetins. Il arriva à des parcs à brebis qui étaient près du chemin. Là se trouvait une grotte où il entra pour satisfaire un besoin naturel. David et ses hommes se trouvaient au fond de la grotte. Les hommes de David lui dirent: « Voici le jour où l'Éternel te dit: je livre ton ennemi entre tes mains, traite-le comme tu le jugeras bon. » David se leva et coupa doucement le pan du manteau de Saül. Après cela, il sentit son cœur battre, parce qu'il avait coupé le pan du manteau de Saül. Il dit à ses hommes: « Que l'Éternel me garde de commettre une telle action contre mon Seigneur, celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction. Qu'il me garde de porter la main contre lui, car il est celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction. » Par ces paroles, David arrêta ses hommes et les empêcha de se jeter sur Saül. Puis Saül se leva pour sortir de la grotte et continua son chemin. Peu après, David se leva et sortit de la grotte. Il se mit alors à crier vers Saül: « Ô roi, mon Seigneur !» Saül regarda derrière lui, et David s'inclina le visage contre terre et se prosterna. David dit à Saül: « Pourquoi écoutes-tu les propos de ceux qui prétendent que je cherche ton malheur? Tu vois maintenant de tes propres yeux que l'Éternel t'avait livré aujourd'hui entre mes mains dans la grotte. On me poussait à te tuer, mais je t'ai épargné, et j'ai dit: je ne porterai pas la main contre mon Seigneur, car il est celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction. Regarde, mon père, regarde donc le pan de ton manteau dans ma main. J'ai coupé le pan de ton manteau, mais je ne t'ai pas tué. Sache et reconnais donc qu'il n'y a dans ma conduite ni méchanceté, ni révolte, et que je n'ai pas péché contre toi. Et pourtant, tu me dresses des embuscades pour m'enlever la vie. L'Éternel sera juge entre toi et moi, et il me vengera de toi, mais je ne porterai pas la main contre toi. Des méchants vient la méchanceté, dit l'ancien proverbe. Aussi, je ne porterai pas la main contre toi. Contre qui le roi d'Israël s'est-il mis en marche? Qui poursuis-tu? Un chien mort, une puce? L'Éternel jugera et prononcera son verdict entre toi et moi. Il regardera et il défendra ma cause. Il me rendra justice en me délivrant de toi. Lorsque David eut fini d'adresser ces paroles à Saül, celui-ci dit: Est-ce bien ta voix, mon fils David? Et Saül se mit à pleurer tout haut. Il dit à David: Tu es plus juste que moi, car tu m'as fait du bien, alors que moi je t'ai fait du mal. Tu démontres aujourd'hui la bonté avec laquelle tu agis envers moi, puisque l'Éternel m'avait livré entre tes mains et que tu ne m'as pas tué. Si quelqu'un rencontre son ennemi, le laisse-t-il poursuivre tranquillement son chemin? Que l'Éternel te récompense pour ce que tu as fait pour moi aujourd'hui. Maintenant, je sais que tu régneras et que le royaume d'Israël tiendra solidement entre tes mains. Jure-moi donc, par l'Éternel, que tu ne détruiras pas ma descendance après ma mort et que tu ne supprimeras pas mon nom de ma famille. David en fit le serment à Saül. Puis Saül retourna chez lui, et David et ses hommes gagnèrent leur retraite. Chapter 25, chapitre 25. Samuel mourut. Tout Israël se rassembla pour le pleurer et on l'enterra chez lui à Rama. Quant à David, il se leva et descendit au désert de Paran. Il y avait à Mahon un homme très riche qui possédait des biens à Carmel. Il avait 3000 brebis et 1000 chèvres, et il se trouvait à Carmel pour la tonte de ses brebis. Le nom de cet homme était Nabal et sa femme s'appelait Abigaël. C'était une femme pleine de bon sens et très belle, tandis que son mari était dur et méchant dans sa manière d'agir. Il descendait de Caleb. Alors qu'il était au désert, David apprit que Nabal tondait ses brebis. Il envoya 10 jeunes gens vers lui en leur ordonnant: Montez à Carmel et allez trouver Nabal. Vous le saluerez en mon nom et lui direz: Longue vie à toi, que la paix soit avec toi, avec ta famille et avec tout ce qui t'appartient. Maintenant, j'ai appris que tu as chez toi les tondeurs. Or, lorsque tes bergers étaient avec nous, nous ne leur avons fait aucun mal, et rien ne leur a été volé durant tout le temps où ils étaient avec nous à Carmel. Demande-le à tes serviteurs, et ils te le confirmeront. Que ces jeunes gens trouvent donc grâce à tes yeux, puisque nous venons dans un jour de joie. Donne donc à tes serviteurs et à ton fils David ce que tu as sous la main. Lorsque les hommes de David furent arrivés, ils répétèrent toutes ces paroles à Nabal au nom de David, puis ils se turent. Nabal répondit aux serviteurs de David: Qui est David et qui est le fils d'Isaïe? Il y a aujourd'hui beaucoup de serviteurs qui s'échappent de chez leur maître, et je devrais prendre mon pain, mon eau, mon bétail que j'ai tué pour mes tondeurs, pour les donner à des gens qui sortent je ne sais d'où? Les hommes de David rebroussèrent chemin, ils repartirent et répétèrent à leur arrivée toutes ces paroles à David. Alors David dit à ses hommes: Que chacun de vous prenne son épée. Et ils prirent chacun leur épée. David aussi prit la sienne, et environ 400 hommes montèrent à sa suite, tandis que 200 restaient près du matériel. Un des serviteurs de Nabal vint dire à Abigaël, la femme de Nabal: David a envoyé du désert des messagers pour saluer notre maître, et celui-ci les a traités avec dureté. Pourtant, ces hommes se sont montrés très bons pour nous. Ils ne nous ont fait aucun mal et rien ne nous a été volé durant tout le temps où nous avons été avec eux, lorsque nous étions dans les champs. Ils nous ont nuit et jour, servi de protection durant tout le temps où nous avons été avec eux pour garder les troupeaux. Maintenant, sache et vois ce que tu as à faire, car la perte de notre maître et de toute sa famille est décidée. Lui-même est si méchant que nous n'osons pas lui parler. Abigaël prit aussitôt 200 pains, 2 outres de vin, 5 brebis toutes préparées, 5 mesures de grains rôtis, 100 gâteaux aux raisins secs et 200 aux figues sèches. Elle chargea tout cela sur des ânes et dit à ses serviteurs, « Passez devant moi, je vais vous suivre. » Elle ne dit rien à Nabal, son mari. Montée sur un âne, elle descendit, cachée par la montagne. David et ses hommes descendaient en face d'elle, de sorte qu'elle les rencontra. David avait dit, « C'est bien inutilement que j'ai gardé tout ce que cet homme a dans le désert et que rien de tout ce qu'il possède n'a été volé. Il m'a rendu le mal pour le bien. Que Dieu traite son serviteur David avec la plus grande sévérité. Si je laisse en vie jusqu'au matin un seul homme parmi tous ceux qui appartiennent à Nabal. » Lorsque Abigail aperçut David, elle descendit rapidement de l'âne, tomba sur son visage devant lui et se prosterna contre terre. Puis se jetant à ses pieds, elle dit, « C'est ma faute, mon Seigneur, permets à ta servante de te parler et écoute ses paroles. Que mon Seigneur ne prête pas attention à ce méchant homme, à Nabal, car il porte bien son nom, il s'appelle Nabal et il y a chez lui de la folie. Quant à moi, ta servante, je n'ai pas vu les hommes que toi, mon Seigneur, tu avais envoyés. Maintenant, mon Seigneur, aussi vrai que l'Éternel est vivant et que ton âme est vivante, c'est l'Éternel qui t'a empêché de verser le sang et qui a retenu ta main. Que tes ennemis, que ceux qui veulent du mal à mon Seigneur, soient pareils à Nabal. Accepte ce cadeau que moi, ta servante, je t'apporte à toi, mon Seigneur, et qu'il soit distribué aux hommes qui marchent à la suite de mon Seigneur. Pardonne la faute de ta servante. En effet, l'Éternel accordera à mon Seigneur une maison stable, car mon Seigneur soutient les guerres de l'Éternel et on ne trouvera jamais rien de mauvais chez toi. Si quelqu'un se dresse pour te poursuivre et en veut à ta vie, ton âme, mon Seigneur, sera bien gardé avec les vivants auprès de l'Éternel, ton Dieu. En revanche, il enverra au loin, comme avec une fronde, l'âme de tes ennemis. Lorsque l'Éternel aura fait à mon Seigneur tout le bien qu'il t'a annoncé, qu'il t'aura établi chef sur Israël, mon Seigneur n'aura ni remords ni trouble dans son cœur pour avoir versé le sang inutilement et pour s'être vengé lui-même. Et lorsque l'Éternel aura fait du bien à mon Seigneur, souviens-toi de ta servante. David dit à Abigaël, « Béni soit l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël, qui t'a envoyé aujourd'hui à ma rencontre. Béni soit ton bon sens et béni sois-tu, toi qui m'as empêché aujourd'hui de verser le sang et qui as retenu ma main. Mais l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël, qui m'a empêché de te faire du mal est vivant. Si tu ne t'étais pas dépêché de venir à ma rencontre, il ne serait pas resté un seul homme à Nabal d'ici le matin. » David prit ce qu'Abigaël lui avait apporté et lui dit, « Monte en paix chez toi, tu vois, je t'ai écouté et je t'ai bien accueilli. » Abigaël arriva vers Nabal alors qu'il faisait un festin digne d'un roi dans sa maison. Il avait le cœur joyeux et il était complètement ivre. Elle ne lui dit pas un seul mot jusqu'au matin. Mais le matin, l'ivresse de Nabal s'était dissipée et sa femme lui raconta ce qui s'était passé. Le cœur de Nabal reçut un coup mortel et il devint aussi inerte qu'une pierre. Environ 10 jours après, l'Éternel frappa Nabal et il mourut. David apprit que Nabal était mort et il dit, « Béni soit l'Éternel. Il a défendu ma cause dans l'affront que m'a fait Nabal, et il a empêché son serviteur de faire le mal. L'Éternel a fait retomber la méchanceté de Nabal sur sa tête. » David envoya proposer à Abigaël de devenir sa femme. Les serviteurs de David arrivèrent chez Abigaël à Carmel. Ils lui dirent, « David nous a envoyés vers toi parce qu'il désire te prendre pour femme. » Elle se leva, se prosterna le visage contre terre et dit, « Voici, Moi, ta servante, je serai une esclave pour laver les pieds des serviteurs de mon Seigneur. Abigail partit immédiatement, montée sur un âne et accompagnée de 5 jeunes filles. Elle suivit les messagers de David et devint ainsi sa femme. David avait aussi épousé Akinoam de Jizréel, et toutes les deux furent ses femmes. Saül avait donné sa fille Michal, la femme de David, à Palti de Galim, fils de Laïch. Chapter 26, chapitre 26. Les Ziphiens allèrent trouver Saül à Gibéa et dirent: David n'est-il pas caché sur la colline de Hakila en face du désert? Saül se leva et descendit au désert de Ziph avec 3000 hommes choisis dans l'élite d'Israël pour chercher David dans le désert de Ziph. Il installa son camp sur la colline de Hakila en face du désert près du chemin. David était dans le désert. Quand il s'aperçut que Saül marchait à sa poursuite dans le désert, il envoya des espions et sut ainsi avec certitude que Saül était arrivé. Alors David se leva, vint à l'endroit où Saül campait et vit la place où il couchait en compagnie d'Abner, fils de Ner, et chef de son armée. Saül couchait au milieu du camp et le peuple campait autour de lui. David prit la parole et s'adressa à Akimélec le Hittite et à Abishai, fils de Tserouja et frère de Joab. Il leur dit: Qui veut descendre avec moi dans le camp vers Saül? Abishai répondit: Moi, je descendrai avec toi. David et Abishai se rendirent de nuit vers la troupe. Saül était couché et dormait au milieu du camp, et sa lance était fichée en terre près de sa tête. Abner et le reste de la troupe étaient couchés autour de lui. Abishai dit à David: Dieu livre aujourd'hui ton ennemi entre tes mains. Laisse-moi donc le frapper avec ma lance. Je le clouerai à terre d'un seul coup, je n'aurai pas à m'y reprendre à 2 fois. Mais David dit à Abishai: Ne le supprime pas. En effet, qui pourrait impunément porter la main contre celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction? David ajouta: L'Éternel est vivant, c'est à l'Éternel seul de le frapper. Soit que son jour soit venu et qu'il meure, soit qu'il descende sur un champ de bataille et qu'il y soit supprimé. Certes, par l'Éternel, je ne me risquerai pas à porter la main contre celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction. Prends seulement la lance qui est près de sa tête, ainsi que la cruche d'eau, et allons-nous-en. David prit donc la lance et la cruche d'eau qui était près de la tête de Saül, et ils s'en allèrent. Personne ne les vit, et ni ne s'aperçut de rien, et personne ne se réveilla. Ils dormaient tous d'un profond sommeil parce que l'Éternel les y avait plongés. David passa de l'autre côté et s'arrêta au loin sur le sommet de la montagne, à une grande distance du camp. Puis il cria à la troupe et à Abner, fils de Ner: Vas-tu répondre, Abner? Abner répondit: Qui es-tu, toi qui pousses des cris vers le roi? David dit à Abner: N'es-tu pas un homme, et qui est ton pareil en Israël? Pourquoi donc n'as-tu pas gardé le roi, ton maître? En effet, quelqu'un du peuple est venu pour tuer le roi, ton maître. Ce que tu as fait là n'est pas bien. L'Éternel est vivant, vous méritez la mort pour n'avoir pas veillé sur votre maître, sur celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction. Regarde maintenant où sont la lance du roi et la cruche d'eau qui était près de sa tête. Saül reconnut la voix de David et dit: Est-ce bien ta voix, mon fils David? David répondit: C'est ma voix, roi, mon Seigneur. Puis il ajouta: Pourquoi mon Seigneur poursuit-il son serviteur? Qu'ai-je fait et de quoi suis-je coupable? Que le roi, mon Seigneur, veuille maintenant écouter les paroles de son serviteur. Si c'est l'Éternel qui te pousse à agir contre moi, qu'il veuille bien accepter le parfum d'une offrande. Mais si ce sont des hommes, qu'ils soient maudits devant l'Éternel, puisqu'ils me chassent aujourd'hui pour m'exclure de l'héritage de l'Éternel en me disant: Va servir des dieux étrangers. Oh, que mon sang ne tombe pas en terre, loin de l'Éternel. Le roi d'Israël s'est mis en marche pour chercher une puce, comme on chasserait une perdrix dans les montagnes. Saül dit, j'ai péché. Reviens, mon fils David. Je ne te ferai plus de mal, puisqu'aujourd'hui ma vie a été précieuse à tes yeux. Je me suis comporté de façon stupide et j'ai commis une grande faute. David répondit, voici la lance du roi, que l'un de tes hommes vienne la prendre. L'Éternel traitera chacun en fonction de sa justice et sa fidélité. En effet, il t'avait livré aujourd'hui entre mes mains, et je n'ai pas voulu porter la main sur celui que l'Éternel a désigné par onction. Tout comme aujourd'hui ta vie a eu beaucoup de valeur à mes yeux, ma vie aura beaucoup de valeur aux yeux de l'Éternel, et il me délivrera de toute détresse. Saül dit à David, sois béni, mon fils David, tu réussiras dans tes entreprises. David poursuivit son chemin, et Saül retourna chez lui. Chapter 27, chapitre 27. David se dit, je serai un jour supprimé par Saül. Je n'ai rien de mieux à faire que de me réfugier au pays des Philistins afin que Saül renonce à me chercher encore dans tout le territoire d'Israël. Ainsi je lui échapperai. David se leva avec ses 600 compagnons et ils passèrent chez Achish, fils de Maoc, roi de Gath. David et ses hommes restèrent à Gath vers Achish. Ils avaient chacun leur famille, et David avait ses 2 femmes, Akinoam de Jizréel et Abigaël de Carmel, la femme de Nabal. Informé que David s'était enfui à Gath, Saül cessa de le chercher. David dit à Achish, si j'ai trouvé grâce à tes yeux, qu'on me donne dans l'une des villes du pays un endroit où je puisse habiter. Pourquoi ton serviteur habiterait-il avec toi dans la ville royale? Ce jour-là, Achish lui donna Tsiklag. C'est pourquoi Tsiklag a appartenu au roi de Juda jusqu'à aujourd'hui. David resta dans le pays des Philistins durant 1 an et 4 mois. David et ses hommes montaient et faisaient des raids chez les Géshuriens, les Girziens et les Amalécites. Ces nations habitaient la région depuis l'Antiquité, du côté de Chour et jusqu'en Égypte. David dévasta cette région. Il ne laissait en vie ni homme ni femme, et il enlevait les brebis, les bœufs, les ânes, les chameaux et les vêtements avant de retourner chez Achish. Achish demandait, où avez-vous fait vos coups aujourd'hui? David répondait, dans le sud de Juda, des Gérakméélites et des Kénéens. David ne laissait ni homme ni femme en vie pour les amener à Gath. Il pensait en effet, il pourrait parler contre nous et dire, voilà ce que David a fait. Ce fut sa manière d'agir durant tout le temps où il habita dans le pays des Philistins. Achish se fiait à David, et il disait, il provoque le dégoût d'Israël, son peuple, et il sera pour toujours mon serviteur. Chapter 28, chapitre 28. À cette époque-là, les Philistins rassemblèrent leurs troupes et formèrent une armée pour faire la guerre à Israël. Achish dit à David, tu dois savoir que vous ferez cette campagne avec moi, toi et tes hommes. David répondit à Achish, eh bien, tu verras ce que ton serviteur fera. Achish dit à David, eh bien, je t'établirai pour toujours comme mon garde du corps. Samuel était mort, tout Israël l'avait pleuré et on l'avait enterré à Rama dans sa ville. Saül avait supprimé du pays ceux qui invoquaient les esprits et les spirites. Les Philistins se rassemblèrent et vinrent installer leur camp à Sunem. Saül rassembla tout Israël, et ils établirent leur camp à Gilboa. À la vue du camp des Philistins, Saül fut rempli de peur, et son cœur trembla violemment. Il consulta l'Éternel, mais l'Éternel ne lui répondit pas, ni par des rêves, ni par l'Urim, ni par les prophètes. Saül dit alors à ses serviteurs, « Cherchez-moi une femme capable d'invoquer les esprits, et j'irai la consulter. » Ses serviteurs lui dirent, « À Endor, il y a une femme capable d'invoquer les esprits. » Alors Saül se déguisa en enfilant d'autres vêtements et partit avec 2 hommes. Ils arrivèrent de nuit chez la femme. Saül lui dit, « Pratique donc la divination pour moi en invoquant un mort, en faisant monter pour moi celui que je t'indiquerai. » La femme lui répondit, « Tu sais ce que Saül a fait, la manière dont il a fait disparaître du pays ceux qui sont capables d'invoquer les esprits et les spirites. Pourquoi donc tends-tu un piège à ma vie? Veux-tu me faire mourir? » Saül lui jura par l'Éternel, « L'Éternel est vivant, il ne t'arrivera aucun mal pour cela. » La femme demanda, « Qui veux-tu que je fasse monter pour toi? » Il répondit, « Fais-moi monter Samuel. » Lorsque la femme vit Samuel, elle poussa un grand cri et dit à Saül, « Pourquoi m'as-tu trompé? Tu es Saül. » Le roi lui dit, « N'aie pas peur, dis-moi plutôt ce que tu vois. » La femme dit à Saül, « Je vois un Dieu monter de la terre. » Il lui dit, « Quelle est son apparence? » Elle répondit, « C'est un vieillard qui monte et il est enveloppé d'un manteau. » Saül comprit alors que c'était Samuel, et il s'inclina le visage contre terre et se prosterna. Samuel dit à Saül, « Pourquoi as-tu troublé mon repos en me faisant monter? » Saül répondit, « Je suis dans une grande détresse. Les Philistins me font la guerre et Dieu s'est détourné de moi. Il ne m'a répondu ni par les prophètes, ni par des rêves. Je t'ai appelé pour que tu me fasses connaître ce que je dois faire. » Samuel dit, « Pourquoi donc me consultes-tu puisque l'Éternel s'est détourné de toi et qu'il est devenu ton ennemi? L'Éternel te traite comme je te l'avais annoncé de sa part. Il a arraché la royauté de tes mains et l'a donnée à un autre, à David. Tu n'as pas obéi à l'Éternel, tu n'as pas fait sentir à Amalek l'ardeur de sa colère. Voilà pourquoi l'Éternel te traite aujourd'hui de cette manière. L'Éternel livrera même Israël avec toi entre les mains des Philistins. Demain, tes fils et toi, vous serez avec moi, et l'Éternel livrera le camp d'Israël entre les mains des Philistins. » Aussitôt, Saül tomba à terre de tout son long. Les paroles de Samuel le remplissaient d'épouvante. De plus, il manquait de force car il n'avait pris aucune nourriture de toute la journée et de toute la nuit. La femme s'approcha de Saül et le voyant très effrayé, elle lui dit, « Ta servante t'a écouté, j'ai risqué ma vie en obéissant aux paroles que tu m'as dites. Écoute maintenant, toi aussi, ta servante. Laisse-moi t'offrir un morceau de pain à manger. Ainsi tu auras la force de te remettre en route. » Mais Saül refusa et déclara, « Je ne mangerai pas. » Ses serviteurs et même la femme insistèrent, et il les écouta. Il se leva de terre et s'assit sur le lit. La femme avait chez elle un veau gras qu'elle s'empressa de tuer. Elle prit de la farine, la pétrit et fit cuire des pains sans levain. Elle déposa le tout devant Saül et ses serviteurs et ils mangèrent. Puis ils se levèrent et partirent la nuit même. Chapter 29, chapitre 29. Les Philistins rassemblèrent toutes leurs troupes à Aphek, et Israël installa son camp près de la source de Jizréel. Les princes des Philistins s'avancèrent avec leurs centaines et leurs milliers, tandis que David et ses hommes marchaient à l'arrière-garde avec Akish. Les princes des Philistins dirent, « Que font ici ces Hébreux? » Akish leur répondit, « N'est-ce pas David, le serviteur de Saül, roi d'Israël? Il y a longtemps qu'il est avec moi, et je n'ai rien trouvé à lui reprocher depuis son arrivée jusqu'à aujourd'hui. » Mais les princes des Philistins s'irritèrent contre Akish et lui dirent, « Renvoie cet homme, qu'il retourne là où tu l'as installé et ne descende pas avec nous sur le champ de bataille. Il risquerait d'être un ennemi pour nous pendant le combat. Comment cet homme pourrait-il rentrer en grâce auprès de son maître si ce n'est en lui apportant la tête de nos hommes? » N'est-ce pas en l'honneur de ce David que l'on chantait en disant, en dansant, Saül a frappé ses 1000 et David ses 10 000? Achish appela David et lui dit, l'Éternel est vivant, tu es un homme droit, et j'aime te voir aller et venir avec moi dans le camp, car je n'ai rien trouvé de mal en toi depuis ton arrivée chez moi jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Mais tu ne plais pas au prince. Repars donc, va-t'en en paix pour ne rien faire qui déplaise au prince des Philistins. David dit à Achish, mais qu'ai-je fait et qu'as-tu trouvé chez moi, ton serviteur, depuis que je suis avec toi jusqu'à aujourd'hui, pour que je ne puisse pas aller combattre les ennemis de mon seigneur le roi? Achish répondit à David, je le sais bien, car tu me plais autant qu'un ange de Dieu. Mais les princes des Philistins refusent que tu montes avec eux au combat. Par conséquent, lève-toi de bon matin, ainsi que les serviteurs de ton maître qui sont venus avec toi. Levez-vous de bon matin et partez dès qu'il fera jour. David et ses hommes se levèrent de bonne heure pour partir dès le matin et retourner dans le pays des Philistins. Quant aux Philistins, ils montèrent à Jizréel. Chapter 30. Chapitre 30. 2 jours plus tard, lorsque David arriva à Tsiklag avec ses hommes, les Amalécites avaient lancé une attaque dans le Negev et à Tsiklag. Ils avaient détruit et brûlé Tsiklag après avoir fait prisonnier les femmes et tous ceux qui s'y trouvaient, petits et grands. Ils n'avaient tué personne, mais ils avaient tout emmené et s'étaient remis en route. En arrivant à la ville, David et ses hommes virent qu'elle était brûlée et que leurs femmes, leurs fils et leurs filles avaient été faits prisonniers. Alors David et la troupe qui l'accompagnait se mirent à pleurer tout haut jusqu'à ce qu'ils n'aient plus la force de pleurer. Les 2 femmes de David, Akinoam de Jizréel et Abigaël de Carmel, la femme de Nabal, avaient été emmenées. David fut dans une grande angoisse, car la troupe parlait de le lapider. Tous éprouvaient en effet de l'amertume, chacun à cause de ses fils et de ses filles. Mais David reprit courage en s'appuyant sur l'Éternel, son Dieu. Il dit au prêtre Abiathar, fils d'Achimélec, apporte-moi donc l'éphod. Abiathar le lui apporta. David consulta l'Éternel en disant, dois-je poursuivre cette troupe? Réussirai-je à la rattraper? L'Éternel lui répondit, poursuis-la, car tu la rattraperas et tu délivreras les prisonniers. David se mit en marche avec ses 600 compagnons. Ils arrivèrent au torrent de Bésor, où ceux qui traînaient à l'arrière s'arrêtèrent. David continua la poursuite avec 400 hommes, tandis que 200 s'étaient arrêtés, trop fatigués pour passer le torrent de Bésor. Ils trouvèrent dans les champs un Égyptien qu'ils conduisirent vers David. Ils lui firent manger du pain et boire de l'eau, et ils lui donnèrent un morceau d'un gâteau aux figues sèches et 2 gâteaux aux raisins secs. Lorsqu'il eut mangé, les forces lui revinrent, car il n'avait pas pris de nourriture et pas bu d'eau depuis 3 jours et 3 nuits. David lui dit, « À qui appartiens-tu et d'où viens-tu » Il répondit, « Je suis un jeune Égyptien. J'étais au service d'un Amalécite, mais voilà 3 jours que mon maître m'a abandonné parce que j'étais malade. Nous avons lancé une attaque dans le sud du territoire des Kérétiens, sur le territoire de Juda et au sud du territoire de Caleb, et nous avons brûlé Tsiklag. » David lui dit, « Veux-tu me faire descendre vers cette troupe ?» Il répondit, « Jure-moi, au nom de Dieu, que tu ne me tueras pas et que tu ne me livreras pas à mon maître, et je te ferai descendre vers cette troupe. » Il lui servit ainsi de guide. Les Amalécites étaient dispersés dans la région. Ils mangeaient, buvaient et dansaient à cause du grand butin qu'ils avaient pris au pays des Philistins et de Juda. David leur porta des coups depuis l'aube de ce jour-là jusqu'au lendemain soir, et aucun d'eux ne put s'échapper, excepté 400 jeunes hommes, qui montèrent sur des chameaux et s'enfuirent. David sauva ce que les Amalécites avaient pris, et il délivra aussi ses 2 femmes. Il ne leur manqua personne, ni petit, ni grand, ni fils, ni fille, ni quoi que ce soit du butin, ni rien de ce on leur avait enlevé. David ramena tout. David prit tout le petit et le gros bétail. Ceux qui conduisaient ce troupeau et marchaient à sa tête disaient: Voici le butin de David. David arriva vers les 200 hommes qui avaient été trop fatigués pour le suivre et qu'on avait laissés au torrent de Bésor. Ils s'avancèrent à la rencontre de David et de sa troupe. David s'approcha d'eux et leur demanda comment ils allaient. Tous les hommes méchants et les vauriens qui avaient accompagné David prirent la parole et dirent: Puisqu'ils ne sont pas venus avec nous, nous ne leur donnerons rien du butin que nous avons sauvé, à part à chacun sa femme et ses enfants. Qu'ils les emmènent et s'en aillent. Mais David dit: N'agissez pas ainsi, mes frères, au sujet de ce que l'Éternel nous a donné. En effet, il nous a gardés et a livré entre nos mains la troupe qui était venue nous faire du mal. Qui pourrait vous écouter dans cette affaire? La part doit être la même pour celui qui est descendu sur le champ de bataille et pour celui qui est resté auprès du matériel. Ils partageront tout ensemble. Cela se passa ainsi dès ce jour et par la suite, et l'on en a fait jusqu'à aujourd'hui une prescription et une règle en Israël. De retour à Tsiklag, David envoya une partie du butin aux anciens de Juda qui étaient ses amis en leur adressant ces paroles: Voici pour vous un cadeau pris sur le butin des ennemis de l'Éternel. Il fit ainsi des envois aux anciens de Béthel, de Ramoth dans le Negev, de Jatir, d'Aroer, de Siphmoth, d'Estémoa, de Rakal, des villes des Gérak-Méléites, des villes des Kénéens, de Horma, de Korachan, d'Atak, d'Hébron, et dans tous les endroits que ces hommes et lui avaient parcourus. Chapitre 31, chapter 31. Les Philistins livrèrent bataille à Israël, et les Israélites prirent la fuite devant eux. Ils tombèrent morts sur le mont Gilboa. Les Philistins rattrapèrent Saül et ses fils, et ils tuèrent Jonathan, Abinadab et Malki-Shua, les fils de Saül. L'effort du combat porta sur Saül. Les archers le touchèrent et le blessèrent grièvement. Saül dit alors à son porteur d'armes: Tire ton épée et transperce-moi, sinon ce seront ces incirconcis qui viendront le faire, et ils me feront subir leur mauvais traitement. Son porteur d'armes ne voulut pas le tuer, car il était rempli de peur. Alors Saül prit son épée et se jeta dessus. Voyant Saül mort, son porteur d'armes se jeta aussi sur son épée, et il mourut avec lui. C'est ainsi que Saül et ses 3 fils, son porteur d'armes, et tous ses hommes moururent en même temps dans cette journée. Lorsqu'ils virent que les Israélites s'enfuyaient et que Saül et ses fils étaient morts, ceux d'Israël qui étaient de l'autre côté de la vallée et de l'autre côté du Jourdain abandonnèrent leur ville pour prendre aussi la fuite. Les Philistins allèrent s'y installer. Le lendemain, les Philistins vinrent pour dépouiller les morts, et ils trouvèrent le cadavre de Saül et de ses 3 fils sur le mont Gilboa. Ils coupèrent la tête de Saül et le dépouillèrent de ses armes. Puis ils les firent circuler dans tout le pays des Philistins pour annoncer la nouvelle dans les temples de leurs idoles et parmi le peuple. Ils déposèrent les armes de Saül dans le temple des Astartés, et ils attachèrent son cadavre sur les murs de Beth-Shan. Lorsque les habitants de Jabès en Galade apprirent ce que les Philistins avaient fait à Saül, tous les hommes vaillants se levèrent. Après avoir marché toute la nuit, ils arrachèrent les cadavres de Saül et de ses fils des murs de Beth-Shan. Ensuite, ils revinrent à Jabès, où ils les brûlèrent. Ils prirent leurs ossements et les enterrèrent sous le tamaris, à Jabès. Puis ils jeûnèrent pendant 7 jours. 2 Samuel chapitre 1. 2 Samuel chapter 1. Annonce de la mort de Saül.
Deux Samuel chapitre 1. Après la mort de Saül, David, qui avait battu les Amalécites, était depuis 2 jours revenu à Tsiglag. Le troisième jour, un homme arriva du camp de Saül, les vêtements déchirés et la tête couverte de terre. Lorsqu'il fut en présence de David, il se jeta par terre et se prosterna. David lui dit, d'où viens-tu? Et il lui répondit, je me suis sauvé du camp d'Israël. David lui dit, que s'est-il passé? Dis-moi donc. Il répondit, le peuple s'est enfui du champ de bataille, et un grand nombre d'hommes sont tombés et péris. Saül, même Jonathan, son fils, sont morts. David dit au jeune homme qui lui apportait ces nouvelles, comment sais-tu que Saül et Jonathan, son fils, sont morts? Et le jeune homme qui lui apportait ces nouvelles répondit, je me trouvais sur la montagne de Gilboa, et voici Saül s'appuyait sur sa lance, et voici les chars et les cavaliers étaient prêts de l'atteindre. S'étant retourné, il m'aperçut, il m'appela. Je dis, me voici. Il me dit, qui es-tu? Je lui répondis, je suis Amalécite. Et il dit, approche-toi donc et donne-moi la mort, car je suis pris de vertige, quoique encore plein de vie. Je m'approchai de lui et je lui donnai la mort, sachant bien qu'il ne survivrait pas à sa défaite. J'allais envoyer le diadème qui était sur sa tête et le bracelet qu'il avait au bras, et je les apporte ici à mon Seigneur. David saisit ses vêtements et les déchira, et tous les hommes qui étaient auprès de lui firent de même. Ils furent dans le deuil, pleurèrent et jeûnèrent jusqu'au soir, à cause de Saül, de Jonathan, son fils, et du peuple de l'Éternel, et de la maison d'Israël, parce qu'ils étaient tombés par l'épée. David dit au jeune homme qui lui avait apporté ces nouvelles, d'où es-tu? Il lui répondit, je suis le fils d'un étranger, d'un Amalécite. David lui dit, comment n'as-tu pas craint de porter la main sur le roi de l'Éternel? Et il lui a donné la mort. Et David l'appela l'un de ses gens et dit, approche et tue-le. Cet homme frappa l'Amalécite et mourut. David lui dit, que ton sang retombe sur ta tête, car ta bouche a déposé contre toi, puisque tu as dit, j'ai donné la mort à loin de l'Éternel. Voici le cantique funèbre que David composa sur Saül et sur Jonathan, son fils, qu'il ordonna d'enseigner aux enfants de Juda. C'est le cantique de l'arc. Il est écrit dans le livre du juste. L'élite d'Israël a succombé sur tes collines. Comment des héros sont-ils tombés? Ne l'annoncez pas dans Gath, ne le publiez pas la nouvelle dans les rues de Ascalon, de peur que les filles des Philistins ne se réjouissent, de peur que les filles des incirconcis ne triomphent. Montagne de Gilboa, qu'il n'y ait sur vous ni rosée, ni pluie, ni champ qui donne des prémices pour les offrandes. Car là où on jetait les boucliers des héros, le bouclier de Saül, l'huile a cessé de les oindre. Devant le sang des blessés, devant la graisse des plus vaillants, l'arc de Jonathan n'a jamais reculé. et l'épée de Saül ne retournait point à vide. Jonathan et Saül, aimables et chéris pendant leur vie, n'ont point été séparés de leur mort. Ils étaient plus légers que les aigles, ils étaient plus forts que les lions. Filles d'Israël, pleurez Saül, vous qui revêtez magnifiquement de cramoisi, qui mettez des ornements d'or sur vos habits. Comment des héros sont-ils tombés au milieu du combat? Comment Jonathan a-t-il succombé sur tes collines? Je suis dans la douleur à cause de toi, Jonathan, mon frère. Tu faisais tout mon plaisir. Ton amour pour moi était admirable, au-dessus de l'amour des femmes. Comment des héros sont-ils tombés? Comment leurs armes se sont-elles perdues? 2 Samuel chapitre 2. Après cela, David consulta l'Éternel en disant, monterai-je dans une ville de Juda? L'Éternel lui répondit, monte, David. Où monterai-je? Et l'Éternel répondit, à Hébron. David y monta avec ses 2 femmes, Akinoam de Jizréel et Abigail de Carmel, femme de Nabal. David fut aussi monté les gens qui étaient auprès de lui, chacun avec sa maison, et ils habitèrent dans la ville d'Hébron. Les hommes de Juda vinrent, et là ils oignèrent David roi sur la maison de Juda. On informa David que c'étaient les gens de Jabès en Galade qui avaient enterré Saül. David envoya des messagers aux gens de Jabès en Galade pour leur dire, soyez bénis de l'Éternel, puisque vous avez ainsi montré de la bienveillance envers Saül, votre mère, votre maître, et que vous l'avez enterré. Et maintenant, l'Éternel use envers vous de bonté et de fidélité. Moi aussi, je vous ferai du bien parce que vous avez agi de la sorte. Que vos mains se fortifient et soyez des vaillants hommes, car votre maître Saül est mort, et c'est moi que la maison de Juda a oint pour roi sur elle. Cependant, Abner, fils de Ner, chef de l'armée de Saül, prit Ish-Boshet, fils de Saül, et le fit passer à Mahanaïm. Ils étaient rois de Galaad sur les Guéchibriens, sur Jizréel, sur Éphraïm, sur Benjamin, sur tout Israël. Ish-Boshet, fils de Saül, était âgé de 40 ans lorsqu'il devint roi d'Israël, et il régna 2 ans. Et il eut que la maison de Juda qui resta attachée à David. Le temps pendant lequel David régna à Hébron sur la maison de Juda fut de 70 ans et 6 mois. De 7 ans et 6 mois, pardon. Abner, fils de Ner, et les gens de Boshet, fils de Saül, sortirent à Mahanaïm pour marcher sur Gabaon. Joab, fils de Tseruja, et les gens de David se mirent aussi en marche. Ils se rencontrèrent près de l'étang de Gabaon, et ils s'arrêtèrent les uns en deçà de l'étang et les autres au-delà de l'étang. Abner dit à Joab, que ces jeunes gens se lèvent et qu'ils se battent devant nous. Joab répondit qu'ils se lèvent. Ils se levèrent et ils s'avancèrent en nombre égal, 12 pour Benjamin et pour Ish-Boshet, fils de Saül, 12 des gens de David. Chacun, saisissant son adversaire par la tête, lui enforça son épée dans le flanc, et ils tombèrent tous ensemble. Et l'on donna à ce lieu qui était de Gabaon le nom de El-Ka-Hat-Surim. Il y eut en ce jour un combat très rude, dans lequel Abner et les hommes d'Israël furent battus par les gens de David. Là se trouvaient les 3 fils de Tseruja, Joab, Abishai et Azaël. Azaël avait les pieds légers comme une gazelle des champs. Il poursuivit Abner sans se détourner de lui pour aller à droite et à gauche. Abner regarda derrière lui et lui dit, « Est-ce toi, Asaël? » Il répondit, « C'est moi. » Abner lui dit, « Tire à droite ou à gauche, saisis-toi de l'un de ces jeunes gens et prends sa dépouille. » Mais Asaël ne voulut pas se détourner de lui. Abner dit encore à Asaël, « Détourne-toi de moi. Pourquoi te frapperais-je et t'abattrais-je en terre? Comment ensuite lèverais-je le visage devant ton frère Joab? » Et Asaël refusa de se détourner, sur quoi Abner le frappa au ventre avec l'extrémité inférieure de sa lance, et la lance sortit par derrière. Il tomba et mourut sur place. Tous ceux qui arrivaient au lieu où Asaël était tombé mort s'y arrêtaient. Joab et Abishai poursuivirent Abner, et le soleil se couchait quand ils arrivèrent au coteau d'Ama, qui était en face de Guiyash, sur le chemin du désert de Gabaon. Les fils de Benjamin se rayèrent à la suite d'Abner et formèrent un corps, et ils s'arrêtèrent au sommet d'une colline. Abner appela Joab et dit, « L'épée dévorera-t-elle toujours? Ne sais-tu pas qu'il aura de l'amertume à la fin? Jusqu'à quand tarderas-tu à dire au peuple de ne plus poursuivre ses frères? » Joab répondit, dit, « Dieu est vivant. Si tu n'euses parlé, le peuple n'aurait pas cessé avant le matin de poursuivre ses frères. » Et Joab sonna de la trompette, et le peuple s'arrêta. Ils ne poursuivirent plus Israël, ils ne continuèrent pas à se battre. Abner et ses gens marchèrent toute la nuit dans la plaine, ils passèrent le Jourdain, traversèrent en entier le Bithron et arrivèrent à Mahanaïm. Joab revint de la poursuite d'Abner et rassembla tout le peuple. Il manquait 19 hommes des gens de David et Asaël. Mais les gens de David avaient frappé à mort 360 hommes parmi ceux de Benjamin et d'Abner. Ils emportèrent Asaël et l'enterrèrent dans le sépulcre de son père à Bethléem. Joab et ses gens marchèrent toute la nuit, et le jour paraissait quand ils furent à Hébron. 2 Samuel chapitre 3. La guerre dura longtemps entre la maison de Saül et la maison de David. David devenait de plus en plus fort, et la maison de Saül allait s'en affaiblissant. Il naquit à David des fils à Hébron. Son premier-né fut Amon d'Achinoam de Jisraël, le second Kiléab, Abigail de Carmel, femme de Nabal. Le troisième, Absalom, fils de Macac, fille de Talmaï, roi de Géshur. Le quatrième, Adonijah, fils de Agig. Le cinquième, Shephatai, fils d'Abital. Le sixième, Jitréam, d'Egla, femme de David. Ce sont là ceux qui naquirent à David à Hébron. Pendant la guerre entre la maison de Saül et la maison de David, Abner tint ferme pour la maison de Saül. Or, Saül avait eu une concubine nommée de Ripspa, fille de Daja, et Ishbosheth dit à Abner, « Pourquoi es-tu venu vers la concubine de mon père? » Abner fut irrité des paroles d'Ishbosheth et lui répondit, « Suis-je une tête de chien qui tienne pour Juda? Je fais aujourd'hui preuve de bienveillance envers la maison de Saül, ton père, envers ses frères et ses amis. Je n'étais pas livré entre les mains de David, et c'est aujourd'hui que tu me reproches une faute avec cette femme. Que Dieu traite Abner dans toute sa rigueur. Et si je n'agis pas avec David selon ce que l'Éternel a juré, en disant qu'il ferait passer la royauté de la maison de Saül dans la sienne, et qu'il établirait le trône de David sur Israël et sur Juda, depuis Dan jusqu'à Beer-Sheba. Ish-Boshet n'osa pas répliquer sur un seul mot à Abner parce qu'il le craignait. Abner envoya des messagers à David pour lui dire de sa part à qui est le pays. Fais alliance avec moi et voici ma main t'aidera pour tourner vers toi tout Israël. Il répondit, bien, je ferai alliance avec toi. Mais je te demande une chose, c'est que tu ne vois pas ma face, à moins que tu n'amènes d'abord Michal, fille de Saül, en venant auprès de moi. Et David envoya des messagers à Ish-Boshet, fils de Saül, pour lui dire, donne-moi ma femme Michal, que j'ai fiancée pour 100 prix plus de Philistins. Iska-Boshet la fit prendre chez son mari Paltiel, fils de Laïch, et son mari la suivit en pleurant jusqu'à Bachurim. Alors Abner lui dit, va, retourne-t'en, et il se retourna. Abner eut un entretien avec les anciens d'Israël et leur dit, vous désirez autrefois d'avoir David pour roi. Établissez-le maintenant, car l'Éternel a dit de lui, c'est par David mon serviteur que je délivrerai mon peuple d'Israël de la main des Philistins et de la main de tous ses ennemis. Abner parla aussi à Benjamin, et il alla rapporter aux oreilles de David à Hébron ce qu'avait résolu Israël, toute la maison de Benjamin. Et il arriva auprès de David à Hébron, accompagné de 20 hommes, et David fit un festin à Abner et à ceux qui étaient avec lui. Abner dit à David, je me lèverai et je partirai pour rassembler tout Israël vers mon Seigneur le roi. Et ils feront alliance avec toi, et tu régneras entièrement selon ton désir. David renvoya Abner, qui s'en alla en paix. Voici Joab et les gens de David revinrent d'une excursion et amenèrent avec eux un grand butin. Abner n'était plus auprès de David à Hébron, car David l'avait envoyé. Il s'en était allé en paix. Lorsque Joab et toute sa troupe arrivèrent, on fit à Joab ce rapport. Abner, fils d'Ner, est venu auprès du roi qui l'a renvoyé, et il s'en est allé en paix. Joab se rendit chez le roi et dit, qu'as-tu fait? Voici Abner est venu vers toi. Pourquoi l'as-tu renvoyé et l'as laissé partir? Tu connais Abner, fils de Ner. C'est pour te tromper qu'il est venu, pour t'épier, pour épier tes démarches et pour savoir tout ce que tu fais. Et Joab, après avoir quitté David, envoya sur les traces d'Abner des messagers qui le ramenèrent depuis la citerne de Sira. David n'en savait rien. Lorsqu'Abner fut de retour à Hébron, Joab le tira à l'écart au milieu de la porte, comme pour lui parler en secret. Et là, il le frappa au ventre et le tua pour venger la mort d'Azaël son frère. David la prit ensuite et il dit, je suis à jamais innocent devant l'Éternel, du sang d'Abner, fils de Ner, et mon royaume l'est aussi. Que ce sang retombe sur Joab et sur toute la maison de son père. Qu'il y ait aujourd'hui quelqu'un dans la maison de Joab qui soit atteint d'un flux ou de la lèpre, ou qui s'appuie sur un bâton, ou qui tombe par l'épée, ou qui manque de pain. Ainsi Joab et Abishai, son frère, tuèrent Abner, parce qu'il avait donné la mort à Azaël, leur frère, à Gabaon, et dans la bataille. David dit à Joab et à tout le peuple qui était avec lui, déchirez vos vêtements, saignez vos sacs, et pleurer devant Abner. Et le roi David marcha derrière le cercueil. On enterra Abner à Hébron. Le roi éleva la voix et pleura sur le sépulcre d'Abner, et tout le peuple pleura. Le roi fit une complainte sur Abner et dit, Abner devait-il mourir comme meurt un criminel qui n'avait ni les mains liées ni les pieds dans les chaînes? Tu es tombé comme on tombe devant des méchants. Et tout le peuple pleura de nouveau sur Abner. Tout le peuple s'approcha de David pour lui faire prendre quelque nourriture, pendant qu'ils étaient encore au jour. Mais David jura en disant, que Dieu me traite dans toute sa rigueur, si je goûte du pain ou quoi que ce soit avant le coucher du soleil. Cela fut connu et approuvé de tout le peuple qui trouva bon de tout ce qu'avait fait le roi. Tout le peuple et tout Israël comprit en ce jour que ce n'était pas par ordre du roi qu'Abner, fils de Ner, avait été tué. Le roi dit à ses serviteurs, ne savez-vous pas qu'un chef, qu'un grand homme est tombé aujourd'hui en Israël? Je suis encore faible, quoique j'ai reçu l'onction royale, et ces gens, les fils de Tseruja, sont trop puissants pour moi. Que l'Éternel rend selon sa méchanceté à celui qui fait le mal. 2 Samuel, chapitre 4. Lorsque le fils de Saül apprit qu'Abner était mort à Hébron, ses mains restèrent sans force, et tout Israël fut dans l'épouvante. Le fils de Saül avait deux chefs de bande, dont l'un s'appela Banaa et l'autre Récab. Ils étaient fils de Rimon de Béroth, d'entre les fils de Benjamin, car Béroth était regardé comme faisant partie de Benjamin. Et les Bérothiens s'étaient enfuis à Guitaï, où ils sont habités jusqu'à ce jour. Jonathan, fils de Saül, avait un fils perclus des pieds et âgé de 5 ans lorsque arriva à Jisraël la nouvelle de la mort de Saül et de Jonathan. Sa nourrice le prit et s'enfuit. Et comme elle précipitait sa fuite, il tomba et resta boiteux. Son nom était Méphibosheth. Or, les fils de Rimon, de Béroth, Récab et Baana se rendirent pendant la chaleur du jour à la maison de Dish-Boshet, qui était couché pour son repos de midi. Ils pénétrèrent donc jusqu'au milieu de la maison, comme pour prendre du froment, et ils frappèrent au ventre. Et ils le frappèrent au ventre. Puis Récab et Baana, son frère, se sauvèrent. Ils entrèrent donc dans la maison pendant qu'il se reposait sur son lit, dans sa chambre à coucher. Ils le frappèrent et ils le firent mourir. Et ils lui coupèrent la tête. Ils prirent sa tête et ils marchèrent toute la nuit au travers de la plaine. Ils apportèrent la tête d'Ish-Boshet à David dans Hébron, et ils dirent au roi, voici la tête d'Ish-Boshet, fils de Saül, ton ennemi, qui en voulait à ta vie. L'Éternel venge aujourd'hui le roi, mon seigneur, de Saül et de sa race. David répondit à Récab et à Banaan, son frère, fils de Rimon de Béroth, l'Éternel qui m'a délivré de tout péril est vivant. Celui qui est venu me dire, voici Saül est mort, et qui croyait m'annoncer une bonne nouvelle, je l'ai fait saisir et tuer à Tsiglag pour lui donner le salaire de son message. Et quand des méchants ont assassiné un homme juste dans sa maison et sur sa couche, combien plus ne redemanderai-je pas son sang de vos mains et ne vous exterminerai pas de la terre? Et David ordonna à ses gens de les tuer. et ils leur coupèrent les mains et les pieds, et les pendirent au bord de l'étang d'Hébron. Et ils prirent ensuite la tête d'Ish-Bosheth et l'enterrèrent dans le sépulcre d'Abner à Hébron. 2 Samuel chapitre 5. Les tribus d'Israël vinrent auprès de David à Hébron et dirent, Voici, nous sommes tes os et ta chair. Autrefois déjà, lorsque Saül était notre roi, c'était toi qui conduisais et qui ramenais Israël. L'Éternel t'a dit, tu paîtras mon peuple d'Israël et tu seras le chef d'Israël. Ainsi, tous les anciens d'Israël vinrent auprès du roi à Hébron, et le roi David fit alliance avec eux à Hébron, devant l'Éternel. Ils oignèrent David pour roi sur Israël. David était âgé de 30 ans lorsqu'il devint roi, et il régna 40 ans. À Hébron, il régna sur Juda 7 ans et 6 mois, et à Jérusalem, il régna 33 ans sur tout Israël et Juda. Le roi marcha avec ses gens sur Jérusalem contre les Jébusiens, habitants du pays, et ils dirent à David, Tu n'entreras pas ici, car les aveugles même et les boiteux te repoussent. Ce qui voulait dire, David n'entrera pas ici. Mais David s'empara de la forteresse de Sion, c'est la cité de David. David avait dit en ce jour, Quiconque battra les Jébusiens et atteindra le canal, quiconque frappera ces boiteux et ces aveugles, qui sont les ennemis de David. C'est pourquoi l'on dit, l'aveugle et le boiteux n'entreront pas dans la maison. David s'établit dans la forteresse qu'il appela cité de David. Il fit tout du côté des constructions, en dehors et en dedans de Milo. David devenait de plus en plus fort, de plus en plus grand, et l'Éternel, le Dieu des armées, était avec lui. Hiram, roi de Tyr, envoya des messagers à David, et du bois, du cèdre, et des charpentiers, et des tailleurs de pierre, qui bâtirent une maison pour David. David reconnut que l'Éternel l'affermissait comme roi d'Israël, et qu'il élevait son royaume à cause de son peuple d'Israël. David prit encore des concubines et des femmes de Jérusalem, après qu'il fut venu d'Hébron, et lui naquit encore des fils et des filles. Voici les noms de ceux qu'il naquirent à Jérusalem: Shamua, Shobot, Nathan, Salomon, Jibar, Elishua, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Eliada, Eliphelet. Les Philistins apprirent qu'on avait oint David pour roi sur Israël, et ils montèrent tous à sa recherche. David, qui en fut informé, descendit à la forteresse. Les Philistins arrivèrent et se répandirent dans la vallée de Réphaïm. David consulta l'Éternel en disant, Monterai-je contre les Philistins? Les livreras-tu entre mes mains? Et l'Éternel dit à David, Monte, car je livrerai les Philistins entre tes mains. David vint à Baal-Pératsim, où il les bâtit. Puis il dit, L'Éternel a dispersé mes ennemis devant moi, comme des eaux qui s'écoulent. C'est pourquoi l'on a donné à ce lieu le nom de Baal-Pératsim. Ils laissèrent là leurs idoles, et David et ses gens les emportèrent. Les Philistins montèrent de nouveau et se répandirent dans la vallée de Réphaïm. David consulta l'Éternel, et l'Éternel dit, Tu ne monteras pas, tourne-les par derrière, et tu arriveras sur eux vis-à-vis des mûriers. Quand tu entendras un bruit de pas dans les cimes des mûriers, alors hâte-toi, car c'est l'Éternel qui marche devant toi pour battre l'armée des Philistins. David fit ce que l'Éternel lui avait ordonné, et il battit les Philistins depuis Guéba jusqu'à Gézer. 2 Samuel chapitre 6. David rassembla encore les élites d'Israël au nombre de 30 000 hommes. Et David, avec tout le peuple qui était auprès de lui, se mit en marche depuis Baal et Juda pour faire monter de là l'arche de David, devant laquelle est invoqué le nom de l'Éternel des armées qui réside entre les chérubins au-dessus de l'arche. Ils mirent sur un char neuf l'arche de Dieu et l'emportèrent de la maison d'Abinadab sur la colline. Uza et Achol, fils d'Abinadab, conduisaient le char neuf. Ils l'emportèrent donc de la maison d'Abinadab sur la colline. Uza marchait à côté de l'arche de Dieu et Achjo allait devant l'arche. David et toute la maison d'Israël jouaient devant l'Éternel de toutes sortes d'instruments de bois, de cyprès, des harpes, des luttes, des tambourins, des sistres et des cymbales. Lorsqu'il fut arrivé à l'ère de Nakon, Uza étendit la main vers l'arche de Dieu et la saisit, parce que les bœufs la faisaient pencher. Donc la colère de l'Éternel s'enflamma contre Uza, et Dieu le frappa sur place à cause de sa faute. Uza mourra là, près de l'arche de Dieu. David fut irrité de ce que l'Éternel avait frappé Uza d'un tel châtiment. Et ce lieu a été appelé jusqu'à ce jour Pérez Uza. David eut peur de l'Éternel en ce jour-là, et il dit, comment l'arche de l'Éternel entrera-t-elle chez moi? Il ne voulut pas retirer l'arche de l'Éternel chez lui, dans la cité de David, et la fit construire dans la maison d'Obed-Édom de Gath. L'arche de l'Éternel resta 3 mois dans la maison d'Obed-Édom de Gath, et l'Éternel bénit Obed-Édom et toute sa maison. On vint dire au roi David, l'Éternel a béni la maison d'Obed-Édom et tout ce qui est là, et tout ce qui est à lui, à cause de l'arche de Dieu. Et David se mit en route, et il fit monter l'arche de Dieu depuis la maison d'Obed-Édom jusqu'à la cité de David, au milieu des réjouissances. Quand ceux qui portaient l'arche de l'Éternel eurent fait 6 pas, on sacrifiait un bœuf et un veau gras devant. David dansait de toute sa force devant l'Éternel, et ils étaient saints, habillés d'éphod de lin. David et toute la maison d'Israël firent monter l'arche de l'Éternel avec des cris de joie et au son de trompette. Comme l'arche de l'Éternel entrait dans la cité de David, Milcal, fille de Saül, regardait par la fenêtre et voyant le roi David sauter et danser devant l'Éternel, elle le méprisa de tout son cœur. Après qu'on eut amené l'arche de l'Éternel, on l'a mise à sa place au milieu de la tente que David avait dressée pour elle. Et David offrit devant l'Éternel des holocaustes et des sacrifices d'action de grâce. Quand David eut achevé d'offrir les holocaustes et les sacrifices d'action de grâce, il bénit le peuple au nom de l'Éternel des armées. Puis il distribua à tout le peuple et à toute la multitude d'Israël, hommes et femmes, à chacun un pain, une portion de viande et un gâteau de raisin. Et tout le peuple s'en alla, chacun dans sa maison. David s'en retourna pour bénir sa maison, et Michal, fille de Saül, sortit à sa rencontre. Elle dit, quel honneur aujourd'hui pour le roi d'Israël de s'être découvert aux yeux des servantes, des serviteurs, comme se découvrait un homme de rien. David répondit à Michal, c'est devant l'Éternel qui m'a choisi de préférence à ton père et à toute sa maison pour m'établir chef sur le peuple d'Israël. C'est devant l'Éternel que j'ai dansé. Je veux paraître encore plus vil que cela et m'abaisser à mes propres yeux. Néanmoins, je serai en honneur auprès des servantes dont tu parles. Or Milca, fille de Saül, n'eut point d'enfant jusqu'à ce jour, jusqu'au jour de sa mort. 2 Samuel chapitre 7. Lorsque le roi habita dans sa maison et que l'Éternel lui eut donné du repos après la mort, après l'avoir délivré de tous les ennemis qui l'entouraient, il dit à Nathan le prophète, voici donc, j'habite dans une maison de cèdre et l'arche de Dieu habite au milieu d'une tente. Nathan répondit au roi, va, fais tout ce que tu as dans le cœur, car l'Éternel est avec toi. La nuit suivante, la parole de l'Éternel fut adressée à Nathan. Va dire à mon serviteur David, ainsi parle l'Éternel. Est-ce toi qui me bâtirais une maison pour que j'en fasse ma demeure? Mais j'en ai point habité dans une maison depuis le jour où j'ai fait monter les enfants d'Israël hors d'Égypte jusqu'à ce jour. J'ai voyagé sous une tente et dans un tabernacle. Partout où j'ai marché avec tous les enfants d'Israël, j'ai dit un mot à quelqu'une des tribus d'Israël et à qui j'avais ordonné de paître mon peuple d'Israël. Et je dis, pourquoi ne me bâtissez-vous pas une maison de cèdre? Maintenant, tu diras à mon serviteur David, ainsi parle l'Éternel des armées. Je t'ai pris au pâturage derrière les brebis pour que tu fusses chef sur mon peuple d'Israël. J'ai été avec toi partout où tu as marché. J'ai exterminé tous tes ennemis devant toi. J'ai rendu ton nom grand comme le nom des grands qui sont sur la terre. J'ai donné une demeure à mon peuple, à Israël, et je les ai plantés pour qu'ils y soient fixés et ne soient plus agités, pour que les méchants ne les oppriment plus comme auparavant. Et comme à l'époque où j'avais établi des juges sur mon peuple, je t'ai accordé du repos en te délivrant de tous les ennemis. Et l'Éternel t'annonce qu'il te créera une maison. Quand tes jours seront accomplis et que tu seras couché avec tes pères, j'élèverai ta postérité auprès de toi. Après toi, celui qui sera sorti de tes entrailles, et j'affirmerai son règne. Ce sera lui qui bâtira une maison à mon nom, et j'affirmerai pour toujours le trône sur son royaume. Je serai pour lui un père, et il sera pour moi un fils. S'il fait le mal, je le châtierai avec la verge des hommes et avec les coups des enfants des hommes. Mais ma grâce ne se tirera pas de lui, comme je l'ai retiré de Saül, et que j'ai rejeté devant toi. Ta maison et ton règne seront pour toujours assurés, ton trône sera pour toujours affermi. Nathan rapporta à David toutes ces paroles et toute cette vision. Et le roi David alla se présenter devant l'Éternel et dit, qui suis-je, Seigneur éternel, et quelle est ma maison pour que tu m'aies fait parvenir où je suis? C'est encore peu de choses à tes yeux, Seigneur éternel. Tu parles aussi de la maison de ton serviteur pour les temps à venir. Et tu daignes instruire un homme de ces choses, Seigneur éternel. Que pourrais-tu dire de plus, David? Tu connais ton serviteur, Seigneur éternel. À cause de ta parole, selon ton cœur, tu as fait toutes sortes de ces grandes choses pour les révéler à ton serviteur. Que tu es donc grand, éternel Dieu, car nul n'est semblable à toi. Il n'y a point d'autre Dieu que toi, d'après tout ce que nous avons entendu de nos oreilles. Est-il sur la terre une seule nation qui soit comme ton peuple, comme Israël, que Dieu est venu racheter pour en former son peuple, pour se faire un nom, pour accomplir en sa faveur, en faveur de ton pays, des miracles, des prodiges, en chassant devant ton peuple que tu as racheté d'Égypte des nations et leurs dieux. Tu as affermi ton peuple d'Israël pour qu'il fût ton peuple à toujours. Et toi, Éternel, tu es devenu son Dieu. Maintenant, Éternel, fais subsister jusqu'à dans l'éternité la parole que tu as prononcée sur ton serviteur et sur sa maison, et agis selon ta parole. Que ton nom soit à jamais glorifié, et que l'on dise, l'Éternel des armées est le Dieu d'Israël, et que la maison de ton serviteur David soit affermie devant toi. Car toi-même, Éternel des armées, Dieu d'Israël, tu t'es révélé à ton serviteur en disant, je te fonderai une maison. C'est pourquoi ton serviteur a pris courage pour t'adresser cette prière. Maintenant, Seigneur éternel, tu es Dieu, et tes paroles sont vérité. Tu as annoncé cette grâce à ton serviteur. Veille donc bénir la maison de ton serviteur, afin qu'elle subsiste à toujours devant toi, car c'est toi, Seigneur éternel, qui as parlé, et par ta bénédiction, la maison de ton serviteur sera bénie éternellement.
Deux Samuel chapitre 8. Après cela, David battit les Philistins et les humilia, et il enleva de la main des Philistins les rênes de leur capitale. Il battit les Moabites et il mesura avec un cordon en les faisant coucher par terre. Il en mesura 2 cordeaux pour les livrer à la mort et un plein cordeau pour leur laisser la vie. Et les Moabites furent assujettis à David et lui payèrent un tribut. David battit Hadadézer, fils de Rehob, roi de Tsoba, lorsqu'il alla rétablir sa domination sur le fleuve de l'Euphrate. David lui prit 1700 cavaliers et 20 000 hommes de pied. Il coupa les jarrets à tous les chevaux de trait et ne conserva que 100 attelages. Les Syriens de Damas vinrent au secours d'Hadadézer, roi de Tsoba, et David battit 22 000 Syriens. David mit des garnisons dans la Syrie de Damas, et les Syriens furent assujettis à David et lui payèrent un tribut. L'Éternel protégeait David partout où il allait. Et David prit les boucliers d'or qu'avaient les serviteurs d'Hadadézer et les apporta à Jérusalem. Le roi David prit encore une grande quantité d'airain à Béthar et à Bérotaï, ville d'Hadadézer. Toi, roi de Hamath, apprit que David avait battu toute l'armée d'Hadadézer, et il envoya Joram son fils vers le roi David pour le saluer et pour le féliciter d'avoir attaqué Hadadézer et de l'avoir battu. Car Toi était en guerre avec Hadadézer. Joram apporta des vases d'argent, des vases d'or et des vases d'airain. Le roi David les consacra à l'Éternel, comme il avait déjà consacré l'argent et l'or pris sur toutes les nations qu'il avait vaincues, sur la Syrie, sur Moab, sur les fils d'Ammon, sur les Philistins, sur Amalek et sur le butin d'Hadadézer, fils de Rehob, roi de Tsoba. Au retour de sa victoire sur les Syriens, David se fit encore un nom. En battant dans la vallée du sel 18 000 Édomites, il mit des garnisons dans Édom, il mit des garnisons dans tout Édom. Et tout Édom fut assujetti à David. L'Éternel protégeait David partout où il allait. David régna sur Israël et il faisait droit et justice à tout son peuple. Joab, fils de Tserouja, commandait l'armée. Josaphat, fils d'Achiloud, était archiviste. Tsadok, fils d'Architub, et Achimélec, fils d'Abiatar, était sacrificateur. Séraja était secrétaire. Benaja, fils de Jéhojada, était chef des Kérésiens et des Phélistiens, et les fils de David étaient ministres d'État. 2 Samuel chapter 9. David dit, reste-t-il encore quelqu'un de la maison de Saül pour que je lui fasse du bien à cause de Jonathan? Il y avait un serviteur de la maison de Saül nommé Tsiba, que l'on fit venir auprès de David. Le roi lui dit, es-tu Tsiba? Et il répondait, ton serviteur. Le roi dit, n'y a-t-il plus personne de la maison de Saül pour que j'use envers lui la bonté de Dieu? Et Tsiba répondit au roi, il y a encore un fils de Jonathan, perclus des pieds. Le roi lui dit, où est-il? Et Tsiba répondit au roi, il est dans la maison de Makir, fils d'Amiel, à Lodébar. Le roi David l'envoya chercher dans la maison de Makir, fils d'Amiel, à Lodébar. Et Méphibosheth, fils de Jonathan, fils de Saül, vint auprès de David, tomba sur sa face et se prosterna. David dit, Méphibosheth. Et il répondit, voici ton serviteur. David lui dit, ne crains point, car je veux te faire du bien à cause de Jonathan, ton père. Je te rendrai toutes les terres de Saül, ton père, et tu mangeras toujours à ma table. Il se prosterna et dit, qu'est ton serviteur pour que tu regardes un chien mort tel que moi? Le roi appela Tsiba, serviteur de Saül, et il lui dit, je donne au fils de ton maître tout ce qui appartenait à Saül et à toute sa maison. Tu cultiveras pour lui les terres, toi, tes fils et tes serviteurs, et tu feras les récoltes, afin que le fils de ton maître ait du pain à manger, et Méphibosheth, fils de ton maître, mangera toujours à ma table. Or, Tsiba avait 15 fils et 20 serviteurs. Il dit au roi, ton serviteur fera tout ce que le roi mon seigneur ordonne à son serviteur, et Méphibosheth mangera à la table de David comme l'un des fils du roi. Méphibosheth avait un jeune fils nommé Mika, et tous ceux qui demeuraient dans la maison de Tsiba étaient serviteurs de Méphibosheth. Méphibosheth habitait à Jérusalem, car il mangeait toujours à la table du roi. Il était boiteux des 2 pieds. 2 Samuel chapter 10. Après cela, le roi des fils d'Amon mourut, et Hanun, son fils, régna à sa place. David dit, je montrerai de la bienveillance à Hanun, fils de Nachash, comme son père en a montré à mon égard. Et David envoya ses serviteurs pour le consulter au sujet de son père. Lorsque les serviteurs de David arrivèrent dans le pays des fils d'Amon, les chefs des fils d'Amon dirent à Hanun, leur maître, penses-tu que ce soit pour honorer ton père que David t'envoie des consolateurs? N'est-ce pas pour reconnaître et explorer la ville et pour la détruire qu'il envoie ses serviteurs auprès de toi? Alors Hanoun saisit les serviteurs de David, leur fit raser la moitié de la barbe et fit couper leurs habits par le milieu jusqu'au haut des cuisses. Puis il les congédia. David, qui fut informé, envoya des gens à leur rencontre, car ces hommes étaient dans une grande confusion. Et le roi leur fit dire, restez à Jéricho jusqu'à ce que votre barbe ait repoussé, et revenez ensuite. Les fils d'Amon, voyant qui s'était rendu odieux à David, firent enrôler à leur solde 20 000 hommes de pied chez les Syriens de Beth-Rehob et chez les Syriens de Tsoba, 1 000 hommes chez le roi de Maca et 12 000 hommes chez les gens de Tob. À cette nouvelle, David envoya contre Joab et toute l'armée les hommes vaillants. Les fils d'Amon sortirent et se rangèrent en bataille à l'entrée de la porte. Les Syriens de Tsoba et de Rehob et les hommes de Tob et de Maca étaient à part dans la campagne. Joab vit qu'il avait à combattre par devant et par derrière. Il choisit alors sur toute l'élite d'Israël un corps qu'il opposa aux Syriens. Et il plaça sous le commandement de son frère Abishai le reste du peuple pour faire face aux fils d'Amon. Il dit, si les Syriens sont plus forts que moi, tu viendras à mon secours, et si les fils d'Amon sont plus forts que toi, j'irai te secourir. Sois ferme et montrons du courage pour notre peuple et pour les fils de notre Dieu, et que l'Éternel fasse ce qui lui semblera bon. Joab avec son peuple s'avança pour attaquer les Syriens, et ils s'enfuirent devant lui. Et quand les fils d'Amon virent que les Syriens avaient pris la fuite, ils s'enfuirent aussi devant Abishai et rentrèrent dans la ville. Joab s'éloigna des fils d'Amon et revint à Jérusalem. Les Syriens, voyant qu'ils avaient été battus par Israël, réunirent leurs forces. Hadarézer envoya chercher les Syriens qui étaient de l'autre côté du fleuve, et ils arrivèrent à Élam, ayant à leur tête Shobak, chef de l'armée d'Hadarézer. On l'annonça à David qui assembla tout Israël, passa par le Jourdain et vint à Élam. Les Syriens se préparèrent à la rencontre de David et lui livrèrent bataille. Mais les Syriens s'enfuirent devant Israël. Et David leur tua les troupes de 700 chars et 40 000 cavaliers. Il frappa aussi le chef de leur armée, Shobak, qui mourut sur place. Tous les rois soumis à Hadarézer, se voyant battus par Israël, firent la paix avec Israël et lui furent assujettis. Et les Syriens n'osèrent plus secourir les fils d'Amon. 2 Samuel chapter 11. L'année suivante, au temps où les rois se mettaient en campagne, David envoya Joab avec ses serviteurs et tout Israël pour détruire les fils d'Amon et pour assiéger Rabat. Mais David resta à Jérusalem. Un soir, David se leva de sa couche et comme il se promenait sur le toit de la maison royale, il aperçut de là une femme qui se baignait et qui était de très belle figure. David fit demander qui était cette femme et on lui dit, n'est-ce pas Bathsheba, fille d'Éliam, femme d'Uri, le Hétien? Et David envoya des gens pour la chercher. Elle vint vers lui et il coucha avec elle. Après s'être purifiée de sa souillure, elle retourna dans sa maison. Cette femme devint enceinte et elle fit dire à David, je suis enceinte. Alors David expédia cet ordre à Joab. Envoie-moi Uri le Hétien. Et Joab envoya Uri à David. Uri se rendit auprès de David, qui l'interrogea sur l'état de Joab, sur l'état du peuple et sur l'état de la guerre. Puis David dit à Uri, descends dans ta maison et lave tes pieds. Uri sortit de la maison royale et il fut suivi d'un présent du roi. Mais Uri se coucha à la porte de la maison royale avec tous les serviteurs de son maître et il ne descendit point dans sa maison. On en informa David et on lui dit, Uri n'est pas descendu dans sa maison. Et David dit à Uri, n'arrives-tu pas de voyage? Pourquoi n'es-tu pas descendu dans ta maison? Uri répondit à David, l'arche et Israël et Juda habitent sous des tentes. Mon seigneur Joab et les serviteurs de mon seigneur campent en rase campagne, et moi j'entrerai dans ma maison pour manger et boire et pour coucher avec ma femme. Aussi vrai que tu es vivant et que ton âme est vivante, je ne ferai point cela. David dit à Uri, reste ici encore aujourd'hui, et demain je te renverrai. Et Uri resta à Jérusalem ce jour-là et le lendemain. David l'invita à manger et à boire en sa présence, et il l'enivra, et le soir Uri sortit pour se mettre sur sa couche avec les serviteurs de son maître, mais il ne descendit point dans sa maison. Le lendemain matin, David écrivit une lettre à Joab et l'envoya par la main d'Uri. Il écrivit dans cette lettre, placez Uri au plus fort du combat et retirez-vous de lui, afin qu'il soit frappé et qu'il meure. Joab, en assiégeant la ville, plaça Uri à l'endroit qu'il savait défendu par de vaillants soldats. Les hommes de la ville firent une sortie et se battirent contre Joab. Plusieurs tombèrent parmi le peuple, parmi les serviteurs de David, et Uri, le Hétien, fut aussi tué. Joab envoya un messager pour faire rapport à David de tout ce qui s'était passé dans le combat. Il donna cet ordre au messager. Quand tu auras achevé de raconter au roi tous les détails du combat, peut-être se mettra-t-il en fureur et te dira-t-il, pourquoi vous êtes-vous approché de la ville pour combattre? Ne savez-vous pas qu'on lance des traits du haut de la muraille? Qui a tué Abimélec, fils de Jérubéchtet? N'est-ce pas une femme qui lança sur lui du haut de la muraille un morceau de meule, de moulin, et n'en est-il pas mort à Thébets? Pourquoi vous êtes-vous approché de la muraille? Alors tu diras, ton serviteur Uri, le Hétien, est mort aussi. Le messager partit, et à son arrivée, il fit rapport à David de tout ce que Joab lui avait ordonné. Le messager dit à David, ces gens ont eu sur nous l'avantage. Ils avaient fait une sortie contre nous dans les champs et nous les avons repoussés jusqu'à l'entrée de la porte. Les archers ont tiré du haut de la muraille sur tes serviteurs et plusieurs des serviteurs du roi ont été tués et ton serviteur Uri, le Hétien, est mort aussi. David dit au messager, voici ce que tu diras à Joab. Ne sois point peiné de cette affaire car l'épée dévore tantôt l'un, tantôt l'autre, attaque vigoureusement la ville et renverse-la. Et toi, encourage-le. La femme d'Uri apprit que son mari était mort et elle pleura son mari. Quand le deuil fut passé, David l'envoya chercher et la recueillit dans sa maison. Elle devint sa femme et lui enfanta un fils. Ce que David avait fait déplut à l'Éternel. 2 Samuel chapter 12. L'Éternel envoya Nathan vers David, et Nathan vint à lui et lui dit, il y avait dans une ville deux hommes, l'un riche et l'autre pauvre. Le riche avait des brebis et des bœufs en très grand nombre. Le pauvre n'avait rien du tout qu'une petite brebis qu'il avait achetée. Il la nourrissait et elle grandissait chez lui avec ses enfants. Elle mangeait de son pain, buvait dans sa coupe, dormait sur son sein et il la regardait comme sa fille. Un voyageur arriva chez l'homme riche et le riche n'a pas voulu toucher à ses brebis ou à ses bœufs pour préparer un repas au voyageur qui était venu chez lui. Il a pris la brebis du pauvre et l'a prêtée pour l'homme qui était venu chez lui. La colère de David s'enflamma violemment contre cet homme et il dit à Nathan, l'Éternel est vivant, l'homme qui a fait cela mérite la mort. Et il rendra 4 brebis pour avoir commis cette action et pour avoir été sans pitié. Et Nathan dit à David, tuez cet homme-là. Ainsi parle l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël. Je t'ai oint pour roi sur Israël, et je t'ai délivré de la main de Saül. Je t'ai mis en possession de la maison de ton maître. J'ai placé dans ton sein les femmes de ton maître, et je t'ai donné la maison d'Israël et de Juda. Et si cela eût été peu, j'y aurais encore ajouté. Pourquoi donc as-tu méprisé la parole de l'Éternel en faisant ce qui est mal à ses yeux? Tu as frappé de l'épée Uri le Hétien, tu as pris sa femme pour en faire ta femme, et lui tu l'as tué par l'épée des fils d'Ammon. Maintenant, l'épée ne s'éloignera jamais de ta maison, parce que tu m'as méprisé et parce que tu as pris la femme d'Uri le Hétien pour en faire ta femme. Ainsi parle l'Éternel. Voici, je vais faire sortir de ta maison le malheur contre toi, et je vais prendre sous tes yeux tes propres femmes pour les donner à un autre, qui couchera avec elles à la vue de ce soleil. Car tu as agi en secret, et moi, je ferai cela en présence de tout Israël et à la face du soleil. David dit à Nathan, j'ai péché contre l'Éternel, et Nathan dit à David, l'Éternel pardonne ton péché, tu ne mourras point. Mais parce que tu as fait blasphémer les ennemis de l'Éternel, en commettant cette action, le fils qui t'est né mourra. Et Nathan s'en alla dans sa maison. L'Éternel frappa l'enfant que la femme d'Uri avait enfanté à David, et il fut dangereusement malade. David pria Dieu pour l'enfant et jeûna. Et quand il rentra, il passa la nuit couché par terre. Les anciens de sa maison insistèrent auprès de lui pour le faire lever de terre, mais il ne voulut point, et il ne mangea rien avec eux. Le 7e jour, l'enfant mourut. Les serviteurs de David craignaient de lui annoncer que l'enfant était mort, car ils disaient, voici, lorsque l'enfant vivait encore, nous lui avons parlé, et il ne nous a pas écoutés. Comment oserons-nous lui dire, l'enfant est mort? Il s'affligera bien davantage. David aperçut que ses serviteurs parlaient tout bas entre eux, et il comprit que l'enfant était mort. Il dit à ses serviteurs, l'enfant est-il mort? Et ils répondirent, il est mort. Alors David se leva de terre et il se lava, soignit et changea de vêtements, puis il alla dans la maison de l'Éternel et il se prosterna. De retour chez lui, il demanda qu'on lui servît à manger, et il mangea. Ses serviteurs lui dirent, que signifie ce que tu fais? Tandis que l'enfant vivait, tu jeûnais et tu pleurais, et maintenant que l'enfant est mort, tu te lèves et tu manges. Il répondit, lorsque l'enfant vivait encore, je jeûnais et je pleurais, car je disais, qui sait si l'Éternel n'aura pas pitié de moi, et si l'enfant ne vivra point? Maintenant qu'il est mort, pourquoi jeûnerai-je? Puis-je le faire revenir? J'irai vers lui, mais lui ne reviendra pas vers moi. David consola Bathsheba, sa femme, et il alla auprès d'elle et coucha avec elle. Elle enfanta un fils qu'il appela Salomon et qui fut aimé de l'Éternel. Il le remit entre les mains de Nathan le prophète, et Nathan lui donna le nom de Jédidja à cause de l'Éternel. Joab, qui assiégeait Rabat des fils d'Ammon, s'empara de la ville royale et envoya des messagers à David pour lui dire, j'ai attaqué Rabat et je me suis déjà emparé de la ville des eaux. Rassemble maintenant le reste du peuple, campe contre la ville et prends-la de peur que je ne la prenne moi-même et que la gloire ne m'en soit attribuée. David rassembla tout le peuple et marcha sur Rabat, il l'attaqua et s'en rendit maître. Il enleva la couronne de dessus la tête du roi. Elle pesait un talent d'or et elle était garnie de pierres précieuses. On la mit sur la tête de David qui emporta de la ville un très grand butin. Il fit sortir les habitants et il les plaça sous des scies, des herses de fer et des haches de fer, et il les fit passer par des fours à briques. Il traita de même toutes les villes des fils d'Ammon. David retourna à Jérusalem avec tout le peuple. 2 Samuel chapter 13. Après cela, voici ce qui arriva. Absalom, fils de David, avait une sœur qui était belle et qui s'appelait Tamar, et Amon, fils de David, l'aima. Amon était tourmenté jusqu'à se rendre malade à cause de Tamar, sa sœur, car elle était vierge, et il paraissait difficile à Amon de faire sur elle la moindre tentative. Amon avait un ami nommé Jonadab, fils de Shiméa, frère de David, et Jonadab était un homme très habile. Il lui dit, pourquoi deviens-tu ainsi chaque matin plus maigre, toi, fils de roi? Ne veux-tu pas me le dire? Amon lui répondit, j'aime Tamar, sœur d'Absalom, mon frère. Jonadab lui dit, mets-toi au lit et fais le malade. Quand ton père viendra te voir, tu lui diras, permets à Tamar, ma sœur, de venir pour me donner à manger, qu'elle prépare un mets sous mes yeux afin que je la voie et que je la prenne de sa main. Amon se coucha et fit le malade. Le roi vint le voir et Amon dit au roi, je te prie que Tamar, ma sœur, vienne faire 2 gâteaux sous mes yeux et que je les mange de sa main. David envoya dire à Tamar dans l'intérieur des appartements, va dans la maison d'Amon, ton frère, et prépare-lui un mets. Tamar alla dans la maison d'Amon, son frère, qui était couché. Elle prit de la pâte, la pétrit, prépara devant lui des gâteaux et les fit cuire. Prenant ensuite la poêle, elle les versa devant lui, mais Amon refusa d'en manger. Il dit, faites sortir tout le monde, et tout le monde sortit de chez lui. Alors Amon dit à Tamar, apporte le mets dans la chambre et que je le mange de ta main. Tamar prit les gâteaux qu'elle avait faits et les porta à Amon son frère dans la chambre. Comme elle les lui présentait à manger, il la saisit et lui dit, viens, couche avec moi, ma sœur. Elle lui répondit, non, mon frère, ne me déshonore pas, car on n'agit point ainsi en Israël, ne commets pas cette infamie. Où irais-je, moi, avec ma honte? Et toi, tu serais comme l'un des infâmes en Israël. Maintenant, je te prie par le roi, et il ne s'opposera pas à ce que je sois à toi. Mais il ne voulut pas l'écouter. Il lui fit violence, la déshonora et coucha avec elle. Puis Amon eut pour elle une forte aversion, plus forte que n'avait été son amour. Et il lui dit, lève-toi, va-t'en. Elle lui répondit, n'augmente pas en moi, n'augmente pas en me chassant le mal que tu m'as déjà fait. Il ne voulut pas l'écouter, et appelant le garçon qui le servait, il dit, qu'on éloigne de moi cette femme et qu'on la mette dehors et ferme la porte après elle. Elle avait une tunique de plusieurs couleurs, car c'était le vêtement que portaient les filles du roi, aussi longtemps qu'elles étaient vierges. Le serviteur d'Amon la mit dehors et ferma la porte après elle. Tamar répandit de la cendre sur sa tête et déchira sa tunique bigarrée. Elle mit la main sur sa tête et s'en alla en poussant des cris. Absalom, son frère, lui dit, Amon, ton frère, a-t-il été avec toi? Maintenant, ma sœur, tais-toi. C'est ton frère. Ne prends pas cette affaire trop à cœur. Et Tamar, désolée, demeura dans la maison d'Absalom, son frère. Le roi David apprit toutes ces choses et il fut très irrité. Absalom ne parla ni en bien ni en mal avec Amon, mais il le prit en haine parce qu'il avait déshonoré Tamar, sa sœur. 2 ans après, comme Absalom avait les tondeurs à Baal-Hatzor, près d'Éphraïm, il invita tous les fils du roi. Absalom alla vers le roi et dit, voici ton serviteur a les tondeurs, que le roi et ses serviteurs viennent chez ton serviteur. Et le roi dit à Absalom, non, mon fils, nous n'irons pas tous de peur que nous ne te soyons à charge. Absalom le pressa, mais le roi ne voulut point aller, et il le bénit. Absalom dit, permets du moins à Amon, mon frère, de venir avec nous. Le roi lui répondit, pourquoi irait-il chez toi? Sur les instances d'Absalom, le roi laissa aller avec lui Amnon et tous les fils et tous ses fils. Absalom donna cet ordre à ses serviteurs. Faites attention quand le cœur d'Amon sera égayé par le vin et que je vous dirai, frappez Amon. Alors tuez-le, ne craignez point. N'est-ce pas moi qui vous l'ordonne? Soyez fermes et montrez du courage. Les serviteurs d'Absalom traitèrent Amon comme Absalom l'avait ordonné. Et tous les fils du roi se levèrent, montèrent chacun sur son mulet et s'enfuirent. Comme ils étaient en chemin, le bruit parvint à David qu'Absalom avait tué tous les fils du roi et qu'il n'en était pas resté un seul. Waouh. Le roi se leva, déchira ses vêtements et se coucha par terre, et tous ses serviteurs étaient là, les vêtements déchirés. Jonadab, fils de Chiméa, frère de David, prit la parole et dit, que mon Seigneur ne pense point que tous les jeunes gens, fils du roi, ont été tués, car Amon seul est mort, et c'est l'effet d'une résolution d'Absalom, depuis le jour où Amnon a déshonoré Tamar, sa sœur. Que le roi mon Seigneur ne se tourmente donc point dans l'idée que tous les fils du roi sont morts, car Amnon seul est mort. Absalom prit la fuite. Or le jeune homme placé en sentinelle leva les yeux et regarda, et voici une grande troupe venait par le chemin qui était derrière lui du côté de la montagne. Jonadab dit au roi, voici les fils du roi qui arrivent, ainsi se confirme ce que disait ton serviteur. Comme il achevait de parler, voici les fils du roi arrivèrent. Ils élevèrent la voix et pleurèrent. Le roi aussi et tous ses serviteurs versèrent d'abondantes larmes. Absalom s'était enfui et il alla chez Talmaï, fils d'Amiour, roi de Guéshur, et David pleurait tous les jours son fils. Absalom resta 3 ans à Guéshur, où il était allé après avoir pris la fuite. Le roi David cessa de poursuivre Absalom, car il était consolé de la mort d'Amnon. Amen.
2 Samuel chapter 14. Joab, son of Zeruiah, knew that the king's heart longs for Absalom. So Joab sent someone to Tekoa and had a wise woman brought from there. He said to he said to her, pretend you are in mourning, dress in mourning clothes, and don't use any cosmetic lotions. Act like a woman who has spent many days grieving for the dead. Then go to the king and speak these words to him. And Joab put the words in her mouth. When the woman from Tekoa went to the king, she fell with her face to the ground to pay him honor, and she said, help me, your majesty. The king asked her, what is troubling you? She said, I am a widow. My husband is dead. I, your servant, had 2 sons. They got into a fight with each other in the field, and no one was there to separate them. One struck the other and killed him. Now the whole clan has risen up against your servant. They say, hand over the one who struck his brother down, so that we may put him to death for the life of his brother whom he killed. Then we will get rid of the heir as well. They will put out the only burning coal I have left, leaving my husband neither name nor descendant on the face of the earth. The king said to the woman, go home, and I will issue an order in your behalf. But the woman from Tekoa said to him, let my lord the king pardon me and my family, and let the king and his throne be without guilt. The king replied, if anyone says anything to you, bring them to me, and they will not bother you again. She said, then let the king invoke the Lord his God to prevent the avenger of blood from adding to the destruction, so that my son will not be destroyed. As surely as the Lord lives, he said, not one hair of your son's head will fall to the ground. Then the woman said, let your servant speak a word to my lord the king. Speak, he replied. The woman said, why then have you devised a thing like this against the people of God? When the king says this, does he not convict himself, for the king has not brought back his banished son? Like water spilled on the ground, which cannot be recovered, so we must die. But that is not what God desires. Rather, he devises ways so that a banished person does not remain banished from him. And now I have come to say this to my lord the king, because the people have made me afraid. Your servant thought, I will speak to the king. Perhaps he will grant his servant's request. Perhaps the king will agree to deliver his servant from the hand of the man who is trying to cut off both me and my son from God's inheritance. And now your servant says, may the word of my lord the king secure my inheritance, for my lord the king is like an angel of God in discerning good and evil. May the Lord your God be with you. Then the king said to the woman, don't keep from me the answer to what I am going to ask you. Let my lord the king speak, the woman said. The king asked, isn't the hand of Joab with you in all this? The woman answered, as surely as you live, my lord the king, no one can turn to the right or to the left from anything my lord the king says. Yes, it was your servant Joab who instructed me to do this and who put all these words into the mouth of your servant. Your servant Joab did this to change the present situation. My Lord has wisdom like that of an angel of God. He knows everything that happens in the land. The king said to Joab, very well, I will do it. Go, bring back the young man Absalom. Joab fell with his face to the ground to pay him honor, and he blessed the king. Joab said, today your servant knows that he has found favor in your eyes, my lord the king, because the king has granted his servant's request. Then Joab went to Geshur and brought Absalom back to Jerusalem. But the king said, he must go to his own house, he must not see my face. So Absalom went to his own house and did not see the face of the king. In all Israel, there was not a man so highly praised for his handsome appearance as Absalom. From the top of his head to the sole of his foot, there was no blemish in him. Whenever he cut the hair of his head, he used to cut his hair once a year because it became too heavy for him. He would weigh it, and its weight was 200 shekels by the royal standard. 3 sons and a daughter were born to Absalom. His daughter's name was Tamar, and she became a beautiful woman. Absalom lived 2 years in Jerusalem without seeing the king's face. Then Absalom sent for Joab in order to send him to the king. But Joab refused to come to him. So he sent a second time, but he refused to come. Then he said to his servants, "Look, Joab's field is next to mine, and he has a body there. Go and set it on fire." So Absalom's servant set the field on fire. Then Joab did go to Absalom's house, and he said to him, "Why have your servant set my field on fire?" Absalom said to Joab, "Look, I sent word to you and said, 'Come here so I can send you to the king to ask, why have I come from Geshur? It would be better for me if I was still there. Now then, I want to see the king's face, and if I am guilty of anything, let him put me to death." So Joab went to the king and told him this. Then the king summoned Absalom, and he came in and bowed down with his face to the ground before the king. And the king kissed Absalom. 2 Samuel chapter 15. In the course of time, Absalom provided himself with a chariot and horses, and with 50 men to run ahead of him. He would get up early and stand by the side of the road leading to the city gate. Whenever anyone came with a complaint to be placed before the king for a decision, Absalom would call out to him, "What town are you from?" He would answer, "Your servant is from one of the tribes of Israel." Then Absalom would say to him, "Look, your claims are valid and proper, but there is no representative of the king to hear you." And Absalom would add, "If only I were appointed judge in the land, then everyone who has a complaint or case could come to me, and I would see that they receive justice." Also, whenever anyone approached him to bow down before him, Absalom would reach out his hand, take hold of him, and kiss him. Absalom behaved in this way toward all the Israelites who came to the king asking for justice, and so he stole the hearts of the people of Israel. At the end of 4 years, Absalom said to the king, "Let me go to Hebron and fulfill a vow I made to the Lord. While your servant was living at Geshur in Aram, I made this vow. If the Lord takes me back to Jerusalem, I will worship the Lord in Hebron." The king said to him, "Go in peace." So he went to Hebron. Then Absalom sent secret messengers throughout the tribes of Israel to say, "As soon as you hear the sound of the trumpets, then say, 'Absalom is king in Hebron.'" 200 men from Jerusalem had accompanied Absalom. They had been invited as guests and went quite innocently, knowing nothing about the matter. While Absalom was offering sacrifices, he also sent for Ahithophel the Gilonite, David's counselor, to come from Gilo, his hometown. And so the conspiracy gained strength, and Absalom's following kept on increasing. A messenger came and told David, "The hearts of the people of Israel are with Absalom." Then David said to all his officials who were with him in Jerusalem, "Come, we must flee, or none of us will escape from Absalom. We must leave immediately, or he will move quickly to overtake us and bring ruin on us and put the city to the sword." The king's officials answered him, "Your servants are ready to do whatever our lord the king chooses." The king set out, with his entire household following him, but he left 10 concubines to take care of the palace. So the king set out, with all the people following him, and they halted at the edge of the city. All his men marched past him, along with all the Kerethites and Pelethites, and all the 600 Gadites who had accompanied him from Gath marched before the king. The king said to Ittai the Gittite, "Why should you come along with us? Go back and stay with King Absalom. You are a foreigner, an exile from your homeland. You came only yesterday, and today shall I make you wander about with us when I do not know where I am going? Go back and take your people with you. May the Lord show you kindness and faithfulness." But Ittai replied to the king, "As surely as the Lord lives, and as my lord the king lives, wherever my lord the king may be, whether it means life or death, there will your servant be." David said to Ittai, "Go ahead, march on." So Ittai the Gittite marched on with all his men and the families that were with him. The whole countryside wept aloud as all the people passed by. The king also crossed the Kidron valley, and all the people moved on towards the wilderness. Zadok was there too, and all the Levites who were with him were carrying the ark of the covenant of God. They set down the ark of God, and Abiathar offered sacrifices until all the people had finished leaving the city. Then the king said to Zadok, "Take the ark of God back into the city. If I find favor in the Lord's eyes, he will bring me back and let me see it and his dwelling place again. But if he says, 'I am not pleased with you,' then I am ready. Let him do to me whatever seems good to him." The king also said to Zadok the priest, "Do you understand? Go back to the city with my blessing. Take your son Ahimaaz with you, and also Abiathar's son Jonathan. You and Abiathar return with your two sons. I will wait the fords in the wilderness until word comes from you to inform me." So Zadok and Abiathar took the ark of God back to Jerusalem and stayed there. But David continued up the Mount of Olives, weeping as he went. His head was covered, and he was barefoot. All the people with him covered their head too, and were weeping as they went up. Now David had been told, "Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom." So David prayed, "Lord, turn Ahithophel's counsel into foolishness." When David arrived at the summit where people used to worship God, Hushai the Archite was there to meet him, his robe torn and dust on his head. David said to him, "If you go with me, you will be a burden to me. But if you return to the city and say to Absalom, 'Your Majesty, I will be your servant. I was your father's servant in the past, but now I will be your servant,' then you can help me by frustrating Ahithophel's advice. Won't the priests Zadok and Abiathar be there with you? Tell them anything you hear in the king's palace. Their two sons, Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, and Jonathan, son of Abiathar, are there with them. Send them to me with anything you hear." So Hushai, David's confidant, arrived at Jerusalem as Absalom was entering the city. 2 Samuel chapter 16. When David had gone a short distance beyond the summit, there was Ziba, the steward of Mephibosheth, waiting to meet him, had a string of donkeys saddled and loaded with 200 loaves of bread, 100 cakes of resin, 100 cakes of figs, and a skin of wines. The king asked Ziba, "Why have you brought these?" Ziba answered, "The donkeys are for the king's household to ride on. The bread and fruit are for the men to eat, and the wine is to refresh those who become exhausted in the wilderness." The king then asked, "Where is your master's grandson?" Ziba said to him, "He is staying in Jerusalem because he thinks, 'Today the Israelites will restore to me my grandfather's kingdom.'" Then the king said to Ziba, all that belonged to Mephibosheth is now yours. I humbly bow, Ziba said. May I find favor in your eyes, my lord the king. As King David approached Bahurim, a man from the same clan as Saul's family came out from there. His name was Shimei, son of Gera, and he cursed as he came out. He pelted David and all the king's officials with stones. Though all the troops and the special guard were on David's right and left. As he cursed, Shimei said, Get out! Get out, you murderer, you scoundrel! The Lord had repaid you for all the blood you shed in the household of Saul, in whose place you have reigned. The Lord has given the kingdom into the hands of your son Absalom. You have come to ruin because you are a murderer. Then Abishai, son of Zeruiah, said to the king, Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? Let me go over and cut off his head. But the king said, What does this have to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah? If he is cursing because the Lord said to him, Curse David, who can ask, Why do you do this? David then asked to Abishai and all his officials, My son, my own flesh and blood is trying to kill me. How much more then this Benjamite? Leave him alone. Let him curse, for the Lord has told him to. It may be that the Lord will look upon my misery and he restore to me his covenant blessing instead of this curse today. So David and his men continued along the road while Shimei was going along the hillside opposite him, cursing as he went and throwing stones at him and showering him with dirt. The king and all the people with him arrived at their destination exhausted, and there he refreshed himself. Meanwhile, Absalom and all the men of Israel came to Jerusalem, and Ahithophel was with him. Then Hushai the Archite, David's confidant, went to Absalom and said to him, Long live the king! Long live the king! Absalom said to Hushai, So this is the love you show your friend? If he is your friend, why didn't you go with him? Hushai said to Absalom, No, the one chosen by the Lord, by these people, and by all the men of Israel, his I will be, and I will remain with him. Furthermore, whom should I serve? Should I not serve the Son? Just as I served your father, so I will serve you. Absalom said to Ahithophel, Give us your advice. What should we do? Ahithophel answered, Sleep with your father's concubines, whom he left to take care of the palace. Then all Israel will hear that you have made yourself obnoxious to your father, and the hands of everyone with you will be more resolute. So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and he slept with his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. Now, in those days, the advice Ahithophel gave was like that of one who inquires of God. That was how both David and Absalom regarded all of Ahithophel's advice. 2 Samuel chapter 17. Ahithophel said to Absalom, I would choose 12,000 men and set out tonight in pursuit of David. I would attack him while he is weary and weak. I would strike him with terror, and then all the people with him will flee. I would strike down only the king and bring all the people back to you. The death of the men you seek will mean the return of all. All the people will be unharmed. This plan seemed good to Absalom and to all the leaders of Israel. But Absalom said, Summon also Hushai the Archite, so we can hear what he has to say as well. When Hushai came to him, Absalom said, Ahithophel has given this advice. Should we do what he says? If not, give us your opinion. Hushai replied to Absalom, The advice Ahithophel has given is not good this time. You know your father and his men. They are fighters, and as fierce as a wild bear robbed of her cubs. Besides, your father is an experienced fighter. He will not spend the night with the troops. Even now, he is hidden in a cave or some other place. If he should attack your troops first, whoever hears about it will say, there has been a slaughter among the troops who follow Absalom. Then even the bravest soldier, whose heart is like the heart of a lion, will melt with fear, for all Israel knows that your father is a fighter and that those with him are brave. So I advise you, let all Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, as numerous as the sand on the seashore, be gathered to you, with you yourself leading them into battle. Then we will attack him wherever he may be found, and we will fall on him as dew settles on the ground. Neither he nor any of his men will be left alive. If he withdraws into the city, then all Israel will bring ropes to that city, and he will drag it down to the valley until not so much as a pebble is left. Absalom and all the men of Israel said, the advice of Hushai the Archite is better than that of Ahithophel. But the Lord had determined to frustrate the good advice of Ahithophel in order to bring disaster on Absalom. Hushai told Zadok and Abiathar the priests, Ahithophel has advised Absalom and the elders of Israel to do such and such, but I have advised them to do so and so. Now send a message at once and tell David, do not spend the night at the fords in the wilderness. Cross over without fail, or the king and all the people with him will be swallowed up. Jonathan and Ahimaaz were staying at Enrogel. A female servant was to go and inform them, and they were to go and tell King David, but they could not risk being seen entering the city. But a young man saw them and told Absalom. So the two of them left at once and went to the house of a man in Bahurim. He had a well in his courtyard, and they climbed down into it. His wife took a covering and spread it out over the opening of the well and scattered grain over it. No one knew anything about it. When Absalom's men came to the woman at the house, they asked, where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan? The woman answered them, they crossed over the brook. The men searched but found no one, so they returned to Jerusalem. After they had gone, the two climbed out of the well and went to inform King David. They said to him, set out and cross the river at once. Ahithophel has advised such and such against you. So David and all the people with him set out and crossed Jordan. By daybreak, no one was left who had not crossed the Jordan. When Ahithophel saw that his advice had not been followed, he saddled his donkey and set out for his house in his hometown. He put his house in order and then hanged himself. So he died and was buried in his father's tomb. David went to Mahanaim, and Absalom crossed the Jordan with all the men of Israel. Absalom had appointed Amasa over the army in place of Joab. Amasa was the son of Jether, an Ishmaelite, who had married Abigail, the daughter of Nahash and sister of Zeruiah, the mother of Joab. The Israelites and Absalom camped in the land of Gilead. When David came in Mahanaim, Shobi, son of Nahash from Rabbah of the Ammonites, and Machir, son of Amiel from Lodebar, and Barzillai the Gilead from Rogelim, brought bedding and bowls and articles of pottery. They also brought wheat and barley flour and roasted grain, beans and lentils, honey and curds, sheep and cheese from cow's milk for David and his people to eat. So they said, the people have become exhausted and hungry and thirsty in the wilderness. 2 Samuel chapter 18. David mustered the men who were with him and appointed over them commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds. David sent out his troops, a third under the command of Joab, a third under Joab's brother, Abishai, son of Zeruiah, and a third under Ittai the Gittite. The king told the troops, I myself will surely march out with you. But the men said, You must not go out. If we are forced to flee, they won't care about us. Even if half of us die, they won't care. But you are worth 10,000 of us. It would be better now for you to give us support from the city. The king answered, I will do whatever seems best to you. So the king stood beside the gate while all the men marched out in units of hundreds and of thousands. The king commanded Joab, Abishai, and Ittai, Be gentle with the young man Absalom for my sake. And all the troops heard the king giving orders concerning Absalom to each of the commanders. David's army marched out of the city to fight Israel, and the battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. There, Israel's troops were routed by David's men, and the casualties that day were great 20,000 men. The battle spread out over the whole countryside, and the forest followed up more men that day than the sword. Now Absalom happened to meet David's men. He was riding his mule, and as that mule went under the thick branches of a large oak, Absalom's hair got caught in the tree. He was left hanging in mid-air, while the mule he was riding kept on going. When one of the men saw what happened, he told Joab, I just saw Absalom hanging in an oak tree. Joab said to the men who had told him this, What? You saw him? Why did you strike him to the ground right there? Then I would have had to give you 10 shekels of silver and a warrior's belt. But the men replied, Even if 1,000 shekels will wait out into my hands, I will not lay a hand on the king's son. In our hearing, the king commanded you and Abishai and Ittai protect the young man Absalom for my sake. And if I had put my life in jeopardy, and nothing is hidden from the king, you would have kept your distance from me. Joab said, I am not going to wait like this for you. So he took 3 javelins in his hands and plunged them into Absalom's heart while Absalom was still alive in the oak tree. And 10 of Joab's armor bearers surrounded Absalom, struck him, and killed him. Then Joab sounded the trumpet, and the troops stopped pursuing Israel, for Joab halted them. They took Absalom, threw him into a big pit in the forest, and piled up a large heap of rocks over him. Meanwhile, all the Israelites fled to their homes. During his lifetime, Absalom had taken a pillar and erected it in the king's valley as a monument to himself, for he thought, I have no son to carry on the memory of my name. He named the pillar after himself, and it is called Absalom's monument to this day. Now Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, said, Let me run and take the news to the king that the Lord has vindicated him by delivering him from the hand of his enemies. You are not the one to take the news today, Joab told him. You may take the news another time, but you must not do so today, because the king's son is dead. Then Joab said to a Cushite, Go, tell the king what you have seen. The Cushite bowed down before Joab and ran off. Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, again said to Joab, Come what may, please let me run behind the Cushite. But Joab replied, My son, why do you want to go? You don't have any news that will bring you a reward. He said, Come what may, I want to run. So Joab said, Run. Then Ahimaaz ran by way of the plain and outran the Cushites. While David was sitting between the inner and outer gates, the watchman went up to the roof of the gateway by the wall. As he looked out, he saw a man running alone. The watchman called out to the king and reported it. The king said, If he is alone, he must have good news. And the runner came closer and closer. Then the watchman saw another runner. And he called down to the gatekeeper, "Look, another man running alone." The king said, "He must be bringing good news too." The watchman said, "It seems to me that the first one runs like Ahimaaz, son of Zadok." "He's a good man," the king said. "He comes with good news." Then Ahimaaz called out to the king, "All is well." He bowed down before the king with his face to the ground and said, "Praise be to the Lord your God. He has delivered up those who lifted their hands against my lord the king." The king asked, "Is the young man Absalom safe?" Ahimaaz answered, "I saw great confusion, just as though I was about to send the king's servant, and me, your servant. But I don't know what it was." The king said, "Stand aside and wait here." So he stepped aside and stood there. Then the Cushite arrived and said, "My lord the king, hear the good news. The Lord has vindicated you today by delivering you from the hand of all who rose up against you." The king asked the Cushite, "Is the young man Absalom safe?" The Cushite replied, "May the enemies of my lord the king and all who rise up to harm you be like that young man." The king was shaken. He went up to the room over the gateway and wept. As he went, he said, "Oh, my son Absalom, my son Absalom, if only I had died instead of you. Oh, Absalom, my son, my son." 2 Samuel chapter 19. Joab was told, "The king is weeping and mourning for Absalom." And for the whole army, the victory that day was turned into mourning, because on that day the troops heard it said, "The king is grieving for his son." The men stole into the city that day, as men steal in who are ashamed when they flee from battle. The king covered his face and cried out loud, "Oh, my son Absalom! Oh, Absalom, my son, my son!" Then Joab went into the house to the king and said, "Today you have humiliated all your men who have just saved your life and the lives of your sons and daughters, and the lives of your wives and concubines. You love those who hate you and hate those who love you. You have made it clear today that the commanders and their men mean nothing to you. I see that you would be pleased if Absalom were alive today and all of us were dead. Now go out and encourage your men. I swear by the Lord that if you don't go out, not a man will be left with you by nightfall. This will be worse for you than all the calamities that have come on you from your youth till now." So the king got up and took his seat in the gateway. When the men were told, "The king is sitting in the gateway," they all came before him. Meanwhile, the Israelites had fled to their homes. Throughout the tribes of Israel, all the people were arguing among themselves, saying, "The king delivered us from the hand of our enemies. He is the one who rescued us from the hand of the Philistines. But now he has fled the country to escape from Absalom. And Absalom, whom we anointed to rule over us, has died in battle. So why do you say nothing about bringing the king back?" King David sent this message to Zadok and Abiathar, the priests. "Ask the elders of Judah, why should you be the last to bring the king back to his palace, since what is being said throughout Israel has reached the king at his quarters? You are my relatives, my own flesh and blood, so why should you be the last to bring back the king?" And say to Amasa, "Are you not my own flesh and blood? May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if you are not the commander of my army for life, in place of Joab." He won over the hearts of the men of Judah, so that they were all of one mind. They sent word to the king, "Return, you and all your men." Then the king returned and went as far as the Jordan. Now the men of Judah had come to Gilgal to go out and meet the king and bring him across Jordan. Shimei, son of Gera, the Benjamite from Rehoboam, hurried down with the men of Judah to meet King David. With him were 1,000 Benjamites, along with Ziba, the steward of Saul's household, and his 15 sons and 20 servants. They rushed to the Jordan, where the king was. They crossed at the ford to take the king's household over and to do whatever he wished. When Shimei, son of Gera, crossed the Jordan, he fell prostrate before the king and said to him, May my lord not hold me guilty. Do not remember how your servant did wrong on the day my lord the king left Jerusalem. May the king put it out of his mind, for I, your servant, know that I have sinned. But today I have come here as the first from the tribes of Joseph to come down and meet my lord the king. Then Abishai, son of Zeruiah, said, Shouldn't Shimei be put to death for this? He cursed the Lord anointed. David replied, What does this have to do with you? What, you sons of Zeruiah? What right do you have to interfere? Should anyone be put to death in Israel today? Don't I know that today I am king over Israel? So the king said to Shimei, You shall not die. And the king promised him on oath. Mephibosheth, Saul's grandson, also went down to meet the king. He had not taken care of his feet, or trimmed his mustache, or washed his clothes from the day the king left until the day he returned safely. When he came from Jerusalem to meet the king asked him, Why did you go with me, Mephibosheth? He said, My lord the king, since I, your servant, am lame, I said, I will have my donkey saddled and will ride on it so I can go with the king. But Ziba, my servant, betrayed me, and he has slandered your servant to my lord the king. My lord the king is like an angel of God, so do whatever you wish. All my grandfather's descendants deserved nothing but death from my lord the king. But you gave your servant a place among those who eat at your table. So what right do I have to make any more appeals to the king? The king said to him, Why say more? More. I order you and Ziba to divide the land. Mephibosheth said to the king, Let him take everything, now that my lord the king has returned home safely. Barzillai the Gileadite also came down from Rogelim to cross Jordan with the king and send him on his way from there. Now Barzillai was very old, 80 years of age. He had provided for the king during his stay in Mahanaim, for he was a very wealthy man. The king said to Barzillai, Cross over with me and stay with me in Jerusalem, and I will provide for you. But Barzillai answered the king, How many more years will I live, that I should go up to Jerusalem with the king? I am now 80 years old. Can I tell the difference between what is enjoyable and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats and drinks? Can I still hear the voices of male and female singers? Why should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king? Your servant will cross over the Jordan with the king for a short distance, but why should the king reward me in this way? Let your servant return, that I may die in my own town near the tomb of my father and mother. But here is your servant Kimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king. Do for him whatever you wish. The king said, Kimham shall cross over with me, and I will do for him whatever you wish. And anything you desire from me, I will do for you. So all the people crossed Jordan, and then the king crossed over. The king kissed Barzillai and bid him farewell, and Barzillai returned to his home. When the king crossed over to Gilgal, Kimham crossed with him. All the troops of Judah and half the troops of Israel had taken the king over. Soon all the men of Israel were coming to the king and saying to him, Why did our brothers, the men of Judah, steal the king away and bring him and his household across the Jordan together with all his men? All the men of Judah answered the men of Israel, We did this because the king is closely related to us. Why are you angry about it? Have we eaten any of the king's provisions? Have we taken anything for ourselves? Then the men of Israel answered the men of Judah, We have 10 shares in the king, so we have a greater claim on David than you have. Why then do you treat us with contempt? Weren't we the first to speak of bringing back our king? But the men of Judah pressed their claims even more forcefully than the men of Israel. Second Samuel chapter 20. Now a troublemaker named Sheba, son of Bichri, the Benjamite, happened to be there. He sounded the trumpet and shouted, We have no share in David, no part in Jesse's son, every man to his tent, Israel. So all the men of Israel deserted David to follow Sheba, son of Bichri. But the men of Judah stayed by their king all the way from the Jordan to Jerusalem. When David returned to his palace in Jerusalem, he took the 10 concubines he had left to take care of the palace and put them in a house under guard. He provided for them but had no sexual relations with them. They were kept in confinement till the day of their death, living as widows. Then the king said to Amasa, Summon the men of Judah to come to me within 3 days, and be here yourself. But when Amasa went to summon Judah, it took longer than the time the king had set for him. David said to Abishai, Now Sheba, son of Bichri, will do us more harm than Absalom did. Take your master's men and pursue him, or he will find fortified cities and escape from us. So Joab's men and the Kerethites and Pelethites and all the mighty warriors went out under the command of Abishai. They marched out from Jerusalem to pursue Sheba son of Bichri. While they were at the great rock in Gibeon, Amasa came to meet them. Joab was wearing his military tunic, and strapped over it at his waist was a belt with a dagger in his sheath. As he stepped forward, it dropped out of his sheath. Joab said to Amasa, How are you, my brother? Then Joab took Amasa by the beard with his right hand to kiss him. Amasa was not on his guard against the dagger in Joab's hand, and Joab plunged it into his belly, and his intestines spilled out on the ground. Without being stabbed again, Amasa died. Then Joab and his brother Abishai pursued Sheba son of Bichri. One of Joab's men stood beside Amasa and said, Whoever favors Joab and whoever is for David, let him follow Joab. Amasa lay flowing in his blood in the middle of the road, and the men saw that all the troops came to a halt there. When he realized that everyone who came up to Amasa stopped, he dragged him from the road into a field and threw a garment over him. After Amasa had been removed from the road, everyone went on with Joab to pursue Sheba, son of Bichri. Sheba passed through all the tribes of Israel to Abel Meth-Makkah and through the entire region of the Bichrites, who gathered together and followed him. All the troops with Joab came and besieged Sheba and in Abel Meth-Makkah. They built a siege ramp up to the city, and it stood against the outer fortification. While they were battering the wall to bring it down, a wise woman called from the city, Listen, listen! Tell Joab to come here so I can speak to him. He went towards her, and she asked, Are you Joab? I am, he answered. She said, Listen, listen to what your servant has to say. I'm listening, he said. She continued, Long ago, they used to say, Get your answer at Abel, and that settled it. We are the peaceful and faithful in Israel. You are trying to destroy a city that is a mother in Israel. Why do you want to swallow up the Lord's inheritance? Far be it from me, Joab replied. Far be it from me to swallow up or destroy. That is not the case. A man named Sheba, son of Bichri, from the hill country of Ephraim, has lifted up his hand against the king, against David. Hand over this one man, and I'll withdraw from the city. The woman said to Joab, his head will be thrown to you from the wall. Then the woman went to all the people with her wise advice, and they cut off the head of Sheba, son of Bichri, and threw it to Joab. So he sounded the trumpet, and his men dispersed from the city, each returning to his home. And Joab went back to the king in Jerusalem. Joab was over Israel's entire army. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and Pelethites. Adoniram was in charge of forced labor. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was recorder. Shiva was secretary. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. And Ira the Jerites was David's priest. 2 Samuel chapter 21. During the reign of David, there was a famine for 3 successive years. So David sought the face of the Lord. The Lord said, it is on account of Saul and his blood-stained house. It is because he put the Gibeonites to death. The king summoned the Gibeonites and spoke to them. Now the Gibeonites were not a part of Israel, but were survivors of the Amorites. The Israelites had sworn to spare them, but Saul, in his zeal for Israel and Judah, had tried to annihilate them. David asked the Gibeonites, what shall I do for you? How shall I make atonement that you will bless the Lord's inheritance? The Gibeonites answered him, we have no right to demand silver or gold from Saul or his family, nor do we have the right to put anyone in Israel to death. What do you want me to do for you? David asked. They answered the king, as for the men who destroyed us and plotted against us, so that we have been decimated and have no place anywhere in Israel, let 7 of his male descendants be given to us to be killed and their bodies exposed before the Lord at Gibeath of Saul, the Lord's chosen one. So the king said, I will give them to you. The king spared Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the oath before the Lord between David and Jonathan, son of Saul. But the king took Harmony and the Mephibosheth, the 2 sons of Aiah's daughter Rizpah, whom she had borne to Saul, together with the 5 sons of Saul's daughter Merab, whom she had borne to Adriel, son of Barzillai the Meholathite. He handed them over to the Gibeonites, who killed them and exposed their bodies on a hill before the Lord. All 7 of them fell together. They were put to death during the first days of the harvest, just as the barley harvest was beginning. Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, took sackcloth and spread it out for herself on a rock. From the beginning of the harvest till the rain poured down from the heavens on the bodies, she did not let the birds touch them by day or the wild animals by night. When David was told what Aiah's daughter Rizpah, Saul's concubine, had done, he went and took the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from the citizens of Jabesh Gilead. They had stolen their bodies from the public square at Bethshan, where the Philistines had hung them after they struck Saul down on Gibeah. David brought the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from there, and the bones of those who had been killed and exposed were gathered up. They buried the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan in the tomb of Saul's father Kish at Sila in Benjamin, and did everything the king commanded. After that, God answered prayer in behalf of the land. Once again, there was a battle between the Philistines and Israel. David went down with his men to fight against the Philistines, and he became exhausted. And Ishbi-Benob, one of the descendants of Rapha, whose bronze spearhead weighed 300 shekels, and who was armed with a new sword, said he would kill David. But Abishai, son of Zeruiah, came to David's rescue. He struck the Philistine down and killed him. Then David's men swore to him, saying, "Never again will you go out with us to battle, so that the lamp of Israel will not be extinguished." In the course of time, there was another battle with the Philistines at Gob. At that time, Sibbecai, the Hushathites, killed Saph, one of the descendants of Rapha. In another battle with the Philistines at Gob, Elhanan, son of Jair the Bethlehemite, killed the brother of Goliath the Gittite with a spear with a shaft like a weaver's rod. In still another battle, which took place at Gath, there was a huge man with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all. He also was descended from Rapha. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of Shemeth, David's brother, killed him. These 4 were descendants of Rapha and Gath, and they fell at the hands of David and his men. 2 Samuel chapter 22. David sang to the Lord the words of this song when the Lord delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul. He said, "The Lord is my rock, my fortress and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation. He is my stronghold, my refuge and my savior. From violent people you save me. I called to the Lord, who is worthy of praise, and have been saved from my enemies. The waves of death swirled about me, the torrents of destruction overwhelmed me. The cords of the grave coiled around me, the snares of death confronted me. In my distress, I called to the Lord. I called out to my God. From his temple he heard my voice. My cry came to his ears. The earth trembled and quaked. The foundations of the heavens shook. They trembled because he was angry. Smoke rose from his nostrils. Consuming fire came from his mouth. Burning coals blazed out of it. He parted the heavens and came down. Dark clouds were under his feet. He mounted the cherubim and flew. He soared on the wings of the wind. He made darkness his canopy around him, the dark rain clouds of the sky. Out of the brightness of his presence, bolts of lightning blazed forth. The Lord thundered from heaven. The voice of the Most High resounded. He shot his arrows and scattered the enemy. With great bolts of lightning he routed them. The valleys of the sea were exposed, and the foundations of the earth laid bare. At the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of breath from his nostrils. He reached down from on high and took hold of me. He drew me out of deep waters. He rescued me from my powerful enemy, from my foes who were too strong for me. They confronted me in the day of my disaster, but the Lord was my support. He brought me out into a spacious place. He rescued me because he delighted in me. The Lord has dealt with me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands, he has rewarded me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord. I am not guilty of turning from my God. All his laws are before me. I have not turned away from his decrees. I have been blameless before him and have kept myself from sin. The Lord has rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his sight. To the faithful, you show yourself faithful. To the blameless, you show yourself blameless. To the pure, you show yourself pure. But to the devious, you show yourself shrewd. You save the humble, but your eyes are on the haughty to bring them low. You, Lord, are my lamp. The Lord turns in my darkness into light. With your help, I can advance against a troop. With my God, I can scale a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in him. For who is God besides the Lord? And who is the rock except our God? It is God who arms me with strength and keeps my way secure. He makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He causes me to stand on the heights. He trains my hands for battle. My arms can bend a bow and bronze. You make your saving help my shield. Your help has made me great. You provide a broad path for my feet, so that my ankles do not give way. I pursued my enemies and crushed them. I did not turn back till they were destroyed. I crushed them completely, and they could not rise. They fell beneath my feet. You armed me with strength for battle. You humbled my adversaries before me. You made my enemies turn their backs in flight, and I destroyed my foes. They cried for help, but there was no one to save them. To the Lord, but he did not answer. I beat them as fine as the dust of the earth. I pounded and trampled them like mud in the streets. You have delivered me from the attacks of the peoples. You have preserved me as the head of nations. People I did not know now serve me. Foreigners cower before me. As soon as they hear of me, they obey me. They all lose heart. They come trampling from their strongholds. The Lord lives. Praise be to my rock. Exalted be my God, the rock, my Savior. He is the God who avenges me, who puts the nations under me, who sets me free from my enemy. You exalted me before my foes, from the violent men you rescued me. Therefore, I will praise you, Lord, among the nations. I will sing the praises of your name. He gives his king great victories. He shows unfailing kindness to his anointed, to David and his descendants forever. 2 Samuel chapter 23. These are the last words of David, the inspired utterance of David, son of Jesse, the utterance of the man exalted by the Most High, the man anointed by the God of Jacob, the hero of Israel's songs. The Spirit of the Lord spoke through me. His word was on my tongue. The God of Israel spoke. The rock of Israel said to me, when one rules over people in righteousness, when he rules in the fear of God, he is like the light of morning at sunrise, on a cloudless morning, like the brightness after rain, that brings grass from the earth. If my house were not right with God, surely he would not have made with me an everlasting covenant, arranged and secured in every part. Surely he would not bring to fruition my salvation and grant me my every desire. But evil men are all to be cast aside like thorns, which are not gathered with the hand. Whoever touches thorns uses a tool of iron of the shaft of a spear. They are burned up where they lie. These are the names of David's mighty warriors. Josheb Bashibeth, a Tachamonite, was chief of the three. He raised his spear against 800 men, whom he killed in one encounter. Next to him was Eleazar, son of Dodai the Ahohite. As one of the three mighty warriors, he was with David when they taunted the Philistines gathered at Pas-dammim for battle. Then the Israelites retreated, but Eleazar stood his ground and struck down the Philistines till his hands grew tired and froze to the sword. The Lord brought about a great victory that day. The troops returned to Eleazar, but only to strip the dead. Next to him was Shammah, son of Agi the Ararite. And the Philistines banded together at a place where there was a field full of lentils. Israel's troop fled from them. But Shammah took his stand in the middle of the field. He defended it and struck the Philistines down, and the Lord brought about a great victory. During harvest time, 3 of the 30 chief warriors came down to David at the cave of Adullam, while the band of Philistines was encamped in the valley of Rephaim. At that time, David was in the stronghold, and the Philistine garrison was at Bethlehem. David longed for water and said, "Oh, that someone would get me a drink of water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem." So the three mighty warriors broke through the Philistine lines, drew water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem, and carried it back to David. But he refused to drink it. Instead, he poured it out before the Lord. "Far be it from me, Lord, to do this," he said. "Is it not the blood of men who went at the risk of their lives?" And David would not drink it. Such were the exploits of the three mighty warriors. Abishai, the brother of Joab, son of Zeruiah, was chief of the three. He raised his spear against 300 men whom he killed, and so he became as famous as three. Was he not held in greater honor than the three? He became their commander, even though he was not included among them. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, a valiant fighter from Kabzeel, performed great exploits. He struck down Moab's two mightiest warriors. He also went down into a pit on a snowy day and killed a lion. And he struck down a huge Egyptian. Although the Egyptian had a spear in his hand, Benaiah went against him with a club. He snatched the spear from the Egyptian's hand and killed him with his own spear. Such were exploits of Benaiah son of Jehoiada. He too was as famous as the three mighty warriors. He was held in greater honor than any of the 30, but he was not included among the three. And David put him in charge of his bodyguards. Among the 30 were Asahel, the brother of Joab, Elhanan, son of Dodo from Bethlehem, Sama the Ephrathite, Elika the Aradite, Helez the Paltite, Ira son of Ikesh from Tekoa, Abiezer from Anatoth, Sibbecai the Hushathite, Zalman the Ahohite, Marahai the Netophathite, Heled son of Bana the Netophathite, Ithai son of Rabbi from Gibeah and Benjamin, Benaiah the Pirathonite, Hiddai from the ravines of Gash, Abi Albon the Arbathite, Azmaveth the Bahamite, Eliahaba the Shalbonite, the sons of Shushan, Jonathan son of Shammah the Hararite, Hayam son of Sharar the Hararite, Eliphalet son of Ahashbai the Maacatite, Eliam son of Ahithophel the Gilonite, Hezro the Carmelite, Horai the Arbite, Gal son of Nathan from Zobah, the son of Agri, Zelek the Hammonite, the Harai Berethite, the armor-bearer of Joab son of Zeruiah, Ira the Ithrite, Gerb the Hittite, and Horiah the Hittite. There were 37 in all. 2 Samuel chapter 24. David enrolls the fighting men. Again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, "Go and take a census of Israel and Judah." The king said to Joab and the army commanders with him, "Go throughout the tribes of Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, and enroll the fighting men, that I may know how many there are." But Joab replied to the king, "May the Lord your God multiply the troops 100 times over, and may the eyes of my lord the king see it. But why does my lord the king want to do such a thing?" The king's word, however, overruled Joab and the army commanders. So they left the presence of the king to enroll the fighting men of Israel. After crossing the Jordan, they camped near Arur, south of the town in the gorge, and then went through Gad and on to Jazer. They went to Gilead and the region of Tatim Hochi, and on to Dan Jan, and around towards Sidon. Then they went toward the fortress of Tyre and all the towns of the Hivites and Canaanites. Finally, they went on to Beersheba in the Negev of Judah. After they had gone through the entire land, they came back to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days. Joab reported the number of the fighting men to the king. In Israel, there were 800,000 able-bodied men who could handle the sword, and in Judah, 500,000. David was conscience-stricken after he had counted the fighting men, and he said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I have done. Now, Lord, I beg you, take away the guilt of your servant. I have done a very foolish thing. Before David got up the next morning, the word of the Lord had come to the Gad the prophet, David's seer. Go and tell David, this is what the Lord says. I am giving you 3 options. Choose one of them for me to carry out against you. So Gad went to David and said to him, shall there come on you 3 years of famine in your land, or 3 months of fleeing from your enemies while they pursue you, or 3 days of plague in your land? Now then, think it over and decide how I should answer the one who sent me. David said to Gad, I am in deep distress. Let us fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is great. But do not let me fall into human hands. So the Lord sent a plague on Israel from that morning until the end of the time designated, and 70,000 of the people from Dan to Beersheba died. When the angel stretched out his hand to destroy Jerusalem, the Lord relented concerning the disaster and said to the angel who was afflicting the people, enough! Withdraw your hand. The angel of the Lord was then at the threshing floor at Ariah, Jebusite. When David saw the angel who was striking down the people, he said to the Lord, I have sinned. I, the shepherd, have done wrong. These are but sheep. What have they done? Let your hand fall on me and my family. On that day, Gad went to David and said to him, go up and build an altar to the Lord on the threshold floor of Araunah the Jebusite. So David went up as the Lord had commanded through Gad. When Araunah looked and saw the king and his officials coming toward him, he went out and bowed down before the king with his face to the ground. And Araunah said, why has my lord the king come to his servant? To buy a threshing floor, David answered, so I can build an altar to the Lord, that the plague on the people may be stopped. Araunah said to David, let my lord the king take whatever he wishes and offer it up. Here are oxen for the burnt offering, and here are threshing sledges and ox yokes for the wood. Your Majesty, Araunah gives all this to the king. Araunah also said to him, may the Lord your God accept you. But the king replied to Araunah, no, I insist on paying you for it. I will not sacrifice to the Lord my God burnt offerings that cost me nothing. So David bought the threshing floor and the oxen and paid 50 shekels of silver for them. David built an altar to the Lord there and sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. Then the Lord answered his prayer in behalf of the land, and the plague on Israel was stopped.
One King, un roi, chapter 1, chapitre 1. Le roi David était vieux, il était d'un âge avancé. On le couvrait d'habits, mais il ne parvenait pas à se réchauffer. Ses serviteurs lui dirent, que l'on cherche une jeune fille vierge pour toi, mon seigneur, le roi. Qu'elle soit au service du roi, qu'elle le soigne et couche à ses côtés. Ainsi, mon seigneur le roi se réchauffera. On chercha dans tout le territoire d'Israël une fille jeune et belle, et l'on trouva Abishag, la Sunamite. On la conduisit auprès du roi. Cette jeune fille était très belle. Elle soigna le roi et le servit, mais le roi n'eut pas de relation sexuelle avec elle. Adonijah, le fils de Haggith, se laissa emporter par l'orgueil au point de dire « C'est moi qui serai roi ». Il se procura un char et des cavaliers, ainsi que 50 hommes qui couraient devant lui. Son père ne lui avait pas adressé un reproche de sa vie en lui disant « Pourquoi agis-tu de cette manière ?» De plus, Adonijah était très beau et il était né après Absalom. Il eut un entretien avec Joab, le fils de Tseroudja, ainsi qu'avec le prêtre Abiathar, et ils embrassèrent son parti. En revanche, ni le prêtre Tsadok, ni Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, ni le prêtre Nathan, ni Shimei, ni Réi, ni les vaillants hommes de David ne se rallièrent à lui. Adonijah sacrifia des brebis, des bœufs et des veaux gras près de la pierre de Zoélet, qui se trouve à côté d'En-Rogel, et il invita tous ses frères, les fils du roi, ainsi que tous les hommes de Juda qui étaient au service du roi. Toutefois, il n'invita pas le prophète Nathan, ni Benadja, ni les vaillants hommes de David, ni son frère Salomon. Alors Nathan dit à Bathsheba, la mère de Salomon, « N'as-tu pas appris qu'Adonijah, le fils de Haggith, est devenu roi sans que notre Seigneur David le sache? Va maintenant. Je vais te donner un conseil afin que tu sauves ta vie et celle de ton fils Salomon. Va, entre chez le roi David et dis-lui, « Mon Seigneur le roi, ne m'avais-tu pas juré à moi ta servante que ce serait mon fils Salomon qui régnerait après toi et que ce serait lui qui s'assiérait sur ton trône? Pourquoi donc Adonijah est-il devenu roi? Tu seras encore là en train de parler avec le roi quand j'entrerai moi-même après toi et je compléterai tes paroles. » Bathsheba alla trouver le roi dans sa chambre. Il était très vieux et Abishag, la Sunamite, le servait. Bathsheba s'inclina et se prosterna devant le roi qui lui dit « Qu'as-tu » Elle lui répondit « Mon Seigneur, tu avais juré à ta servante par l'Éternel, ton Dieu, que ce serait mon fils Salomon qui régnerait après toi et que ce serait lui qui s'assiérait sur ton trône. Et maintenant, voici que c'est Adonijah qui est devenu roi, et tu ne le sais pas, mon Seigneur le roi? Il a sacrifié des bœufs, des veaux gras et des brebis en grande quantité, et il a invité tous les fils du roi ainsi que le prêtre Abiathar et Joab, le chef de l'armée, mais il n'a pas invité ton serviteur Salomon. Mon Seigneur le roi, tout Israël a les yeux fixés sur toi pour que tu lui annonces qui s'assiera sur ton trône après toi. Sinon, lorsque mon Seigneur le roi sera couché avec ses ancêtres, mon fils Salomon et moi serons traités comme des coupables. Elle parlait encore avec le roi quand le prophète Nathan arriva. On annonça au roi, « Voici Nathan le prophète. » Il entra dans la présence du roi et se prosterna devant lui, le visage contre terre. Puis Nathan dit, « Mon Seigneur le roi, c'est donc toi qui as dit qu'Adonijah excusez-moi. Mon Seigneur le roi, c'est donc toi qui as dit qu'Adonijah régnerait après toi et que ce serait lui qui s'assiérait sur ton trône. En effet, il est descendu aujourd'hui sacrifier des bœufs, des veaux gras et des brebis en grande quantité, et il a invité tous les fils du roi ainsi que les chefs de l'armée et le prêtre Abiathar. Les voici en train de manger et de boire en sa présence, et ils disent « Vive le roi Adonijah !» Mais il n'a invité ni moi qui suis ton serviteur, ni le prêtre Tsadok, ni Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, ni ton serviteur Salomon. Est-ce bien sur ton ordre, mon Seigneur le roi, que cela se passe ainsi, sans que tu aies annoncé à ton serviteur qui doit s'asseoir sur ton trône après toi? Le roi David répondit, « Appelez-moi Bathsheba. » Elle entra et se présenta devant le roi. Le roi prêta alors ce serment. « L'Éternel qui m'a délivré de toutes les détresses est vivant. Je vais agir aujourd'hui conformément à ce que je t'ai juré par l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël, lorsque j'ai dit, c'est ton fils Salomon qui régnera après moi. C'est lui qui s'assiera sur mon trône à ma place. Bathsheba s'inclina le visage contre terre et se prosterna devant le roi. Puis elle dit, que mon Seigneur le roi David vive éternellement. Le roi David dit ensuite, appelez-moi le prêtre Tsadok, le prophète Nathan et Benadja, le fils de Jehojada. Et ils entrèrent dans la présence du roi. Le roi leur dit, prenez avec vous les serviteurs de votre Seigneur, faites monter mon fils Salomon sur ma mule et faites-le descendre à Gihon. Là, le prêtre Tsadok et le prophète Nathan le consacreront par onction comme roi sur Israël. Vous sonnerez de la trompette et vous direz, vive le roi Salomon. Vous remonterez en marchant derrière lui. Il viendra s'asseoir sur mon trône et il régnera à ma place. C'est lui que j'ai chargé d'être le chef d'Israël et de Juda. Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, répondit au roi, Amen, que l'Éternel, le Dieu de mon Seigneur, le roi, parle ainsi. Que l'Éternel soit avec Salomon, comme il a été avec mon Seigneur, le roi, et qu'il rende son trône plus grand encore que celui de mon Seigneur, le roi David. Alors le prêtre Tsadok descendit avec le prophète Nathan, ainsi qu'avec Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, les Kérétiens et les Pélétiens. Ils firent monter Salomon sur la mule du roi David et le conduisirent à Gihon. Le prêtre Tsadok prit la corne d'huile dans le tabernacle et il consacra Salomon par onction. On sonna de la trompette et tout le peuple dit « Vive le roi Salomon !» Tout le peuple monta après lui en jouant de la flûte. Ils manifestaient une joie si grande que la terre tremblait sous leurs cris. Adonijah et tous les invités qui étaient avec lui entendirent tout cela au moment où il finissait de manger. Joab, entendant le son de la trompette, dit « Pourquoi ce vacarme dans Jérusalem ?» Il parlait encore lorsque Jonathan, le fils du prêtre Abiathar, arriva. Adonijah lui dit « Approche-toi, car tu es un vaillant homme et tu apportes de bonnes nouvelles. » Au contraire, répondit Jonathan à Adonijah, notre Seigneur le roi David a désigné Salomon comme roi. Il a envoyé avec lui le prêtre Tsadok, le prophète Nathan, ainsi que Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, les Kérétiens et les Pélétiens, et ils l'ont fait monter sur la mule du roi. Le prêtre Tsadok et le prophète Nathan l'ont consacré par onction comme roi à Gihon. Puis ils sont remontés de là-bas en manifestant leur joie, et Jérusalem en est tout agitée. C'est ce bruit que vous avez entendu. Salomon s'est même assis sur le trône royal et les serviteurs du roi sont venus bénir notre Seigneur, le roi David, en disant que Dieu rende le nom de Salomon plus célèbre que le tien et qu'il rende de son trône plus grand que le tien. Alors le roi s'est prosterné sur son lit avant de déclarer « Béni soit l'Éternel, le Dieu d'Israël, qui m'a donné aujourd'hui un successeur et qui m'a permis de le voir. » Tous les invités d'Adonijah furent terrifiés. Ils se levèrent et partirent, chacun de son côté. Adonijah eut peur de Salomon. Il se leva aussi et partit s'accrocher aux cornes de l'autel. On vint dire à Salomon, « Voici qu'Adonijah a peur de toi. Il tient les cornes de l'autel en disant, « Que le roi Salomon me jure aujourd'hui qu'il ne me fera pas mourir, moi son serviteur, par l'épée. » Salomon dit, « S'il se comporte en homme de valeur, pas un de ses cheveux ne tombera par terre. Mais si l'on trouve en lui de la méchanceté, il mourra. » Puis le roi Salomon envoya des hommes le faire descendre de l'autel. Il vint se prosterner devant le roi Salomon, et Salomon lui dit, « Va chez toi. » Chapitre 2. David approchait du moment de sa mort, et il donna les instructions suivantes à son fils Salomon. « Je m'en vais par le chemin commun à toute la terre. Fortifie-toi et sois un homme. Respecte les ordres de l'Éternel, ton Dieu. Marche dans ses voies et garde ses prescriptions, ses commandements. ses règles et ses instructions, en te conformant à ce qui est écrit dans la loi de Moïse. Ainsi, tu réussiras dans tout ce que tu feras et partout où tu te tourneras. Et l'Éternel accomplira cette parole qu'il a prononcée à propos de moi. Si tes descendants veillent sur leur conduite pour marcher avec fidélité devant moi, de tout leur cœur et de toute leur âme, tu ne manqueras jamais d'un successeur sur le trône d'Israël. Tu sais ce que m'a fait Joab, le fils de Tserouja, ce qu'il a fait à 2 chefs de l'armée d'Israël, à Abner, le fils de Ner, et à Amasa, le fils de Jéter. Il les a tués. Il a versé pendant la paix le sang de la guerre, et il l'a mis sur la ceinture qu'il portait à la taille et sur les chaussures qu'il portait aux pieds. Tu agiras conformément à ta sagesse, et tu ne laisseras pas ses cheveux blancs descendre en paix au séjour des morts. Quant aux fils de Barzillai, le Galaïdite, tu les traiteras avec bonté, et ils feront partie de ceux qui mangent à ta table. En effet, ils ont agi de la même manière envers moi, en venant à ma rencontre lorsque je fuyais devant ton frère Absalom. Voici, il y a près de toi Shimei, le fils de Guéra, le Benjaminite, de Bachorim. Il a prononcé de violentes malédictions contre moi le jour où je me suis rendu à Mahanaïm. Mais il est descendu à ma rencontre vers le Jourdain, et je lui ai juré par l'Éternel que je ne le ferai pas mourir par l'épée. Mais désormais, ne le laisse pas impuni, car tu es un homme sage, et tu sais comment tu dois le traiter pour faire descendre dans le sang ses cheveux blancs au séjour des morts. David se coucha avec ses ancêtres, et il fut enterré dans la ville de David. Le règne de David sur Israël dura 40 ans. Il régna 7 ans à Hébron et 33 ans à Jérusalem. Salomon s'assit sur le trône de son père David, et sa royauté fut solidement établie. Adonijah, le fils de Haggith, alla trouver Bathsheba, la mère de Salomon. Elle lui demanda: « Es-tu venu avec des intentions de paix ?» Il répondit: « Oui. » Puis il ajouta: « J'ai un mot à te dire. » Elle lui dit: « Parle. » Et il dit: « Tu sais que la royauté aurait dû m'appartenir et que tout Israël portait les regards sur moi pour me faire régner. Mais la royauté s'est détournée de moi et elle est revenue à mon frère parce que l'Éternel lui a donné. Maintenant, j'ai une demande à te faire. Ne me repousse pas. » Elle lui répondit: « Parle. » Et il dit: « Je t'en prie, dis au roi Salomon de me donner pour femme Abishag, la Sunamite, car il ne te repoussera pas. » Bathsheba dit: « Bien, je parlerai au roi en ta faveur. » Bathsheba alla donc trouver le roi Salomon pour lui parler en faveur d'Adonijah. Le roi se leva pour aller à sa rencontre et se prosterna devant elle, puis il s'assit sur son trône. Le roi fit placer un trône pour sa mère et il s'assit à sa droite. Elle dit alors: « J'ai une petite demande à te faire, ne me repousse pas. » Le roi lui dit: « Fais ta demande, ma mère, car je ne te repousserai pas. » Elle dit: « Qu'Abishag, la Sunamite, soit donnée pour femme à ton frère Adonijah. » Le roi Salomon répondit à sa mère: « Pourquoi demandes-tu Abishag, la Sunamite, pour Adonijah? Demande donc la royauté pour lui, puisqu'il est mon frère aîné. Demande-la pour lui, pour le prêtre Abiatar et pour Joab, le fils de Tserouja. » Alors le roi Salomon prêta ce serment par l'Éternel: « Que Dieu me traite avec la plus grande sévérité, si ce n'est pas au prix de sa vie qu'Adonijah a prononcé cette parole. Maintenant, l'Éternel est vivant, lui qui m'a solidement établi et m'a fait asseoir sur le trône de mon père David et qui m'a donné une maison, conformément à sa promesse. Aujourd'hui, Adonijah mourra. » Puis le roi Salomon fit frapper Adonijah par l'intermédiaire de Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, et il mourut. Le roi dit ensuite au prêtre Abiatar: Va-t'en à Anatote dans tes terres. En effet, tu mérites la mort, mais je ne te ferai pas mourir aujourd'hui parce que tu as porté l'arche du Seigneur, de l'Éternel, devant mon père David, et parce que tu as pris part à toutes ses souffrances. Salomon démit Abiathar de ses fonctions de prêtre de l'Éternel, et ainsi s'accomplit la parole que l'Éternel avait prononcée contre la famille d'Élie à Silo. La nouvelle en parvint à Joab, et il se réfugia dans la tente de l'Éternel et s'accrocha aux cornes de l'autel. En effet, il avait suivi le parti d'Adonijah alors qu'il n'avait pas suivi celui d'Absalom. On annonça au roi Salomon que Joab s'était réfugié dans la tente de l'Éternel et qu'il se trouvait à côté de l'autel. Salomon envoya Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, en lui disant « Va le frapper ». Benadja arriva à la tente de l'Éternel et dit à Joab « Sors, c'est le roi qui l'ordonne ». Mais il répondit « Non, je veux mourir ici ». Benadja rapporta cette parole au roi en disant « Voilà ce qu'a dit Joab, voilà ce qu'il m'a répondu ». Le roi dit à Benadja « Fais comme il l'a dit, frappe-le et enterre-le. Tu écarteras ainsi de moi et de ma famille le sang que Joab a versé sans raison. L'Éternel fera retomber son sang sur sa tête, parce qu'il a frappé 2 hommes plus justes et meilleurs que lui, et les a tués par l'épée, sans que mon père David le sache. Je veux parler d'Abner, le fils de Ner, qui était le chef de l'armée d'Israël, et d'Amasa, le fils de Jéter, qui était le chef de l'armée de Juda. Leur sang retombera pour toujours sur la tête de Joab et de sa descendance. En revanche, l'Éternel accordera pour toujours la paix à David, à sa descendance, à sa famille et à son trône. Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, monta à la tente de l'Éternel et frappa Joab à mort. Il fut enterré chez lui, dans le désert. Le roi mit Benadja, le fils de Jehojada, à la tête de l'armée à la place de Joab, et il établit le prêtre Tsadok à la place d'Abiathar. Le roi fit appeler Chiméi et lui dit « Construis-toi une maison à Jérusalem, tu y habiteras et tu n'en sortiras pas pour aller ici ou là. Sache bien que tu mourras le jour où tu sortiras de la ville et passeras le torrent du Cédron. Tu seras toi-même responsable de ta mort. » Chiméi répondit au roi « C'est bien, moi, ton serviteur, je ferai ce que dit mon seigneur le roi. » Et Chiméi habita longtemps à Jérusalem. Au bout de 3 ans, 2 de ses esclaves s'enfuirent chez Akish, le fils de Maaka et roi de Gath. On annonça à Chiméi « Tes esclaves sont à Gath. » Chiméi se leva, sella son âne et se rendit à Gath chez Akish pour aller chercher ses esclaves. Chiméi partit donc et il ramena ses esclaves de Gath. On informa Salomon que Chiméi était allé de Jérusalem à Gath et qu'il était de retour. Le roi fit appeler Chiméi et lui dit « Je t'avais fait prêter serment par l'Éternel et je t'avais fait cette déclaration formelle. Sache bien que tu mourras le jour où tu sortiras de la ville pour aller ici ou là. Tu m'avais répondu « C'est bien, j'ai compris, n'est-ce pas ? Pourquoi donc n'as-tu pas respecté le serment prêté au nom de l'Éternel et l'ordre que je t'avais donné ?» Puis le roi dit à Chiméi « Tu sais bien dans ton cœur tout le mal que tu as fait à mon père David. L'Éternel fait retomber ta méchanceté sur ta tête. Quant au roi Salomon, il sera béni et le trône de David sera affermi pour toujours devant l'Éternel. » Le roi donna ses instructions à Benadja, le fils de Jehojada. Il sortit et frappa Chiméi à mort. La royauté fut ainsi affermie entre les mains de Salomon. Chapter 3, chapitre 3. Salomon s'allia par mariage avec le Pharaon, le roi d'Égypte. Il prit pour femme la fille du Pharaon et il l'installa dans la ville de David en attendant d'avoir fini de construire son palais, ainsi que la maison de l'Éternel et le mur d'enceinte de Jérusalem. Le peuple n'offrait des sacrifices que sur les hauts lieux, car jusque-là, on n'avait pas encore construit de maison en l'honneur de l'Éternel. Salomon aimait l'Éternel, suivant ainsi les prescriptions de son père David. Toutefois, c'était sur les hauts lieux qu'il offrait des sacrifices et des parfums. Le roi se rendit à Gabaon pour y offrir des sacrifices, car c'était le principal des hauts lieux. Salomon offrit 1000 holocaustes sur l'autel. À Gabaon, l'Éternel lui apparut en rêve pendant la nuit, et Dieu lui dit, demande-moi ce que tu veux, demande-moi ce que tu veux que je te donne. Salomon répondit, tu as traité avec une grande bonté ton serviteur David, mon père, parce qu'il marchait en ta présence dans la fidélité et la justice et avec un cœur droit envers toi. Tu lui as conservé cette grande bonté et tu lui as donné un fils pour siéger sur son trône, comme on le voit aujourd'hui. Maintenant, Éternel, mon Dieu, tu m'as établi roi, moi ton serviteur, à la place de mon père David. Or, je ne suis qu'un jeune homme, je n'ai pas d'expérience. Ton serviteur se trouve au milieu de ton peuple, celui que tu as choisi, et c'est un peuple immense, si nombreux qu'il ne peut pas être ni compté ni recensé. Accorde donc à ton serviteur un cœur apte à écouter pour juger ton peuple, pour distinguer le bien du mal. En effet, qui serait capable de juger ton peuple, ce peuple si important? Cette demande de Salomon plut au Seigneur, et Dieu lui dit, puisque c'est cela que tu demandes, puisque tu ne réclames pour toi ni une longue vie, ni les richesses, ni la mort de tes ennemis, mais que tu demandes de l'intelligence pour exercer la justice, je vais agir conformément à ta parole. Je vais te donner un cœur si sage et si intelligent qu'il n'y en a pas eu avant toi et qu'on ne verra jamais personne de pareil à toi. Je te donnerai en outre ce que tu n'as pas demandé, des richesses et de la gloire, en si grande quantité qu'il n'y en aura pendant toute ta vie aucun roi qui soit ton égal. Et si tu marches dans mes voies, en respectant mes prescriptions et mes commandements, comme l'a fait ton père David, je te donnerai une longue vie. Salomon se réveilla, et voilà quel avait été son rêve. Il revint à Jérusalem et se présenta devant l'arche de l'alliance du Seigneur. Il offrit des holocaustes et des sacrifices de communion, et il fit un festin pour tous ses serviteurs. C'est alors que 2 femmes prostituées vinrent chez le roi et se présentèrent devant lui. L'une des femmes dit, « Pardon, Monseigneur, cette femme et moi, nous habitons dans la même maison, et j'ai accouché près d'elle dans la maison. 3 jours après, cette femme a aussi accouché. Nous habitons ensemble, il n'y a aucun étranger avec nous dans la maison, il n'y a que nous deux. Le fils de cette femme est mort pendant la nuit parce qu'elle s'était couchée sur lui. Elle s'est levée au milieu de la nuit. Elle a pris mon fils qui était à côté de moi pendant que moi, ta servante, je dormais et elle l'a couché contre elle. Quant à son fils qui était mort, elle l'a couché contre moi. Ce matin, je me suis levée pour allaiter mon fils et voici qu'il était mort. Je l'ai regardé attentivement le matin venu et ce n'était pas mon fils, celui que j'ai mis au monde. L'autre femme dit, c'est faux, c'est mon fils qui est vivant et ton fils qui est mort. Mais la première répliqua, absolument pas, c'est ton fils qui est mort et mon fils qui est vivant. C'est ainsi qu'elles discutèrent devant le roi. Le roi constata, l'une dit, c'est mon fils qui est vivant et ton fils qui est mort, et l'autre dit, absolument pas, c'est ton fils qui est mort et mon fils qui est vivant. Puis il ordonna, apportez-moi une épée. On apporta une épée devant le roi. Le roi dit alors, coupez en deux l'enfant qui est en vie et donnez-en la moitié à chacune. Alors, la femme dont le fils était vivant fut remplie de compassion pour son fils, et elle dit au roi, à mon Seigneur, donnez-lui l'enfant qui est en vie, ne le faites pas mourir. Mais l'autre répliqua, il ne sera ni à moi ni à toi, coupez-le. Prenant la parole, le roi dit alors, donnez l'enfant qui est en vie à la première femme, ne le faites pas mourir, c'est elle qui est sa mère. Tout Israël apprit le jugement que le roi avait prononcé, et l'on éprouva de la crainte envers lui. En effet, on avait constaté qu'il bénéficiait de la sagesse de Dieu pour exercer la justice. Chapitre 4, Chapter 4. Salomon était roi sur tout Israël. Voici les hauts fonctionnaires qu'il avait à son service. Azaria, le petit-fils du prêtre Tsadok, Élioreph et Achidja, le fils de Shisha, étaient secrétaires. Josaphat, le fils d'Achiloud, était archiviste. Benadja, le fils de Yehojada, était à la tête de l'armée. Tsadok et Abiatar étaient prêtres. Azaria, le fils de Nathan, était le chef des intendants. Zabud, le fils de Nathan, était prêtre. C'était un proche du roi. Achissar était chef du palais royal. Et Adoniram, le fils d'Abda, était préposé aux corvées. Salomon avait 12 intendants sur tout Israël. Il pourvoyait à l'entretien du roi et de son entourage, chacun pendant 1 mois de l'année. Voici leurs noms. Le fils de Hur, dans la région montagneuse d'Éphraïm. Le fils de Deker, à Makatz, Saalbim, Beth-Shemesh, Elon et Beth-Hanan. Le fils de Hesed, à Arubot, qui était responsable de Soko et de toute la région de Hépher. Le fils d'Abinadab, qui était responsable de toute la région de Dor, et qui avait Tapat, la fille de Salomon, pour femme. Baana, le fils d'Achilud, qui était responsable de Tahanak, et Megiddo, et tout Beth Shean, toute la région qui se situe près de Tsartan, au-dessous de Gisréel, et qui va de Beth Shean jusqu'à Abel Mehola, et après Jokmeam. Le fils de Géber, à Ramoth en Galade, qui était responsable des bourgs de Jaïr, fils de Manassé, en Galade, ainsi que de la région d'Argob en Basan, soit de 60 grandes villes dotées de murailles et de verrous en bronze. Ashinadab, le fils d'Ido, à Mahanaïm, Ashimmaat, qui avait pris pour femme Basmat, la fille de Salomon, en Nephtali. Baana, le fils de Hushaï, en Azer et à Béalot. Josaphat, le fils de Parouak, en Issachar. Shimei, le fils d'Éla, en Benjamin. Géber, le fils d'Uri, dans le pays de Galade. Ce dernier était responsable de la région de Sion, le roi des Amoréens, et d'Og, le roi du Basan. Il y avait un seul intendant pour ce pays. Juda et Israël étaient aussi nombreux que le sable qui est au bord de la mer. Ils mangeaient, buvaient et se réjouissaient. Chapter 5, chapitre 5. Salomon dominait sur tous les royaumes situés entre l'Euphrate et le pays des Philistins et jusqu'à la frontière de l'Égypte. Ils apportaient un tribut à Salomon et ils lui furent asservis durant toute sa vie. Chaque jour, Salomon consommait en vivres 6 600 litres de fleur de farine et 13 200 litres de farine. Oui, j'ai lu jusqu'au 20. Après, Ah bon? Moi, j'ai 20 et puis ça passe au chapitre 5. C'est possible, je ne sais pas. Ok, d'accord. Attends, 19, c'est Guébert. Guébert, le fils d'Uri dans le pays de Galaad. Ce dernier était responsable de la région de Sion, le roi des Amoréens, et d'Og, le roi du Basan. Il y avait un seul intendant pour ce pays. Juda et Israël étaient aussi nombreux que le sable qui est au bord de la mer. Ils mangeaient, buvaient et se réjouissaient. Salomon dominait sur tous les royaumes situés entre l'Euphrate et le pays des Philistins et jusqu'à la frontière de l'Égypte. Ils apportaient un tribut à Salomon et ils lui furent asservis durant toute sa vie. Chaque jour, Salomon consommait en vivres 6 600 litres de fleur de farine et 13 200 litres de farine, 10 bœufs engraissés, 20 bœufs de pâturage et 100 brebis, en plus des cerfs, des gazelles, des daims et des volailles engraissées. Son pouvoir s'étendait sur toute la région située à l'ouest de l'Euphrate, sur tous les rois établis à l'ouest de l'Euphrate. Son pouvoir s'étendait de Tifsac à Gaza, et il avait la paix de tous les côtés. Juda et Israël, depuis Dan jusqu'à Beersheba, habitèrent en sécurité, chacun au milieu de ses vignes et de ses figuiers durant tout le règne de Salomon. Salomon avait 40 000 stalles pour les chevaux destinés à ses chars et 12 000 cavaliers. Les intendants pourvoyaient à l'entretien du roi Salomon et de tous ceux qui étaient admis à sa table, chacun pendant le mois qui lui était attribué. Il ne les laissait manquer de rien. Il faisait aussi venir de l'orge et de la paille pour les chevaux et les coursiers à l'endroit où se trouvait le roi, chacun selon ses directives. Dieu donna à Salomon de la sagesse, une très grande intelligence et des connaissances aussi nombreuses que le sable qui est au bord de la mer. La sagesse de Salomon dépassait celle de tous les nomades de l'Est et toute la sagesse des Égyptiens. Il était plus sage que n'importe quel homme, plus sage qu'Étan, l'Ezraquite, ou qu'Éman, qu'Alcol et Darda, les fils de Macol, et son nom était connu parmi toutes les nations environnantes. Il a prononcé 3000 sentences et composé 1005 cantiques. Il a parlé des arbres, depuis le cèdre du Liban jusqu'à l'hysope qui sort de la muraille. Il a aussi parlé des animaux, des oiseaux, des reptiles et des poissons. De tous les peuples, on venait pour écouter la sagesse de Salomon, de la part de tous les rois de la terre qui en avaient entendu parler. Hiram, le roi de Tyr, envoya ses serviteurs vers Salomon lorsqu'il apprit qu'on l'avait consacré par onction comme roi à la place de son père. En effet, il avait toujours aimé David. Salomon fit dire à Hiram, « Tu sais que mon père David n'a pas pu construire de maison pour l'Éternel, son Dieu, à cause des guerres qu'on lui a livrées de tous les côtés, jusqu'à ce que l'Éternel lui ait soumis ses ennemis. Désormais, l'Éternel, mon Dieu, m'a donné du repos de tous les côtés, plus d'adversaires, plus de malheurs qui menacent. J'ai l'intention de construire une maison en l'honneur de l'Éternel, mon Dieu, comme l'Éternel l'a déclaré à mon père David. Ton fils, celui que je mettrai à ta place sur ton trône, ce sera lui qui me construira une maison. Ordonne maintenant que l'on coupe pour moi des cèdres du Liban. Mes serviteurs seront avec les tiens, et je te payerai le salaire de tes serviteurs au prix que tu auras fixé. Tu le sais en effet, il n'y a personne chez nous qui sache couper aussi bien les arbres que les Sidoniens. Lorsqu'il entendit les paroles de Salomon, Hiram fut tout réjoui, et il dit, « Béni soit aujourd'hui l'Éternel qui a donné à David un fils sage pour qu'il devienne le chef de ce grand peuple. Et il fit répondre à Salomon, « J'ai bien entendu ce que tu m'as envoyé dire. Je vais faire tout ce que tu désires au sujet des cèdres et des cyprès. Mes serviteurs les descendront des montagnes du Liban jusqu'à la mer, et je les expédierai par mer, attachés en radeau jusqu'à l'endroit que tu m'indiqueras. Là, je les ferai détacher et tu pourras les prendre. Quant à toi, ce que je désire, c'est que tu fournisses des vivres pour ma maison. » Hiram donna à Salomon autant de bois de cèdre et de cyprès qu'il voulut. De son côté, Salomon donna à Hiram 4 400 000 litres de blé pour l'entretien de sa maison, ainsi que 4 400 litres d'huile d'olive vierge. Voilà ce que Salomon donna chaque année à Hiram. L'Éternel avait donné de la sagesse à Salomon comme il le lui avait promis. La paix régna entre Hiram et lui, et ils firent alliance ensemble. Le roi Salomon leva sur tout Israël 30 000 hommes de corvée. Il les envoya au Liban, 10 000 par mois, alternativement. Ils étaient 1 mois au Liban et 2 mois chez eux. Adoniram était responsable de ces hommes. Salomon disposait encore de 70 000 hommes, 70 000 hommes pour porter les fardeaux et de 80 000 hommes pour tailler les pierres dans la montagne, sans compter les chefs. Ils étaient au nombre de 3 300, désignés par Salomon comme responsables des travaux et chargés de surveiller les ouvriers. Le roi ordonna d'extraire de grandes et magnifiques pierres de taille pour les fondations du temple. Les ouvriers de Salomon, ceux de Hiram et les artisans de Gébal les taillèrent. Ils préparèrent ainsi le bois et les pierres nécessaires pour construire le temple.
Chapter 6. In the 480th year after the Israelites had come out of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, the 2nd month, he began to build the temple of the Lord. The temple that King Solomon built for the Lord was 60 cubits long, 20 wide, and 30 high. The portico at the front of the main hall of the temple extended the width of the temple, that is, 20 cubits, and projected 10 cubits from the front of the temple. He made narrow clerestory windows in the temple. Against the walls of the main hall and inner sanctuary, he built a structure around the building, in which there were side rooms. The lowest floor was 5 cubits wide, the middle floor was 6 cubits, and the third floor was 7. He made offset ledges around the outside of the temple so that nothing would be inserted into the temple walls. In building the temple, only blocks dressed at the quarry were used, and no hammer, chisel, or any other iron tool was heard at the temple site while it was being built. The entrance to the lowest floor was on the south side of the temple. A stairway led up to the middle level, and from there to the third. So he built the temple and completed it, roofing it with beams and cedar planks, and he built the side rooms all along the temple. The height of each was 5 cubits, and they were attached to the temple by beams of cedar. The word of the Lord came to Solomon. As for this temple you are building, if you follow my decrees, carry out my regulations, and keep all my commands and obey them, I will fulfill through you the promise I gave to David your father, and I will live among the Israelites and will not abandon my people Israel. So Solomon built a temple and completed it. He lined its interior walls with cedar boards, paneling them from the floor of the temple to the ceiling, and covered the floor of the temple with planks of pine. He partitioned off 20 cubits at the rear of the temple with cedar boards from floor to ceiling to form within the temple an inner sanctuary, the most holy place. The main hall in front of this room was 40 cubits long, The inside of the temple was cedar, carved with gourds and open flowers. Everything was cedar, no stone was to be seen. He prepared the inner sanctuary within the temple to set the ark of the covenant of the Lord there. The inner sanctuary was 20 cubits long, 20 wide, and 20 high. He overlaid the inside with pure gold, and he also overlaid the altar of cedar. Solomon covered the inside of the temple with pure gold, and he extended gold chains across the front of the inner sanctuary, which was overlaid with gold. So he overlaid the whole interior with gold. He also overlaid with gold the altar that belonged in the inner sanctuary. In the inner sanctuary, he made a pair of cherubim of olive wood, each 10 cubits high. One wing of the first cherub was 5 cubits long, and the other wing 5 cubits, 10 cubits from wingtip to wingtip. The second cherubim also measured 10 cubits, for the 2 cherubim were identical in size and shape. The height of each cherubim was 10 cubits. He placed the cherubim inside the innermost room of the temple with the inner wings spread out, with their wings spread out. The wing of one cherub touched one wall, while the cherub of the other touched the other wall, and their wings touched each other in the middle of the room. He overlaid the cherubim with gold. On the walls all around the temple, in both the inner and outer rooms, he carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers. He also covered the floors of both the inner and the outer rooms of the temple with gold. For the entrance of the inner sanctuary, he made doors of olive wood with 5-sided jambs. And on the 2 olive wood doors, he carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers, and overlaid the cherubim and the palm trees with beaten gold. In the same way, he made 4-sided jambs of olive wood for the entrance to the main hall. He also made 2 pine doors, each having 2 leaves that turned in sockets. He carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers on them, and overlaid them with gold hammered evenly over the carvings. And he built the inner courtyard of 3 courses of dressed stone and 1 course of trimmed cedar beams. The foundation of the temple of the Lord was laid in the 4th year, in the month of Ziv. In the 11th year, in the month of Bul, the 8th month, the temple was finished in all its details according to its specifications. He spent 7 years building it. Chapter 7. It took Solomon 13 years, however, to complete the construction of his palace. He built the palace of the forest of Lebanon, 100 cubits long, 50 wide, and 30 high, with 4 rows of cedar columns supporting trimmed cedar beams. It was roofed with cedar above the beams that rested on the columns, 45 beams, 15 to a row. Its windows were placed high in sets of 3, facing each other. All the doorways had rectangular frames. They were in the front part in sets of 3 facing each other. He made a colonnade 50 cubits long and 30 wide. In front of it was a portico, and in front of that were pillars and an overhanging roof. He built the throne hall, the hall of justice, where he was to judge, and he covered it with cedar from floor to ceiling, and the palace in which he was to live, set further back, was similar in design. Solomon also made a palace like this hall for Pharaoh's daughter, whom he had married. All these structures, from the outside to the great courtyard and from foundation to eaves, were made of blocks of high-grade stone, cut to size and trimmed with a saw on their inner and outer faces. The foundations were laid with large stones of good quality, some measuring 10 cubits and some 8. Above were high-grade stones cut to size and cedar beams. The great courtyard was surrounded by a wall of 3 courses of dressed stone and 1 course of trimmed cedar beams. as was the inner courtyard of the temple of the Lord with its portico. King Solomon sent to Tyre and brought Huram, whose mother was a widow from the tribe of Naphtali, and whose father was a man of Tyre and a craftsman in bronze. Huram was highly skilled and experienced in all kinds of bronze work. He came to King Solomon and did all the work assigned to him. He cast 2 bronze pillars, each 18 cubits high and 12 cubits around, by line. He also made 2 capitals of cast bronze to set on the tops of the pillars. Each capital was 5 cubits high. A network of interwoven chains festooned the capitals on top of the pillars, 7 for each capital. He made pomegranates in 2 rows, encircling each network to decorate the capitals on top of the pillars. He did the same for each capital. The capitals on the top of the pillars in the portico were in the shape of lilies, 4 cubits high. On the capitals of both pillars, above the bowl-shaped part next to the network, were the 200 pomegranates in rows all around. He erected the pillars at the portico of the temple. The pillar to the south he named Jachin, and the one to the north Boaz. The capitals on top were in the shape of lilies, and so the work of the pillars was completed. He made the sea of cast metal, circular in shape, measuring 10 cubits from rim to rim and 5 cubits high. It took a line of 30 cubits to measure around it. Below the rim, gourds encircled it, 10 to a cubit. The gourds were cast in 2 rows, in one piece with the sea. The sea stood on 12 bulls, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east. The sea rested on top of them, and their hind quarters were towards the center. It was a handbreadth of thickness, and its rim was like the rim of a cup, like a lily blossom. It held 2,000 boughs. He also made 10 movable stands of bronze. Each was 4 cubits long, 4 wide, and 3 high. This is how the stands were made. They had side panels attached to uprights. On the panels between the uprights were lions, bulls, and cherubim, and on the uprights as well. Above and below the lions and bulls were wreaths of hammered work. Each stand had 4 bronze wheels with bronze axles, and each had a basin resting on 4 supports, cast with wreaths on each side. On the inside of the stand, there was an opening that had a circular frame 1 cubit deep. This opening was round, and with its basework it measured 1.5 cubits. Around its opening there was engraving. The panels of the stands were square, not round. The 4 wheels were under the panels, and the axles of the wheels were attached to the stand. The diameter of each wheel was 1.5 cubits. The wheels were made like chariot wheels. The axles, rims, spokes, and hubs were all of cast metal. Each stand had 4 handles, 1 on each corner, projecting from the stand. At the top of the stand there was a circular band 0.5 cubit deep. The supports and panels were attached to the top of the stand. He engraved cherubim, lions, and palm trees on the surfaces of the supports and on the panels, in every available space with wreaths all around. This is the way he made the 10 stands. They were all cast in the same molds and were identical in size and shape. Then he made 10 bronze basins, each holding 40 baths, and measuring 4 cubits across, 1 basin to go on each of the 10 stands. He placed 5 of the stands on the south side of the temple and 5 on the north. He placed the sea on the south side at the southeast corner of the temple. He also made the basins and shovels and sprinkling bowls. So Huram finished all the work he had undertaken for Solomon in the temple of the Lord. The 2 pillars, the 2 bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars, the 2 sets of network decorating the 2 bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars, the 400 pomegranates for the 2 sets of network, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network decorating the bowl-shaped capitals on top of the pillars, the 10 stands with their 10 basins, the sea and the 12 bowls under it, the pots, shovels, and sprinkling bowls. All these objects that Hiram made for King Solomon for the temple of the Lord were of burnished bronze. The king had them cast in clay molds in the plain of the Jordan between Succoth and Sarathon. Solomon left all these things unweighed because there were so many. The weight of the bronze was not determined. Solomon also made all the furnishings that were in the Lord's temple: the golden altar, the golden table on which was the bread of the presence, the lampstands of pure gold, 5 on the right and 5 on the left in front of the inner sanctuary, the gold floral work and lamps and tongs, the pure gold basins, wick trimmers, sprinkling bowls, dishes, and censers, and the gold sockets for the door of the innermost room, the most holy place, and also for the doors of the main hall of the temple. When all the work King Solomon had done for the temple of the Lord was finished, he brought in the things his father David had dedicated, the silver and gold and the furnishings, and he placed them in the treasuries of the Lord's temple. Chapter 8. Then King Solomon summoned into his presence at Jerusalem the elders of Israel, all the heads of the tribes and the chiefs of the Israelite families, to bring up the ark of the Lord's covenant from Zion, the city of David. All the men of Israel came together to King Solomon at the time of the festival in the month of Ethanim, the 7th month. When all the elders of Israel had arrived, the priests took up the ark, and they brought up the ark of the Lord and the tent of meeting and all the sacred furnishings in it. The priests and Levites carried them up, and King Solomon and the entire assembly of Israel that had gathered about him were before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and cattle that they could not be recorded or counted. The priests then brought the ark of the Lord's covenant to its place in the inner sanctuary of the temple, the most holy place, and put it beneath the wings of the cherubim. The cherubim spread their wings over the place of the ark and overshadowed the ark and its carrying poles. These poles were so long that their ends could be seen from the holy place in front of the inner sanctuary, but not from outside the holy place, and they are still there today. There was nothing in the ark except the 2 stone tablets that Moses had placed in it at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites after they came out of Egypt. When the priests withdrew from the holy place, the cloud filled the temple of the Lord, and the priests could not perform their service because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled his temple. Then Solomon said, "The Lord has said that he would dwell in a dark place. I have indeed built a magnificent temple for you, a place for you to dwell forever." While the whole assembly of Israel was standing there, the king turned around and blessed them. Then he said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who with his own hand has fulfilled what he promised with his own mouth to my father David. For he said, 'Since the day I brought my people Israel out of Egypt, I have not chosen a city in any tribe of Israel to have a temple built for my name to be there. But I have chosen David to rule my people Israel.' My father David had it in his heart to build a temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to my father David, 'Because it was in your heart to build a temple for my name, you did well to have this in your heart. Nevertheless, you are not the one to build the temple, but your son, who is your own flesh and blood. He is the one who will build the temple for my name. The Lord has kept the promise he made. I have succeeded David my father, and now I sit on the throne of Israel, just as the Lord promised. And I have built the temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. I have provided a place there for the ark, in which is the covenant of the Lord that he made with our fathers when he brought them out of Egypt. Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in front of the whole assembly of Israel, spreading out his hands towards heaven, and he said, O Lord God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven above or on earth below. You who keep your covenant of love with your servants, who continue wholeheartedly in your way. You have kept your promise to your servant David, my father. With your mouth you have promised, and with your hand you have fulfilled it, as it is today. Now, Lord God of Israel, keep for your servant David, my father, the promises you made to him when you said, You shall never fail to have a man to sit before me on the throne of Israel. If only your sons are careful in all they do to walk before me as you have done. And now, O God of Israel, let your word that you promised to your servant David, my father, come true. But will God really dwell on earth? The heavens, even the highest heaven, cannot contain you. How much less this temple I have built? Yet give attention to your servant's prayer and his plea for mercy, O Lord my God. Hear the cry and prayer that your servant is praying in your presence this day. May your eyes be open toward this temple night and day, this place in which you said, My name shall be there, so that you will hear the prayer of your servant, that you will hear the prayer your servant prays toward this place. Hear the supplication of your servant and of your people Israel when they pray toward this place. Hear from heaven, your dwelling place, and when you hear, forgive. When a man wrongs his neighbor and is required to take an oath, and he comes and swears the oath before your altar in this temple, then hear from heaven and act. Judge between your servants, condemning the guilty and bringing down on his own head what he has done. Declare the innocent not guilty, and so establish his innocence. When your people Israel have been defeated by an enemy because they have sinned against you, and when they turn back to you and confess your name, praying and making supplication to you in this temple, then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your people Israel, and bring them back to the land you gave to their fathers. When the heavens are shut up and there is no rain because your people have sinned against you, and when they pray toward this place and confess your name and turn from their sin because you have afflicted them, then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your servants, your people Israel. Teach them the right way to live, and send rain on the land you gave your people for an inheritance. When famine or plague comes to the land, or blight or mildew, locusts or grasshoppers, and when an enemy besieges them in any of their cities, whatever disaster or disease may come, and when a prayer or plea is made by any of your people Israel, each one aware of the afflictions of his own heart, and spreading out his hands toward this temple, then hear from heaven your dwelling place. Forgive and act. Deal with each man according to all he does, since you know his heart. For you alone know the hearts of all men, so that they will fear you all the time they live in the land you gave our fathers. As for the foreigner who does not belong to your people Israel, but has come from a distant land because of your name, for men will hear of your great name and your mighty hand and your outstretched arm when he comes and prays toward this temple. Then hear from heaven your dwelling place, and do whatever the foreigner asks of you, so that all the peoples of the earth may know your name and fear you, as do your own people, Israel, and may know that this house I have built bears your name. When your people go to war against their enemies, wherever you send them, and when they pray to the Lord toward the city you have chosen and the temple I have built for your name, then hear from heaven their prayer and their plea and uphold their cause. When they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you become angry with them and give them over to the enemy, who takes them captive to his own land, far away or near. And if they have a change of heart in the land where they are held captive, and repent and plead with you in the land of their conquerors, and say, we have sinned, we have done wrong, we have acted wickedly. And if they turn back to you with all their heart and soul in the land of their enemies who took them captive, and pray to you toward the land you gave their fathers, toward the city you have chosen and the temple I have built for your name, then from heaven, your dwelling place, hear their prayer and their plea and uphold their cause. And forgive your people who have sinned against you. Forgive all the offenses they have committed against you, and cause their conquerors to show them mercy. For they are your people and your inheritance, whom you brought out of Egypt, out of that iron smelting furnace. May your eyes be open to your servant's plea and to the plea of your people Israel, and may you listen to them whenever they cry out to you. For you singled them out from all the nations of the world to be your own inheritance, just as you declared through your servant Moses, when you, O sovereign Lord, brought our fathers out of Egypt. When Solomon had finished all these prayers and supplications to the Lord, he rose from before the altar of the Lord where he had been kneeling with his hands spread out toward heaven. He stood and blessed the whole assembly of Israel in a loud voice, saying, Praise be to the Lord who has given rest to his people Israel, just as he promised. Not one word has failed of all the good promises he gave through his servant Moses. May the Lord our God be with us, as he was with our fathers. May he never leave us nor forsake us. May he turn our hearts toward him, to walk in all his ways and to keep the commands, decrees, and regulations he gave our fathers. And may these words of mine, which I have prayed before the Lord, be near to the Lord our God day and night, that he may uphold the cause of his servant and the cause of his people Israel, according to each day's need, so that all the peoples of the earth may know that the Lord is God, and that there is no other. But your hearts must be fully committed to the Lord our God, to live by his decrees and obey his commands, as at this time. Then the king and all Israel with him offered sacrifices before the Lord. Solomon offered a sacrifice of fellowship offerings to the Lord, 22,000 cattle and 120,000 sheep and goats. So the king and all the Israelites dedicated the temple of the Lord. On that same day, the king consecrated the middle part of the courtyard in front of the temple of the Lord, and there he offered burnt offerings, grain offerings, and the fat of the fellowship offerings, because the bronze altar before the Lord was too small to hold the burnt offerings, the grain offerings, and the fat of the fellowship offerings. So Solomon observed the festival at that time, and all Israel with him, a vast assembly, people from Lebo Hamath to the Wadi of Egypt. They celebrated it before the Lord our God for 7 days, and 7 days more, 14 days in all. On the following day, he sent the people away. They blessed the king and then went home, joyful and glad in their heart, for all the good things the Lord had done for his servant David and his people Israel. Chapter 9. When Solomon had finished building the temple of the Lord and the royal palace, and had achieved all he had desired to do, the Lord appeared to him a second time, as he appeared to him at Gibeon. The Lord said to him, I have heard the prayer and plea you have made before me. I have consecrated this temple, which you have built, by putting my name there forever. My eyes and my heart will always be there. As for you, if you walk before me in integrity of heart and uprightness, as David your father did, and do all I command and observe my decrees and laws, I will establish your royal throne over Israel forever, as I promised David your father when I said, you shall never fail to have a man on the throne of Israel. But if you or your sons turn away from me and do not observe the commands and decrees I have given you, and go off to serve other gods and worship them, then I will cut off Israel from the land I have given them, and will reject this temple I have consecrated for my name. Israel will then become a byword and an object of ridicule among all peoples. And though this temple is now imposing, all who pass by will be appalled and will scoff and say, why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this temple? People will answer, because they have forsaken the Lord their God, who brought their fathers out of Egypt, and have embraced other gods, worshiping and serving them. That is why the Lord brought all this disaster on them. At the end of 20 years, during which Solomon built these two buildings, the temple of the Lord and the royal palace, King Solomon gave 20 towns in Galilee to Hiram, king of Tyre, because Hiram had supplied him with all the cedar and pine and gold he wanted. But when Hiram went from Tyre to see the towns that Solomon had given him, he was not pleased with them. What kind of towns are these you have given me, my brother? He asked, and he called them the land of Kabul, a name they have to this day. Now Hiram had sent to the king 120 talents of gold. Here is the account of the forced labor King Solomon conscripted to build the Lord's temple, his own palace, the supporting terraces, the wall of Jerusalem, and Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, had attacked and captured Gezer. He had set it on fire. He killed its Canaanite inhabitants and then gave it as a wedding gift to his daughter, Solomon's wife. And Solomon rebuilt Gezer. He built up Lower Beth Horon, Balat, and Tamar in the desert with his land, as well as all his store cities and the towns for his chariots and for his horses, whatever he desired to build in Jerusalem, in Lebanon, and throughout all the territory he ruled. All the people leapt from the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. These peoples were not Israelites. That is, their descendants remaining in the land, from whom the Israelites could not exterminate. These Solomon conscripted for his slave labor, his slave labor force, as it is to this day. But Solomon did not make slaves of any of the Israelites. They were his fighting men, his government officials, his officers, his captains, and the commanders of his chariots and charioteers. They were also the chief officials in charge of Solomon's projects, 550 officials supervising the men who did the work. After Pharaoh's daughter had come up from the city of David to the palace Solomon had built for her, he constructed the supporting terraces. 3 times a year, Solomon sacrificed burnt offerings and fellowship offerings on the altar he built for the Lord, burning incense before the Lord along with them, and so fulfilled the temple obligations. King Solomon also built ships at Ezion-Geber, which is near Elat in Edom, on the shore of the Red Sea. And Hiram sent his men, sailors who knew the sea, to serve in the fleet with Solomon's men. They sailed to Ophir and brought back 420 talents of gold, which they delivered to King Solomon. Chapter 10. When the queen of Sheba heard about the fame of Solomon and his relation to the name of the Lord, she came to test him with hard questions. Arriving at Jerusalem with a very great caravan with camels carrying spices, large quantities of gold and precious stones, she came to Solomon and talked with him about all she had on her mind. Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too hard for the king to explain to her. When the queen of Sheba saw all the wisdom of Solomon and the palace he had built, the food on his table, the seating of his officials, the attending servants in their robes, his cupbearers, and the burnt offerings he made at the temple of the Lord, she was overwhelmed. She said to the king, "The report I heard in my own country about your achievements and your wisdom is true, but I did not believe these things until I came and saw them with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half was told me. In wisdom and wealth you have far exceeded the report I heard. How happy your men must be. How happy your officials who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. Praise be to the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and placed you on the throne of Israel. Because of the Lord's eternal love for Israel, he has made you king to maintain justice and righteousness." And she gave the king 120 talents of gold, large quantities of spices, and precious stones. Never again were there so many spices brought in as those the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. Hiram's ships brought the gold from Ophir, and from there they brought great cargoes of almug wood and precious stones. The king used the almug wood to make supports for the temple of the Lord and for the royal palace, and to make harps and lyres for the musicians. So much almug wood has never been imported or seen since that day. King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba all she desired and asked for, besides what he had given her out of his royal bounty. Then she left and returned with her retinue to her own country. The weight of the gold that Solomon received yearly was 666 talents, not including the revenues from merchants and traders and from all the Arabian kings and the governors of the land. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold. 600 bekas of gold went into each shield. He also made 300 small shields of hammered gold with 3 minas of gold in each shield. The king put them in the palace of the forest of Lebanon. Then the king made a great throne inlaid with ivory and overlaid with fine gold. The throne had 6 steps, and its back had a rounded top. On both sides of the seat were armrests with a lion standing beside each of them. 12 lions stood on the 6 steps, one at either end of each step. Nothing like it had ever been made for any other kingdom. All King Solomon's goblets were gold, and all the household articles in the palace of the forest of Lebanon were pure gold. Nothing was made of silver, because silver was considered of little value in Solomon's days. The king had a fleet of trading ships at sea along with the ships of Hiram. Once every 3 years it returned, carrying gold, silver, and ivory, and apes and baboons. King Solomon was greater in riches and wisdom than all the other kings of the earth. The whole world sought audience with Solomon to hear the wisdom of God, hear the wisdom God had put in his heart. Year after year, everyone who came brought a gift: articles of silver and gold, robes, weapons and spices, and horses and mules. Solomon accumulated chariots and horses. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities and also with him in Jerusalem. The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig trees in the foothills. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and from Kue. The royal merchants purchased them from Kue. They imported a chariot from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. They also exported them to all the kings of the Hittites and the Arameans. Are you reading? Are you reading? First King chapter 11. 所羅門王在法老的女兒之外，又寵愛許多外邦女子，就是摩押女子、亞捫女子、以東女子、西頓女子、赫人女子。論到這些國的人，耶和華曾吩咐以色列人說：你們不可跟他們通婚，他們也不可跟你們一起，因為他們一定會誘惑你們的心，去隨從他們的神明。所羅門卻為了愛，緊緊跟從他們。所羅門娶700個公主，300個妃嬪，這些妻妾誘惑他的心。所羅門年老的時候，他的妻妾誘惑他的心去隨從別神，不像他父親大衛以純正的心信服耶和華他的神。所羅門隨着西頓人的女神亞斯他錄和亞捫人可憎的米勒公。所羅門行耶和華眼中看為惡的事，不像他父親大衛專心信服耶和華。那時，所羅門為摩押可憎的基抹和西門人可憎的摩洛，在耶路撒冷對面的山上建造丘壇。他為所有的妻妾，就是那些向自己神明燒香獻祭的外邦女子，也是這樣做。耶和華向所羅門發怒，因為他的心偏離了向他顯現2次的耶和華以色列的神。耶和華曾吩咐他這件事，不可隨從別神，他卻沒有遵守耶和華所吩咐的。所以耶和華對他說：你既然是這樣，不遵守我吩咐你守的約和律例，我必定把國度撕裂離開你，將他賜給你的大臣。然而因你父親大衛的緣故，我不在你的日子行這事，而要從你兒子的手中撕裂這國。只是我不撕裂全國，卻要因我僕人大衛和我所選擇的耶路撒冷保留一個支派給你的兒子。耶和華使以東人哈達興起，作所羅門的敵人。他是以東王的後裔。大衛在以東的時候，約押元帥上去埋葬陣亡的人，殺了以東所有的男丁。約押和以色列眾人在以東住了6個月，直到把以東的男丁盡都剪除。那時哈達還是幼童，他和他父親的臣僕以及幾個以東人逃往埃及。他們從米甸起行，到了巴蘭，再從巴蘭帶着幾個人來到埃及。到埃及王法老那裏，法老給他房屋，吩咐給他糧食，又把地賜給他。哈達在法老眼前大蒙恩寵，法老就把皇后達比勒的妹妹嫁給他。達比勒的妹妹給哈達生了一個兒子，叫基路伯。達比勒使基路伯在法老的宮裏斷奶，基路伯就與法老的眾子一同住在法老的宮裏。哈達在埃及聽到大衛與他祖先同睡，約押元帥也死了，就對法老說：請你讓我走，我要回本國去。法老對他說：你在我這裏有什麼缺乏？看啊，你竟想要回去本國去？他說：我沒有缺乏什麼，只是懇求王准我回去。
神又使以利亞大的兒子利順興起，作所羅門的敵人。他曾逃避主人所巴王哈達底謝。大衛擊殺所巴人的時候，利順召集了一群人，自己作他們的領袖。他們往大馬士革，住在那裏，在大馬士革建立王國。所羅門活着的時候，除了哈達為患之外，利順也作以色列的敵人。他生恨以色列，作了亞蘭人的王。尼八的兒子耶羅波安也舉起手來攻擊王。他是所羅門的臣僕，以法蓮支派的洗利達人。他母親是個寡婦，名叫洗魯亞。他舉手攻擊王，是因先前所羅門建造米羅，修補他父親大衛王缺口的這件事。耶羅波安是個大有才能的人，所羅門見這青年殷勤，就派他管約瑟家所有服役的工人。那時耶羅波安出了耶路撒冷，示羅人亞希亞先知在路上遇見他。亞希亞先知身上穿着一件新衣，田野中只有他們二人，沒有其他的人。亞希亞拿起穿在自己身上的新衣，把它撕成12片，對耶羅波安說：你可以拿10片。耶和華以色列的神如此說：看啊，我必從所羅門手中撕裂這國，把10個支派賜給你。我因我僕人大衛和我在以色列眾支派中所選擇的耶路撒冷城的緣故，仍為所羅門留一個支派，因為他們離棄我，敬拜西頓人的女神亞斯他錄、摩押的神明基抹和亞捫人的神明米勒公，沒有像他父親大衛一樣遵從我的道，行我眼中看為正的事，守我的律例典章。但我從不從他手中裏奪走整個國家，卻使他在活着的時候作君王，是因我揀選的僕人大衛遵守我的誡命律例。我必從他兒子手裏將王國奪走，賜給你10個支派，只留一個支派給他的兒子，使我僕人大衛在我所選擇立我名的耶路撒冷城那裏，在我面前常有燈光。我選你，使你照你心裏一切所願的作王，成為以色列的王。你若聽從我的話，所吩咐你的，遵行我的道，行我眼中看為正的事，遵守我的律例誡命，像我僕人大衛所行的，我就與你同在，為你立堅固的國，像我為大衛所立的一樣，將以色列賜給你。因此是使大衛的後裔遭受患難，但不是永遠的。所羅門想要殺耶羅波安，耶羅波安起身逃往埃及，他到了埃及王示撒那裏，就住在埃及，直到所羅門死了。所羅門其餘的事和他所作和他的智慧，都不在所羅門記上嗎？所羅門在耶路撒冷作為以色列的王40年。所羅門與他祖先同睡，葬在他父親大衛的城裏。他兒子羅波安接續他作王。First Kings Chapter 12。羅波安和示劫去，因以色列眾人都到了示劍，要立他作王。尼八的兒子耶羅波安先前躲避所羅門王，逃往埃及，住在那裏。他還在埃及聽見這事，以色列人派人去請他來。耶羅波安就和以色列全會眾來，與羅波安談話，說：你父親使我們負重軛，現在求你減輕你父親所加給我們的苦工和重軛，我們就服侍你。羅波安對他說：你們走吧，過3天再來見我。百姓就走了。 羅波安的父親所羅門在世的時候，有侍立在他面前的長者。羅波安王和他們商議，說：你們出個主意，好把話帶回給這百姓。他們對他說：現在王若派僕人一樣服侍這百姓，用好話回覆他們，他們就永遠作王的僕人了。王不採納長者給他的主意，卻和那些與他一同長大，在他面前侍立的年輕人商議。他對他們說：這百姓對我說，你父親使我負重軛，求你減輕一些。你們出什麼主意，我們好把話帶給他們。那些與他一同長大的年輕人對他說：這百姓對王說，你父親使我負重軛，求你給我減輕一些。王要對他們如此說：我的小指頭比我的父親的腰還粗呢。我父親使你們負重軛，現在我必使你們負更重的軛。我父親用鞭子懲罰你們，我要用蠍子懲罰你們。耶羅波安和眾百姓遵守王所說，你們第三天再來見我的話。第三天來到羅波安那裏，王嚴厲地回答百姓，不採納長者給他們的主意。他照着年輕人所出的主意對他們說：我父親使你們負重軛，我必使你們負更重的軛。我父親用鞭子懲罰你們，我卻要用蠍子懲罰你們。王不依從百姓，因這件事是出於耶和華，為要應驗耶和華藉示羅人亞希亞對尼八的兒子耶羅波安所說的話。以色列眾人見王不依從他們，百姓就回話給王說：我們的大衛中有什麼份呢？我們在耶西的兒子中沒有產業。以色列人啊，回你們的帳棚去吧。大衛啊，你現在你顧自己的家吧。於是以色列人就回自己的帳棚去了。至於住猶大城鎮的以色列人，羅波安仍作他們的王。羅波安派監管勞役的亞多蘭去，以色列眾人用石頭打他，他就死了。羅波安王急忙上車，逃回耶路撒冷去了。這樣，以色列背叛大衛家，直到今日。以色列眾人聽見耶羅波安回來了，就派人去請他到會眾那裏，立他作全以色列的王。除了大衛支派，沒有跟從大衛家的。羅波安來到耶路撒冷，召集了猶大全家和便雅憫支派的人，共18萬，都是精選的戰士，要與以色列人家打仗，好將王國奪回，歸所羅門的兒子羅波安。但神的話臨到神人示羅亞，說：你去告訴所羅門的兒子猶大王羅波安、猶大和便雅憫全家以及其餘的百姓說：耶和華如此說，你們不可上去與你們的以色列人弟兄打仗，你們各自回家去吧，因為這事是出於我。眾人就聽見耶和華的話，遵照耶和華的話回去了。耶羅波安在以法蓮山區建了示劍，住在其中，又從示劍出去建了毗努伊勒。耶羅波安心裏說：現在這國恐怕仍會歸大衛家。這百姓若上耶路撒冷去，在耶和華的殿裏獻祭，他們的心必歸向他們的主猶大王羅波安。他們會殺了我，仍歸猶大人王羅波安。耶羅波安王就策劃鑄造2個金牛犢，對眾百姓說：你們上以色列去，實在夠了。以色列啊，看啊，這是領你們出埃及地的神明。他們把一個放在伯特利，另一個安置在但。這事使百姓陷入罪裏，因為他們甚至到但去拜那牛犢。 耶羅波安在一個邱壇建神殿，立不屬利未人的平民百姓為祭司。耶羅波安定8月15日為節期，像在猶大的節期一樣，自己上壇獻祭。他在伯大利這裏做，向他所住的牛犢獻祭，又把他所立邱壇的祭司安置在伯大利。他在8月15，就是他們自己心中所定的月份，在伯大利上到自己所做的壇祭。他為以色列人定了一個節期，親自上壇燒香。
1 Kings 13. The man of God from Judah. By the word of the Lord, a man of God came from Judah to Bethel. As Jeroboam was standing by the altar to make an offering, by the word of the Lord he cried out against the altar, "Altar, altar, this is what the Lord says. A son named Joshua will be born to the house of David. On you he will sacrifice the priests of the high places, who make offerings here, and human bones will be burned on you." That same day the man of God gave a sign. "This is the sign the Lord has declared. The altar will be split apart, and the ashes out on it will be poured out." When King Jeroboam heard what the man of God cried out against the altar at Bethel, he stretched out his hand from the altar and said, "Seize him!" But the hand he stretched out toward the man shriveled up, so that he could not pull it back. Also, the altar was split apart, and its ashes poured out according to the sign given by the name of God, by the word of the Lord. Then the king said to the man of God, "Intercede with the Lord your God and pray for me that my hand may be restored." So the man of God interceded with the Lord, and the king's hand was restored and became as it was before. The king said to the man of God, "Come home with me for a meal, and I will give you a gift." But the man of God answered the king, "Even if you were here to give me half your possessions, I would not go with you, nor would I eat bread or drink water here. For I was commanded by the word of the Lord, you must not eat bread or drink water or return by the way you came." So he took another road and did not return by the way he had come to Bethel. Now there was a certain old prophet living in Bethel, whose sons came and told him all that the man of God had done there that day. They also told their father what he had said to the king. Their father asked him, "Which way did he go?" And his son showed him which road the man of God from Judah had taken. So he said to his sons, "Saddle the donkey for me." And when they had saddled the donkey for him, he mounted it and rode after the man of God. He found him sitting under an oak tree and asked, "Are you the man of God who came from Judah?" "I am," he replied. So the prophet said to him, "Come home with me and eat." The man of God said, "I cannot turn back and go with you, nor can I eat bread or drink water with you in this place. I have been told by the word of the Lord, you must not eat bread or drink water there, or return by the way you came." The old prophet answered, "I too am a prophet as you are, and an angel said to me by the word of the Lord, bring him back with you to your house so that he may eat bread and drink water." But he was lying to him. So the man of God returned with him and ate and drank in his house. While they were sitting at the table, the word of the Lord came to the old prophet who had brought him back. He cried out to the man of God who had come from Judah, "This is what the Lord says. You have defied the word of the Lord, and you have not kept the command the Lord your God gave you. You came back and ate bread and drank water in the place where he told you not to eat or drink. Therefore your body will be buried in the tomb of your ancestors." When the man of God had finished eating and drinking, the prophet who had brought him back saddled his donkey for him. As he went on his way, a lion met him on the road and killed him, and his body was left lying on the road, with both the donkey and the lion standing beside it. Some people who passed by saw the body lying there, with the lion standing beside the body, and they went and reported it in the city where the old prophet lived. When the prophet who had brought him back from his journey heard of it, he said, "It is the man of God who defied the word of the Lord. The Lord has given him over to the lion, which has mauled him and killed him, as the word of the Lord had warned him. The prophet said to his sons, Saddle the donkey for